Purple chi billowed, birthing creation, emerald clouds spreading like a vast canopy. Flying rosy mist scattered into the vault of heaven, merging with the distant drifting haze. In the expanse of dugong there stood a wondrous tree shaped like an ox's hide, hanging in long fringes like tassels, yellow serpents coiled about it. Its leaves were as fine as gauze, its fruits like clusters of wand berries, its trunk resembling that of an ancient shrub. It was called the Jianmu, the world pillar tree. At this moment above the heavens of dugong, lightning churned and tumbled, light and darkness interweaving, as though the primordial chaos at the dawn of heaven and earth had been reborn. The 9-9 creation tribulation lightning was gathering power within the clouds, its presence revealing a crushing might where destruction and vitality coexisted. Qin Yu stood silently beneath it, lifting his gaze to the sky, his expression as calm and ancient as an old tree. He raised his hand slightly, and a small cyan flag emerged from the void, falling into his palm. This was his innate companion spirit treasure, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, Qinglian Bao's flag, containing 48 layers of primordial prohibitions. It was the Eastern Bao Lian flag, one of the 5 innate directional flags imbued with boundless qi of creation, the supreme treasure of the wood Dao. Formed from the petals of the chaos green lotus, it possessed inexhaustible wondrous uses and was also an unparalleled treasure of defense. Qin Yu unfurled the flag, and white mist hung in midair as 10,000 rays of golden light burst forth. Lotus blossoms of pure azure bloomed out of nothingness, their strange fragrance spreading far and wide. 10,000 laws could not invade, and the power of creation flowed without end. No matter how the creation tribulation lightning hacked down from the sky, it could not shake him in the slightest. The tribulation lightning and Qin Yu were both born of the wood attribute, sharing the same origin, so the 9-9 creation tribulation instead transformed into pure qi of creation, nourishing Qin Yu. When the heavenly tribulation came to an end, the great Dao, which should have withdrawn, still lingered and did not depart. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu understood at once. In this era, when one broke through to the Luo golden immortal, all beings contended to ascend for the Dao, and the great Dao was impartial. There was no tribulation, and anyone could freely take from it. Thus Qin Yu was likely the first living being in the Honghuang world to suffer heavenly lightning tribulation, not as punishment, but as the birth of a new web of cause and effect. The great Dao endures longer than all, and when one traces back against the current to seize a portion of it, one must abandon former karma and begin anew. I am Qin Yu, the Jianmu of Tongtian. Now that I have received the creation of heaven and earth, taking the azure of the sky and the deep mystery of the earth, I have transformed into this form and stepped forth. I am willing to accept this body and let former causes disperse of themselves. Having spoken, Qin Yu's entire body shuddered with surging mana. He clearly beheld his own self. The past had become the past, and from now on he was newly born. The Deluo realm no longer placed any restraints or shackles upon him. The Dao cultivation he had accumulated over uncounted eons since arriving in the Honghuang world erupted all at once, and he broke through in an instant. The Deluo Dao fruit fell into the long river of time, flowing from the very source, while all past karma was veiled by the great Dao and quietly dissolved. Only in a time when the great Dao governed all could an anomaly be treated without distinction. Only then could an existence like Qin Yu, an ultimate innate spiritual root, be permitted to take human form. The great Dao is without favoritism, all things are equal before it. When Qin Yu traced back upstream, he did not go against the Dao's own cause and effect, so the great Dao likewise treated him without bias, and thus was stirred into manifestation. Had he been born in the era of heavenly Dao, he would long ago have shared the fate of the creation green lotus, either refined into a magic treasure or split apart and annihilated to ash. The vast fields of dugong were the place of Qin Yu's birth. At their exact center had once stood his true body, and now that he had taken form and stepped out, the Jianmu that had towered into the heavens for countless eons naturally vanished without a trace. In the memories of his previous life, the Jianmu should have been the pillar holding up the sky after Mount Buzhou broke. Now that he had taken form, Qin Yu could have simply walked away, roaming freely through the boundless heavens and earth, but he did not think so. The great Dao, being utterly just, had spared Qin Yu a sliver of life, since he knew that a great calamity awaited the Honghuang world in the future. He could not possibly sit idly by. Moreover, he had received the creation of heaven and earth, nurtured by heaven and nourished by earth, to live a second life. How could he simply consume everything clean and walk away without taking responsibility? With that thought, he brought out another of his companion treasures, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xuanmu staff, likewise bearing 48 layers of prohibition. On it flowed the purest qi of the wood Dao. As the very first wood Dao supreme treasure to be nurtured into existence, it was the origin of the wood path, honored by all trees. Its power in attack was peerless, its vitality inexhaustible, and it could even suppress fate and fortune mysterious beyond measure. Holding the Xuanmu staff, Qin Yu struck ruthlessly at his own origin, in an instant cleaving away half of his source essence. A mass of origin energy brimming with dense vitality appeared where his former true body had stood, condensing into a new Jianmu. This new Jianmu was also a second true body of Qin Yu. Should his primary body fall, he could rely on the Jianmu to cultivate anew. Having severed half his origin, Qin Yu's face turned deathly pale and his aura became unstable. He could not help but give a bitter smile. In the end, it was still forced. Fortunately, I am Jianmu, and wood by nature is life. It can be re-established like a cutting taking root as a second body. If another innate sacred being were to sever their origin like this, their foundation would likely be completely ruined and their path forever cut off. Yet as Qin Yu gazed at the Jianmu before him, which had instantly grown to a height of millions of zhang, his heart was still filled with joy. You and I share one life. With every realm my cultivation ascends, you shall rise by one level as well. These 33 layers of heaven, we shall witness them together. Great Tao above this is the Jianmu, and I am Qin Yu. I am willing for Jianmu to become the pillar that props up the sky to share heaven's burden with the cosmos. Heaven and earth suddenly trembled, and the eye of the great Tao manifested once more, casting its gaze upon Qin Yu and the Jianmu. In an instant, immeasurable fortune surged in from the four directions, yet no merit descended. Since the Jianmu had not yet touched the sky, how could it be said to hold up the heavens? Yet its resolve had been set, willing to bear heaven's burden, and it was the first spiritual root in all between heaven and earth to harbor the intent to prop the sky, so it became the vessel upon which fate and fortune converged. Only when in days to come the Jianmu truly touches the firmament and bears the weight of heaven and earth will merit descend. Sensing the surging tides of fortune before him, Qin Yu immediately raised the Xuanmu staff and Qinglian Bao's flag in sacrifice. These two would Dao supreme treasures were enough to suppress the fortune, preventing it from dissipating. With the matter settled, Qin Yu felt his body and mind grow light as he returned to the summit of the Jianmu. His aura gradually condensed, returning to perfect wholeness. He suspended the Qinglian Bao's flag above his head, letting threads of creation qi hang down and link with the origin of the Dugong Plains. Using the Jianmu as the eye of the formation, he arranged the grand formation of 10,000 trees of creation. This array breathed in unison with the earth veins, though unless the entire origin of Dugong were destroyed, it would be nearly impossible to break. Such an act of devastation, however, would incur endless karmic sin, unforgivable in the eyes of the great Tao. When the formation was complete, a quiet, yet solid sense of security enfolded his heart. At last, Qin Yu completely set his mind at ease, sitting cross-legged in meditation to reforge his origin and consolidate the Tao realm of his first step into Deluo. In the Honghuang years are beyond counting, the long ages flowed past like water. Qin Yu not only restored his origin to full completeness, but his realm also became utterly stable at the first level of Deluo Golden Immortal. As Qin Yu's realm stabilized, the Jianmu continuously grew, having already pierced into the first heaven. Thereafter, each new heaven would correspond to one realm, growing with the sky and sharing life with the earth. The heavens are 33 layers high, precisely matching Qin Yu's Tao. When his cultivation reaches the 33rd level, it will be the moment he breaks through to Honghuang Deluo and attains the Tao. This was a path of Tao unique to Qin Yu. At present, the great Tao methods were unclear and the road ahead was not yet revealed. Hongjun had not yet preached the Tao, and in the Honghuang, whenever an innate sacred being was born and took form, it represented the peak of a particular Tao, seizing the Deluo Tao fruit. As for the later mainstream method of proving the Tao in the Honghuang, the Kwasasant Three Corpses path, it had yet to spread through the world. That road belonged solely to Hongjun and remained unknown to others. Other mighty ones such as Luo Ho and Yang may each possess their own unique way of proving the Tao, and such paths were not lightly transmitted. Qin Yu's 33-fold Tongtian method was forged because the sky rose in 33 layers and wood by nature grows upward. It was Qin Yu's own road to proving the Tao. Aligned in heart with the Jianmu, he possessed both future merit and ever-deepening Tao cultivation. Even if the great Tao were to retreat and hide in times to come, Qin Yu still had confidence to challenge the sole supreme realm of heaven and earth, the Honghuang Deluo Golden Immortal. When pure tones arise, a clear wind is born, of such was his vigor and high spirits. A seeker of the Tao knows no fear. With this thought, Qin Yu turned into a streak of flowing light and flew down from the Jianmu, landing upon the ground of Dugong. Previously as the Jianmu, he could not move, and his splendid Tao field of Dugong had gone unexplored. Now that he had taken form and his realm was stable, it was the perfect time to inspect it thoroughly. As far as the eye could see, the boundless expanse of Dugong stretched into the distance without end. The earth unfurled in ancient greens and deep umbers, while spiritual energy condensed into a Paliscian mist that coiled year-round, without dispersing, casting hazy, shifting shadows upon the ground. Distant mountains lay like strokes of dark ink along the horizon, their gentle arcs bending toward the sky, lines soft and rounded, as if they had slumbered there in silence since the dawn of creation. Qing Yu stood quietly among them, eyes closed, spirit focused, allowing his own aura to slowly diffuse outward. In an instant, responses surged back to him like a rising tide, the myriad grasses and trees rooted in dugong echoing and bowing in reverence. Within this resonance, a spark of spiritual insight suddenly flared, as if drawn by some hidden karmic thread, causing his primordial spirit to tremble slightly. With a single thought, Qing Yu transformed into a streak of flowing azure light, racing swiftly along the line of that subtle induction. Wherever he passed, rare spiritual herbs and immortal blossoms, treasures seldom seen in the outside world, and enough to provoke bloody calamities, spread in peaceful profusion, growing unrestrained and unharmed in this place. At the very heart of that densest wellspring of spiritual ingenuity, a ninth-grade creation Ganoderma, an upper-grade innate spiritual root, was breathing out and drawing in radiant light. Its leaves were like polished jasper, its cap like brilliant evening clouds, and around it flowed the purest emu essence from the moment chaos first parted. Vitality surged about it so densely it seemed almost tangible. Even a single breath of its fragrance would make old ailments and hidden injuries melt away. If one could refine it, one's very origin would take a step closer to perfection. The scattered offshoots around it were also extraordinary, some of 6th grade, some of 3rd grade. In terms of healing wounds and extending life, they were in no way inferior to the 3 lights, divine water that condensed the essence of sun, moon, and stars. Seeing this region where spiritual ingenuity overflowed and creation circulated in abundance, Qing Yu could not help but nod slightly. For dugong to harbor such a blessed land is in no way inferior to other grotto heavens. Such a spiritual marvel ought to dwell alongside the Jianmu to nourish this land. With that, he swept his sleeve. Divine light surged forth, enveloping the Ganoderma along with the surrounding earth veins and spiritual essence, drawing them all into the small world within his sleeve to be transplanted by the Jianmu upon his return. Though dugong was but a small domain, it had still taken Qing Yu 5,000 years to explore it fully. Placed within the current vast flooded wilderness, dugong would amount to no more than a single remote corner, hardly worth calling large. Once the opportunities within dugong had all been gathered into his hands, Qing Yu ceased his searching and turned back toward the Jianmu, transplanting every spiritual treasure obtained during those 5,000 years beside the sacred tree. Since his birth, Qing Yu had dwelt within dugong, growing alongside the earth itself, never once straying far. Now that his origin had recovered and his realm was steady with the Jianmu protected by a grand formation, and its earth veins newly nourished by the transplanted creation Ganoderma, he had no worries pressing at his back for the time being. It was now time to step beyond the world that had nurtured him and venture into the vast and perilous flooded wilderness to seek the opportunities that belonged to him within that boundless realm. Qing Yu had only recently taken on human form and was at this moment an innate sacred being upon whom fortune converged, naturally sheltered by destiny. If at such a time he were to cower within dugong, gaining only fleeting peace, then on the great road of the Dao, where to stand still is to fall back. Once a future great calamity arose, he would be reduced to ashes, or have his path seized by those who came after himself, degraded to a mere vassal. Qing Yu cast one last glance at the sky-piercing Jianmu and the desolate, yet boundless plains, and his Dao heart grew ever more resolute. His form twisted into a streak of cyan light that shot toward the center of the flooded wilderness, fleeing in the direction of Mount Buzhou, the fabled pillar of heaven. The moment he crossed the boundary of dugong, Qing Yu felt the aura of heaven and earth change abruptly. Unlike the pure creative spiritual energy that had suffused dugong, a restless, unsettling, baleful qi filled the flooded wilderness, disturbing the heart and mind. Wherever Qing Yu's gaze fell, mountains lay shattered, the earth was riven with deep cracks, rivers ran foul and turbid, and the air was thick with a lingering stench of blood and the intent to annihilate. Calamitous qi permeated heaven and earth, killing aura sprouted everywhere. The great Dao grew obscure and murderous intent lurked on every side. Even before Qing Yu had taken form, Shun and I had already been slain by the combined might of several great powers. Though Shun and I was dead and the old great tribulation was nearing its end, the flooded wilderness still seethed with calamity. The newly born innate sacred beings of the flooded wilderness were now either in hiding, not daring to show themselves, or else drawn by mischance into slaughter and struggle, their hearts tainted by calamity, until they sank into the doom of the final tribulation. Ferocious beasts, though culled for many years, and with Shun and I dead and their fate all but exhausted, had in their remaining remnants become even more mad. Wherever they passed, they devoured all life and annihilated everything, so that endless resentment, balefulness, and death congealed, without dispersing, nourishing ever more twisted and sinister existences. Riding his escape light through the sky, Qing Yu often saw below him colossal bones of creatures, as large as mountains, ghostly flames flickering among them. Innumerable beings had perished there, leaving behind a land steeped in baleful qi, where wandering spirits were tormented in the midst of it. The earth lay in a pall of gray gloom, cold and grim. Gazing upon the ruin before him, Qing Yu could not help but sigh softly. Heaven and earth endure, yet life is hard and death is hard as well. With those words, Qing Yu took out the Xuanmu staff and cast it toward that dead land. In an instant, a rich surge of vitality poured from the staff, and wherever it passed, the baleful qi dissipated like clouds of smoke. The souls trapped within were thereby released, bowing distantly toward Qing Yu before dispersing from the world, their origins returning to the flooded wilderness. As the green radiance flowed, the once baleful deathland was gradually replaced by living greenery and renewed vitality. Compared to what it had been, this place now counted as a veritable land of immortals. Having finished dealing with the scene before him, Qing Yu put away the Xuanmu staff. All at once, an unseen strand of fortune descended upon him. Though slight, he could still clearly sense the ripples stirred by this added luck. Sensing the shift in his own fortune, Qing Yu came to an understanding in his heart. He must have gained this blessing of luck by purifying this land of death. The great figures now emerged into the world, such as Hongjun and Luo Ho. Though they possessed vast magical power to directly grind away baleful qi, could not kindle new life from it. Qing Yu, however, as the only great Luo golden immortal of the wood path at present, could purify baleful qi and awaken spiritual vitality, thereby gathering merit unto himself. Viewed from another angle, Hongjun together with Luo Ho and the others had already slain Shen and I, and taken the lion's share of the great merit. Their cultivation now stood above the 30th heaven of the great Luo realm, a mere hair's breadth from proving the Dao and transcending. How could they look favorably upon such slow, laborious work for minor merit? Thus the advantage fell to Qing Yu, who had barely stepped into the world and already tasted its sweetness. To those exalted ones, this work of purification was but a drop in the ocean, a waste of time that would only hinder their contemplation of the Dao. But for Qing Yu, newly emerged, it was an opportunity not to be missed. With this in mind, his motivation surged. Gripping the Xuanmu staff in hand, he began a journey of construction and purification, linking the distance between Dagong and Mount Buzhou. Wherever Qing Yu arrived, he would disperse baleful qi and awaken new life. From Dagong to Mount Buzhou, he advanced by stages, moving and pausing until unknowingly 30,000 years had passed. After 30,000 years of arduous enlightenment and transformation, the once heavy baleful qi south of Mount Buzhou had thinned considerably, patches of deathlands regaining fresh vitality. By the time Qing Yu reached the foot of Mount Buzhou, this purification journey could be said to have come to a pause. Along the way, Qing Yu had not only awakened new life, but had also used the chance to comprehend his own Dao life reborn, where spring winds blow again, resurrection amid death. This was the very root of the wood path. The understandings accumulated over 30,000 years finally converged into a deep pool. The aura of the second heaven of the great Luo realm diffused from Qing Yu's body, then quickly withdrew and became restrained once more. At that moment, as heavenly merit descended from the horizon, golden light filled the sky without end. Gazing at the profound merit descending from the heavens, Qing Yu chose not to absorb it directly, to augment his Dao cultivation. While it may seem that enhancing one's realm with merit is a rapid process, it is akin to building a tower on sand, offering no genuine aid to comprehending the Dao and merely representing an empty dream for true seekers. Having thought of this, Qing Yu's mind stirred slightly, and with a gentle tug of his divine sense, the merit began to slowly gather and solidify behind him. Moments later, a golden wheel of merit quietly manifested behind him, radiating a brilliant golden light, with profound and yellow energies swirling endlessly, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility, harmony, and immeasurable majesty. When this wheel appears in confrontations, it is as though he is declaring to his opponents, "I possess merit favored by the heavens, bearing great karmic ties." Ordinary cultivators seeing this would inevitably feel apprehensive, hesitant to entangle themselves in such karma. With this wheel of merit, he wields a protective umbrella as he traverses the wilds, capable of intimidating foes and expressing sincerity in friendships, yet those who dare to oppose him must weigh the potential backlash from the unseen. Once he refined the merit, Qing Yu finally had the leisure to truly gaze upon the Zhou mountain, which had taken 30,000 years to reach. Not yet having begun his ascent, merely standing at the foot of this primordial pillar of heaven, he was already enveloped by an overwhelming pressure that seemed to emanate from the creation of the world. Qing Yu looked up, seeing the mountain body disappearing into the endless chaotic clouds, its peak obscured, yet feeling as though it bore the weight of heaven upon heaven, immeasurable and grand. The mountain displayed a profound and heavy yellow hue, while the chaotic winds acted like an invisible giant mill, incessantly eroding the mountain rocks, without leaving a trace, only the occasional flicker of light, resembling sparks of Dao principles. Only the great Luo can ascend. Qing Yu understood in his heart. With such chaotic winds on Zhou Mountain, anyone below the great Luo Golden Immortal would perish upon contact, their true spirit extinguished. Even with protective spiritual treasures, one could only barely preserve a flicker of spiritual light. Just as he was gathering his breath and focusing his mind to take his first step, an unexpected event occurred. A thick, violent, and destructive aura surged toward him like a tide from not far away. In an instant, a shadow tore through the void, appearing in Qing Yu's vision, accompanied by an oppressive force that was suffocating. It was a menacing beast, its body enveloped in dark red calamity energy, with crimson eyes, rationality long extinguished by the aura of disaster, leaving only its instinct for destruction. Its aura had unmistakably reached the 4th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. It was drawn here by the grand Merit Golden Light from earlier. Merit is the righteous energy of heaven and earth, the very thing this calamity beast, entangled in karmic ties and driven solely by destruction, despises most. Responding instinctively, it sought to destroy. The beast let out a silent roar, wielding enough force to shatter mountains, slamming a paw toward Qing Yu, distorting the very fabric of space. Faced with this beast, which surpassed him by 2 realms, Qing Yu's gaze remained calm, showing no signs of fear. When the time comes, heaven and earth will conspire. When fortune departs, heroes are bound. Before him stood this beast. Though it retained its realm, it had long been corroded to its very essence by immeasurable calamities, its strength reduced to a mere fraction, leaving behind only madness. In contrast, he had established his foundation, his ambitions acknowledged by the Dao, revitalizing countless beings and restoring vitality to vast wastelands. This was the moment when fortune was upon him, and heaven and earth acted in concert. As one thrived, the other waned. How could he not triumph? Qing Yu did not even move his feet, merely tossing the mysterious wood staff, which contained the essence of countless trees, gently. The staff flew from his hand, transforming into a stream of emerald light. Its subtle green glow was inconspicuous, yet invoked boundless life force from the surrounding heaven and earth. This formed a natural suppression against the beast's lifeless calamity aura. As the light passed, space seemed to freeze and time appeared to elongate. With a soft sound, there was no earth-shattering collision. The light from the staff directly struck through the beast's seemingly indestructible calamity, shield, and massive form. The beast's furious charge came to an abrupt halt, and the madness in its crimson eyes quickly dimmed. Then its entire body, like sand blown away by the wind, began to disintegrate from the point of impact, turning into the most primal essence and calamity, ash returning to the world. Qing Yu raised his hand, the staff returning to him, its brilliance now contained. Having dealt with this unexpected assault, Qing Yu hesitated no longer, adjusting his state to its peak and stepping onto the mottled body of the unyielding mountain. The moment his foot touched the ground, the true test began. The overwhelming pressure of Pangu enveloped the heavens, and earth now bore down directly on Qing Yu, as if the weight of the entire divine mountain had slightly rested upon the climber's shoulders. This pressure stemmed from the levels of life and the very essence of the Dao and aura that absolutely surpassed the great Luo realm. At the same time, the ceaseless chaotic winds continued to erode. They surged from all directions, washing over Qing Yu's protective divine radiance, caressing his flesh and spirit. Though these winds were fierce, capable of eroding all things, they contained the purest chaotic essence from the dawn of creation. Enduring this, tempering the effects on his body, magical power and true spirit far exceeded years of arduous cultivation in the outside world. Above Qing Yu's head, the ethereal shadow of the Qinglian Bao's banner gently swayed, descending streams of clear energy that isolated the most destructive winds from the outside. He redirected some of the gentler essence of the chaotic winds and their residual energies to temper himself. With steady steps, he climbed upward. With every ascent, the pressure upon him grew heavier and the intensity of the chaotic winds sharpened. Upon close inspection of the mountain's naturally formed patterns, they seemed to come alive. What he saw was not merely simple cracks or stone patterns, but profound and inscrutable marks of creation, the traces left by the clash of the Tao of strength and chaos when Pangu split heaven and earth. Within the patterns, it seemed as though the light and shadow of the acts of creation lingered, echoing the booming sound of chaos rupturing, portraying the endless principles of creation, from the separation of purity and turbidity to the initial judgment of yin and yang, where the elements surged and then stilled. Qing Yu immersed himself in this, his mind wandering among these marks, as if he were reversing the river of time, witnessing the birth of existence from nothingness, the vast primordial creation erupting from a single point of chaos. This comprehension of the Tao was far more precious than merely absorbing spiritual energy to enhance his magical power. The great Luo fruit within Qing Yu trembled slightly, resonating with the mountain's marks, deepening his understanding of the wood Tao at an astonishing speed. Unaware of the passage of time, perhaps 1,000 years or 10,000 Qing, you had long forgotten the simple goal of ascending, entirely devoted to this marvelous state of resisting pressure, enduring, tempering, and comprehending the Tao. In the midst of pressure and comprehension, Qing Yu's aura grew increasingly refined and substantial. The foundation he had formed, though complete due to severing part of his original essence, still required time for refinement, was now solidified to an incredibly stable state through this climb. Just as Qing Yu braced himself against another particularly fierce tide of chaotic winds and stepped onto a relatively gentle hollow in the mountain, the scene before him suddenly transformed. Here a natural invisible barrier formed, weakening most of the winds and pressures. At the center of the hollow, an extremely rich essence of innate earth energy swirled like yellow clouds. And at the core of this essence, an extraordinary tree quietly grew. It was not tall, around 3,000 zhang, its trunk resembling yellow jade, warm and unbreakable. Its leaves were not the ordinary green, but displayed a noble and profound yellow hue closely resembling the coloration of the unyielding mountain. The tree bore no flowers, only 9 fruits. The fruits resembled pearl-like seeds, their skin covered in naturally formed mysterious patterns, and upon closer inspection, they bore the characters Huangzhong in the form of the Tao. Huangzhongli. Qing Yu's eyes brightened, instantly recognizing the origin of this top-tier spiritual root of the Primordial Era. It is said that this Huangzhongli is on par with the Queen Mother's peaches and the ginseng fruit of Zhenyuan, even more mysterious and rare. It blooms once per yuan, bears fruit once per yuan, and matures after another yuan. Each time it produces only 9 fruits. Its miraculous effects are astounding. Just smelling the fragrance can grant 10,000 years of Tao cultivation. Eating a single fruit can certify one's great Luo Tao fruit. For those with insufficient talent, this is the true meaning of a fruit that allows one to ascend to the heavens in a single step, seizing the wonders of heaven and earth, encroaching on the mysteries of the sun and moon. Moreover, due to its cultivation from the innate earth energy of the unyielding mountain, it contains the most primal Tao, offering unparalleled efficacy in comprehending the earth Tao and even the laws of wood. Such a spiritual root was unexpectedly found by him in this place. Gazing at the Huangzhongli before him, Qing Yu thought to himself, this opportunity is indeed substantial. Just the 9 pieces of Huangzhongli containing immense Tao rhythms are divine objects essential for the survival of a great Luo golden immortal, no matter how severe the injury consuming one would lead to instant recovery. If taken suddenly during a fierce battle when one's strength is exhausted, the tides of victory and defeat would turn, making it an invaluable trump card. Even more precious, however, is the essence of the earth principle contained within. Earth is the foundation of wood. Understanding the earth's nature, which nourishes all things, will naturally lead to insights that enrich his own wood Tao, deepening and harmonizing his Tao foundation. Qing Yu carefully gathered the entire spiritual root along with the surrounding essence of earth into his sleeve, then raised his head, refocusing his gaze on the mountain peak hidden above the chaotic clouds. The ascent continued. As the height increased, the creation and destruction energies carried by Buzhou Mountain became increasingly clear, swirling and intertwining. The pressure of Pangu was no longer an intangible burden, but began to transform into a tangible force, crushing every inch of his bones and spirit layer by layer. The protective azure spiritual light flickered under the assault of the gale, and pressure ultimately shattering with a soft pop. As the light dispersed, a colossal shadow of a divine tree appeared behind Qing Yu. It was the manifestation of his foundational tree, towering and grand, standing resolutely against the chaotic winds that cut like knives and the flying sand and stones. He remained unwavering. The heavier the pressure, the more solid the shadow of the giant tree became. The aura around Qing Yu was not crushed, rather it refined itself to be even more pure and robust through this extreme tempering. Finally, he reached the boundary of the 11th heaven. One more step upwards was beyond the imagination of the mortal realm. The gale had transformed into a chaotic torrent, and the imprint of creation flickered on the rock walls like the birth and death of stars. Qing Yu knew that this was nearly the limit of his current Tao attainment. Yet he felt a lingering reluctance at this moment. Buzhou Mountain was the primordial mountain where creation had recently occurred and the Tao rhythms were most complete. The higher he ascended, the more intense and pure Pangus will and the traces of creation became. In contrast, the Buzhou Mountain that would be easy to climb in later legends was in fact a remnant mountain eroded by the long passage of time and calamity, where the Tao rhythms gradually faded and powers diminished. If he were in another part of the primordial world, leaping through 33 heavens with Qingji's current realm would be no difficult task. But here, in the face of the true complete celestial pillar, this 11th heaven felt as heavy as the ancient sky. To seek the Tao while rowing against the current, missing an opportunity, means it will vanish forever. Although he could wait until Qingyu reached a higher realm to climb again, by then who knows to what extent the imprints on Buzhou Mountain would have faded. With this thought, Qingyu no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and once again summoned the Azure Lotus treasure flag. As the treasure flag unfurled, countless azure lotuses emerged, resisting the most violent surge of malevolent energy. Simultaneously, the shadow of the divine tree behind him became almost tangible, unfolding a domain of vitality. Rise! With a low shout, Qingyu poured his surging magical power into a blue shocking rainbow, fiercely leaping towards the height of the 12th heaven. It felt as if he had broken through an invisible barrier of heaven and earth. The moment he stepped into the domain of the 12th heaven, a pressure 10 times more terrifying than before mixed with destructive chaotic airflow aimed to crush him into dust. Above him, the Azure Lotus treasure flag swayed violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. He could no longer rely on the spiritual treasure. Qingju's thoughts turned rapidly, and he instantly withdrew the treasure flag. In the next moment, his form blurred, revealing his true self right there, the genuine appearance of the towering divine tree. No longer a shadow, but a true jade-like body imbued with boundless life force. However, as this sacred body was exposed in the absolute domain of the 12th heaven, it was immediately torn and washed by the chaotic airflow containing the will of the creation axe. Deep grooves as profound as axe marks and ancient as the great Dao appeared upon the originally flawless trunk. The vibrant emerald sheen rapidly retracted and settled, replaced by a color of ancient weathered yellow. A sharp pain surged. It was the Dao marks being inscribed, and also the foundation being reshaped. Qingyu, in his most primitive form, with the body born from the essence of heaven and earth, braved the remnants of the creation's might. Under the frenzied washing of the airflow, the scars on the tree body were not a destruction. Rather, like divine iron tempered 1,000 times, they expelled impurities, hardening its essence further. A profound essence capable of supporting heaven and earth gradually emanated from this towering giant tree. It was unclear how long it had endured the gales and pressures of the 12th heaven. It felt like an eternity, yet also like a fleeting moment. When Qingyu felt that his will and the tree body were about to merge with the eternal, tempering a solid barrier within him suddenly shattered. A clear resonance of the great Dao echoed from deep within his divine sense, and the magical power throughout his body surged like a river suddenly connecting. The essence, originally slightly ethereal from the severed source, became more solid under the tempering of the Buzhou Mountain's pressure. At the same time, his realm advanced to the third layer of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A surge of vitality erupted from the foundation of the divine tree, merging with the Dao rhythms of creation contained within Buzhou Mountain. The axe-like marks on the tree trunk did not disappear. Instead, they transformed into ancient and profound natural patterns like badges of the great Dao. Qingju's aura became even deeper and more restrained, his understanding of the wood Dao advancing further, resilient against 1,000 trials, undeterred by the winds from any direction. Amidst the torrential winds and rains, I stood unafraid. With the breakthrough of my realm, the confrontation with the violent environment here became much easier. Qingyu transformed back into his Dao body and discovered that the surroundings had changed. Although this place was perilous, it was a location where the essence of creation accumulated and the Dao rhythms manifested. Between the rock crevices and in the void, many rare treasures long extinct in the outside world had crystallized. There were indestructible Honghuang stones polished over billions of years by chaotic airflow. There was stellar cold iron formed from the essence of Pangus pressure and starlight, and several wisps of the most pure primordial clear qi and earth essence swimming like spiritual snakes. These were supreme materials for refining artifacts, as well as mediums for comprehending the corresponding great Dao. Qingyu collected them all. This was a reward for the brave, and to appear before Qingyu was to be fated. Among the many materials, particularly a handful of earth essence was most precious, perfectly complementing the Huangzhong Li he had just acquired and his own wood Dao. Qingyu gazed upward to greater heights where the chaotic aura was even denser, and even faintly, he could see terrifying scenes of earth, water, fire, and wind reenacting. He knew that with his current Dao attainment, the 12th heaven was indeed the true limit. To forcefully ascend further would not be tempering, but self-destruction. He feared that just entering would reduce him to ash. Those who cultivate the Dao must also know when to advance and retreat. Fully entering the 12th heaven was a yearning for the Dao and a pursuit of a sliver of hope. Climbing further would lead to certain death. This was not a dedication to the Dao, but foolishness. This climb has yielded rewards far beyond expectations. The foundation has been reshaped, the realm has broken through, and I have obtained rare treasures. It is time to descend the mountain. Qingyu realized in his heart, no longer fixating on reaching the summit. He turned around and retraced his steps down the mountain. The descent, due to the breakthrough in his realm and the reconstruction of his physical body, was much more composed compared to his ascent. Returning to the foot of Buzhou Mountain, he glanced back at the majestic mountain body connecting heaven and earth, and Qingyu bowed in respect both to thank the tempering he had undergone and to pay homage to the Panga will that supported the heavens. His next goal was clear: to wander the primordial world and accumulate merits. The current Qingyu naturally had no way of obtaining a large amount of merits all at once. However, purifying the overwhelming malevolent energy left behind by the rampaging beasts, allowing the heavens to show compassion for life, nurturing the earth veins, and bringing forth life in lifeless lands was indeed a long-term path to merits that resonated with his Wood Dao essence. Taking advantage of the current relative safety as the beast calamity was about to end, he planned to accumulate some merits to protect himself. Thus Qingyu set his course and headed west from the foot of Buzhou Mountain. He walked at a steady pace, and whenever he encountered desolate lands where the malevolent energy had severed spiritual connection and made it difficult for plants to grow, he would stop and take action. Whether it was showering the area with spiritual rain containing the essence of creation or extracting a wisp of muddy earth chi to gradually transform and clear it with spiritual power, or personally, planting a few seeds rich in life. Moreover, he even broke off a branch from the divine tree and planted it at the core of the earth vein, allowing it to grow together with the earth, spreading vitality. He did not seek to change the world instantly, but like the spring wind and rain, he gradually dispelled the lifelessness, awakening the remnants of life deep within the earth. With every green leaf breaking through the scorched earth, with every wisp of weak spiritual connection recirculating. A Taoist wearing a purple gold crown draped in a carefree crane cloak and stepping on cloud shoes stood not far away holding a jade whisk, his gaze warm and his aura peaceful. The Taoist stood tall with an elegant demeanor, the rhythm of the Tao flowing around him, subtly resonating with the mountains and rivers beneath his feet, as if he were the master of the spiritual veins of this land. Seeing Qingyu gazing over, the Taoist smiled, slightly bowed with his jade whisk, and spoke in a voice as harmonious as the echoes of the earth. I bow to you. I am Xinyuanzi, practicing in Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. Just now I witnessed you, my friend, demonstrating your marvelous techniques, dispelling malevolent energy, and nurturing vitality, flowing naturally with the Tao, filled with compassion, which I truly admire. May I ask how you are addressed? Hearing this, Qingyu felt a stir in his heart and paused his steps. So it was him, the one who holds the earth book, surveying the vast earth veins, renowned for the ginseng fruit tree and revered as the ancestor of earth immortals, the Jinyuan Daxian, who shares the same fate as the world and practices pure cultivation. I thought that during this tribulation the innate divinities would be quietly meditating in their temples to avoid calamities, yet I did not expect to encounter you here. Qingyu immediately returned the greeting, replying, I am Qingyu, your kind words are too much. However, seeing the earth in desolation, I felt unable to stand by, so I traveled far and wide, casually nurturing a bit of vitality. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi's admiration deepened. You truly are a great sage. I have recently sensed that this place's earth veins have regained vitality, and I came to investigate only to discover it was you performing such benevolent acts here. You have expended great effort in nurturing vitality, and my temple is nearby. Why not step over for a brief rest? I observe that you embody the essence of the Wood Tao, so I believe you practice this path. To be honest, I am also engaged in the Wu Earth Tao. Earth nurtures all things, and wood grows from earth, if our two paths inherently support each other. If you wish to come, we could sit and discuss the Tao, confirming each other's insights. What do you think? Your invitation is generous. I shall not decline. Qingyu responded with a smile. Please, my friend. Please. The two exchanged smiles, then transformed into streams of light and headed west. In just a moment, they landed on a cloud, revealing a realm of spiritual mountains and rivers before Qingju's eyes. Although this mountain did not possess the grandeur of the surrounding peaks, it exuded a majestic tranquility and a weighty elegance. The mountain range undulated like a dragon coiled, and a tiger crouched, the earth's essence swirling into a pale, yellow mist enveloping the peaks. Within the mountains, spiritual springs flowed gently, rare flowers blossomed, and fragrant herbs thrived, sharply contrasting with the desolate wasteland outside, making it appear as a blessed paradise of extraordinary fortune. What is even more remarkable is that the earth veins here are thick and stable, the spiritual energy balanced and harmonious, endlessly sustaining life, making it an ideal place for cultivating one's heart and nurturing the Tao, which is the legendary Wanshou Mountain. What a marvelous place, a blessed mountain with pure earth veins and hidden spiritual essence. Your place of secluded cultivation is indeed so wondrous, Qingyu sincerely praised. Xinyuanzi stroked his beard and smiled, content you overpraise me, please follow me. As the two reached the mountainside, they came upon an ancient Taoist temple nestled amidst clusters of pines and bamboos. A plaque hung at the temple entrance inscribed with the three characters Wuzhuang Temple in profound Daoist script, exuding a solid strength embodying the essence of the Tao. The architecture of the temple lacked extravagant adornments, yet it perfectly integrated with the mountain's terrain and the earth's essence, each brick and tile resonating with the principles of nature, emanating a sense of returning to simplicity. Though there was a signboard of Honghuang Temple at the entrance, the couplet mentioned in legends the immortal abode of longevity, sharing the same lifespan as the heavens, was nowhere to be found. However, it can be inferred that Xinyuanzi is also a seeker of the Tao, and his cultivation is not yet complete. If it were inscribed, it would inevitably attract cause and effect. Upon entering the temple, a refreshing aura greeted them, tranquil and far-reaching. Two young Taoist children with delicate features and hair tied in double buns stood respectfully under the corridor. Upon seeing Xinyuanzi and his guest, they hurriedly bowed and greeted them, calling out "Master" and "Immortal." Xinyuanzi instructed the two Taoist children, Xingfeng and Mingyue, go to the rear courtyard and bring 10 ginseng fruits to entertain our esteemed guest. "Yes, master." The Taoist child respectfully complied and retreated to prepare. Xinyuanzi then led Xingyu to a quiet room to sit down, seemingly casually, saying, "In this temple, I have no other treasures, only a congenital spiritual root known as the herb-returning elixir, also called the ginseng fruit tree. It blooms every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and takes another 3,000 years to mature, after which it only produces 30 fruits every 10,000 years. It contains a hint of the essence of the wood, which is slightly beneficial for healing and understanding the ways of nurturing life. My friend may wish to taste it later." The fruit indeed resembled a child in swaddling, with all limbs and features present. It is recorded that if one is fortunate enough to smell this fruit, they can live for 360 years. If they eat one, they can live for 47,000 years. Upon finishing his words, Xinyuanzi's face displayed an expression of anticipation, watching Xingyu closely, seemingly wanting to see shock on Qingji's face, for it was one of the 10 congenital spiritual roots. To invite someone recklessly is already impolite during this time of tribulations, and everyone is cautious, hiding in their own temples to avoid disaster. To invite Xingyu to my temple is likely the first occurrence among the innate divinities of the Primordial Era. As for fearing Xingyu developing greedy thoughts upon seeing the treasure, not to mention Qingji's backing of merit and golden light, he is clearly a virtuous immortal. Moreover, is my earth book not fake? In my temple, connecting the earth veins and setting up that moral coercion array, can it still be broken? Xingyu gazed at the expression on Xinyuanzi's face, as if saying, "Look, I am a congenital deity with a solid foundation. I possess valuable treasures, not something of the wild path like outside." He couldn't help but chuckle. This was quite different from the Xinyuanzi he had previously perceived. However, it was also understandable that at this stage he had only recently taken form, and thus lacked the maturity and composure of later times. Xingyu understood that at this moment Xinyuanzi must be wanting to see the shock on his face, so he thought for a moment and deliberately said, "Your kindness, I am humbled to receive. Ironically, during my travels, I also inadvertently acquired a congenital spiritual root, and today happens to be a perfect opportunity to appreciate it with you." After saying this, he waved his sleeve, and 9 fruits entwined with Tao rhythms and exuding an enchanting fragrance appeared on the jade table, shaped like pearl buds, their skin naturally adorned with yellow-centered Tao patterns, which were indeed the Huanglongli. Upon seeing it, Xinyuanzi's expression froze. Could it be that his brother also had this? Then he eagerly asked, "Is this not the one that with the fragrance of its flowers grants one the Tao achievement of 10,000 years, and eating one can certify the great Luo Tao fruit, the congenital spiritual root? Huanglongli, you truly possess profound fortunes. I originally thought I had already attracted the attention of heaven and earth, but unexpectedly your fortunes surpass mine. You are too humble. Your fortunes are certainly not less than mine. Come, let us appreciate it together." Xingyu looked at the astonished Xinyuanzi, revealing a smirk of triumph, then spoke. As Qingji's words fell, Xingfeng and Mingyue arrived with a plate carrying 10 ginseng fruits. The fruits indeed resembled infants in swaddling, with animated features exuding an intensely rich vitality and fragrance. Intertwined with the ancient and mellow fragrance of Huanglongli, the entire room filled with an intoxicating aroma, refreshing the soul and causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge energetically. The Huanglongli contains the quintessence of Wu Earth and the wonderful principles of fruit-bearing, perfectly aligning with your Tao. Meanwhile, your ginseng fruit possesses an incredibly rich essence of wood, nurturing vitality, which greatly enlightens my wood Tao. Coincidentally, today, let us use these 2 fruits as a guide to discuss the great Tao of growth and the interdependence of wood and earth. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi clapped and laughed heartily. "Excellent. Your words resonate deeply with me. Please." The two sat facing each other, each taking a ginseng fruit and a Huanglongli. As soon as the fruit entered their mouths, it instantly transformed into the purest essence of the Tao, an overwhelming vitality flowing through their limbs and bones, invigorating their divine spirits and enlivening their understanding of the Tao. Behind Qingyo, the shadow of the cosmic tree swayed limitless vitality, elucidating the paths of growth, sublimation, and support. Around Xinyuanzi, an illusory image of the boundless earth emerged, heavy and nurturing, demonstrating the mysteries of bearing, nurturing, and stabilizing. The essence of Jiao Wood and the Dao rhythms of Wu Earth resonated and intertwined at this moment, with Wood rooting deeply in Earth, and Earth giving rise to vibrant life. The two occasionally shared their personal insights, sometimes sitting in silence to savor the profound mysteries of the Dao, their auras subtly connecting with the earth veins of Wanshou Mountain, the sounds of the Dao echoing clearly, with extraordinary phenomena manifesting. In this discourse on the Dao, they were unaware of the passage of time. Only the principles of the Dao flowed incessantly within the quiet room, eternally vibrant. Unaware of the passage of time, Qingyu and Xinyuanzi exchanged their Dao rhythms, each contemplating the other's insights. The Dao of Earth was adept at preservation, and Xinyuanzi's aura grew increasingly profound. The Dao of Wood values vitality, and Qingyi's life force became ever more substantial. Uncertain of how long had passed, suddenly Xinyuanzi's aura trembled, advancing his cultivation to the second layer of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Feeling Xinyuanzi's breakthrough, Qingyu awakened from his state of enlightenment and congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist, on your advancement and cultivation. The Dao is promising. This breakthrough is largely thanks to you, fellow Daoist. You possess the Dao mark of the heavenly opening seal. Could it be that you have visited the Zhou Mountain?" Xinyuanzi asked in astonishment. In the memories of the innate sacred beings, it is well known that great opportunities exist on Zhou Mountain, yet no one dares to go there at this moment due to the ongoing calamity where ominous energies run rampant, instilling great fear. Even Xinyuanzi, who possessed the unparalleled defensive power of the Book of Earth, only dared to linger around the vicinity of the Dao altar. Like other innate sacred beings, he believed it wise to wait until a future time to visit Zhou Mountain. This moment is not the time for their emergence, as innate sacred beings, those active at this juncture, are remnants of the chaotic gods and demons, along with the dragon phoenix and Qilan clans who adapt to the times to replace the ferocious beasts. Xinyuanzi did not expect that while all the innate sacred beings stayed home, Qingyu had already been to Zhou Mountain and comprehended the heavenly opening Dao marks. Indeed, such courage is commendable. What you say is correct. It is indeed the heavenly opening Dao marks, Qingyu replied with a smile. With your strength, fellow Daoist, I admire you. I wonder what plans you have next. Currently, the outside world is still shrouded in malevolent energy. If there is no place to settle, it would be better to remain here and accompany me. Although Wanshou Mountain is not an ultimate blessed land, it is still a place of extraordinary spirit. Upon hearing Xinyuanzi's invitation, Qingyu did not answer immediately, but pondered for a moment before replying, "Are you willing to join me in venturing out to dispel the malevolent energy and cultivate vitality?" As a member of the innate sacred beings, Qingyu naturally knew the general situation of other innate sacred beings who were mostly consolidating their realms in their birthplace. After all, there are very few sacred beings like Qingyu who can wander freely due to having the heavenly tree to support their fortune. Even Xinyuanzi is no exception. Currently, Qingyu is protected by a golden wheel of merit and possesses 2 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Few dare to harm him and incur karmic retribution. Those who seek to snatch treasures cannot rival Qingyu, while those who could, like Hongjun and Luoho, are busy digesting their spoils and have no interest. As for the innate 3 clans who might be interested, they are currently in a balance of power among themselves. If one side were to seize karmic retribution, even a slight moment of weakness would lead to the other 2 clans gaining the upper hand until they vanish. This is also why Qingyu dares to wander outside. Inviting Xinyuanzi is also a result of their discussions during this period and Xinyuanzi's candidness in revealing his roots and offering the ginseng fruit, which is rather rare. Moreover, in the world of Honghuang, at any juncture one cannot act alone. From the very beginning, the fierce beast Shin Ni was plotted against by Hongjuan Luo Yang Mei and others, only for Luoho to be besieged by Hongjuan Yang, Meiyin Yang, and Qianquan. Even later, the Tongtian master who possessed the indestructible 4 saints was broken through by the combined efforts of 4 others. Had there been an ally for Tongtian at that time, perhaps the outcome of the canonization would have been different. Nuwa was originally the first to become a saint, yet being alone regardless of her battle prowess, just one other saint could easily entangle her. Saints do not die or perish. Even if they cannot win, they can still entangle their opponents, rendering all plots useless. During the battle of the Wu and the Lich, she was blocked at the door, and despite wanting to rescue her brother Fushi, she was powerless, ultimately having to retract her spirit and send it for reincarnation after the battle. Thus, the importance of forming groups in Honghuang is evident. Therefore, Qingyi's invitation to Xinyuanzi was a well-considered decision. Seeing Xinyuanzi in deep thought, Qingyu understood that he still had concerns, so he spoke seriously, saying, "Fellow Daoist, the path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will fall back. Although the opportunities of heaven and earth seem ever-present, the first opportunity is fleeting. You and I, as innate sacred beings, are born with knowledge of the great Daos seemingly standing in the same place, but if we do not strive at this moment, we will fall behind later. A slow step now means every subsequent step will be slow. If others seize the fortune and take the initiative, how shall we position ourselves amidst the impending calamity? Should we remain confined to our altar, waiting to glean wisdom from the aftermath of the calamity? These words resonated like the sound of a bell striking Zenyuansi's heart. He remained silent for a long time, and the hesitation in his eyes gradually dissipated, transforming into a determined expression. He was not naturally timid, rather the peace of the Book of Earth had long instilled a desire for stability. Now, having been enlightened by Qingyu, the brilliance of the innate sacred being's Dao heart was awakened. What you say, fellow Daoist, is like a sudden clarity. Zenyuansi stood up straight and bowed solemnly. It is I who have been complacent. Merely clinging to stability is not the heart of seeking the Dao. I am willing to accompany you, fellow Daoist, to venture out, refine the earth's veins, and strive for a sliver of opportunity amid this great calamity. After speaking, his expression became serious and his sleeves fluttered. A heavy and gentle yellow glow flew out from the center of his brow, slowly unfolding in the air, transforming into a scroll that was neither silk nor bamboo, appearing both real and illusory. At the moment the scroll appeared, the earth's energy of Wanshou Mountain seemed to resonate with it, trembling slightly and emanating waves of joy and stability. This is my accompanying treasure. The Book of Earth, also known as the Earth Maternal Membrane, Zenyuansi said, holding the scroll that radiated endless profound Dao rhythms, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. Qingyu gazed intently. This was the first time he had encountered one of the legendary 3 books of heaven, earth, and humanity. He saw that the Book of Earth had no fixed form, sometimes appearing as an ancient scroll showcasing the flowing shadows of the geography and mountains of Honghuang. At other times, it coalesced into a yellow gem reflecting the earth's veins. The Dao patterns on it seemed to record every pulse, every scar, and every thread of vitality of the Honghuang Earth since its creation. It did not exhibit a murderous aura, but instead harbored the highest protective power, commanding the veins of the Honghuang Earth, a treasure cherished by the essence of all lands and the soul of all mountains. With the Book of Earth, we can sense the earth's energies and clarify the damage to the veins. With this, we can surely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Furthermore, it can summon the power of the Honghuang Earth to protect us. Zenyuansi spoke confidently. Although offense may not be my forte, when it comes to defense, evasion, and observing the land situation, few can compare. With this treasure to protect us, even in perilous situations, we can remain untroubled and move freely. Qingyu felt the overwhelming aura of the earth merging with him through the Book of Earth and smiled, saying, with the assistance of a fellow Daoist, in the Book of Earth, this journey will undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Let us two go forth and cultivate some vitality for this Honghuang Earth. The two exchanged smiles, mutual understanding blossoming between them. Zenyuansi, holding the Book of Earth, let the yellow glow shimmer, slightly connecting their auras to the earth beneath them. Qingju's head displayed a faint illusion of a green lotus with the Dao rhythm of vitality swirling around. Fellow Daoist, you also possess this precious treasure for protection. It seems our journey will surely be fulfilling, Zenyuansi remarked, observing the flickering shadow of a flag that passed by Qingyu. This journey is perilous. Without some means of protection, how can we seize opportunities? Qingfeng and Mingyue, you two guard the Dao altar well, while I and my fellow Daoists shall proceed. After instructing Qingfeng and Mingyue, Qingyu and Zenyuansi transformed into 2 beams of light and swiftly departed from Wuzhuang Temple. Eons passed in the blink of an eye. Qingyu and Zenyuanzi traversed nearly every corner of the vast regions surrounding the west of the Primordial Era and the Mount Buzhou. Sometimes, as Qingyu gazed at the weary figure of Zenyuanzi, a fleeting vision would wash over him, as if he were witnessing the inseparable duo of the West, Jane and Junti, performing their roles in advance. Thanks to Zenyuanzi's Earth Book, their efficiency was remarkably high. The Earth Book was akin to a diagnostic instrument and a map of the earth veins of the vast land, revealing where the earth veins were blocked, where malevolent energies lingered, and where vitality had ceased. By sensing the Earth Book, they could perceive everything clearly, saving them countless hours of searching. Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Friend, your Earth Book is truly remarkable. No wonder it's called the primordial version of the Earth Vein Detector. Thanks to your companionship, otherwise searching for the Earth Veins would have consumed a lot of time." "You overpraise me, my friend." Zenyuanzi would always smile and shake his head upon hearing Qingju's words. "If it weren't for your awakening and accompanying me, accumulating this immense merit, I might still be closed off in the Wuzhuang Temple, delving into mysticism." Before he could finish, he chuckled to himself and paused. Observing the increasingly talkative and somewhat lively Zenyuanzi, whose image was drifting further away from the steady, and composed figure of the earth immortal he remembered from his past life, Qingyu would often find himself suddenly falling into silence. However, this change was quite natural. Since the first time they ventured out together to sort the earth veins, witnessing the descent of merit and the influx of fortune, Xinyuan Zizi had completely awakened. There was actually merit to be gained. From then on, there was no need for Qingyu to urge him. He became the most proactive one, often leading the way to investigate anomalies in the earth veins. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, the two worked hand in hand, managing to restore the vitality of the vast regions heavily eroded by calamity and malevolent energy around the west and Mount Buzhou. Now, not only had Qingji's merit golden wheel behind him become more substantial and vast, but even Xinyuan Zizi had a gleaming golden halo of merit, smaller yet purer, appearing behind his head. What they gained from this journey was far more than just merit and fortune. Their understanding of the principles of the earth's bearing and wood's growth deepened profoundly through practice, and their cultivation levels rose significantly. Qingyu had steadily stepped into the fourth heavenly layer of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while Xinyuan Zizi had also advanced to the third heavenly layer. It can be said that traveling thousands of miles is better than reading thousands of volumes of Taoist scriptures. One day, just as the two completed the repair of an earth vein node and were about to depart for the next location, Qingyu suddenly felt a stir in his primordial spirit, a clear and strong feeling of attraction coming from afar, indicating a significant opportunity. "Friend, follow me." Qingji's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the opportunity as he grabbed Xinyuan Zizi, who was still regulating his breath, transforming into a streak of rapid light and unhesitatingly darting in the direction of the sensation. This situation was not a first in tens of thousands of years. Ever since their fortunes intertwined and they accumulated merit together, their fortunes complemented each other, far surpassing solitary cultivation. Along the way, opportunities arose continuously, as if fortune was favorably guiding them, bringing treasures to them. Not long after they started, Xinyuan Zizi unexpectedly acquired a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl, containing 28 innate restrictions at an intersection of the earth veins. Soon after, Qingyu was struck by a wood spirit pearl connected to his aura. With these two spiritual pearls and their auras, they forcibly located the remaining 3 pearls of fire, water, and metal, completing a set. What left Qingyu speechless was encountering a location where an earth vein node had been utterly shattered in the ancient war, leaving no vitality. No matter what methods they employed, they could not restore it. Just as they were about to give up, Xinyuan Zizi suddenly felt the earth book in his bosom humming, as if guided by fortune, and waved towards a certain spot in the ruins. A stream of mysterious yellow light flew back, transforming into a simple ancient whip. Its aura was actually from the same source as the earth book. It was the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the mountain driving whip, containing 36 restrictions, just a step away from being a supreme item. Seeing the mountain driving whip suddenly appear in Xinyuan Zizi's hand, Qingyu was momentarily speechless. It was as if it had come to him uninvited, without any pretense. This scene reminded Qingyu of a previous legend where Honghuang, before achieving Daos, searched for opportunities in the Primordial Era. Upon reaching a certain place, a spiritual light erupted, heading straight towards him, following along, allowing Honghuang to choose. At that moment, it was just like before, the spiritual treasure emerged on its own. This whip had the supreme utility of moving mountains, guiding earth veins, and reshaping terrain. With it, the two managed to reconnect and guide the thoroughly shattered earth vein node, reviving its vitality. Reflecting on the opportunities encountered over tens of thousands of years, none were lacking. With this thought, Qingyu felt the approaching opportunity growing closer and couldn't help but show anticipation, pulling Xinyuan Zizi to fly even faster. Following that mysterious pull, the two moved swiftly, crossing countless mountains and rivers, eventually arriving at a peculiar land. This place appeared to be an ordinary valley, yet subtle ripples of space shimmered, as if an innate grand array was concealing it, with glimpses of treasure light appearing within, containing Tao rhythm that was both hidden and profound. However, when Qingyu and Xinyuan Zizi pressed down on the cloud edge, they saw a figure of a Taoist silently standing outside the grand array. The figure of the Taoist was hazy, seemingly existing in the present, while also straddling past and future with an ethereal and lofty aura that was hard to measure. Merely standing there, it felt as if he had merged with the surrounding heavens and earth clearly in front of them, yet, when their divine sense swept over, it revealed nothing. Qingyu felt a chill in his heart, exchanging a glance with Xinyuan Zizi. The Taoist cultivation was unfathomable. Certainly not an ordinary great Luo. He had likely already stepped into a higher realm. Judging by his demeanor, he was likely a great power from the ancient times who had hidden away. The two of them were certainly no match for him. Even if the opportunity was good, one must have the life to enjoy it. Qingyu decisively transmitted a message to Xinyuan Zizi. "Friend, this is not our opportunity. We must retreat quickly." As they were about to quietly slip away, the Taoist, with his back to them, seemed to have eyes behind his head, and slowly turned around. His face was ancient, his gaze warm and peaceful, yet profound as a deep abyss, seemingly containing countless profound truths of the Tao. He smiled faintly, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching the ears of the two, carrying a force that pointed straight to their hearts. "Two young friends, since you have arrived here, why rush to leave?" Qingyu and Xinyuanzizi stiffened, knowing they had been discovered. Any attempt to leave now would be disrespectful and futile. They had no choice but to suppress their escape light, steeling themselves to approach and bow respectfully. As they walked forward, Qingyu and Xinyuanzizi released their merit golden wheels, and Xinyuanzizi took out the earth book, ready to set up a moral coercion array if anything went awry. The Taoist's gaze swept over them, lingering especially on Qingyi's merit golden wheel and Xinyuanzizi's earth book. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes as he gently spoke. "I am Hongjuan, here awaiting the emergence of the spiritual treasures. May I ask how the two young friends are addressed?" Hongjuan. This name rang in Qingyi's heart like a thunderclap. This was the legendary Daoist who lectured on the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace and was destined to merge with the heavenly Tao in the future. Qingyu suppressed the shock in his eyes and stepped forward to bow, saying, "Junior Qingyu, I pay my respects to Senior Hongjuan." Xinyuanzizi also said, "Junior Xinyuanzizi, I pay my respects to Senior Hongjuan." Hongjuan nodded slightly, about to speak again, when he suddenly noticed the innate grand array ahead glowing brightly, with ethereal mist rapidly constricting as if preparing for the final eruption. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth rushed frantically towards the core of the array, with faint illusions of mountains and rivers and myriad phenomena of the state appearing and evolving within it. "The time has come," Hongjuan said lightly, his gaze directed at the core of the grand array. Within the array, an endless stream of colorful light emerged, and various auspicious energies coiled around as a scroll-like treasure slowly rose, unfolding a corner by itself. In an instant, it was as if boundless mountains and rivers, countless sentient beings, and the scenes of past and future were flowing and perishing within. On the scroll, the Tao rhythm was inherent, forming an infinitely vast and real world encompassing everything, containing boundless creation and binding power. The map of mountains and rivers. As soon as this item appeared, the three present immediately knew its name. It was also called the Great Map of the Primordial Era, existing on the map no matter where it was. A top-tier innate spiritual treasure, it can be deemed as one of the finest. It contains 48 prohibitions. It is not a weapon for slaughter, yet it harbors a true world within, capable of entrapping individuals and items, and can leverage the power of the mountains and rivers depicted in the image to suppress fortunes, evolving myriad laws. Its mysteries are boundless. Most importantly, the map of mountains and rivers is essentially a miniature version of the primordial map, featuring the surrounding mountains, Kunlun Mountain, and so forth. In the future, it will be bestowed upon Yuhua by Hongjuan in the Zixiao Palace, suggesting that Hongjuan must have obtained it here. Hongjuan gazed at the already manifested map of mountains and rivers radiating brilliance, and then looked at the two disciples before him, both burdened with merit and possessing long-lasting fortunes. Especially the thick aura of creation and merit associated with Qingyu that relates to the restoration of the primordial earth. His mind was already aware of the causal connections. Although they had no prior interaction upon meeting at this moment, Hongjuan's creation jade plate rapidly deduced the circumstances. While he was unsure where the cause lay, he sensed that entrusting the map of mountains and rivers to Qingyu would also benefit himself. It was far better than letting it languish in his own hands. With this thought, Hongjuan stroked his beard and smiled, his demeanor growing even gentler. "I initially thought this was a result of my own fortune, but I did not expect there to be someone more suited for it. Good, truly good." He turned his gaze towards the humming and vibrating map of mountains and rivers, which seemed to be selecting its master, and spoke slowly. "This treasure contains the weight of the mountains and rivers, embodying the virtue of creation, and must be wielded by someone with the merit to nurture the world and stabilize the universe. Today it senses its master has appeared." As he spoke, he stepped aside, his tone calm, yet firm. "Young friend Qingyu, this treasure has a profound affinity with you. Its aura resonates with yours. Step forward and take it." Hearing the undeniable tone in Hongjuan's words, Qingyu realized that the outcome was already decided, and thus he no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and waved at the scroll that floated in midair, revealing the endless atmosphere of mountains and rivers. The scroll trembled lightly as if it had a spirit, then immediately retracted, its myriad radiances transforming into a stream of light that fell into Qingyi's palm. Opening it, he beheld a miniature yet vast primordial painting with mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna all contained within the Tao rhythms circulating, forming a distinct universe. Qingyu did not dare to be negligent and immediately divided a thread of his nascent soul, using his power to initially refine it and store it in his spiritual platform for nourishment. "I thank you, Elder, for the bestowed treasure." He turned to Hongjuan and solemnly bowed. The innate spiritual treasure is a manifestation of the world's creation containing the innate Dao. The deeper the Dao rhythm it embodies, the more profound the power of the treasure. However, treasures do not unleash their full power immediately upon acquisition. Only by continuously comprehending and refining the Dao rhythms within and establishing a connection with one's mind can one truly harness them, exhibiting their profound mysteries. If the attributes of the spiritual treasure align with the holder's Dao, it becomes as easy as moving one's fingers, its power multiplied, a perfect match, where 1 + 1 far exceeds 2. Conversely, if the attributes are contradictory or the Dao does not match, the power may only reach 70 or 80% or even less, resulting in a significant effort yielding minimal results. The deeper one's cultivation, the more pronounced this point becomes. This is precisely why in the primordial realm top-tier great powers often rely more on their innate accompanying treasures or treasures that align closely with their own path. Imagine if one day Qingyu faces off against Taiching Laozu, who wields the Taiji diagram of innate treasures and masters the Dao of Yin and Yang. The combination of his Taiji diagram and his own Dao would be seamless and immensely powerful. But if Qingyu were to counter with the Li Di Yin Guang banner, whose attributes do not fully match, even if he could wield it, he would already fall short in the realm of the Dao. At the level of the 12 heavens of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and beyond the core of combat and competition, is no longer merely the strength of magical power or the number of spiritual treasures, but rather the depth of insight into one's own Dao, a collision of their respective paths. Of course, if the gap in realms is too vast, such as a junior wielding a top-tier spiritual treasure against a low-tier cultivator, the very essence of the treasure would be enough to crush them, which is a different scenario altogether. At this moment, feeling the world contained within the map of mountains and rivers and the profound Dao rhythms of creation, Qingyu could not help but feel ripples in his heart. This treasure contains a great universe nurturing endless creation, perfectly aligning with his path of supporting the heavens and nurturing the earth. If he could thoroughly refine it in the future, achieving unity of knowledge and action, its assistance would be immeasurable. Before Hongjuan having acquired this opportunity, this place was certainly not one to linger. He once again bowed deeply to Hongjuan. Elder, your generous gift will be remembered by Qingyu. The younger generation still has matters with Dao friend Jinyuan, and it is not convenient to disturb for long, so I shall take my leave. After Hongjuan nodded, he said, very well, I shall not keep you two young friends. Go on, go on. Qingyu exchanged a glance with Jinyuan, bowed once more, and then the two of them in perfect tacit agreement transformed into two streams of light and swiftly departed from the area. Immediately, Qingyu took out the recently refined map of mountains and rivers and suspended it above them. Jinyuan looked at the map of mountains and rivers appearing above and was bewildered. Wasn't it time to run quickly? Why was he taking this out? What is this, Dao brother? Dao friend, just watch. The map of mountains and rivers seems to have another marvelous use. Qingyu said, pouring all his magical power into the map. Suddenly, it erupted with countless brilliant lights, and the aura of the universe surged endlessly. Above their heads, a false sky formed identical to the aura of the primordial realm. When he was refining the map of mountains and rivers earlier, Qingyu sensed that the great world within it was not only a miniature version of the primordial realm, but also shared the same circulating energy. Realizing this, Qingyu thought that if he could manifest the world's aura inside and cover it over the primordial world, it would be akin to using correction fluid to cover erroneous text, overlaying a new surface, allowing people to rewrite it with no one knowing the content underneath. The map of mountains and rivers is even more remarkable. It unfolds the true aura of the primordial realm, sketching causality that also falls upon the primordial realm, merely a miniature version of it. And in the region enveloped by the true primordial world, regardless of what occurs, no one would know. Only the calm, undisturbed miniature version of the primordial realm would be revealed. I did not expect the map of mountains and rivers to have such a marvelous use, while other shielding techniques still carry the risk of being discovered. The map of mountains and rivers does not, it completely overlays a layer of the primordial world. Everyone is deducing from this layer, which is completely identical to this world. Feeling the false sky appearing above, Jinyuan also grasped the principal, eyes full of admiration. Dao brother, what a clever idea. If it were me, this spiritual treasure would merely serve as a world for others. No way would it be as ingenious as this. All right, Dao friend, we should hurry. Although the map of mountains and rivers conceals the heavenly secrets, this place is certainly not one to linger. After saying this, the two continued to transform into streams of light and swiftly rushed out. Dao brother, I believe we need to comprehend a technique for evasion. Not long after, Qingyu and Jinyuan left the space near the innate formation where the map of mountains and rivers appeared, quietly darkened as if stained by ink. A black figure enveloped by profound demonic energy appeared silently before Hongjuan. A low, cold voice emerged from the shadow, directly addressing him without any pleasantries. Hongjuan, why have you left Yujing Mountain to come to my western land? As Luo Hao's gaze swept over the remnants of the shattered innate formation nearby, he understood it seemed that the opportunity here had already been seized by Hongjun. Given his understanding of this old rival, the fact that he had personally come to collect something meant it was undoubtedly no ordinary opportunity. Hongjun, hand over what you've obtained and quickly retreat. Perhaps I might spare your life. Luo Hao's voice grew heavier, and the surrounding demonic energy surged in response. Hongjun's expression remained indifferent, as if he had not heard the threat, calmly stating, "The treasures of heaven and earth are to be claimed by those with destiny. I have come here by chance. Since it is fated, I shall naturally take it." Luo Hao snorted coldly, the demonic energy suddenly swelling. "It seems you have no intention of yielding." Before his words could settle, a formless yet sharp wave emanated from him, directly tracing back the cause and effect, attempting to discern what opportunity had unfolded. Seeing Luo Hao attempt to unravel the causality, Hongjun immediately took action, intending to conceal the cause and effect for Qing Yu and Jin Yuanzi. With the supreme treasure, the creation jade dish, in hand, even with Luo Hao's high cultivation, he could not deduce what had just transpired in this place. However, if the two young friends moved too quickly, escaping outside Hongjun's veil of fate, and were detected by Luo Hao, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. If Hongjun were to fully conceal the heavenly secrets, although his current cultivation was sufficient to encompass vast territories of the wilderness, he seldom acted in such a manner. A vast chaos in the heavenly secrets would alert anyone to the potential problems. This was not in accordance with Hongjun's philosophy of remaining unperturbed. In terms of heavenly secrets and causality, Hongjun was still superior. Before Luo Hao could explore the scope of Hongjun's concealment, he had already prepared to expand it. However, Hongjun surprisingly did not detect the presence of the two individuals. Almost simultaneously, the fluctuations of demonic energy around Luo Hao abruptly ceased. He had just used a demonic secret method to trace back the cause and effect. Aside from the chaotic heavenly secrets in this area stirred up by Hongjun, everything else appeared normal, in line with the process of Hongjun seizing treasures. Just as he was about to proceed according to the usual process, Luo Hao noticed a fleeting hint of surprise in Hongjun's eyes. This expression, though momentary, did not escape Luo Hao's crimson eyes hidden beneath the demonic energy. "Moi." Luo Hao's voice turned colder. "Did you tamper with it? This place is certainly not just yours." He was indeed aware of all that had just transpired. Qing Yu had obtained the treasure, and the two had just departed, all within his vision. Yet in the brief moment of confrontation with Luo Hao, the presence of the two had completely vanished. The concealment technique, which even a master of causality like Luo Hao found hard to trace back, did not originate from him. Hongjun raised his gaze as if he could see through the void, seemingly catching sight of the recently departed blue figure. Secretly activating the creation jade dish, he locked the cause to the map of the mountains and rivers, and before long, he understood the reason, inwardly sighing, "Such clever thinking, it truly suits this treasure better than me." At his current level of cultivation, Hongjun seldom relied on spiritual treasures to conceal heavenly secrets, instead depending solely on his strength to directly break through myriad laws entangling with the Dao, thereby disrupting the heavenly secrets. In Hongjun's hands, the map of the mountains and rivers merely became one of his collection of spiritual treasures, not something he'd delve into. However, this seamless concealment of heavenly secrets did stir some interest in him. It truly aligned with his own Dao. That thought was but a fleeting moment, quickly cast aside. He chuckled inwardly. As an old Daoist, why should I compete with the juniors for opportunities? Enough. Seeing that Hongjun remained silent, instead revealing a contemplative expression, Luo Hao's anger surged within him. The two stood in opposition, their enmity as deep as water and fire. Now Hongjun had not only intruded into the Western realm and seized the treasure, but also concealed heavenly secrets before him, undoubtedly humiliating him. "Hongjun, since you refuse to yield, let me see just how much you have learned since the last time we met." As he finished speaking, the demonic energy erupted like a tidal wave of annihilation. A black spear entwined with endless malice and destructive aura leaped into Luo Hao's hand from the void. As the spear trembled, it seemed to emit the wails of countless vengeful souls tearing through the sky and stirring up a storm of malevolent clouds aimed directly at Hongjun. The might of this spear was such that any ordinary great Luo would be shattered upon contact. The heavens and earth dimmed in response. Yet facing this terrifying strike that could tear apart chaos, Hongjun merely moved slightly, his form flickering like a mirage, then became transparent and illusory. The overwhelming demonic energy and the shadow of the god-slaying spear rushed past, only to penetrate through a veil of clear light, scattering a few wisps of purple mist. With no intention of fighting, he naturally chose to flee. "Luo Hao, the opportunity has not yet arrived, and the calamity has not yet befallen us. Why must we rush? We shall meet again another day." Hongjun's calm and serene voice seemed to resonate from all directions, gradually fading until it became ethereal, as if he had never truly existed in this place. In the place where he once stood, only Luo Ho remained alone, surrounded by swirling demonic energy. He gazed at the spot where Hongjun had vanished, his crimson eyes flickering with murderous intent and calculation. Playing tricks. Once my sword array of slaying immortals is fully formed, and I refine the spiritual veins of the western region into the path of slaughter, we shall see how long you can hide. His cold whisper, laced with boundless killing intent, gradually sank into the void, along with the black shadow disappearing from sight. In the world, only the faint spiritual machinations that remained after the innate formation dissipated silently recounted the waves that had just occurred. After a period of silence, a figure indistinguishable from before once again quietly reappeared in the same spot, emanating a warm and peaceful aura. It was Hongjun. Luo Ho, your anger seems to have grown even greater now. Hongjun shook his head and sighed, revealing a look of helplessness. We barely exchanged a few words, and you wish to resort to violence. I am but a good corpse, not skilled in combat at all, or isn't this making things difficult for an old Daoist? It turned out that the figure facing Luo Ho earlier was not the true Hongjun, but one of his 3 corpse incarnations, the good corpse. In the midst of their frantic escape, Qing Yu and Zhen Yuanzi remained utterly unaware of the heart-stopping confrontation occurring behind them, nor did they realize that they had nearly caught the attention of the infamous demon ancestor Luo Ho. To be targeted by Luo Ho is no trivial matter. One could find themselves at the mercy of his whims, struck down in an instant without any recourse. Though their moral coercion array was formidable, it could not withstand the absence of morality in Luo Ho. In fact, he would likely grow more excited at the sight of the array's formation. After centuries of travel crossing vast mountains and rivers, Qing Yu and Zhen Yuanzi finally returned to the familiar territory of Wanqiu Mountain. As they stepped into Wuzhuangguan, before they could hear the Taoist boys Qing Feng and Mingyue joyfully calling out to their lord, Zhen Yuanzi had already waved his sleeve, summoning the accompanying spirit treasure, the Earth Book. A brilliant radiance of Xianhuang expanded instantaneously, tightly connecting with the entire Wanqiu Mountain and even the deeper veins of the earth. With a resonating hum, a robust and solid array that intertwined with the earth's veins rose up explosively, instantly enveloping Wuzhuangguan in layers of protection. Only when the array's light stabilized completely did Zhen Yuanzi let out a long sigh of relief, finally regaining a true sense of security on solid ground. It was no wonder he had lost his composure. After all, that Daoist who called himself Hongjun exuded an aura that was profoundly unfathomable. Though both were at the same level of Deluo Jin Xian, in the presence of that figure, Zhen Yuanzi felt as insignificant as dust. He could not even entertain thoughts of resistance, let alone the mere idea of countering. Such a disparity transcended the bounds of realm, akin to the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Fortunately, Zhen Yuanzi sighed to Qing Yu. Not only did the senior not trouble us, but he even gifted us such a precious treasure. Brother Dao, we truly encountered a good person this time. Unbeknownst to Hongjun, who was now being attracted by the innate spirit treasure, he had inadvertently received a primordial version of a good person card from a certain earth immortal ancestor. Brother Dao, Zhen Yuanzi recalled the oppressive feeling of facing Hongjun, still haunted by it. The might of that senior was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, he harbored no malice toward us. Otherwise, I fear that our tens of thousands of years of cultivation would be for naught. On the return journey, he remained anxious, fearing to encounter another ancient powerhouse of such unfathomable depths who might view them merely as passing opportunities to seize. Now that they had safely returned, he could finally set down the heavy stone in his heart. Qing Yu, seeing Zhen Yuanzi still shaken, shook his head and smiled, saying, "Do you know the origins of that senior?" Although Qing Yu also held some concerns, he had a bit of understanding about Hongjun. While he could not be entirely certain, it did provide some comfort, alleviating his fear of Hongjun suppressing them. After all, whether in the good person narrative or the conspiracy version, Hongjun had rarely struck directly against juniors, aside from the high casualty rates among his allies. Hearing that Qing Yu actually knew Hongjun's origins, Zhen Yuanzi's face showed urgency. "Please enlighten me, Brother Dao." Qing Yu's expression grew serious as he slowly spoke. "That senior's Dao title is Hongjun. He is one of the earliest deities and demons to emerge after the creation of heaven and earth, possessing unfathomable cultivation. Long before we took form, during the age when ferocious beasts ravaged the primordial world, he was already active between heaven and earth. In the ancient divine war that concluded the calamity of ferocious beasts and suppressed the Beast Emperor, his figure was present. His cultivation level likely already comprehends the Dao, having found his own path. It is only natural that we feel small in his presence. So that's how it is. That senior is actually the terminator of calamities," Zhen Yuanzi murmured, his eyes widening in shock. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi processing this information, Qing Yu continued, "This journey has been fruitful, and we have fortuitously obtained the map of mountains and rivers. Now that the calamity's energy dissipates and the great calamity has completely ended, it is the perfect time to enter seclusion and consolidate our cultivation. My Taoist temple is located in the eastern region of Zhou Mountain in the fields of Duguang. Should you find yourself free in the future, I would certainly welcome you. After traveling together for eons nurturing life, they had forged a profound bond. Now as they decided to part ways, Qing Yu couldn't help but feel reluctant. Upon hearing that Qing Yu was about to leave, though Zhen Yuanzi felt unwilling, he understood that cultivators each have their own fated paths to walk. Thus he feigned firmness and urged, "Take care, Brother Dao. The doors of Wuzhuang Guan will always be open for you." Qing Yu nodded and took out the set of innate 5-element spirit pearls, saying, "These spirit pearls are what we obtained together, and I have kept them safe all along. I primarily cultivate the wood path, since water nourishes wood. The wood spirit pearl and the water spirit pearl greatly benefit my understanding of the Dao, so I shamelessly take them. The remaining gold spirit pearl, fire spirit pearl, and earth spirit pearl will be left for you, my friend. It is just right since you delve into the path of earth. The earth spirit pearl is perfectly suited for your use, while the gold and fire pearls can also help you contemplate the interactions of the 5 elements and consolidate your foundation." Their friendship had grown quite strong, and seeing that Qing Yu had already divided the pearls, Zhen Yuanzi no longer declined accepting the 3 spirit pearls. This set of spirit pearls is interconnected. Even if separated, they can sense each other within a certain range. When you come to Duguang, you will be able to sense my location. Qing Yu added, "This seclusion will take some time, and did you not say that upon your return you would definitely seek to comprehend a method of escape? Now is a good time. Why not we each contemplate and create a method of escape? When we meet again in the future, we can verify with each other and surely gain a superior technique." Zhen Yuanzi's eyes lit up at these words. "Excellent. I did not expect you to remember my casual remark. This is wonderful. Brother Dao, I still have some ginseng fruits. Let me bring them along." "Then I will not be polite," said Qing Yu, waving his sleeve, making the ginseng fruits vanish in an instant. Zhen Yuanzi watched Qing Yu's operation with bright eyes, a flash of inspiration sparking in his mind. "Farewell, Brother Dao." The two exchanged smiles and bowed to each other. Qing Yu then transformed into a streak of blue light merging into the sky. Zhen Yuanzi stood at the mountain gate watching for a long time until that streak of light completely disappeared into the clouds before turning to leave. His mind was filled with thoughts about Qing Yu's earlier use of his sleeve to retrieve items. Thousands of years later, Qing Yu finally returned to his place of birth. He planted the Huangzhong Li he had previously found around the Jianmu tree, causing the Wu-Tu energy of the Duguang region to surge, making the already thriving spiritual herbs even more abundant. The Jianmu tree, which had been severed, had now grown to the 4th heaven alongside Qing Yu's own cultivation. Qing Yu looked at the towering Jianmu tree before him, feeling the immense pressure emanating from its top. This pressure came from the 4th heaven. Fortunately, Zhou Mountain supported the heavens. As long as the Jianmu tree did not exceed Zhou Mountain, the pressure would not be overwhelming. This excursion for cultivation coincided with a moment of convergence lasting a total of 129,600 years. He had caught the last gust of favorable winds before the calamity concluded, allowing him to get ahead of the same batch of innate sacred beings. His cultivation had advanced from the first layer of Deluo Jinxian to the current 4th layer of Deluo Jinxian in just a short while, showcasing such significant progress. Not to mention the gains of Huangzhong Li in the map of mountains and rivers, it could be said that his harvest was abundant. Considering his assets, Qing Yu could undoubtedly be regarded as one of the most affluent among innate sacred beings. While his resources were indeed substantial, he had yet to fully utilize them. The map of mountains and rivers had only just been refined with a single restriction. Now, as the last remnants of calamity energy dissipate, and all things in heaven and earth begin to regenerate and develop, preparing for the next grand era, myriad paths will compete once more. At this moment, it is indeed suitable for quiet cultivation, integrating the gains acquired to prepare for the future prosperous age and the ensuing calamities. In the tranquil moments of seclusion, Qing Yu meticulously restructured his path to enlightenment. In the definitions held by Qingyo Hongjuan and Liu, above the Great Luo Golden Immortal lies the realm of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, which signifies true achievement of Dao and transcendence. However, the journey from the Great Luo to Hunyuan is paved with individual paths, for the law is not fixed. It is said that Hongjun and Liu are indeed reincarnations of the chaos demon gods gathering their strength anew. Now the opportunity to achieve Dao is merely a thread away, hindered only by the overwhelming pressure of Pangu still encasing and solidifying the primordial world, rendering them passively restrained, forced to await the right moment. Their paths have long been inscribed deep within their primordial spirits, for they themselves are the source of the great Dao. Once the primordial world is fully stabilized and the remnants of Pangus might dissipate, it will be their time to return to the pinnacle and once again achieve Hunyuan. For instance, the method of severing the three corpses practiced by Hongjun involves cutting off the three aspects of human nature: good, evil, and obsession. Each severed corpse brings a glimpse of the true self and a transformation of essence. Once the three corpses are completely severed, the Dao body becomes flawless, and the opportunity for transcendence naturally manifests. On the other hand, the path chosen by Qingyu is entirely different. He takes the cosmic tree as his foundation and upholds the mission of supporting the heavens. His path aligns with the heavens, and for every layer of Dao he ascends, the cosmic tree supports the heavens one more layer. The 33 heavens represent the 33 realms of the Great Luo. This is a path of proving Dao through the power of bearing the weight of heaven and earth, arduous, yet most suitable for Qingyu at present. In this era, before Hongjun transmits the Dao in the purple clouds and all beings are groping in darkness, every innate divine being is continuously searching for their own path. During Qingji's seclusion, the primordial world outside has quietly undergone a transformation. The calamity of ferocious beasts has completely concluded, and a new era is budding amidst myriad beings. The innate spiritual energy between heaven and earth has begun to revive and continuously rise. In places rich with spiritual essence, it even condenses into drops of spiritual liquid falling like gentle rain, as if bestowed by the heavens. Exceptional immortal flowers and strange grasses flourish, opportunities abound, attracting countless new life forms to seek and contend for them. All beings in the frost of heaven compete for freedom. An increasing number of beings tread upon the earth, and clans gradually rise. Among them, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans are the most powerful, primarily due to their leaders. The ancestral Dragon Prime Phoenix and Primordial Qilin have all reached the 22nd layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. In this era where the Chaos Demon Gods are subtly hidden, they are the pinnacle visible to the primordial world, the supreme existence that all beings look up to. The dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each displaying unique abilities. The phoenix dances in 5 colors, illuminating all directions. The Qilin treads upon auspiciousness, bearing great virtue. The 3 leaders guide all beings, ushering in a flourishing era. Beneath them, apart from those deeply rooted innate divine beings, countless postnatal life forms surge forth like bamboo shoots after rain. Consequently, the 3 clans enjoy the vast fortunes of heaven and earth, and with everything in harmony, cultivation naturally proceeds smoothly, as if bestowed by fate. Time flows silently like clouds and dogs. On this day, Qingyu, seated atop the cosmic tree, slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, a verdant light flowed, as if harboring the vitality of the universe. The vast aura of cosmic wood surrounding him gradually converged, returning to tranquility. This period of seclusion has yielded rich rewards. The scroll of the rivers and mountains, containing 48 innate prohibitions, has been successfully refined, allowing him to comprehend 35 of them, as well as thoroughly grasping the true essence of the world law contained within the scroll. This understanding resonates with his own path of using the cosmic tree to support the heavens and nourish the universe, mutually enhancing each other. As for the accompanying spiritual treasures, the Qinglian Bao's banner and the Xuanmu staff, they share the same origin and life with him. This time, through deeper refinement, they have become extensions of his will, seamlessly integrated. The escape technique he conceived has also taken shape during this period of quiet contemplation, named All Things Coexisting. Its principle lies in the fact that all things in heaven and earth possess spiritual essence and can serve as conduits. This method is not a common form of flight, but rather a temporary assimilation of one's own aura and divine sense with the spiritual essences of all things within a certain range, achieving a nearly ubiquitous and thought-initiated movement. In simpler terms, it is teleportation. Within the range of vision, one can teleport at will. This technique has consumed a great deal of Qingji's effort to deduce, inspired by memories from his past life. Having achieved results, it is natural to test it personally. Qingji's thoughts stirred, slightly eager to utilize this teleportation technique and experience its wonders. His divine sense spread silently like mercury, subtly merging with the tree's gentle winds and the spiritual essence of the earth, attempting to lock onto a slightly distant location. However, just as his divine sense was spreading, a strange aura heavy with auspiciousness flowed into his perception from afar. It was a group of about 10 individuals heading towards the direction of the Duguang Plains. In the center of the group, several auras were particularly solid, all at the golden immortal level, with the leader nearing the Tai realm. They were enveloped in a faint, earthy yellow auspicious light, walking with steady steps, vaguely resonating with the earth. The Qilin clan. Qingyu instantly understood their lineage. With a shift in thought, the teleportation technique quietly began to operate, not for movement, but to fully merge his aura and form with the surrounding giant trees, rocks, and even the flowing spiritual energy. As if becoming a part of the natural world, he silently vanished from his original location, observing the outside world. The Qilin team approached gradually, their conversations wafting in on the wind. The clan leader has issued orders. This westward journey aims to recruit new life forms along the way, focusing particularly on the Dog clan, known for their treasure-seeking and spiritual sensitivity. If they are willing to submit to our Qilin clan, they will receive protection and fortune. The second aim is to survey the land and seek innate treasures and spirit materials to strengthen our clan's foundation. The largest among them, whose scales shimmered with a dark golden luster, commanded in a deep voice, thick and resonant. "Yes, Commander." The other Qilin responded in unison. "That region ahead seems rich in spiritual essence. Oh, let's investigate." The Qilin leader cast his gaze towards the Duguang Plains. Qinji's heart tightened. The Duguang Plains is fortified by the cosmic tree and has been cultivated by him for many years, making its spiritual essence distinctly different from elsewhere. If this group, evidently on a reconnaissance mission, were to delve deeper, they would likely uncover clues. Though Qin Yu could eliminate them directly, it would certainly attract the attention of the primordial Qilin, given that they are an entire team of Qilin. After all, when one cannot win, one must rely on the mind. With this thought, Qin Yu subtly raised a hand and pointed. Within the spiritual platform, the scroll of rivers and mountains silently unfurled, a thread of Dao rhythm. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a layer of formless and intangible light, imbued with the phantom of the myriad worlds, like the gentlest veil covering the entire sky above the Duguang Plains. Beneath the light, the mountains and rivers remained unchanged. The flora, as usual, everything appeared as though nothing had changed, yet it seemed to have been subtly encompassed within an independent ink painting, creating a delicate separation from the outside world. The Qilin team unknowingly stepped into this region, shrouded by the Dao rhythm of the scroll of rivers and mountains. In their perception, the spiritual energy here was slightly denser than the surroundings, but not extraordinary, and the landforms bore no peculiarities. They conducted their routine patrol, their divine sense swept over the area, and they all reported back with the same words: ordinary. Then the team continued without pause, passing through the illusory Duguang Plains and exiting from the other side. Gradually moving away, they never cast even a glance of suspicion towards this land, completely oblivious to the fact that they had entered someone else's treasure where life and death hung by a thought. Until they completely vanished from perception, the thin veil enveloping the heavens and earth gently rippled, like a ripple quietly retracting back to Qinji's spiritual platform. The scroll of rivers and mountains shimmered lightly, returning to calm. Though it is easy to directly capture people, it can be evaded. However, if set as a trap to lure them, and even the ancestral dragon and others would be trapped for 1,000 years. In that 1,000 years, there would be ample time to accomplish many things. With the clan leader missing for 1,000 years, it would be enough for the other two clans to annihilate him. However, such matters can only be contemplated as the three clans now possess the merit of guiding life forms and great fortune. Watching the Qilin team disappear into the distance, Qin Yu did not cease to pay attention to them, instead sending out a wisp of subtle divine sense, quietly following behind to continue observing. After traversing countless waters and mountains, the Qilin team finally halted before a mischieved mountain range. The leader of the Qilin, named Lin Di, had a steady aura nearing the Tai realm. It gazed at the faintly visible mountain protection array before it, exhaling a puff of white vapor, and then took out an ancient talisman glowing with earthy yellow light. As the talisman was activated by its magical power, a vast majestic aura seemingly commanding all beasts on earth spread out. This was indeed the manifestation of the divine authority of the primordial Qilin as the lord of all beasts. Within the range of this aura, all beings with scales, shells, furs, or four limbs would encounter a natural suppression derived from bloodline and status. In contrast, the ancestral dragon was the progenitor of scales, ruling over aquatic creatures, and those with scales, the Yuan Phoenix, was the progenitor of birds, reigning over all feathered beings. These three divine authorities established the supreme authority of the three races. The calamity of fierce beasts, also known as the calamity of gods and demons, not only saw fierce beasts becoming active, but also a multitude of deities emerging. Speaking of that brutal calamity of gods and demons, Qinji's divine sense stirred slightly, even after such a long time. Fragments of memories still surfaced. He had once witnessed the moon goddess Wangshu during the climactic battle against the god of rebellion being mortally counterattacked by the beast emperor, resulting in her divine body shattering and her essence being torn asunder. In a moment of crisis, the moon star sensed it, and the moonlight became unprecedentedly radiant, transforming into a vast luminous path that forcefully dispelled the god of rebellion's attempt to obliterate Wangshu's essence. The imperial flow of essence descended upon the wilderness, nurturing all beings, guiding the two fragments of remaining essence back to the depths of the moon star for nurturing. The deities were favored by the heavens, gaining the favor of heaven and earth's luck. During the period when the wilderness was first stabilized, and the great Dao manifested. The earliest batch of innate sanctified beings came into existence. Upon taking form, they often resonated with a certain authority of the wilderness, obtaining corresponding divine offices governing part of the operation of heaven and earth. Qingyu coincidentally caught the last train of the great Daos certification. When he took form with the body of the Jianmu ascending to the Deluo, he was the only Deluo golden immortal of the wood path at that time, recognized by the great Dao and in Feft as the wood ancestor, the progenitor of all wood spirits and herbs presiding over wood-based beings. Afterwards, as the calamity of fierce beasts completely came to an end, the great Dao withdrew, and the heavenly path gradually revealed itself. Qingyu became the last innate deity certified by the great Dao. At this moment, the mountain protection array in the distance, under the diffusion of the aura of the Lord of all beasts, evidently experienced violent fluctuations. The beings within the array felt the absolute suppression stemming from bloodline and status. After a moment, accompanied by a sound like a bursting bubble, the light of the array faded, revealing the scene within. A vibrant green valley filled with exotic flowers and plants, with a spiritual spring gurgling. A man with a loyal appearance, dressed in a simple gray robe, was already waiting anxiously at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Di and his entourage, he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply, his tone respectful, yet filled with unease. I did not know the esteemed envoy of the Kirin had arrived. I, Tun Yun, have failed to extend a proper welcome and could not remove the array in time. I asked the esteemed envoy for forgiveness. Lin Di glanced down at the man who called himself Tun Yun, nostrils slightly flaring, as if confirming his aura, and verified that he was a transformed member of the canine race. It did not transform into human form, but retained its true Kirin shape, its voice like thunder carrying undeniable arrogance. I serve the command of the primordial Kirin ancestor, patrolling the earth and gathering all spirits. You canine folk with your keen sense of smell and innate talents are worth utilizing. From today onward, you shall submit to our Kirin clan and await our orders. I command you to prepare at once and accompany me to the ancestral land of the Kirin to pay your respects. Do not make any mistakes. Tun Yun's face immediately showed difficulty upon hearing this. He bent lower and earnestly said, Esteemed envoy, please understand, it's not that I do not wish to comply. It's just that many of our younger generation are still undeveloped, and apart from myself, there are no others who have transformed. We still need protection. This valley is the only place where our clan can reside. If we hastily relocate, there may be unforeseen events during the journey, putting the young ones at risk. Could you possibly grant us a little more time until the young ones grow a bit? More time. Lin Di interrupted Tun Yun, a hint of impatience flashing in its bell-like eyes. The primordial Kirin's decree must be executed without delay. How can you resist? Our Kirin clan rules over all beasts, and since you are among the beasts, your life and death, glory and disgrace are all determined by our clan. To be willing to incorporate you today is already a grace. Do not fail to recognize the favor. As the words fell, several Kirin behind it stepped forward simultaneously, their auspicious aura transforming into overwhelming pressure, enveloping the entire green valley like collapsing mountains. Faint whimpers of panic from the young pups echoed in the valley. Tun Yun's face turned pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he still gritted his teeth and insisted, Esteemed envoy, you absolutely must not. Those pups are still young and weak, unable to endure a long journey. I beg you to have mercy. Enough noise. Lin Di completely lost patience. A fierce light flashed in its eyes as it no longer spoke further, with Tun Yun abruptly lifting a forefoot. A heavy mountain-like hoof gathered a terrifying earthy yellow light. Ignoring Tun Yun entirely, it stomped heavily towards the depths of the green valley where the whimpering of the pups was densest. Boom. A solid pillar of earthy yellow light tore through the ground with its stomp, carrying shattered rocks and violent spiritual power, charging directly toward the cave where the young pups resided. Thus you can rest easy on your journey. No. Watching the scene unfold, Tun Yun's eyes nearly burst with rage, his spiritual energy erupting as he was about to rush forward without regard to everything to stop it. However, under the pressure of the Lord of all beasts' aura left by the primordial Kirin talisman and Lin Di's own cultivation at the Tai realm, his movements appeared exceptionally slow and powerless. Just as that destructive light pillar was about to reach the cave, an unexpected change occurred. A curtain of light green appeared before the young pups, deflecting Lin Di's attack, the overwhelming energy causing no ripples on the green curtain. Lin Di watched in disbelief as the anticipated wails did not occur. Before it could react, it was swept away by a painting scroll. Tun Yun observed the scene unfolding before him, feeling his shattered heart gradually reassembling. Just as Tun Yun prepared to check on the young pups, a green figure appeared before him, cradling his own exceptional snow-white pup. Sensing the unfathomable cultivation of Qingyu before him, Tun Yun immediately understood that it was Qingji's intervention that saved his kin from disaster, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. Tun Yun is immensely grateful. However, Qingyu did not respond, still playfully teasing the little dog in his arms. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Now that you have offended the Kirin clan, what are your plans for the future? Tun Yun thought of the Kirin clan's proximity and realized that they could no longer stay in the ancestral land. I have decided to migrate with my kin, seeking a safe place to settle. Looking at the little dog in his arms reminded Qingyu of a similar dog he had in his past life. Feeling a twinge of joy in his heart, he then raised his head to look at the honest Tun Yun. My Daoist temple still lacks caretakers. Would you be willing to bring your clan to Duguang? Still worried about how many of his kin would be lost during this migration, Tun Yun was taken aback by Qingji's sudden offer, feeling as if he had been struck. He hurriedly knelt down, bowing deeply and exclaiming, thanks to the senior's great kindness, the Tun Yun clan is willing to serve you, my lord. Tun Yun observed the pup that had garnered the lord's affection and secretly thought, little pup, you must win the lord's favor. If one dog ascends, the whole clan will be honored. Seeing Tun Yun's astonished yet joyful expression, Qingyu nodded slightly and said, in that case, go and summon all the clansmen. I shall obey your command, my lord. Tun Yun responded, immediately bowing deeply, then transformed into a majestic black giant dog with a coat as splendid as brocade. It turned and dashed into the valley. Tun Yun seemed to sense that this mysterious lord favored their original forms. In this primordial world where the foundational rules were just beginning to take shape, the first batch of beings born were all of extraordinary origins. As the first dog in the world, Tun Yun's origins would still earn it the title of an ancestor even in later generations. It was precisely because of this profound origin that the transformation of innate beings into their forms was a high barrier, starting from the golden immortal level. In other words, the lowest level of cultivation in the current primordial world is the golden immortal. Anything lower simply does not exist. There are no human immortals, earth immortals, or mysterious immortals. After all being born and transformed as a golden immortal, how could there be a lower cultivation level? This also made it extremely difficult for their offspring to transform into forms before reaching the golden immortal stage, without fortune or substantial accumulation. Without the ability to transform, it would be hard to align with the innate Tao body left behind by the Pangu great deity, making the path of cultivation arduous, and the gap with those great innate clans with solid foundations and fortune would only widen. The currently flourishing Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans rely on their ancestral deep origins and the prosperity of their clans to enable their younger generations to achieve golden immortal status and transform into their Tao bodies much more easily than ordinary beings, thus maintaining their position atop the primordial realm. As Tun Yun hurried to gather the clansmen, Qingyu gently shook the glowing map of mountains and rivers in his hand. The space within the map that isolated and trapped the Qilin team began to flow with light and was silently expelled. In an instant, it crossed countless miles, landing in an unknown wilderness. Then the treasure map transformed into a barely noticeable stream of light, concealing all its presence, and quietly returned. Lindy only felt a flash before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery had changed from the lush valley to a strange wilderness. He was completely oblivious to this displacement, and his heart trembled, knowing he must have angered some unimaginable great power. He immediately suppressed his surprise and anger, adopting a humble demeanor, lowering his body, and respectfully addressed the empty wilderness. I do not know which senior is meditating here. I am Lin Di of the Qilin clan, acting on orders. If there has been a misunderstanding, it is truly unintentional. I sincerely hope the senior can forgive my offense. The surroundings were silent, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the wild grass. After waiting for a moment without any response, Lin Di's pride, as the first clan of the earth, mixed with the previous fear, transforming into a sense of humiliation at being belittled, harboring malice towards Qingyu in his heart. He thought to himself, although you are a great power, how dare you disregard my Qilin clan? You are surely courting death. Once I return to report to the ancestral patriarch, I will definitely ensure your demise. Just as this resentful thought arose, the map of mountains and rivers, which had already retreated thousands of miles away, yet still retained a trace of Qingyu's divine sense, suddenly caught a clear malice in the void. The divine sense stirred, tracing the causal threads in an instant, with the source clearly pointing towards Lin Di. Good lad, without a treasure to shield against the heavenly secrets, how dare you act this way? Following this, Qingyu's mind moved. In the next moment, the treasure map, which was silent thousands of miles away, returned, shimmering faintly as an invisible vast power loomed above. Lin Di and his subordinates did not even have time to react before they were completely obliterated under the boundless pressure of space and the weight of the universe, along with their terrified thoughts. Their forms disintegrated into the purest dust of spiritual energy collected by the map of mountains and rivers, nourishing the world within the map. Meanwhile, far away in the ancestral land of the Qilin clan, where auspicious clouds swirled and auspicious energy flowed, the first Qilin who was meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of anger flashing within. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed the clan's fortune slightly fluctuate, and several auras belonging to the clan's young elites had completely vanished from the world. Impudent. Outrageous. The first Qilin sprang to his feet, the earthy energy around him boiling, transforming into a tangible pressure that engulfed the entire cave. How dare someone slay the Qilin bloodline? In his fury, the first Qilin channeled his vast magical power, raising his hand to calculate the heavenly secrets. He aimed to trace the source of the murderer and exact the most severe revenge, to intimidate the primordial realm and see who would dare to act again. However, no matter how he urged his divine abilities and tugged at the threads of causality, they were all concealed by the deceptive heavenly secrets of the map of mountains and rivers. The heavenly secrets concerning the fallen clan members showed no anomalies, with not even a trace of Lin Dis aura. Moreover, the traces of the murderer were completely absent. To this, Qing, you commented, the map of mountains and rivers acts as a shield. You deserve to have it. It can completely obscure the heavenly secrets, making it impossible for me to calculate. The first Qilin was even more enraged, a murderous intent flickering in his copper bell-like eyes. In the primordial realm, those capable of such feats are few and far between. The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix. It must be one of them. Only they, being of the highest rank, holding authority over great clans, and possessing supreme treasures, could so cleanly obscure the heavenly secrets, leaving me unable to investigate. It is only natural that I think of these two old rivals. With the three clans in a standoff, the friction has been increasing, and it is not impossible for them to secretly act against each other. Especially since the Lin Di who fell this time was a young one I had high hopes for, sent out to recruit affiliated races, yet unexpectedly fell victim to treachery. Good. Very good. The first Qilin laughed in anger, his voice shaking the primordial earth. As for whether Lin Di had provoked another great power leading to this retribution, this thought flashed through the first Qilin's mind, but was quickly cast aside. My clan's young are auspicious and upright. How could they provoke others? And the instigator of all this, Qing Yu, was completely unaware, and even if he were, he had no mind to care. To him, this was merely a small interlude of casually crushing a few noisy ants, leaving hardly a ripple in his heart. When Tun Yun gathered the entire clan, mostly young puppies, yet to transform, along with a few elders struggling to cultivate their forms before Qing Yu, he nodded slightly and waved his sleeve. The map of mountains and rivers unfolded in midair, and a gentle, yet irresistible pulling force descended, encompassing the entire dog clan, along with important spiritual plants and springs in their lush valley. In the next moment, the treasure map rolled up and transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into Qing Yu's sleeve. He moved slightly, having activated the technique of all things coexisting, instantly crossing endless mountains and rivers, returning to the field of Du Guang beneath the Jianmu. He released the dog clan from the map, placing them in a lush, gentle valley on the outskirts of Du Guang, instructing Tun Yun to properly manage the clansmen and diligently cultivate. Just as Qing Yu was about to return to the peak of Jianmu, the little white dog that had once been cradled by him suddenly barked. He turned to look, seeing that it did not seem anxious like the other pups in this unfamiliar environment, but rather curiously looked around, joyfully wagging its tail at Qing Yu. Qing Yu felt a stir in his heart, beckoning the little white dog closer. A trace of spiritual energy entered the little white dog, and he discovered that it contained a faint yet highly essential aura of the Taiyin origin, clearly a fragment that had merged into its bloodline when Wang Shu's origin shattered and scattered. Understanding this, Qing Yu noted that this little fellow was full of spirit, and the foundation was far more solid due to this trace of Taiyin origin, thus feeling some interest. You little one, it seems you have quite the destiny. Qing Yu gently stroked the fluffy head of the little white dog. From now on, follow me, and I shall call you Tun Yu. The little white dog seemed to understand, but was not fully aware, instinctively sensing the proximity of the person before it, joyfully whimpering twice. Then it nudged its head against Qing Yu's palm. At that moment, Tun Yun was filled with excitement. Good lad, you must win the Lord's favor, who our clan's future depends on you. Qing Yu returned to the base of the Jianmu tree, with Tun Yue, who rolled comfortably in the vast vitality of the tree, barking joyfully. With a point of her finger, Qing Yu intertwined a strand of pure emu spiritual energy with a hint of lunar power, constructing a small nest suitable for cultivation beside the tree roots. You possess the essence of the Taiyin, and cultivating here will yield twice the results with half the effort. The vitality of Jianmu can nourish your foundation, and when the night moon rises, you can absorb its lunar essence. Cultivate diligently, and do not be negligent. Looking at the playful Tun Yue, Qing Yu advised. Tun Yu nodded its small head in apparent understanding, its bright eyes reflecting Qing Yu's figure. It then obediently lay down in the nest, its nose twitching as it sensed the dense spiritual and vital energy around, quickly calming down and entering a state of cultivation. Having settled this little one, Qin Yu floated upwards, landing atop the canopy of Jianmu, which resembled a green celestial dome. Here was the core of her Daoist sanctuary, the highest point for comprehending the heavens and the earth. She sat cross-legged, her mind becoming tranquil. A faint light flickered at her brow, soon spreading into an intricate azure divine pattern. Within the pattern, it seemed as if seeds sprouted, tender shoots broke through the soil branches, and leaves unfolded, flowers bloomed, and fruits fell. Ultimately, it all returned to seeds cycling endlessly, radiating the purest essence of growth and the cycle of life. This was the manifestation of the authority over the Wood Dao granted to her by the great Dao, the imprint of the Wood Ancestor. Upon seeing the divine seal of the Lord of Beasts, the first Qin Yu remembered the dormant status of the Wood Ancestor rank deep within her essence. Through this divine seal, she could vaguely sense the flow of fortune and life pulsations of all plants and wood spirits across the vast prehistoric world. In the realm of wood spirits, there lay a hazy chaos shrouded in morning mist over newly birthed forests. Although teeming with hidden vitality, it had yet to coalesce into form, and there were no clear and strong representatives. This implied that across the vast expanse of the prehistoric earth there was, as of yet, no second true Wood Dao powerhouse besides her. The innate spiritual roots born from the essence of heaven and earth had deep foundations and boundless potential. However, the difficulty of their transformation was far beyond that of ordinary beings. They often required to accumulate strength over a long period until their essence grew to the level of the Great Luo, before they could qualify to challenge the transformation tribulation. More critically, besides the essence cultivation, they also needed to develop clear spiritual intelligence and the intent to transform. Just like the Huangzhong Lishi possessed, or the ginseng fruit tree within the Daoist sanctuary of Zhen Yuanzi, the energy and Dao rhythm emanating from their bodies had long since been comparable to that of the Great Luo. Even the saint of preserving enlightenment could only rely on the innate gung metal essence to transform, ultimately refining the innate Bodhi tree into a companion spiritual treasure, achieving indirect transformation. If merely relying on instinct without self-awareness, innate spiritual roots could only exist in the form of spiritual objects. If not for Qin Yu possessing a hint of past lives, spiritual clarity, awakening self-awareness at a crucial moment to actively trigger the transformation opportunity. Otherwise, she might still be a blissfully ignorant, unawakened, supreme, innate spiritual root waiting to be collected by a fortunate one. Difficult. Qin Yu gazed at the vitality resonating in her palm, letting out a gentle sigh. This sigh was not for herself, but for the countless plants and trees of this world. At present, the prehistoric world was witnessing the era of the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans rapidly expanding, leveraging their robust, innate essence and clan fortune to lead the way. They were individually powerful, reproducing swiftly, born close to the Dao, naturally occupying the center stage. Meanwhile, wood spirits and stone spirits, most of whom had weak origins, opened their spiritual intelligence slowly, and transformation was exceedingly difficult. To develop, they required timing. At this moment, they were accumulating power, waiting for the right moment, while the human side was already prepared. This was Qin Yu. Though her plans in mind could not be realized at this moment, when the opportunity arose, it might indeed reverse the weakened environment of plants. As she sighed, countless weak, affectionate thoughts filled with reliance and reverence like gentle streams gathered from the mountains and woods around. Though small, they were incredibly pure and sincere. They sensed the aura of their ancestor instinctively approaching and revering, believing in their ancestor. Qin Yu felt a slight tremor in her heart. She suddenly realized that the title of Wood Ancestor was not merely a noble rank or a power bestowed by the heavens. When the innumerable plants in the prehistoric world entrusted their most primal closeness and trust to her, it was also a heavy responsibility. Qin Yu slowly closed her eyes, gently connecting her mind with the endless thoughts of the plants, just as the roots of Jianmu delved deep into the earth, willingly accepting this bond rooted in bloodline and Dao tradition. The azure light revolved around her, resonating faintly with the vitality of plants from the entire Du Guangji and even from further afield. At this moment, Qin Yu officially embraced the fortune of the Wood Dao. This was Qin Yu's mission as well as her responsibility. Just as she immersed herself in the Wood Dao, a wave of fluctuation surged in her heart. In one particular place, the Wood Dao fortune began to surge. The new vitality emerged, and the place where it appeared was atop the Zhou Mountain. On Zhou Mountain, the Wood Dao fortune is surging. Qin Yu's thoughts raced as she combined her ancestral memories with her understanding of the prehistoric situation and instantly grasped that this time Hongjun has yet to commence his lecture at the Purple Cloud, and the innate gourd vine is far from maturity. Only the relic of the chaotic azure lotus, the 24th grade of creation azure lotus, could evoke such a phenomenon that resonates with the entire Wood Dao fortune. This 24th grade creation azure lotus was not naturally nurtured by the prehistoric world, but but rather a treasure of chaos formed from the largest fragment of the primordial essence left after the Chaos Azure Lotus disintegrated upon Pangu's creation of the world. The Chaos Azure Lotus nurtured Pangu, its grade surpassing that of innate treasures, making it the first spiritual root of chaos. This creation Azure Lotus inherited part of the primordial essence of its mother body. Although it no longer possessed the powers of chaos, it remained the most exceptional innate spiritual root since the opening of the prehistoric world, unmatched by any other. Its lotus blooms in 24 grades corresponding to the 24 heavens of creation. The lotus platform contains the supreme path of creation capable of nurturing all things and reversing life and death. However, precisely because it was too extraordinary, the primordial essence it harbored nearly touched the prehistoric heavens, making it unacceptable to the heavens. As the heavenly laws of the prehistoric world gradually perfected and suppressed all rules that could disrupt the world, it would never allow it to fully manifest. And now, as the creation Azure Lotus was about to appear as the Wood Dao ancestor Qing, you could naturally sense it, while the weak spiritual light of the creation Azure Lotus could also feel the existence of Qing Yu, the Wood ancestor. The creation Azure Lotus instinctively sent out a plea for help to Qing Yu. As the Wood ancestor, Qing Yu naturally could not turn a blind eye and immediately rushed to Zhou Mountain. With the ability to share life with all beings, her speed was no longer what it used to be, and she arrived at Zhou Mountain within just a few years. Qing Yu stood at the foot of the Zhou Mountain, the sensation from the wooden ancestor's mark in the center of his brow becoming increasingly clear. Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Yu transformed into an intangible stream of life energy, following the mysterious sensation to a hidden place concealed by natural Dao rhythms and layers of primordial formations. As Qing Yu stepped into the secret realm, the rich, primordial spiritual energy enveloped him like a nectarous elixir. Golden springs erupted from the ground, and the sky was adorned with brilliant hues, with myriad creations manifesting and vanishing. Qing Yu gazed towards the center of the secret realm, where the 24-tiered creation green lotus resided. The lotus stem, carved like chaotic jade, was rooted in the primordial spiritual pool. 24 lotus petals slowly rotated, each embodying different profound truths of creation. Birth, growth, transformation, nurturing, flourishing, withering, silence, and extinction, seemingly encompassing the cycle of life of all things in the universe. The energy within him was on the verge of reaching maturity and perfection. However, in the next moment, Qing Yu's gaze paused slightly. For before the green lotus, three silhouettes stood silently at the edge of the ethereal creation light. The three pure ones. The legendary future three saints. Qing Yu sensed that their current realm was merely the second layer of the great Luo golden immortal. On the left stood an old man with white hair cascading over his shoulders, long eyebrows drooping beside his gaunt face, dressed in a simple black and white Taoist robe. It was none other than the Taiji Laozi. In the center stood a middle-aged man wearing a hibiscus crown and a robe adorned with celestial bodies, his face dignified and his demeanor noble. He was the Yuqing Yuanshi. On the right was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his handsome and resolute demeanor clad in green attire. Though he did not hold a sword, his presence resembled a divine blade ready to unsheathe and slice through the heavens. He was the Shangqing Tongtan. As Qing Yu arrived, it was as if a stone had been cast into a calm, yet unfathomable ancient pond. Almost simultaneously, three gazes abruptly focused on him. An invisible pressure enveloped the four of them, spreading slowly like mountains or seas. Taiji Laozi spoke first, his voice not loud, embodying the essence of water. I am Laozi, a descendant of Pangu, and I greet you, fellow Taoist. I observe that the wood energy surrounding you is pure and vast. May I ask your name and how you came to this place? I am Qing Yu, the Wood Ancestor. I sensed the primordial creation energy and followed its trail, only to find that the three fellow Taoists arrived first. Upon hearing Qing Yu's words, Yuanshi Tianzuan let out a cold snort, and the Yuqing celestial light around him fluctuated slightly, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Yuanshi Tianzan's sharp gaze swept over the wooden ancestor's mark on Qing Yu's brow. This green lotus is the opportunity of my three brothers, determined by the heavenly Dao. It would be best for you to withdraw quickly, lest you disturb the harmonious atmosphere. As he spoke, the Yuqing celestial light flowed slightly. Qing Yu's gaze shifted towards the green lotus, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity and determination. My three fellow Taoists, I am fortunate to possess the authority of the Wood Ancestor. This green lotus shares the same origin as my Wood Dao, and its abundant life force and pure spiritual essence are nearing the point of spiritual awakening. I can sense that if not for the suppression of the heavenly Dao, given time, it will certainly give birth to complete spiritual intelligence, transforming into another great path. Now that it is on the verge of maturation, the resonance of its energy further confirms this point. Such a divine creation, if it gains spiritual intelligence and cultivates the Dao, Yuanshi Tianzhen's brow furrowed upon hearing this, and he directly interrupted, saying, "Fellow Daoist Qin Yu, your words are mistaken. This lotus is the direct lineage of the chaotic green lotus favored by creation, yet its fate has long been determined. My three brothers and I are the true lineage of Pangu, transformed from primordial spirits, arriving in accordance with the heavenly timing precisely to seize this opportunity. This is the decree of the heavenly Dao. How can you alter it?" After speaking, the flow of Yuqing energy surged towards Qin Yu. This was the Dao of Yuanshi, elucidating the principles of heaven and conforming to the heavenly Dao. The 24-tiered creation green lotus, if treated as a spiritual treasure, possesses formidable and mysterious powers exceeding those of innate treasures, already qualifying as a chaotic spiritual treasure. It inherently carries the potential for transcendence, an anomaly that surpasses the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao absolutely will not allow the creation green lotus to emerge intact. Therefore, the heavenly machine led the three pure ones to stand before the creation green lotus, awaiting its maturation. Once its essence is complete, it will directly be divided along with the three talents into three treasures that closely resemble innate treasures for protection. Also, the red flower, white lotus root, and green lotus leaf, the three pure ones, originally belonged to the same family. Fellow Daoist Yuanshi, your words are mistaken. I perceive the resonance of the Yuanshi's Yuqing Dao rhythm, and the blue light of the divine mark on my brow shone brightly. Behind me, the illusory figure of the heavenly tree appeared, supporting a world. Then I spoke, "The great Dao has 50. The heavens transform into 14. One must elude the one. This illusion of one is the sliver of life that the great Dao reserves for all beings. This lotus possesses such immense life force and spiritual radiance. It is indeed a sign of that sliver of life. As cultivators, if we see that spiritual intelligence is about to emerge and remain indifferent or even take action to kill it, would we not be going against the benevolence of heaven and earth, severing the sliver of compassion that the great Dao reserves?" A sliver of life. Tong Tian, who had been silently observing Qin Yu, suddenly spoke. His eyes were filled with delight, as if he had found a kindred spirit, and his sword intent resonated, causing the subtle creation energy in the secret realm to stir. The great Dao is fair, but it is not absolute. Even in dire situations there remain variables, and beneath the fixed fate there exists life. We as cultivators should possess the determination to seize that sliver of heavenly opportunity and defy fate. Upon hearing Tongshan's words, Yuanshi Tianzhen's expression darkened, and the Yuqing celestial light around him suddenly blazed. "Third brother, do not speak foolishly. Is the decree of heaven a child's play? This lotus fundamentally defies heaven and is intolerable to the heavenly Dao. To strongly oppose the heavenly decree is unacceptable to heaven and earth. Fellow Daoist Qin Yu, you are already the wood ancestor favored by heaven and earth. You must retreat quickly lest you mislead yourself." Second brother. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzhen become enraged, Tongtian frowned and was about to say something. At this moment, Laozi, who had been silent, slowly raised his eyelids. His gaze first scanned over Yuanshi and Tongtian, carrying an indescribable depth, easing the tense atmosphere between the two. Then his indifferent gaze, devoid of any ripples, fell upon the unyielding Qin Yu, and then slowly shifted towards the chaotic green lotus, which seemed to sense the external dispute, its brilliance flickering uncertainly. Finally, Laozi spoke. His voice was calm and unperturbed, devoid of joy or sorrow, slowly saying, "Fellow Daoist Qin Yu, your compassion is admirable. Third brother, seizing a sliver of life is feasible. Second brother, adhering to the heavenly decree is appropriate." Then he shifted his tone like a calm, while suddenly disturbed, turning to Qin Yu. "However, the operation of fate has its principles. Today we comprehend this opportunity, having been guided by the heavenly machine. This lotus is destined to face tribulation. It is the inevitable operation of the heavenly Dao. If you firmly believe in eluding the one, you must also believe that this lotus shall possess a sliver of life." Laozi paused slightly, his gaze firmly fixed on Qin Yu, and slowly said, "Then let me and my two brothers see if you possess the capability to bring a sliver of life to this creation green lotus." As Laozi's voice fell, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly tensed. With a slight movement of his sleeves, two streams of primordial energy, one yin and one yang, circulated and transformed into a grand yin-yang mill, silently enveloping Qin Yu, as if it aimed to grind him into nothingness. At the same time, Yuanshi Tianzhen struck out, pointing towards the sky. A chaotic-colored jade-clear divine thunder tore through the void, supreme and sacred, as if it were a heavenly punishment descending directly. Seeing his two elder brothers already engaged, Tongtian no longer hesitated. The three pure ones merged into one, and in an instant an endless sword energy surged towards Qin Yu. Yet in the face of this apocalyptic onslaught, Qin Yu stood unmoved. Behind him, the phantom of the tree of life suddenly solidified, and a boundless surge of vitality poured forth like a tide. As the yin-yang mill collided with the blue light, its grinding force visibly slowed down. The jade-clear, divine thunder struck the tree trunk, yet the scorching marks healed instantly, as if returning to their original state. The sword energy from the celestial sword cut through, but it was continuously filled and repaired by the unending energy of creation. No matter how fierce and relentless the three's assault, Qing Yu simply endured it with the primordial strength of the Tree of Life. In a corner invisible to the three pure ones, the ancient and weathered branches of the Tree of Life slowly carved the Dao marks belonging to the three pure ones. A flash appeared in Qing Yu's hand as the Xuanmu staff manifested. With a thrust of the staff, it condensed the weight to support the heavens and boundless vitality. Wherever the staff's light passed, the yin and yang dissipated, the divine thunder unraveled, and the sword energy recoiled. A ray of verdant light, imbued with boundless power, surged straight towards the three pure ones. As Laozi sensed this strike from Qing Yu, which contained immense might and even a hint of the power to create the heavens, a trace of gravity crossed his otherwise calm face. Before he could ponder why Qing Yu's attack contained the power to create the heavens, the attack was already at his face. In the blink of an eye, auspicious clouds swirled around Laozi's head and golden light radiated outward. A small tower about a foot tall and divided into 9 layers rose slowly from the auspicious clouds. Though the small tower appeared insignificant, it weighed as heavily as the primordial earth, and as soon as it appeared, myriad streams of yellow and black energy like strings of pearls enveloped Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian completely. On the tower's body, endless golden light of merit flowed faintly, revealing scenes of the primordial world opening and all things thriving. An ultimate defensive treasure that would not be breached by myriad laws, the heavenly Dao yellow-black Linglong Tower. This tower was formed from the merit of Pangu, who opened the heavens and transformed into all things, naturally condensing the residual primordial yellow mother energy. Qing Yu's strike, capable of collapsing mountains and containing the might to support the heavens, slammed heavily against the descending primordial yellow energy. A deep and thunderous sound erupted as if 2 worlds had collided. The aftershocks of the collision lingered for a long time, continuously stirring the turbulence of spiritual energy. One could see how astonishing the power was. However, the seemingly gentle descending primordial yellow energy merely rippled violently for a moment. It flowed endlessly. The Linglong Tower remained steady as a rock suspended above Laozi's head. The descending energy of merit firmly protected the 3 pure ones, allowing no attack to penetrate even a fraction. Laozi raised his eyes, looking at Qing Yu, who held the Xuanmu staff and whose aura remained vast as the sea, slowly speaking, "Friend, your divine power is indeed astonishing. However, with this tower in place, it seems difficult for you to achieve your full potential today. Is that so?" After saying this, Qing Yu appeared directly above the Linglong Tower. An endless stream of wooden Dao energy surged forth, redirecting all his attacks towards Laozi. Well said. Laozi, watching Qing Yu charge towards him, was filled with confidence. Although he could not defeat Qing Yu with the Linglong Tower, he could still hold him off. Second brother, third brother quickly retrieved the treasure. Just as Laozi thought he had Qing Yu pinned down, Qing Yu turned and took out a small flag, the Qinglian Bao's flag, directly drawing upon the creation energy of the secret realm, a multitude of blue lotuses enveloping the Linglong Tower. The primordial yellow and verdant energies intertwined, preventing any further advance. It directly trapped Laozi in place, unable to assist Yuanshi and Tongtian. Qing Yu turned towards Yuanshi and Tongtian, striking out with his staff. Yet the two were not the slightest bit afraid. The energies of Yuqing and Shangqing mingled, and the Dao rhythm flowed. Their power was even greater, unexpectedly blocking the attack. As Qing Yu prepared to unleash his full strength, determined to break through the two of them, he found himself somewhat fatigued against the Shangqing energy. He saw Tongtian blink, the meaning unspoken yet clear. Qing Yu immediately understood Tongshan's intention. He had to make a move, for the bond of the 3 pure ones was originally one, yet he also acknowledged Qing Yu's words. Similar to his own Dao, a cultivator must contend with the heavens, seizing a sliver of hope for survival, willing to give the creation blue lotus a chance to thrive. Thus, he was somewhat half-hearted in his efforts at this moment. Since that's the case, Qing Yu understood Tongshan's leniency and directly took out the Shana Sheiji map, aiming it towards Tongtian. Since Tongtian was willing to help him, Qing Yu naturally could not let the bond between Tongtian and the other two falter. After all, Tongtian valued brotherhood highly at this moment. Sending Tongtian into the Shana Sheiji map would ensure that Yuanshi would not mind Tongshan's lack of effort. Tongtian watched the Shana Sheiji map flying towards him, not dodging or evading, and the map directly absorbed him within. Looking at Tongtian, who had changed scenes before him and felt the aura within the map that was indistinguishable from the primordial world, he praised, "Friend, you truly have a great source of fortune. There are 3 such treasures, unlike the 3 of us who possess only the elder brother's Linglong Tower to protect us. Neither I nor the second brother have any. This time, thank you, friend." There are also some Honghuang and other spirit fruits here, feel free to sample them. Once this matter is settled, we can discuss the Dao in depth. Indeed, rest assured friend. After resolving the matter within the map, Qin Yu returned his thoughts to the present. Yuanshi, observing that Qin Yu had captured Tongtian, could not help but become enraged. The primordial energy surged even more wildly. Hurry and release my third brother. Do not worry, friend. Once this matter is settled, I will certainly release him. But first take this strike from me. The Xuanmu staff was aimed directly at Yuanshi with the image of the fourfold tree of life manifesting, bearing the weight of the four heavens as it pressed towards Yuanshi. Yuanshi immediately raised the jade clear celestial light to fend it off. However, due to the weight of the four heavens, he could not advance an inch. He could only watch helplessly as Qin Yu approached the creation blue lotus. Looking at the creation blue lotus before him, Qin Yu unleashed all his means and treasures, battling against the three pure ones, ultimately securing a sliver of hope for it. Now it was up to it. There was no longer any external force to separate it into three. On the path of seeking the Dao, ultimately one can only rely on oneself. As time passed, the creation energy within the secret realm grew increasingly rich, gradually rising. In the center of the lotus pond, the creation blue lotus began to unfurl its leaves one by one. Each leaf was a piece. 24 petals overlapping heavily contained boundless vitality and creation. When the final petal bloomed, an indescribable mystical aura spread outward from the creation blue lotus. Through layers of primordial arrays, it surged towards the outside of the surrounding mountains. The complete form of the blue lotus, unscathed by the three pure ones, possessed an overwhelmingly abundant essence that surpassed the mysteries of primordial treasures, and naturally the primordial array could not block the aura of the creation blue lotus. A rich creation energy spread out from the peak of the surrounding mountains. The creation blue lotus, with 24 petals fully blossomed, released its aura unabashedly upon the surrounding mountains. Suddenly the skies above changed dramatically. A grand, merciless, and absolutely just will covered the heavens. Countless chaotic tribulation clouds gathered at an astonishing speed, within which chaotic divine thunder slithered like dragons and snakes. Exuding a terrifying pressure, a gigantic and cold, unfeeling eye slowly opened. It was the eye of heavenly punishment. Within its gaze lay the purest intent of destruction. It quietly observed the creation blue lotus below, whose essence had already surpassed the decrees of the heavenly Dao. It then locked all its power onto the 24-petal creation blue lotus. The rules of the heavenly Dao did not permit such a primordial chaotic remnant to be born with complete sentience. What fell now was not the 9-9 creation thunder tribulation that originated alongside the blue lotus, but rather a complete annihilation the chaotic divine thunder meant to obliterate it. In the lotus pond, the creation blue lotus seemed to sense this deadly threat. Its still naive and fragile consciousness erupted with an unprecedented instinct. The petals began to close and gather, and an immense, boundless aura of creation transformed into solid azure light screens, wrapping layers upon layers around the lotus body. Each layer of light screen flowed with innate Dao patterns, embodying the supreme path of creation. Under the gaze of Qin Yu, the creation blue lotus slowly rose from the lotus pond. Facing the eye of heavenly punishment that made all beings tremble, it rose inch by inch, a radiant flow of vitality coursing through its entire being. It sought to contend, to grasp that glimmer of life. Without fear, without retreat, only the most primal resistance of a newly born consciousness facing its predetermined doom. Using the endless creation it bore to counter the infinite destruction of the heavenly Dao. Seeing this, Qin Yu realized that the next events were beyond his control and that it would have to rely on itself. He gazed at the creation blue lotus, small beneath the eye of heavenly punishment, and sighed softly with concern. He then summoned back the blue lotus treasure flag that hung above Laozi's head and was at a stalemate with the Xianhuang Tower. At the same time, the Xuanmu staff transformed into a flow of light and vanished into his sleeve. With another hand, he gently shook, unfurling the map of mountains and rivers, releasing the genuine Li and the leisurely Tongtian. Tongtian stepped out of the painting, his figure reappearing in the secret realm. He first glanced at Yuanshi, who was nearby, his aura agitated and his expression complex, then looked at Laozi, who was in meditation in the distance, realizing that Qin Yu had succeeded in securing that sliver of life for the creation. The three purities moved swiftly to gather in one place. The Xianhuang Linglong Tower above Laozi's head emitted mysterious yellow energy to protect the three, isolating them from the increasingly violent forces of destruction from the outside. This time they did not take action against Qin Yu, instead, like him, turned their gaze towards the small blue lotus that was facing the heavenly punishment alone. Laozi stroked his beard, watching the blue lotus slowly rise against the pressure of the heavenly Dao. He then looked at Qin Yu, who was nearby, focused and vigilant, yet primarily concerned with the blue lotus. A hint of admiration finally appeared on his usually placid face. Qingyu, my friend. With the strength of a single person facing my three brothers alone, you have bravely fought for the chaotic blue lotus amidst the heavenly Daos decrees. Such courage and means are admirable. He paused, his gaze returning to the blue lotus beneath the eye of heavenly punishment. His voice carried expectation, but more so affirmation. You must understand this sliver of life is the opportunity you fought for it to face the tribulation. The essence of the creation blue lotus is too contrary to the heavens, and thus the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate it. That is why we were drawn here by the heavenly mechanism preparing to dissolve it, otherwise this tribulation would not have descended. Now that you have protected it, allowing it to emerge fully, the heavenly Tao will inevitably unleash endless punishments to obliterate it. The heavenly Tao will absolutely not allow it to be born with complete sentience and then take form. The primordial chaos cannot contain it. Laozi looked at Qingyu, his eyes calm. This tribulation is one of absolute annihilation, not one of creating life. You must prepare for the worst. You have done your part and should have no regrets. From here on, it depends on its own creation. Without you, this blue lotus would have been dissolved the moment it matured. There would be no path to survival. Now this sliver of life depends on whether it can seize the opportunity. As Laozi's words fell, the giant eye of heavenly punishment in the sky also accumulated its power to the limit. In the center of the eye, a ray of ultimate chaotic thunder light suddenly ignited, striking fiercely towards the blue lotus below. The chaotic divine thunder, each bolt thicker, faster, and more powerful, ruthlessly descended upon the creation blue lotus. Each divine thunder's residual force caused the space to crack inch by inch. The creation blue lotus immediately unleashed the immense aura of creation accumulated over countless epochs, forming layers of clear light barriers to block the infinite thunder light from the outside. Yet before such pure destructive power containing the essence of the heavenly Tao, it still appeared fragile. The lotus petals of the creation blue lotus, shining like jade, were visibly dimming, even beginning to show fine cracks. Seeing this, Qingyu felt anxious, the azure light around him surging as he was about to step forward to help to shield it from a few bolts of tribulation, giving it a chance to breathe. But an arm blocked him. It was Yuan Shi Tianzun. At this moment, Yuan Shi's expression was still stern, but the previous hostility in his eyes had vanished. My friend, Yuan Shi's voice was deep, yet his gaze remained fixed on the blue lotus amid the thunder light. You have done enough for it. If you step forward now, even if you were to block a few bolts of tribulation, it would be futile. Since the will of the heavenly Tao has decided to erase it, the chaotic divine thunder will be endless until it is completely obliterated. This is the will of the heavenly Tao. That sliver of life must ultimately rely on it to strive for. As if to corroborate Yuan Shi's words, the brightness in the eye of heavenly punishment grew larger, the pressure increasing, beginning to disregard the consumption of its essence and directly urging the chaotic divine thunder to its utmost. Countless chaotic divine thunders fell incessantly, merging into a world-destroying thunder pillar that struck fiercely at the core of the blue lotus, aiming to shatter it in one blow. A mournful cry erupted from within the blue lotus, making one feel a pang of sorrow upon hearing it. Following that, dense cracks spread like a spider web across the 24 crystal-like lotus petals. Crack! The sounds of fractures echoed across the surrounding mountains. Under the gaze of Qingyu and the others, the creation blue lotus, which contained boundless creation, ultimately could not withstand the judgment of the heavenly Tao. The creation blue lotus exploded amidst the thunder light, its exterior disintegrating, transforming into three parts suspended in midair. One was a red flower, crimson like the morning glow, containing endless vitality and creation. One was a white lotus root, pure as congealed fat, flowing with a peaceful Tao rhythm, remnants of the power of the heavenly Tao adhering to it. One was a green lotus leaf, verdant as the azure sky, radiating the sharpness of celestial secrets. It was precisely the faded red flower, white lotus root, and green lotus leaf that Qingyu had in mind. As the creation blue lotus shattered, the enormous eye of heavenly punishment, which exuded overwhelming pressure, also completed its mission. Slowly retracting, the massive eye disdainfully surveyed the area below one last time before beginning to dissipate, eventually vanishing at the edge of the sky. As the tribulation clouds dispersed, the sky reappeared, leaving behind the ravaged surroundings and the three lonely remnants of essence suspended in the air. Qingyu gazed at those three lifeless remnants, merely retaining the rhythm of primordial Tao, and sighed inwardly. In the end, all was in vain. That glimmer of life ultimately could not overcome the dictates of the heavenly Tao. However, just at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A faint glimmer of spiritual light appeared slowly beneath the cover of the shattered remnants, a tiny root that, though small, radiated a life force even more refined than that of the previous creation blue lotus. More importantly, Qingyu could clearly sense that it contained a faint yet clear consciousness. Like a newly born infant, it conveyed to him a vague feeling of attachment and gratitude. It succeeded. Qing Yu's heart surged with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That glimmer of life had ultimately succeeded, although the lotus body had been forcibly severed by the heavenly Dao and could not reunite. But the most important roots and essence had successfully been preserved within the cracks of the heavenly punishment. The labor of the formless body was of course not comparable to the transcendence of the 24 grades. Qing Yu immediately stepped forward, carefully collecting the root essence containing the consciousness of the blue lotus into his sleeve, nurturing and protecting it with his purifying wood energy. Almost simultaneously, the three remnants of the blue lotus, the red flower, white lotus root, and green lotus leaf, floating in the air, were affected by some invisible pull, trembling slightly and emitting a soft glow. The aura around them was naturally drawn by the three purities. Qing Yu turned to face the three purities, who wore various expressions, raised his hand in gesture, and spoke calmly, "Friends, please." The three purities regained their senses from the recent events. Laozi's eyes were understanding. Yuan Shi's expression was complex yet relieved, and Tantian showed a smile of joy. After a brief contemplation, they realized this was a fated consequence of the heavenly Dao. The remnants of the creation blue lotus would naturally gift the descendants of Pangu, marking the conclusion of this cause and effect. Laozi took a step forward, first addressing the crimson essence, softly uttering the true words, "Red flower." The red flower essence transformed into a stream of light in his hand, solidifying into a creation whisk. The tail of the whisk was snow white, each strand distinct, aligning with the order of the heavenly Dao. The handle was ancient, faintly revealing chaotic patterns, as if it could comb through yin and yang, pacifying earth, water, fire, and wind. Yuan Shi then stepped forward, facing the pure white lotus root, and solemnly said, "White lotus." The white essence flew into Yuan Shi's hand, transforming into a three-treasure jade rui as it shimmered. The head of the rui resembled auspicious clouds inlaid with three treasures, embodying the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity, radiating brilliance, with a handle that was warm and smooth, containing the supreme Dao rhythm of the heavenly Dao. Lastly, Tantian stepped forward, his sword intent resonating with the sharpness of the green lotus leaf, proclaiming loudly, "Green lotus leaf." The emerald leaf essence rang out clearly, landing in Tongshan's palm, transforming into a green ping sword. The sword measured 3 feet in length, shimmering with blue light, sharp and unmatched. Its blade naturally flowed with Dao patterns capable of severing causality and breaking all laws, symbolizing the path of seizing a glimmer of life. These 3 items, having only been formed from the remnants of the creation blue lotus, lacked essence, thus barely reached the level of supreme, innate spiritual treasures, each containing 13 prohibitions. They each merged with the Dao aura of the 3 purities. The 3 purities were the true heirs of Pangu, while the creation blue lotus was also a remnant of the chaotic blue lotus. Laozi, holding the whisk, nodded slightly at Qing Yu. "This cause and effect is thanks to your kindness. This glimmer of life preserved from the creation blue lotus is also your merit." Qing Yu shook his head. "There is no need for thanks. It is all a matter of fated laws. You 3 are the true heirs of Pangu, inheriting the Dao of opening the heavens. These transformed items should belong to you all." Tantian was the most straightforward, stepping forward with a smile. "Qing Yu, my friend, this debate and contest of Dao has been most enjoyable. You fought for the life of this blue lotus, which I greatly admire. In the future, I must invite you to Kunlun Mountain to discuss Dao." Even Yuan Shi's expression softened considerably. After a moment's thought, he took out an item from his sleeve, a pure white jade bottle, warm to the touch with the shadows of the sun, moon, and stars swirling on its surface. "Qing Yu, my friend," Yuan Shi handed over the jade bottle. "This is a treasure I obtained years ago, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the 8-treasure glazed bottle. This bottle has the miraculous ability to gather the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, which can be refined into the 3 light divine water. The root consciousness of the creation blue lotus has just begun to awaken, and with its essence damaged, it needs boundless vitality to nourish and restore it. This 3 light divine water is a sacred item for healing, with miraculous effects for nourishing the essence that may help it stabilize its consciousness and recover sooner. I hope you will use this treasure wisely and cherish this bond." Qing Yu felt a stir in his heart. This 3 light divine water was indeed an excellent item for nurturing spiritual roots and restoring essence. Yuan Shi's gift was like a timely rain. Qing Yu solemnly accepted the jade bottle, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Yuan Shi. This item is indeed just what I need, and I will not let you down." "Good then, Qing Yu, my friend, we shall part ways here." After bidding farewell to the Sanqing, Qing Yu did not linger any longer, placing the chaotic Qinglian into the map of mountains and rivers, and using the teleportation technique, returned to Dugong. Within Dugong, the Jianmu stood tall, with the ethereal essence of Imu drifting down, enveloping the area and nourishing this land, making it even more spiritually enchanting. Back in Dugong, Qing Yu finally found his peace of mind. Although the journey to Zhoushan was arduous, it ultimately secured a glimmer of hope for the chaotic Qinglian. Moreover, recalling the treasure gifted by Yuan Shi before leaving and the mutual forgiveness of grievances, it was indeed a path of seeking Tao in harmony with the heavenly principles. Yuan Shi recognized the glimmer of hope left by the heavenly principles for the chaotic Qinglian and extended his assistance. It is evident that the treasure which continuously produced the three light divine water was a top-tier item in the primordial chaos. Qingyu had not expected Yuan Shi to offer such a significant treasure. This shows that Yuan Shi was not the rigid person Qingyu had in mind. He merely followed the heavenly principles, a seeker of the Tao. This journey to Zhoushan also forged a significant karmic connection with the three genuine disciples of Pangu. Qingyu unfolded the map of mountains and rivers, carefully retrieving the fragment of the Qinglian root that contained a faint breath of life. Feeling the intimacy emanating from it, he was filled with comfort, knowing his efforts were not in vain. Since I have secured a glimmer of hope, I shall cultivate well and patiently await rebirth. Qingyu softly instructed, then chose a place on the eastern side of the Jianmu's main route, where the spiritual essence was most abundant. He took out the essence of Wutu acquired from Zhoushan. This substance contained the universe, making it ideal for nourishing spiritual roots. He then used great magical power to draw the innate Wutu spiritual energy from the depths of the earth's veins, merging it to form a spiritual pool about 3 zhang wide, shaped like a full moon. This method of drawing innate Wutu spiritual energy was learned from Xinyuanzi while he was sorting the earth veins. After a moment, the pool was round and harmonious in alignment with celestial phenomena. Its bottom was flat, containing the virtues of the earth. A lotus pool was thus completed. Next, Qingyu took out the 8 treasures glazed bottle given by Yuan Shi. This bottle was as transparent as jade, with the shadows of the sun, moon, and stars faintly visible upon it. An excellent innate spiritual treasure, it contained 36 innate prohibitions, including the sun, moon, and stars within it, truly marvelous. Qingyu placed the treasure bottle in the pool, activating the Tao patterns within the prohibitions. He noticed the sun's essence, moon's radiance, and starlight were drawn to it, cascading down upon the lotus pool above, intertwining to form a tricolor light curtain, a sight of unmatched beauty. Ultimately, the essence of the 3 light divine water flowed out drop by drop from the bottle, slowly filling the spiritual pool with boundless creation. As the divine water met the Wutu, wondrous phenomena arose, its effects surpassing those of any single substance. The pool's water gradually transformed into a warm milky white, with the fragrant essence of creation rising gently. The 8 treasures glazed bottle hovered at the center of the pool, subtly resonating with the heavenly constellations, autonomously gathering the essence of the 3 lights ceaselessly. With everything in place, Qingyu carefully placed the fragment of the emerald root at the center of the spiritual pool. As the roots touched the pool water, it instinctively unfurled like a sweet rain, greedily absorbing the abundant life force within. The originally faint spiritual fluctuations gradually stabilized. Then Qingyu took out the wood spirit pearl and the water spirit pearl. He suspended the wood spirit pearl at the east of the pool, allowing it to stimulate the Imu essence, the main mechanism of creation, and placed the water spirit pearl at the north of the pool, causing it to circulate the Gui water essence, primarily for nourishment. The 2 pearls resonated, connecting with the earth veins. In an instant, Qingyu relied on these 2 top-tier innate spiritual treasures to set up a grand formation of wood and water, securing the lotus pool tightly. Having completed all this, Qingyu returned to the peak of Jianmu, sitting cross-legged in meditation to sort through his gains. This time competing for that glimmer of hope for the chaotic Qinglian. Qingyu himself also obtained something extraordinary. Unlike the spiritual treasures obtained by the Sanqing from the Qinglian, Qingyu received a legacy. When the spiritual intelligence of the Qinglian condensed in the roots and conveyed pure gratitude to him, a complete Tao of creation was transmitted deep into his primordial spirit along with the Qinglian's gratitude. This was the Tao of creation inherited from the mother plant of the chaotic Qinglian, which also nurtured Pangu, the most primordial law of creation, illustrating its preciousness. For Qingyu, its value even surpassed that of innate treasures, as it not only increased his origin, but also enhanced his understanding of the wood Tao. The wood Tao and the Tao of creation indeed share the same source and coexist. Wood is the body of life, while creation is the form of life. If wood is the form, creation becomes the blade sculpting all things. The 2 intertwine just as roots and leaves are connected. This interconnection greatly aided Qingyu. In the mountains there are no cycles of years. The primordial chaos knows not of time. Uncertain how long it had been, Qingyi's aura suddenly trembled, and a profound rhythm of Tao spread quietly. This advancement in the Tao came naturally. Qingyu stepped from the peak of the 4th heaven of the great Luo golden immortal into the realm of the 5th heaven. As Qingyi's realm elevated, the Jianmu beneath him rumbled and rose higher, becoming even more magnificent and solid, adding another layer to its strength that supported the heavens. In this ultimate fusion of creation and the wood Dao, Qingyu comprehended a divine ability named transforming wood into life. Its essence lies in the ability to seamlessly merge his aura magical power, Dao rhythm, and even presence into the surrounding environment in an instant. Mountains and rivers, grass and trees, flowing water and gentle winds, even the pervading spiritual energy can all serve as conduits. It is as if blending with the light and dust, leaving no trace. Yet in an instant he can gather and unify the powers resonating within the environment, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, unleashing a thunderous strike, far exceeding ordinary limits, extraordinarily profound. As the years flowed by, Qingyu slowly awakened from his deep meditation. His gaze shone brightly, as if witnessing the birth and extinction of the Qinglian, the creation of all things, and the evolution of the world. Qingyu felt the surging power within him and his deeper understanding of the Dao, turning his gaze towards the lotus pool below. The chaotic Qinglian had truly bestowed upon him a great opportunity. The scene in the pool had changed significantly. The fragment of root had already sprouted several tender white, as jade, and vibrant lotus stems. Several small, yet vividly green lotus leaves with visible patterns of Dao inscriptions stood gracefully upon the milky liquid, gently swaying in the wind. The spiritual fluctuations were stable and lively, filled with joy for rebirth. Although it was still far from regaining the grandeur of the 24-grade chaotic Qinglian, its foundation was now solid, its origin gradually revived, and its consciousness had emerged with a promising future ahead. Your journey has only just begun. My path also requires progression. Qingyu spoke softly, seemingly addressing the Qinglian, but also speaking to himself. He rose tall, his garments fluttering slightly, his gaze focused as he looked towards the vast sea of clouds in the east. During his seclusion, the gift derived from the origin of the chaotic Qinglian not only brought insights into the Dao, but also allowed him to sense a faint yet pure calling from the depths of the distant Eastern Ocean, resonating with the same root as the chaotic Qinglian. That was indeed the aura of the purifying world White Lotus. The chaotic Qinglian had shattered after Pangu opened the heavens, and its essence had divided. The largest core essence transformed into the 24-grade chaotic Qinglian. The other offspring, 4 lotus seeds, fell into the primordial chaos and were nourished by the heavens. One transformed into the 12-grade fiery red lotus, a companion of the underworld river. Another became the 12-grade merit gold lotus, obtained by Honghuang and later granted to the west for guidance. A third turned into the 12th-grade annihilating black lotus, landing in the hands of the demon ancestor Luoho. Only one purifying world White Lotus, which cleanses all evils and stands in contrast to the annihilating black lotus, remained hidden in legends, never revealing itself. Qingyu had initially thought it was merely an ethereal tale, but now burdened with the true meaning of the complete Tao of creation, this feeling had become clear. The unclaimed purifying world White Lotus was resonating with Qingyu, resting upon the Eastern Sea. In the Eastern Sea, Qingyu roughly understood that the purifying world White Lotus was likely on the elusive and unpredictable 3 immortal islands in the overseas Fairy Mountains. In the Eastern Sea, Qinji's gaze narrowed slightly. Now it was the core of the 4 seas ruled by the ancestor dragon, a stronghold of the dragon clan. The East Sea stretched endlessly, its azure waves boundless. Qingyu moved alone atop the vast waves, subtly merging with the immense water element, using his newly comprehended transformation of wood into life. In this moment, Qingyu resembled an ancient log drifting with the currents, a cluster of deep-sea seaweed. Unless directly confronted, even the divine sense of the ancestral dragon would struggle to detect anything amiss. Qinji's mind was tranquil as he delicately sensed the faint connection with the primordial source of creation and the pure world White Lotus. With a flick of his fingertip, the map of mountains and rivers gradually unfolded before him. The geography depicted in the map was vividly lifelike, encompassing mountains, rivers, the 4 seas, and the 8 wildernesses. As the only treasure map of the Primordial Era, if the ethereal Sancian island had ever manifested in the world, traces would surely be found upon it. Qingyu manifested the mark of his wood ancestor upon the scroll, infusing it with a trace of the resonant energy from the pure world White Lotus. With this dual resonance, Qingyu resembled a patient fisherman meticulously searching for his prey inch by inch across the vast web of the East Sea. Time flowed like water in the East Sea, fleeting in the blink of an eye. 30,000 years passed in an instant. During these 30 millennia, the unique ethereal aura of Sancian Island had manifested 3 times from different directions within the East Sea. However, the mysteries of the immortal island were unpredictable. While the map could reveal its presence, there was always a slight delay in perception and manifestation. Whenever Qingyu rushed to the newly revealed traces on the map, he often only witnessed the fading ripples of space, as the immortal island had long since vanished back into the void's intricate maze. Nevertheless, Qingyu did not lose heart. The three manifestations of Sanxian Island's aura were enough for him to accomplish many things. Utilizing the coexistence of the Great Luo realm and the map of mountains and rivers for joint positioning, Qingyu forcibly simulated a unique aura belonging to Sanxian Island from the lingering traces left behind. At this moment, Qingyi's entire being was subtly imbued with a hint of the ethereal and ancient essence of Sanxian Island. More crucially, through the cross-validation of the three spatial positions, he had roughly deduced the patterns and core regions of Sanxian Island's elusive movements deep within the East Sea. Now he merely awaited an opportunity for the next emergence of Sanxian Island. At that time, aided by the shared aura of Sanxian Island and the previously locked coordinates, Qingyu would seamlessly blend in, avoiding the innate restrictions of the island, thereby causing minimal disturbance. Just as Qingyu stood quietly on the cloud, connecting the threads of causality with his divine sense, calculating the heavenly mysteries, and patiently awaiting the time. Suddenly, the calm surface of the sea below erupted violently, and a long blue dragon silhouette burst forth from the water, heading directly towards Qingyi's position with purpose. Qingyu sensed that this unexpected visitor was at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Just a step away from entering the Great Luo Gate, he could seize the Dao fruit from the River of Time, integrating the timelines into himself. Qingyu raised an eyebrow, intending to conceal his aura completely and avoid this chance encounter with the Dragon Clan. However, just as the dragon shadow approached Qingyu, he unexpectedly sensed that the aura emanating from the being was not that of the water element, but rather a profound vitality resonating with the way of wood. This wood energy entwined with the dragon's form, exuding a majestic aura. Interesting, Qingyu thought, dismissing his earlier intention to hide. For a junior on the verge of breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, in the way of wood, Qingyu naturally felt a spark of curiosity and a desire to teach. Thus, just as the Azure Dragon was about to reach the cloud's summit, Qingyu voluntarily dispersed his transformation of wood into life. In an instant, an overwhelming, ancient, and noble aura abruptly appeared within the dragon's perception. This dragon had followed an elusive aura that promised immense assistance in its breakthrough to the Great Luo. The closer it drew to Qingyu, the stronger and clearer that resonance became, nearly causing its bloodline to boil. It began to ponder what kind of treasure could provoke such a reaction in its divine soul. Yet it had no idea that the opportunity it sought was in fact a person, or perhaps had already been taken by another. The dragon's eyes widened, reflecting the figure in azure robes swaying above the clouds, whose aura was as unfathomable as the abyss. This was unmistakably a Great Luo Golden Immortal, just like its elder brother, the Ancestral Dragon. Unlike the overwhelming dominance of its elder brother, the Ancestral Dragon, Qingyu exuded a pressure that transcended mere realm. It was a suppression of status. Moreover, the source of the stirring within its wood origin emanated directly from this person. Could the opportunity belong to a powerful senior? The Azure Dragon was taken aback, its massive body halting midair. No matter how splendid the opportunity, one had to be alive to enjoy it. The aura of this senior was inscrutable. It was uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Though the Dragon Clan dominated the seas, the Azure Dragon, as the brother of the Ancestral Dragon, understood the depths of the primordial waters, knowing some existences should not be casually provoked. Without any hesitation, the Azure Dragon summoned all its power. A flash of blue light surrounded it as it attempted to change direction and retreat into the deep sea. At this moment, nothing was more important than its own safety. However, at that moment, a calm voice clearly reached its ears, resonating deep within the Azure Dragon's divine soul. "Young friend, please hold on." The voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority that pierced directly through the divine soul. Upon hearing Qingyi's words, the Azure Dragon's enormous form froze, caught in a dilemma. It feared that angering this unknown powerful figure would lead to its demise. Even if its elder brother wished to rescue it, he would be powerless. It had not yet achieved the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, and even if it wished to return from the River of Time, it could not withstand the erosion of time. On the cloud, Qingyu observed the Azure Dragon, which was stuck in midair, unable to advance or retreat. A faint trace of amusement crossed his eyes. This scene was strikingly similar. Years ago, beneath Mount Buzhou, did he not find himself in the same position, rendered stationary by the enigmatic Honghuang Daos' words, "Young friend, please hold on." Watching the Azure Dragon struggling to maintain composure while betraying surprise and tension in its enormous eyes, Qingyu suddenly felt that this direct approach to stopping someone was rather enjoyable. No wonder, he thought with a barely visible smile, his heart warming. It seems that even the esteemed Honghuang Sr. liked to call people to a halt like this back in the day. So this was the feeling. Unlike Qingyi's sudden mischief, the Azure Dragon was already drenched in cold sweat, yet it dared not flee directly, only able to approach and bow. "I pay my respects to the senior. I am Qinglong, the brother of the Ancestral Dragon. I did not know you were here, and I apologize for the disturbance." Knowing that this powerful figure had called it to a stop, the Azure Dragon realized it was not easy to escape. So you are the brother of the ancestral dragon. No wonder your cultivation has reached Tai, just a step away from Great Luo. Let me guess, young friend, are you here for the opportunity of Great Luo? Upon hearing Qingji's words, the Azure Dragon stiffened, further alarmed, fearing that this senior might eliminate witnesses. Just as the Azure Dragon was engulfed in fear, it heard a light laugh. Why, young friend, the opportunity is right before you, yet you do not sense it. The Azure Dragon was astonished. Could the opportunity truly be a person? Upon hearing Qingji's words, the Azure Dragon felt a profound shock in its heart, momentarily at a loss. Seeing the little dragon in front of it appear somewhat stunned, Qingyu also put away the playful thoughts, and with a slight movement of the mind, the flow of energy around it suddenly changed. A vast ancient aura, the source of all life, slowly unfurled over the boundless East Sea. In the void, countless illusory blue lotuses swayed, the rhythm of creation flowing endlessly. At the center of its brow, the mark of the wood ancestor, symbolizing the reverence of all trees, became even clearer, radiating a deep blue light, exuding both antiquity and holiness. The moment the Azure Dragon's gaze touched that mark, it instantly realized that the figure before it was indeed the wood ancestor, the master of all trees of the primordial wilderness, revered by all spirits and flora. The earlier aura that inspired its instinctive reverence and suppressed its path was rooted in this. Unlike the domineering and authoritative pressure of the dragon ancestor, which made all scales submit and left no room for rebellion. Although the aura of the wood ancestor before it was equally ancient and sacred, it felt more like the return of spring, silently nurturing all things, filled with a kindness that nourished life and blessed the world. This made the Azure Dragon unconsciously feel a sense of closeness and reverence, thus giving rise to no thoughts of rebellion. I did not expect to meet the Dao Master in person. The Azure Dragon hurriedly retracted its dragon might, transforming into human form, and quickly bowed forward, its voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. The junior has been neglectful and has offended the Dao Master's law, though I hope the Dao Master will forgive me. No harm done. Qingyu spoke in a calm tone. I am merely here to quietly comprehend the heavenly mysteries. I intended to remain hidden, but seeing you, this little dragon, come straight here is indeed interesting. Qingyu paused, slightly, a glimmer of inquiry flashing in its eyes. Logically, given your current path, you should not have been able to find me so precisely. Since you are able to sense this and directly point out where I am, there must be another reason. Based on Qingyu's cultivation level and its integration with the aura of wood and the East Sea. Although the map of mountains and rivers was deducing the location of the three immortals' island, it did not shroud Qingyu in a layer of false heavens to obscure the heavenly mysteries. It should not have been sensed, even if Qingyu was a manifestation of the Azure Dragon's fortune. The Azure Dragon sensed that Qingyu's words bore no blame, simply a pure inquiry, and quickly explained, I dare not conceal anything from the Dao Master. The junior has been at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm for several hundred years, using various methods, yet has always found it difficult to grasp the Dao fruit within the river of time. Among my two brothers, I alone have been unable to break through. My elder brother, the dragon ancestor, cannot bear to see this. Using his own profound cultivation to connect with the fate of my dragon clan, he forcefully deduced the heavenly mysteries, pointing out a thread of breakthrough opportunity for me. Oh, I initially thought it was a treasure of the wood path, but unexpectedly, it led me to the wood ancestor in person. As it turns out, Qingyu instantly understood the cause and effect. Given the Azure Dragon's current possession of 1/3 of the primordial wilderness flourishing aura, combined with the significant cultivation of the dragon ancestor, compared to Qingyu, it was indeed possible to display the opportunity within a certain range upon Qingyu. After all, Qingyu truly represents a great opportunity for the Azure Dragon. However, it is likely that the dragon ancestor did not realize that this opportunity is not a congenital spiritual treasure of the wood path, or a cave blessed with fortune, but rather a living master of the wood path. Otherwise, it would not have allowed the Azure Dragon, a Tai Golden Immortal, to risk coming here alone. If it were a fierce being, direct slaughter would also be possible. Since that is the case, our meeting is indeed fated. Qingyu's gaze fell upon the Azure Dragon, and in an instant it understood the reason for the Azure Dragon's prolonged inability to break through. Have you been troubled, wondering why your accumulation of cultivation is already sufficient, yet you still cannot extract the Dao fruit from the river of time? Upon hearing Qingyu's words, the Azure Dragon felt a surge of excitement. Since the senior has said this, they must surely know the issue with my situation. It then bowed deeply, exclaiming, I hope the senior can enlighten me. Looking at the Azure Dragon, who bowed deeply and sincerely, Qingyu felt a stir in its heart, recognizing the respect shown. This was a stark contrast to the previous Qilin, who wanted to suppress it. Qingyu raised a hand and gently waved. A stream of blue light appeared beside the Azure Dragon, lifting it up. There is no need for such formality. It is merely a matter of the adept teaching the novice. Now listen to my words. The azure dragon held its breath, focusing intently. In the current primordial wilderness, there are few who can transform their innate spiritual roots, and the essence of the flora spirits is weak. To awaken spiritual intelligence and cultivate into a form is even more challenging. This directly leads to the foundation of the wood path being particularly unstable among the 10,000 paths in the primordial wilderness. Qingyu looked at the azure dragon, its gaze penetrating its body, directly observing its cultivation source. You are transformed from the essence of innate Imu and the dragon's qi with an extraordinary foundation. Once you take form, you can obtain the Tai Dao fruit. You are indeed blessed by heaven. However, during your cultivation, the overwhelming Imu source and the powerful Dragon Clan foundation have allowed you to reach the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm quickly, just one step away from the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Since then, you have been fixated on obtaining the Great Luo Dao fruit. The wood path places great importance on foundation and growth. Currently, you possess the cultivation of the Tai peak akin to a towering tree, seemingly lush and magnificent. Yet beneath its root system lies an empty castle in the air with no soil to rely on. You continuously attempt to pick the Great Luo Dao fruit akin to forcing an unrooted tree to bear fruit. Even if you reach upward multiple times and at times touch the edge of the fruit, you cannot truly pluck it and incorporate it into your own path. Qingyu's words struck deep within the azure dragon's mind, resonating profoundly. If the foundation of the wood path is robust and the underlying path is complete, you too can comprehend the most fundamental Dao, which can solidify the foundation and make it whole, allowing you to smoothly obtain the Dao fruit with your accumulated efforts. However, at present the flora is still in the process of being nurtured and the essence of the path is still evolving, hence the foundation of the wood path requires you to comprehend it yourself and retrace your steps. What also begins with roots and stems and growth is the path. Unlike other paths, without a foundation, the Dao fruit of the wood path is hard to find. Once the foundation is re-established, the Imu source can truly be complete. At that time, the door to the Great Luo will surely open for you. Upon finishing this discourse, the azure dragon stood there seemingly overwhelmed by countless realizations colliding within. The fog that had troubled it for countless years was cleaved apart by Qingyu's few words, like a sharp sword revealing a suddenly clear path ahead. In just a short moment, the azure dragon felt enlightened, seeing a more solid and expansive world of cultivation. In a surge of excitement, it once again deeply bowed, its voice brimming with genuine gratitude and respect. Your guidance, Dao Master, is like the opening of chaos. The junior is dull-witted, and it is only today that I understand where the path lies. This grace and virtue shall be eternally remembered by the azure dragon. I hope the senior would be willing to visit the Dragon Palace so that I may entertain you. The Dragon Clan's treasury also contains numerous spiritual treasures. If the senior needs anything, please take it as a repayment of gratitude. Following this, the azure dragon, sincerely invited as the third of the Dragon Clan, it naturally had the right to access the Dragon Clan's treasury. No harm, no harm. Little friend, you may go. It is merely my guidance to you, a junior of the wood path. What talk of repayment is there? If you can break through to the Great Luo, strengthening the essence of my wood path would be the highest form of gratitude. Go on, go on. Having said this, Qingyu dispersed its aura, merging into the surroundings, and slowly vanished. Qingyu was not wrong. If the azure dragon obtains the Great Luo, it will be the second great power of the wood path in the primordial wilderness, and the essence of the wood path will undergo a significant expansion, benefiting both Qingyu and the flora spirits. However, more importantly, news from the map of mountains and rivers indicated that the Three Immortals Island was about to reveal itself in the primordial wilderness. Sensing the location, Qingyu instantly departed. As the azure dragon felt Qingyu's aura completely vanish, it couldn't help but feel a bit forlorn. The senior truly embodied high moral integrity. It then bowed deeply and took a long while to return to its original form and leave. A single word can convey profound truths, no need for countless written tomes. To seek the great path is arduous. Bowing down and reflecting reveals the true self. After rejecting the Qinglong, Qingyu felt the aura of the Three Immortal Islands and did not delay for a moment. Following the increasingly clear sensation in her heart associated with the pure world White Lotus, she cast the teleportation technique and swiftly flickered towards the location in the East Sea. The heavenly mechanisms shifted and the call from the pure world White Lotus grew stronger. This sensation was like a lighthouse in the night, constantly guiding Qingyu through the vastness of the East Sea. After an unknown number of teleportations, Qingyu finally arrived at an area of seemingly ordinary sea. Here the sea was a deep blue, the waves gentle, yet the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exceptionally thin and desolate, almost devoid of life. Compared to other places in the East Sea rich in spiritual essence, it was barren, even somewhat lifeless. If an ordinary cultivator were to sweep their divine sense across, they would probably think this was a desolate sea with exhausted spiritual energy and would not linger here. However, the wooden ancestor mark on Qingji's brow began to emit a faint heat, and the sensation originating from the source of creation reached its peak in this place. Great concealment in the market, great skill and simplicity. This three-immortal island is indeed marvelous. Qingyu understood in her heart that a true cave paradise often hides in the most inconspicuous ways. Without daring to be careless, Qingyu waved her sleeve, and the map of mountains and rivers silently unfolded in the sky, the shadow of the painting rapidly expanding as the rhythm of the Daos circulated, enveloping the sea area and the sky above it in silence. As the rhythm of the map of mountains and rivers radiated, this space was continuously distorted. The heavenly mechanisms were obscured, directly isolating and covering all fluctuations of spiritual energy and changes in scenery in this area. However, to the outside world, this still appeared as a calm and even desolate sea surface, with any disturbances perfectly replaced by the illusory sky displayed by the map of mountains and rivers. After preparing for the emergence of the three-immortal island, Qingyu took out the Xuanmu staff. Under her manipulation, the staff emitted a brilliant blue light, continuously radiating the aura of the source of all wood, resonating with the aura of the pure world White Lotus. Qingyu also drew upon the aura of the three-immortal island captured during its previous emergences, simulating the aura unique to the three-immortal island. Along with the Dao rhythm obtained from the creation Green Lotus, which was identical to that of the pure world White Lotus, she slowly infused it into the Xuanmu staff. As the resonance grew stronger, the previously seemingly empty junction of sea and sky began to distort and blur. It was as if an invisible curtain was slowly being lifted, revealing not water, but a surging stream of gray chaotic energy. These chaotic currents were immensely violent, filled with a breath of annihilation and chaos, serving as the natural barrier protecting the three-immortal island. Under the continuous attraction of the Xuanmu staff's aura, the turbulent chaotic currents surged increasingly violently. Dimly, the outlines of three islands slowly emerged from the depths of the chaos. The three-immortal island was drawn out from the hidden spatial layers by Qingyu, appearing in the primordial chaos. With the emergence of the three-immortal island, an explosive aura continuously surged with the overflowing chaotic energy, relentlessly eroding the already sparse aura of this sea area. The commotion caused by the true appearance of the three-immortal island far exceeded expectations. Even with the map of mountains and rivers concealing it, the spatial transformation and chaotic agitation triggered a fundamental disturbance that was still difficult to completely obscure. The shadow of the painting began to shake violently, bearing immense pressure, clearly unable to withstand such a scale of heavenly and earthly changes for long. Time was limited, and every second counted. Before the map of mountains and rivers reached its limit, the pure world White Lotus had to be taken. Qingji's gaze sharpened, and the Qinglian Bao's flag above her head was instantly summoned. As the treasure flag unfurled, white mist hung in the air, golden light shone in myriad beams, and numerous ethereal blue lotuses bloomed out of thin air, enveloping her body in a protective embrace. No matter how violently the external chaotic currents surged or tore at the space, the seemingly fragile, yet resilient blue lotus light remained steadfast, isolating all chaos and annihilating forces outside. Qingyu focused on the island among the three immortal islands that resonated most strongly with the pure world White Lotus. Without hesitation, she noticed that the area surrounding the three-immortal island was filled with chaotic energy, and her divine sense could not penetrate, making teleportation impossible. Thus, she directly merged with the blue light of the Xuanmu staff, transforming into a sharp, yet gentle blue arrow protected by the Qinglian Bao's flag, fiercely breaking through the chaotic currents, speeding towards the location of the pure world White Lotus, until she passed through a layer of mysterious restrictions. Originally meant to protect the immortal island, the innate restrictions did not hinder Qingyu, who exuded the same aura as that within the island, allowing her, an outsider, to easily pass through the restrictions and enter the island, becoming part of it. Upon entering the island, the pressure around Qingyu suddenly lightened. The scenery before her opened up, starkly contrasting with the chaotic dangers of the outside world. The island displayed an indescribable serene paradise. The island was shrouded in clouds and mist, but it was not ordinary fog. It was pure spiritual energy condensed into form, refreshing and invigorating with each breath. Strange flowers and rare herbs covered the ground, many of which were innate spiritual plants that had long been extinct on the primordial continent due to the ravages of fierce beasts, exuding a captivating fragrance and radiant colors. Jade grasses carpeted the ground, crystalline branches reached for the sky, spiritual springs gurgled, and immortal birds chirped. The rich spiritual energy almost took the form of substantial dew that dripped from the heavenly flowers and auspicious grasses. Indeed, it was one of the legendary three immortal islands, a gathering place of primordial treasures. A chaotic stone bore engravings of Dao patterns, which was Penlai. Scanning with her divine sense, Qingyu discovered numerous innate spiritual roots of lower to middle grade. Although they were not as extraordinary as the Huangzhong Li or the ginseng fruit tree, each had its unique uses capable of inciting competition in the outside world. Qingyu felt joy in her heart. With a wave of her sleeve, she unapologetically gathered these unclaimed earthly treasures one by one. Although her primary purpose was to seek the pure world White Lotus, such additions were rare opportunities that she naturally could not overlook. Following the pure and sacred call, Qingyu made her way directly to the central area of Penlai Island. Before her lay a spiritual pond formed from chaotic spiritual energy, with celestial mist swirling and auspicious air swirling in thousands of strands. In the center of the pond, a completely pure and flawless lotus quietly bloomed, radiating a gentle, purifying light. The lotus opened in 12 petals, its petals crystal clear, as if carved from the finest mutton fat jade, or resembling condensed moonlight, extraordinarily holy indeed, the 12-petal pure world white lotus. Surrounding it were 3 slightly smaller 9-petal white lotuses, and 6 3-petal white lotuses like stars encircling the moon. However, the joy on Qingju's face slightly dimmed. She keenly sensed that although the main lotus of 12 petals had a perfect form and majestic aura, its internal spiritual brilliance had already been lost, devoid of any vitality. Rather than being an exceptional innate spiritual root, it had become a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. In contrast, the 3 surrounding 9-petal sublotuses were full of vibrant energy and life, resonating with Qingyu and confirming that the aura indicating the location of the 3 immortal island originated from them, not from the central 12-petal main lotus. With a gentle thought, Qingyu sent a strand of her divine sense towards the 12-petal pure world white lotus. Moments later, she withdrew her divine sense, a glint of understanding and regret flickering in her eyes. So that was it. This pure world white lotus had consumed a significant amount of its innate spiritual essence to autonomously extend its source and propagate sublotuses, leaving it unable to give birth to spiritual consciousness. At this moment, although it still possessed the form of a 12-petal supreme treasure imbued with the highest purifying principles, it had become a spiritual treasure. The connection with Qingyu was conveyed by the sublotuses it had nurtured, which retained relatively complete spiritual essence. Qingyu gazed at the sacred yet silent main lotus, softly murmuring to herself, "Is the obscured heavenly mechanism merely a result of the passage dictated by ignorant instincts? Time and destiny." Qingyu gazed at the remaining Dao rhythm of the 12th grade pure world white lotus with a sigh. If the pure world white lotus had not given birth to offspring, it would condense its essence into a single body, waiting for Qingyu's arrival, using the already awakened primal Qing lotus as a guide to illuminate its spiritual sense and enlighten its intelligence. As one of the 4 offspring of the Chaos Qing lotus, its foundation is robust. Relying on the years of accumulation of the pure world white lotus, it could transform into a great Luo golden immortal in just a short time, enjoying the purification of Dao fruits and becoming the master of a Dao. Unfortunately, despite having a faint spiritual radiance, it has lost its light due to the lack of guidance, relying solely on instinctual reproduction, giving birth to offspring and gradually wearing down its own spiritual light. The offspring before Qingyu, while inferior in foundation compared to the 12th grade pure world white lotus, is therefore easier to give birth to spiritual radiance and can more readily rely on a decent foundation to reach golden immortal transformation. Difficult. Where is the path for the beings of the wood Dao? Unlike animal beings, they are born with considerable intelligence. Beings of the wood Dao, constrained by their form, have only a bit of spiritual light after birth and can only rely on instinct to absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation. Those with higher roots and spiritual light may not even be born at all, having to depend on instinct to absorb spiritual energy. They wish to transform into an innate spiritual body like Pangu, yet are stuck at the lowest golden immortal transformation. Insufficient intelligence leads to slow cultivation, and slow cultivation makes it difficult to reach golden immortal transformation and develop complete intelligence. The wood Dao is now trapped in a vicious cycle. Looking at the 12th grade pure world white lotus that should have transformed and left its mark in the primordial world, it has now lost all its spiritual light and can only be used as a spiritual treasure. Thinking of this, Qingyu could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. The 4 offspring of the Chaos Qing lotus, the pure world white lotus, the fiery red lotus, the world-destroying black lotus, and the golden lotus of merit, have all lost their spiritual light, transforming into spiritual treasures. Only the remnants of the Chaos Qing lotus, the primal Qing lotus, gained a glimmer of hope through Qingyu's assistance, breaking through in exchange for a breath of life. Even in the Huangzhong Li of Duguang, there is only a little spiritual light, far from transformation. Qing Yu collected the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, initially refining the restriction that had transformed the path of purification into a spiritual treasure. Since that is the case, it shall serve as my protective treasure, accompanying me to forge a new future for the Wood Dao. Qing Yu spoke to the Pure World White Lotus. He then collected the 9 offspring from the lotus pool, preparing to replant them beside the primal Qing lotus. With the primal Qing lotus as a guide, they would surely develop intelligence and help the Pure World White Lotus find its own path. After collecting the rare treasures from Penglai, Qing Yu prepared to leave, hastening his pace. There are still 2 immortal islands yet to explore, for to ignore the heavens would invite disaster. Having gathered numerous rare treasures from Penglai Island, Qing Yu knew time was of the essence and did not linger any longer on Penglai. With a swift motion, Qing transformed into a streak of green light, piercing through the chaotic spiritual energy barrier surrounding Penglai Island, racing towards the island closest to his sensing. The 3 immortal islands are interconnected, each having its own protective arrays. The energies of the 3 islands are connected with their great formations, enveloping one another. If Qing Yu were to directly refine Penglai, the energies of the other 2 islands, along with the spiritual treasures obtained from them, would likely erupt completely, and even the map of mountains and rivers would be unable to stop it. At that time, the fully manifested 3 immortal islands would surely attract figures like Luo Ho and the ancestral dragon, making it far from easy for him to take away the spiritual treasures. The best plan is to escape with the spiritual treasures from the 3 immortal islands. Although the 3 immortal islands are full of spiritual vitality, they appear to Qing Yu as 3 paths of different Dao, offering little assistance to him. Qing Yu has his own birthplace, supported by 2 of the top 10 spiritual roots and many innate spiritual roots, which gather and expel spiritual energies in Duguang. Currently, the energy of Duguang has exceeded that of the 3 immortal islands under Qing Yu's construction, making the 3 immortal islands seem like mere sideshows to him. Instead of risking it all to refine a Penglai island and cause the joint great formation of the 3 islands to fail, leading to an early discovery, it is better to leave easily with the spiritual treasures from the 3 islands. Moreover, a mountain does not need to be high, it is renowned if there are immortals. A land does not need to be vast, it is spiritual if there are woods. The foreign lands, whether in terms of compatibility with oneself or the differing Dao rhythms, are far inferior to his own Duguang. With the energy from Penglai entering this island is even easier. Upon entering, he saw the boundary monument inscribed with innate divine patterns, which was indeed Yingzhou Island. The scenery of Yingzhou Island differs from that of Penglai, lacking the ethereal fairy aura, yet possessing a more rugged ancient charm. Strange rocks rise like a forest, ancient trees tower high, and countless rare spiritual plants and exotic grasses from the outside world grow among them, shimmering with rosy light and exuding precious energy. Qing Yu spread his divine sense like a net, quickly gathering valuable spiritual materials while sensing the unique fluctuations of the island. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart, following a vast, yet restrained spiritual energy, arriving at a deep pool in the center of the island, protected by natural restrictions. The pool water is deep and faintly emits a 5-colored brilliance. Qing Yu took out the Xuanmu staff and, channeling his magical power with a strike, broke the restrictions, revealing 24 pearls quietly floating at the bottom of the pool containing the cosmos. The pearls are azure, deep as the eye of the sea, their surfaces smooth and round, with countless worlds of water evolving within, exuding the Dao rhythm that stabilizes the seas. Sea stabilizing divine pearl. A flash of joy crossed Qing Yu's eyes as he did not expect to find this treasure. This innate spiritual treasure had long been on Qing Yu's mind. A single pearl has a measurable weight, capable of calming storms and stabilizing the seas. When 24 pearls converge, their energies connect, sharing a common origin, amplifying their power beyond measure. This treasure was originally bestowed upon Zhao Gongming by Tongtian and shone brightly in his hands. Later, after Zhao Gongming was sent up the Fengshen list by Ran Deng, it fell into Ran Deng's hands, where he used great magical power and the Qiankuan ruler to open up the heavens within the sea, stabilizing divine pearl. As a Buddhist Dao treasure of the 24 heavens, its power is even greater than before. At this moment, the sea stabilizing divine pearl has fallen into Qing Yu's hands, allowing him to perceive more clearly that within each divine pearl is a partially undeveloped chaotic space. Thus, the great magical power opens the time within. Although Qing Yu does not possess the Qiankuan ruler to define the heavens and earth, he is itself a Jianmu. Placing the sea stabilizing divine pearl upon Jianmu not only supports the heavens, but further enhances Jianmu's essence. If he can find the last 12 sea stabilizing divine pearls, totaling 36, and open up the heavens, their power would rival that of innate treasures, and the 36 heavens would align perfectly with Qing Yu's Dao path development. What a great opportunity this journey to the East Sea presents. Qing Yu quickly collected the 24 sea stabilizing divine pearls and hastened towards the last immortal island. Now that the two immortal islands have been explored, only the last one, Honghuang Island, remains. Upon stepping onto the island, Qingyu immediately sensed the difference. Compared to the tranquility of Penglai and the ruggedness of Yingzhou, Honghuang Island appeared exceptionally desolate. The island hardly bore vibrant spiritual herbs or dazzling treasures, only the purest innate spiritual energy swirling like a faint mist. At the center of the island, an intricately formed mysterious formation made from a whole piece of chaotic primal stone was operating. The array patterns were ancient and profound, connecting heaven and earth, resonating faintly with the hidden void of the other two immortal islands and the entire three immortal islands. Here lies the true core hub of the protective formation of the three immortal islands. As Qingyu stepped into the formation, he saw an ancient bronze cauldron with 3 legs standing tall at the focal point. The cauldron was only about 3 feet tall, yet it exuded a weighty presence, as if it contained the universe. The walls of the cauldron were engraved with images of the primal Qing lotus, the innate Dao body, celestial bodies, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and other ancient patterns, along with countless naturally generated innate Dao patterns circulating endlessly, radiating the supreme Dao rhythm of the birth of all things and the evolution of creation. Creation Cauldron. In just a moment, Qing, you recognize the name of this spiritual treasure. Although this cauldron might not be as famous as some other deadly treasures, its usefulness for cultivating the path of creation makes it a supreme treasure for practitioners of the Wood Dao. It is said that this cauldron was transformed from the supreme treasure of chaos shattered by Pangu and fell into the primordial world, like the chaos Qing lotus transforming into numerous spiritual treasures. Among them, the 2 largest pieces of the cauldron became the Qiankuan cauldron, while the piece before Qingyu is the creation cauldron. The creation cauldron possesses the ability to enlighten all things and nurture life. Inserting incomplete spiritual roots into it can assist their recovery of essence. The wonders of this cauldron extend far beyond this, unlike the Qiankuan cauldron, which combines acquired spiritual treasures with innate energy and reverses the innate. The creation cauldron can refine chaotic energy and transform it into innate energy. Its power is evident. Now that the creation cauldron appears in the Great Formation, it is evident that the creation cauldron serves as the core, harmonizing the spiritual energies of the 3 islands and maintaining the vast chaotic concealment formation surrounding them. Moreover, it transforms chaotic energy into a constant flow of innate energy, allowing the 3 immortal islands to be so rich in spiritual resources while perfectly concealing them from the primordial world. Time is pressing, leaving no room for careful observation. Qingyu stepped forward, channeling his magical power. Due to the aura of his Wood Dao, the creation cauldron did not resist much. Qingyu cautiously removed the creation cauldron from the core of the formation. The cauldron felt warm in his hands, but weighed over 1,000 pounds. Just as the creation cauldron detached from the core of the formation. Crack! The entire Honghuang Island, the entire space of the 3 immortal islands, trembled violently. The vast chaotic concealment formation that had maintained for countless epochs lost its sustaining power as the core was extracted. Countless intricate array patterns began to crack inch by inch, and the surging chaotic energy outside lost its restraint, starting to roll back wildly and collapse. The phantom of the map of mountains and rivers enveloping the 3 islands shook violently, emitting a mournful cry under unbearable pressure. The grand map of mountains and rivers was desperately concealing the commotion of the rise of the 3 immortals island. At this moment, after Qingyu took the array, the entire formation began to collapse, and the space around the 3 immortals island was battered by chaotic flows. The layers of space shattered, and the lines of causality were constantly disturbed. The unending impacts caused the false sky projected by the grand map of mountains and rivers to tremble until it reached the limit of what the map could withstand. Not good. Sensing the collapse of the false sky of the grand map of mountains and rivers, Qingji's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he immediately forced out a drop of his pure blood containing the essence of his Wood Dao origin, blended it with his divine sense, and directly infused it into the core restriction of the creation cauldron for the initial refinement and recognition. At the same time, he rolled up his sleeve and temporarily stored the creation cauldron in the stable space opened up within the grand map of mountains and rivers. Almost at the same moment the cauldron was stowed away, the restrictions on the 3 immortals island completely shattered. Immediately, a sound akin to the opening of heaven and earth erupted from the East Sea, and the last layer of chaotic mist surrounding the 3 immortals island dispersed in the primordial wilderness, revealing the island. 3 magnificent overseas immortal mountains rich in spiritual energy, to the point of manifesting tangible, due along with the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had yet to be thoroughly plundered by Qingyu. With the disappearance of the concealing formation, they were completely exposed under the sky of the primordial East Sea. Endless innate spiritual energy instantly flooded the East Sea, forcibly transforming this originally thinly charged area into a land of spirits that rivaled the paradisiacal realms. Sensing the complete exposure of the Three Immortals Island to the world, Qingyu wasted no time waving his hand to withdraw the already dim grand map of mountains and rivers. He immediately assimilated his aura with the surroundings, attaching his divine thought to it, and with a few teleportations he distanced himself significantly from the Three Immortals Island. Deep in the East Sea, in the forbidden area of the Dragon Palace, the ancestral dragon, who had exhausted his cultivation in search of opportunities for the Azure Dragon, was in seclusion, suddenly opening his magnificent dragon eyes reminiscent of a vast sea of stars upon sensing the pure spiritual energy. Such pure and ancient innate spiritual energy. Could it be the legendary Three Immortals Island? Damn it, why has the aura of the Three Immortals Island suddenly leaked? I have sent my sons to search for its whereabouts in the East Sea for countless years, yet it suddenly appears today, without warning. Sensing such a significant commotion from the emergence of the Three Immortals Island, it was bound to alert the Phoenix Ancestor, the first Qilin, and those hidden mighty beings. The thought of a large number of innate deities discovering the Three Immortals Island and coming to the East Sea to seize it filled the ancestral dragon with anger. The ancestral dragon had long regarded the Three Immortals Island as his forbidden territory, and now it was about to be touched by others. Upon this realization, the terrifying dragon might erupted uncontrollably, shaking the entire Dragon Palace. What audacity! I shall see who dares to come to the East Sea and disturb the foundation of my dragon clan. The voice of the ancestral dragon rumbled like rolling thunder, filled with fury and greed. His massive divine thought surged forth like an invisible tsunami, instantly spreading across billions of miles of the sea, heading straight for the source of the aura explosion. Just as the ancestral dragon had anticipated, other innate deities, sensing this enormous commotion, either directed their gazes towards it or set off, directly racing towards the East Sea. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the three purities who were discussing the Dao simultaneously looked up, their gazes piercing through endless space towards the East Sea. In a certain secret realm in the west, shrouded in ominous energy, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. Deep within the sun star, two deities drew upon the light of the sun and cast it towards the East Sea. The blood sea roiled, and the ancestor of the River of Souls exclaimed in surprise. Countless mighty beings of the primordial world and hidden ancient entities turned their attention to the suddenly glaring Three Immortals Island in the East Sea at this moment. In the southeast, the Phoenix Ancestor, accompanied by 100 birds, painted the horizon crimson and flew towards the East Sea. In the land of the Qilin clan, the first Qilin stirred the earth's veins, commanding the beasts, and surged towards the East Sea. There must be great treasures on the Three Immortals Island, as mentioned in the inheritance of every innate deity. The Phoenix Ancestor and the first Qilin would never allow the Dragon Clan to monopolize it. Standing aside, Qingyu, with the grand map of mountains and rivers only enveloping him, felt the probing and fervent divine thoughts that crossed space and varied in strength sweep past him amidst the endless crimson clouds, and the trembling earth, his heart, felt a chill. This place is not suitable for lingering. He immediately left, transforming into an endless green light that dissipated in the East Sea. Not long after, Qingji's figure vanished. Another figure quietly broke through the surrounding void of Penglai, appearing at the edge of the chaotic currents outside Penglai Island. The newcomer was a middle-aged Daoist wearing a purple gold crown and a robe adorned with sun cloud patterns, with a clear and refined face, and his eyes flickered with pure yang true fire. The aura of pure yang surged around him, dispelling the remaining chaotic gloom and chaotic breath in the surroundings. The newcomer was none other than the future ruler of the primordial male immortals, Dong Wanggong. Arriving at this place, Dong Wanggong furrowed his brow, gazing at the already defenseless immortal pathway before him, with its spiritual energy surging forth without concealment, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. How could this be? I, the poor Taoist, have been guided by the pure yang fortune in the dark, deducing for many years, always searching for the traces of this Penglai in the East Sea. I thought it would take a long time to wait for its natural emergence, yet today it has appeared abruptly, without warning, causing such a tremendous commotion. The earlier overwhelming aura that swept through the East Sea and startled countless mighty beings was something Dong Wanggong naturally sensed clearly. Fortunately, due to the fortune's guidance, Dong Wanggong was not far from the Three Immortals Island, and upon sensing its emergence, he immediately rushed this way. On his way, Dong Wanggong also sensed a powerful and terrifying divine thought, filled with supreme majesty, approaching from the depths of the East Sea at an astonishing speed. The ancestral dragon. Dong Wanggong knew that in the East Sea, the only one with such divine thought was the ancestral dragon. He was well aware of the reputation and strength of this master of scales and armor, the overlord of the four seas. Although he had acquired the great Luo Dao fruit, and was the master of one path. The gap between him and the ancestral dragon, who was favored by destiny and commanded millions of water tribes with a cultivation level already reaching the 24th layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, was still immense. If he were to confront the ancestral dragon, now given the dragon's domineering nature and absolute desire to control the treasures of the East Sea, he would be lucky to just share a small portion, yet he feared he would be utterly obliterated from the long river of the Dao. Even if relying on the great Luo Dao fruit, with his true spirit unextinguished, he could return from the river of time, it would be a matter of how many epochs later. The lost opportunities and the dissipated fortune during this time could sever his path, making it impossible to pursue again. Sensing the increasingly approaching aura of the ancestral dragon, should he leave? No. However, Dong Wanggong's gaze was firmly fixed on the island shrouded in clouds and missed the island of Penglai. A strong surge of emotion originating from the depths of his soul and the essence of pure yang erupted within him. It clearly told him this island is connected to his fortune and path. It is the island of pure yang. Returning from the river of time would mean missing the opportunity, severing his path, and now abandoning Penglai would also mean losing the chance. As a seeker of the Dao, how could he hesitate? With this thought, Dong Wanggong's resolve grew firmer. You are an innate deity, no doubt, but I, Dong Wanggong, am also an innate deity. You are a great Luo Golden Immortal, and I, Dong Wanggong, am also a great Luo Golden Immortal. I will confront you, ancestral dragon. Both of us were born of heaven and earth. Why should I fear you, ancestral dragon? Having made up his mind, the East King did not hesitate any longer. He transformed into a beam of white light and flew directly into the depths of Penglai. As soon as he stepped into Penglai, he felt an indescribable sense of affinity. Feeling the rich, innate spiritual energy and the flowing Dao rhythms on the island, the East King found his aura harmonizing more fully. Even the bottleneck of his cultivation seemed to loosen slightly. The East King was greatly reassured this island was indeed connected to his destiny. His gaze swept across the mountains and rivers of the island where many spiritual plants and celestial flowers still radiated brilliant light. Though few in number, they were diverse and vibrant with spiritual energy. The Three Immortals Island has hidden countless opportunities, and the depth of its accumulated foundation is immeasurable. Even if the restrictions have been broken and others have taken the lead, it cannot be completely harvested. The fact that there are still remnants here shows the island's abundant accumulation. Although these spiritual items are rare treasures in the outside world, they are not the most important to the East King at this moment. Time was pressing, and the East King unleashed his powerful divine sense, without reservation, swiftly covering every inch of Penglai's land, searching diligently to find the core of Penglai's control. After an overwhelming search, he finally located the monument that carried the fortune of the entire Penglai at the convergence of the island's central veins. Without the time to refine it carefully, the East King forced out a mouthful of vital blood. This blood was resplendent like a concentrated sun containing the purest essence and imprint. Transforming into a streak of flowing light, it was directly infused into the monument by the East King. The entire Penglai trembled slightly, and in the void the fortune of Penglai connected with the East King, making him the Lord of Penglai. Sensing that the great formation of Penglai lacked a focal point, the East King directly summoned one of his companion's spiritual treasures, the Pure Yang Bell, which is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Pure Yang Bell continuously emitted pure yang energy, supplying power to the great formation and suppressing its fortune. The great formation began to slowly operate, gradually containing the leaking aura, attempting to refold space and conceal it anew. The East King felt the Penglai aura continuously fading and had no time to rejoice. A vast blue torrent containing magnificent dragon might and boundless water essence directly slammed against the newly operational island protection formation. The light screen of the formation swayed violently, and the newly stabilized foundation surged once more. The East King looked outside the island, where a figure radiating supreme dominance silently appeared above Penglai. It was the Ancestor Dragon. The Ancestor Dragon's face was obscured by endless mist and dragon might, but his pair of disdainful eyes were clearly visible. His cold gaze pierced through the turbulent formation, locking firmly onto the East King within Penglai. Without any unnecessary words, the Ancestor Dragon raised his hand, unleashing a series of even more terrifying water essence claws, striking down on the island protection formation like a violent storm. You hiding rat, how dare you steal from the land of the Dragon Clan? Show yourself. The Ancestor Dragon's voice roared like the fury of 1,000 seas, echoing across the entire ocean. With the Ancestor Dragon's relentless attacks, several clear cracks had already appeared on the upper part of the island protection formation, rapidly spreading. Under such a violent assault, it was like a fragile boat in a storm teetering on the brink of collapse. The East King's expression was extremely grave. He knew he could no longer remain on the defensive. Otherwise, under the Ancestor Dragon's attack, the formation would collapse in an instant. The East King infused a surge of pure yang energy into the pure yang bell, stabilizing the formation momentarily before rising to his feet. A sword bright white and enveloped in endless pure yang true fire appeared in his hand. It was the East King's companion's spiritual treasure. This sword contained 41 innate restrictions, classifying it as a superb innate spiritual treasure. The sword rang clear, resounding through the 9 heavens. The East King's aura erupted explosively. The breath of the second layer of Deluo completely unleashed his own fortune, subtly connecting with the fortune of the entire Penglai Island. The power of Penglai infused into him, and he stepped forward, directly appearing beside the Ancestor Dragon. Cut! With a sharp shout, the pure yang sword transformed into a beam of ultimate white light that severed yin and yang, burning everything in its path as it fiercely slashed at the Ancestor Dragon. Where the sword light passed, space evaporated along with it, and the scorching sword chi appeared above the East Sea, as if it would boil the waters of the East Sea as well. In the face of this sword that could make an ordinary Deluo Jinxian change countenance, the Ancestor Dragon's eyes merely flashed with undisguised contempt. A mere ant trying to shake a tree. Faced with the imposing pure yang sword chi, the Ancestor Dragon did not even bother to make any evasive or defensive moves, allowing the sword chi to come directly at him. Just as the sword light was about to strike, the Ancestor Dragon's body erupted with radiance, boundless water essence power, soaring into the sky, accompanied by a dragon roar that caused the East Sea to bow down in submission. The next moment, a colossal black dragon, unimaginably large, coiled above Penglai. Its dragon head was held high, piercing the clouds, and its eyes resembled 2 cold azure suns, overlooking all beings. The dragon's body slithered endlessly, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, with each scale as large as a mountain, displaying a profound dark hue naturally flowing with Dao patterns, extraordinary and mysterious, carrying the weight of the 4 seas and the source of water essence. The East King's fierce pure yang sword chi struck solidly against one of the scales of the colossal dragon body. A deafening sound akin to clashing metal rang out, and a blinding light erupted at the point of collision. However, when the light dissipated, only a charred sword mark remained on the incredibly hard dragon scale. For the Ancestor Dragon's boundless body, this minor scar was utterly insignificant. What made the East King feel even more powerless was that around the sword mark, an overwhelming life force and the power of the 4 seas surged, causing the charred mark to fade at a visible rate. In just a breath, the sword mark had fully restored to its original state, smooth and new as if it had never been attacked. Humph! The Ancestor Dragon's cold snort echoed like thunder, reverberating deep within the East King's soul. You hiding rat, merely a second layer Deluo, how dare you covet the fortunes within my dragon clan's territory? Who gave you the audacity? His dragon roar was filled with disdain and anger. In his eyes, the East King's actions were no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth, a severe provocation to the dignity of the dragon clan. The East King's expression remained calm, ignoring the Ancestor Dragon's mockery. At this moment, words held no meaning. The only thing he could do was exert all his strength to buy time for Penglai Island to completely conceal and shift through space. Holding the pure yang sword, the East King became one with the sword. The brilliance of the pure yang sword surged, and a series of fierce and resolute sword lights, like moths flying into fire, continuously slashed towards various parts of the Ancestor Dragon's massive body. Stubborn and unyielding, the Ancestor Dragon lost all patience, and a fierce light surged in his eyes. A dragon claw covering the sky shot out suddenly, not a sophisticated divine ability, but simply the purest manifestation of strength and the Dao. It directly locked onto space, ignoring the East King's exquisite sword lights and movement, descending upon him with a crushing force. As the dragon claw blocking the sky and sun descended with unparalleled might, it pierced through space, directly locking onto the Eastern King. The Eastern King, seeing the unavoidable strike, gritted his teeth and raised the pure yang sword in front of him, attempting to block the blow. An unimaginable force surged forth, as if the weight of the entire Eastern Sea had come crashing down upon the Eastern King. As the protective celestial light shattered layer by layer, the Eastern King tasted blood in his throat, and a spray of golden blood containing the essence of pure yang spilled out, falling into the Eastern Sea. His body was smashed away like a shooting star, plunging directly into the surging Eastern Sea, stirring up towering waves. The gap between the two was ultimately too vast. The second level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and the 24th level, though both belonging to the realm of Great Luo, were separated by an almost insurmountable chasm. In the end, the path walked by the Ancestor Dragon was indeed much longer. A single level represented a single difference. The Ancestor Dragon's imposing aura surged like a deep abyss, bringing with it immense pressure from all directions, continuously squeezing the already injured Dao body. The Eastern King struggled to rise into the air and stabilize his form. Under the Ancestor Dragon's pressure, golden blood slowly seeped from his 7 orifices, his breath becoming chaotic. Despite the damage to his Dao body, the Eastern King showed no signs of retreat. He suddenly raised his head, gazing at the true form of the Ancestor Dragon coiled in the heavens like an ancient mountain range, then glanced back at Penglai, where his aura was slowly retracting, attempting to re-enter the void. His gaze grew ever more resolute. Determination blazed within him like the sun. His heart for the Dao never wavered. The great Dao lies ahead. How can I retreat? I shall use this body to seize that fleeting opportunity for my path to the Dao. The Eastern King bellowed. With both hands forming profound Dao seals, the pure yang essence surrounding him ignited, roaring with fervor. A brilliant pure yang mark suddenly erupted from his brow, illuminating all directions. In the next moment, amidst the vast wilderness, the void trembled, and a magnificent scorching golden river manifested from the primordial chaos spanning between Penglai and the Ancestor Dragon. Sensing the supreme might emanating from the manifested Dao fruit river, the Tai golden immortals nearby who intended to take advantage of the chaos retreated in fear. While the Eastern King faced off against the Ancestor Dragon, some great Luo and Tai had already arrived, hiding within the void, hoping to exploit the turmoil. Yet no one dared to reveal themselves, fearing that a leak in their aura would lead to being locked onto by the Ancestor Dragon. In the void, a pitch-black treasure lamp slowly ignited with a dark green light, protecting a certain area. Within the river, countless images of the great sun rose and fell, the sound of pure yang, Dao resonating through time and space, with countless manifestations of supreme yang beings appearing faintly. This was the culmination of the Eastern King's lifetime of Dao fruit. As the master of the pure yang Dao, naturally, he could manifest the Dao river within the primordial world. Using himself as a conduit, he ignited his essence, forcibly guiding the pure yang Dao that represented his own path from the depths of the heavenly rules, manifesting it in reality. This method was the essence of the great Luo golden immortal, completely materializing his Dao fruit, momentarily merging with the myriad paths of the primordial world. As long as the Dao river does not dry up and the true spirit does not fade, even if the physical body and primordial spirit are shattered, he can still regather and return from the essence of the Dao river, a form of alternative immortality. As long as the Dao exists, I exist. The Eastern King's voice resonated from the core of the pure yang river, grand and ethereal. His figure had merged with the river, becoming omnipresent. At the same time, Penglai was enveloped by the aura emanating from this pure yang Dao river, and its hidden escape accelerated abruptly, manifesting the Dao river. It's merely a dying struggle. The Ancestor Dragon, seeing this, was not surprised. Instead, his anger flared even more. The more the opponent risked his life, the more it demonstrated Penglai's extraordinary value. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth further touched upon his authority as the Lord of the Four Seas. The Ancestor Dragon held nothing back any longer, his massive dragon form stirring the boundless power of the Four Seas, his mouth opening wide. A breath of chaos infused with the essence of destruction, capable of obliterating stars, was ruthlessly expelled toward the Eastern King, manifesting before the river. The chaotic dragon breath, infused with the full might of the Ancestor Dragon, collided violently with the Eastern King and the pure yang river behind him. The blazing power of pure yang and the chaotic dragon breath annihilated fiercely, and under this devastating impact, the Eastern King's figure melted like snow under the sun, instantly dissolving into flying ash. The pure yang river trembled violently, surging tumultuously, vast swathes of golden river water evaporating and scattering stirring ripples of Dao resonance in the primordial void. However, the river surged on ceaselessly, and a figure soon emerged from the crashing waves, appearing somewhat pale, with a slightly diminished aura. Having already been killed once by the Ancestor Dragon, the Eastern King now relied solely on his Dao river to regather and manifest, stubbornly resisting. The Ancestor Dragon had long anticipated this scene. Another breath of dragon essence erupted once again, shattering the newly formed Eastern King. This cycle repeated, with the Eastern King struggling to return from the river time, and again only to be crushed by the Ancestor Dragon with absolute power. His speed of return grew slower, his figure becoming increasingly frail. Meanwhile, the pure yang river spanning heaven and earth was visibly becoming illusory and thin, the originally resplendent golden light gradually dimming, even beginning to turn transparent. A cruel mockery flickered in the cold eyes of the Ancestor Dragon. You little ants, even if you connect with the fortunes of Penglai, suppressing you is the same as suppressing Penglai itself. If it weren't for my concern for the Immortal Island, how could I allow you to so easily borrow the Dao Fruit River to return? I would have long since suppressed you, allowing you to flaunt your might before me. You manifest the Dao Fruit River, resisting with your essence, but how many times can your essence return? Each time you return, I can extinguish you with a snap of my fingers. Coveting the treasures of the Eastern Sea today, I shall obliterate your Dao fruit. Let the Dao fruit river dry up as a warning to others, asserting the might of my dragon clan. Once again coalescing amidst the waves, the Eastern King looked as pale as a sheet, his aura at its lowest, yet his eyes still burned with an unyielding flame. As long as he could hold on until the great formation of Penglai was fully activated and the spatial leap completed, every sacrifice would be worth it. The lost essence could be slowly replenished, and even relying on Penglai, his path to the Dao could advance further. Manifesting the Dao fruit river meant materializing his Dao into a container within which lay his Dao fruit essence. Each rebirth would exhaust the essence within until it was completely depleted. This was the source of the Eastern King's courage to manifest the Dao river. He boldly challenged the Ancestor Dragon, betting on the concealment of Penglai to outpace the exhaustion of his essence. Under the Ancestor Dragon's increasingly perfunctory attacks, the increasingly frail self could not hold for even a moment. The recently gathered body was shattered by the Ancestor Dragon as soon as it appeared. The light of the pure Yang River had weakened to the extent of a flickering candle in the wind, the broad river surface shrinking into a thin stream, the sound of its flow nearly inaudible. For the last time, the Eastern King stumbled out from the nearly transparent river, his form so ethereal it seemed ready to disperse with the wind, the pure Yang mark on his brow dim and lifeless. This is where it ends, little ant. The Ancestor Dragon's voice boomed like a death knell. His tone was filled with impatience at the Eastern King's repeated appearances. Like an ant, this final strike will send you into the depths of time, never to return. The Ancestor Dragon, impatient, casually launched an attack, prepared to erase the Eastern King along with the Sunta collapse, Dao fruit river completely from the present world. Then he would go to claim Penglai Island. The Eastern King felt that the river of the Dao fruit was only enough to support the last rebirth's origin, and then looked back where the aura had nearly completely retracted. The brilliance of Penglai was fully contained. The entire Penglai began to turn hazy and illusory. The space started to violently fluctuate, and the Penglai formation was fully activated, ready to become hidden once more. Finally succeeded. A wave of uncontrollable joy surged in the heart of the Eastern King. As long as he could escape into Penglai and hide with the island, today's tribulation would be considered past. Thinking of this, the Eastern King did not hesitate, transforming into a pure Yang escape light, exerting his last strength, and hurried towards the entrance of Penglai Island that was beginning to vanish. Want to leave? Leave your life behind. Seeing the Eastern King trying to escape, the Ancestor Dragon would not allow him to flee and once again locked onto the Eastern King's aura. Even the dragon breath casually released by the Ancestor Dragon surpassed the speed of the escape light, arriving first and directly pursuing the Eastern King. Wherever the dragon breath passed, the space collapsed layer by layer, forming a devastating vacuum trail that firmly locked onto the Eastern King's aura. The speed difference was too great. The Eastern King's escape light had already touched the outer boundary of Penglai Island, where the space began to twist just a step away from merging into it. However, the dragon breath behind him, capable of utterly annihilating him, was already upon him. Feeling the Ancestor Dragon's attack closing in, the shadow of death was chilling to the bone. The Eastern King sighed inwardly. In the end, it was a miscalculation. While I shall remain silent for eternity, waiting for the chance to return and re-establish the Dao. He closed his eyes, preparing to welcome the final collapse, feeling little fear in his heart, only a tinge of regret for not fully experiencing the mysteries of Penglai and failing to achieve the Dao. At this critical moment, the sound of blooming blue lotuses unexpectedly resonated before the Eastern King. Infinite blue light blossomed, misty white vapor rose, pure and auspicious. Blue lotuses emerged from thin air, swaying gracefully. A light curtain interwoven with blue and white, surrounded by lotus flowers, quietly unfolded just behind the Eastern King, perfectly blocking the dragon breath of the Ancestor Dragon. A collision that could destroy heaven and earth erupted, the aftermath evaporating the sea water below. For thousands of miles, the space shattered like a mirror. The Ancestor Dragon's attack was close at hand, yet could not approach even a fraction, isolated by the seemingly gentle blue and white light curtain. A small flag stubbornly bore the Ancestor Dragon's casual strike for the Eastern King, remaining unharmed by the aftermath. Fortunately, the Ancestor Dragon had become increasingly impatient during the process of repeatedly extinguishing the Eastern King, and in the last few instances he merely needed to strike casually to annihilate the Eastern King, his attacks becoming increasingly careless. At this moment, in a rush to attack, he did not bother with increasing his strength, which allowed the blue shadow to rely on the supreme, innate defensive spirit treasure, pouring all its mana into it together with the power of the treasure itself. Thus it blocked a casual strike from the Ancestor Dragon for the Eastern King. The Eastern King opened his eyes in astonishment, seeing the blooming blue lotuses before him. The Dao rhythm naturally formed. The roar of the Ancestor Dragon and his astonishment erupted simultaneously. Who dares to stop me? Taking advantage of this moment, the Eastern King directly entered Penglai, intercepting a wisp of blue energy that fell into Penglai with him. After the Eastern King entered Penglai, the Blue Shadow quietly stowed away the blue treasure lotus flag, using the map of mountains and rivers to shroud itself once more. The Blue Shadow initially intended to leave directly, but sensing that a group of people was rushing over, did not turn back, instead directly donning the false sky and returning to the three immortals' island, hiding together in the void. Watching the Eastern King manifesting the river of Dao fruit to withstand the Ancestor Dragon, the Blue Shadow also observed from the side. Seeing the Eastern King repeatedly being destroyed in form, yet returning from the river of Dao. In the end, he preferred to return to the river of time in silence rather than abandon Penglai and escape. This reveals the importance of Penglai to the Eastern King. Thinking of how in future legends Penglai would also be the place where the Eastern King achieved the Dao, the Blue Shadow understood, realizing why he was so persistent. Until the Eastern King's last chance was about to be extinguished by the Ancestor Dragon, the Blue Shadow acted, unfolding the blue treasure lotus flag to block this strike for the Eastern King. In the future, the Eastern King would have another name called Mu Gong. Whether for normal development in the future relying on his own memories or for future involvement in the Wood Dao as a member of the Wood Dao. The pure Yang power would also be useful in the future flourishing of the Wood Dao, and for these reasons the Blue Shadow could not allow the Eastern King to fall at the hands of the Ancestor Dragon. Thus, the Blue Treasure Lotus flag was directly summoned, one of the innate five-direction flags formed from the petals of the chaotic blue lotus, a supreme defensive treasure. With the infusion of all the Blue Shadow's mana, the Blue Treasure Lotus flag blocked this attack. As for the mana expenditure, it was of no concern, as the fruits from the Honghuang Era were plentiful. Just one would suffice, and the vast mana filled again. The dragon breath of the Ancestor Dragon and the myriad blue lotuses simultaneously vanished, and the last wisp of the Blue Shadow's aura completely disappeared. Another hiding and revealing individual has appeared. Watching the Eastern King being saved, he then completely vanished into Penglai, rippling with the final wave. The entire fairy island vanished from the view like a mirage, the anger of the Ancestor Dragon instantly reaching its peak. The previously leisurely Catan Mouse demeanor vanished entirely. A roar that seemed to tear apart heaven and earth erupted from the dragon's mouth, the terrifying sound waves pressing the sea surface below down by 1,000 feet. He had painstakingly searched for Penglai, which he viewed as his possession, yet it was unexpectedly escorted away right under his nose, and there were even others secretly intervening to thwart his killing. This was a blatant provocation and trampling of his authority as the Lord of the Four Seas and the Ancestor of all dragons. The enraged dragon eyes instantly locked onto most of the hidden individuals in the void. Sensing their auras, the Ancestor Dragon no longer held back, attacking with all his might the massive dragon tail, carrying the power to shatter stars. Whirling the boundless waters of the Four Seas, it transformed into a water dragon vortex that pressed down over the vast expanse, fiercely sweeping towards that seemingly empty void. This strike, fueled by rage, was 3 times more violent than when attacking the Eastern King, vowing to force out the individuals hiding in the darkness and shred them to pieces. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared. The entire East Sea was filled with precious light, bustling with energy, as everyone summoned their spirit treasures to collectively block the enraged strike of the Ancestor Dragon. The Blue Shadow watched this scene from a distance, unable to help, but exclaimed that defensive spirit treasures were truly useful. If only the Eastern King had held a defensive spirit treasure earlier, he would not have been nearly struck down into the river of time. The unparalleled pure Yang sword in his hand ultimately fell short in defense. The gap was too great, and even injuries would recover. Just as the Ancestor Dragon was about to strike again, a clear melodious phoenix cry carrying unmatched nobility and a blazing aura suddenly resounded from the distant sky, instantly spreading across the East Sea. Immediately, the eastern sky was ignited by endless red clouds. The South Ming-Li fire of burning heaven and boiling sea intertwined with a nirvana divine light, illuminating half of the sky in a magnificent and blazing spectacle. The intense heat radiated across the space, instantly evaporating the water vapor lifted by the dragon's tail. At the end of the road, paved with red clouds, a magnificent and noble 9-colored phoenix spread its wings wide enough to cover a part of the sky, gracefully approaching. Each feather flowed with different divine lights of the Dao, and the tail feathers trailed long streams of flame, slightly distorting the space. The divine phoenix's eyes resembled 2 condensed suns, exuding supreme majesty that dominated the birds and looked down on all beings. It was the leader of birds, the Yuan Feng. Almost at the same time as the Yuan Feng appeared, another heavy, dense aura seemingly carrying the boundless power of the primordial earth rolled in from the east. Above the East Sea, continuous golden clouds rose from nowhere, and amidst the surging clouds the illusory outlines of mountains and lands were outlined. A towering figure stepped upon the clouds resembling a deer with a single horn clad in dragon scales with a tail like a cow and clouds sprouting beneath his hooves. Surrounded by earthy yellow essence and auspicious aura moving steadily, each step seemed to resonate with the earth. It was the king of terrestrial beasts, the Shiqilan. Watching the ancestor dragon obstructed by the Yuan Feng and Shiqilan, the crowd that had just been forced out by the ancestor dragon seized the opportunity to once again conceal their forms. Yuan Feng and Shiqilan arrived together just in time to intercept the ancestor dragon who wished to strike again. The three ancestors gathered their terrifying aura capable of shaking the primordial world, clashing at this point, causing time itself to seem to freeze in the entire sea, the waters lifeless and the winds holding their breath. Those who had just concealed themselves in the void and were secretly observing could sense the suffocating pressure emanating from the strongest being of the current world. They began to retreat, yet did not stray far, merely lingering in the distance waiting for an opportunity. Even in the face of the three clans' ancestors, we loose cultivators could still strive for a chance. Ancestor Dragon, what a fiery temper. Yuan Feng's voice was clear as 100 birds singing in harmony, imbued with undeniable authority. Her magnificent wings hovered amidst the vast red clouds blocking out the sun, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic sea surface and the two resplendent, yet incomplete immortal islands ultimately settling on the ancestor dragon's still furious visage, seeming to smile, yet not. These three immortal islands truly are a rare paradise. Your movements are indeed swift, having silently claimed a Penglai. Shiqilan, stepping on golden auspicious clouds, spoke with a voice like the pulse of the earth, steady yet weighty. The East Sea is indeed the territory of the Dragon Clan, yet such a place of innate creation emerging concerns the fate of the primordial world. It cannot be monopolized by a single clan. You have now obtained Penglai. If you wish to seize Yingzhou and Fangzhong as well, that would be somewhat greedy. Shiqilan's gaze was sharp, evidently agreeing with Yuan Feng's view that the ancestor dragon had taken the lead and claimed the first concealed Penglai. When they had just arrived, they happened to witness the East King fleeing into the void and the ancestor dragon attacking a certain spot in the void. Combining this with the battle fluctuations they sensed earlier belonging to the ancestor dragon and another unfamiliar pure yang aura, it was only natural to assume a certain powerful being attempted to seize Penglai while everyone was not yet present, only to be discovered and suppressed by the ancestor dragon, who then claimed Penglai and was now clearing the battlefield while intimidating other hidden observers. After all, there are not many in the primordial world who can surpass the three of them among the strong participating in the attack against the divine reversal. Upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon felt even more suffocated, yet found it hard to refute. Should he confess that he had failed to leave even a single ant from the great Luo's second heaven behind, and had been outmaneuvered by an unknown individual, losing not only that ant, but also Penglai? This was undoubtedly more humiliating than losing a treasure, and in such a scenario, he could only suppress his anger and shift the focus. Yuan Feng, Shiqilan, this place is the East Sea. His dragon eyes were icy, and his voice chilling to the ninth underworld. The three immortal islands appearing in the East Sea naturally belong to my dragon clan. You have come uninvited, intruding upon my territory. Oh, what is your intention? Do you intend to instigate a conflict among the three clans? The overwhelming might of the dragon surged forth with his words, crashing toward the two. Your words are misguided. Yuan Feng's entire being was enveloped in the silent rise of the south, brightly fire, transforming the colossal dragon might into formlessness. Her voice remained melodious. Heaven and earth spirit creatures should be obtained by those with fate. Moreover, how could such immortal islands be discussed in terms of territory? Since you have obtained Penglai, the remaining Yingzhou and Fangzhong, you wouldn't want to be greedy and claim all three islands like Shiqilan mentioned, would you? Shiqilan stepped forward, his golden clouds echoing Yuan Feng's vast red clouds, subtly countering the waters of the East Sea with the boundless red clouds. The three clans stand together. Only then does the primordial world enjoy peace. Such a precious treasure should be discussed collectively to avoid harming harmony and destabilizing the primordial situation. As the three parties exchanged words, the ancestor dragon's desire for dominance clashed with Yuan Feng's and Shiqilan's intentions to share, neither side yielding. The primordial forces of water, fire, and earth manifested and collided here. Behind the ancestor dragon, the azure sea surged, waves towering. Beside Yuan Feng, the leaf fire scorched the sky, the red clouds stained with blood. Beneath Shiqilan's feet, the Wu earth was heavy, the auspicious clouds bearing virtue. The terrifying Dao rhythm clashing caused the space to emit unbearable sounds of breaking, and the waters below were stained three colors by the Dao rhythms of the three ancestors. Talking is futile. The treasure island belongs to the strong. The ancestor dragon, seeing that words could not subdue the two, completely lost patience. Knowing that the longer the delay, the more variables would arise, he let out a furious roar and took the lead to strike. He clenched his dragon claw in the air, and a flag entirely black with the patterns of boundless azure waves suddenly appeared. The flag moved without wind, instantly resonating with the entire East Sea, unleashing an immense wave of water Dao power. Transforming into a colossal black water that blotted out the sky, each drop weighed as much as a mountain, rushing towards Yingzhou and Fengzhang, attempting to take the initiative and directly seize the two immortal islands. Xian Yuan Water Control Flag. Yuan Feng's phoenix eyes narrowed, naturally knowing this was the northern flag among the innate 5 directions flags governing all waters. However, she would not allow the Ancestor Dragon to easily succeed. With a gentle flick of her jade hand, a blood-red flag leaping with the everlasting south, brightly fire appeared out of thin air. This was the Li Di Flame Light flag from the innate 5 directions flags. Once this flag appeared, the vast red clouds instantly transformed into a terrifying sea of flames capable of burning heaven and boiling sea. The Li fire surged, the yin and yang reversed the 5 elements in chaos. That supreme and fiercely bright flame even directly rolled upward, evaporating the massive black waters raised by the Ancestor Dragon. The Li fire was domineering, attempting to overcome water with fire. Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag. Shiqilin was unwilling to fall behind, either letting out a low roar as an apricot yellow divine flag embroidered with golden lotus patterns unfolded. Golden flowers blossomed, endlessly surging from the void, transforming into an infinite number of Wu Earth golden lotuses, each one incredibly heavy, stacked layer upon layer. Inserted into the clash of water and fire, it not only blocked the invasion of the Xian Yuan heavy water towards the two islands, but also partially isolated and weakened the scorching waves of the south, brightly fire attempting to create an opportunity for itself to seize the immortal islands amid the standoff. Xian Yuan Water Control Flag, Li Di Flame Light Flag, Wu Ji Apricot Yellow Flag. The 3 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, all belonging to the innate 5 directions flags, clashed with each other's Dao rhythms at this moment. There were no fancy mystical techniques, only the purest and most primal collision of Dao powers. At the core of the collision of 3 primal Daos, space could no longer bear it. Originally, the location where the 3 immortal islands appeared was a relatively weak spatial node in the East Sea with sparse spiritual energy. Delicate and fragile, like glass, the space structure under such a scale of power clash began to fracture, appearing the first crack. Immediately afterward, the crack rapidly spread and enlarged. The 3 violent Dao powers suddenly lost balance, surging frantically into the depths of that crack, forcibly annihilating that piece of space. A colossal void exuding boundless, devouring, and destructive aura appeared out of nowhere at the center of the 3 powers' clash. The primordial world possessed its own restorative instinct. Almost at the instant the black hole appeared, vast amounts of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy surged in from all directions, attempting to repair this shattered void. However, the black hole's devouring power entangled with the chaotic remnants of the 3 supreme beings' Dao rhythms, causing the influx of spiritual energy to be anything but peaceful, instead forming a wildly violent spiritual energy vortex. This vortex centered around the black hole spun wildly, generating terrifying pulling force. First to bear the brunt were the immortal islands of Yingzhou and Fengzhang, closest to the black hole. The 2 colossal immortal mountains began to tremble violently under the influence of this sudden and extraordinary force from heaven and earth. The island bodies began to tilt, gradually being dragged away from their original positions by the vortex's gravitational pull, slowly descending toward the unfathomable unknown space black hole. Not good. The Ancestor Dragon Yuan Feng and Shiqilin simultaneously changed color. They were not vying for the immortal islands to cast them into an unknown chaotic space. The Ancestor Dragon wanted to break free to stabilize the 2 immortal islands, yet was tightly entangled by Yuan Feng and Shiqilin, unable to escape. The Dao powers were mutually restrictive, preventing the 3 ancestors from taking action. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly appeared. An invisible and formless wind swept in from the void without warning. A gentle breeze arrived, causing no ripples in the water. Where the wind passed, the space rippled gently, and a nearly transparent phantom materialized, exuding an aura of freedom and boundlessness. A master of the wind path. The phantom raised its hand and grasped the air, causing the azure wind to condense instantly into a chain of azure formed from the essence of the wind path. It broke through the chaotic currents of spiritual energy, accurately wrapping around a majestic peak at the edge of Yingzhou Island. The chain tightened, emitting a clear ringing sound, and forcibly halted the downward momentum of Yingzhou Island. This moment was like igniting a fuse. The other powerful beings hidden in the void, seeing someone take action first, could no longer remain concealed. In an instant, various brilliant lights flashed consecutively, and one after another their auras were no longer concealed, revealing their forms. the sky filled with the essence of the Dao converging and creating a space amidst the three ancestors' Dao. The sharp essence of the golden Dao transformed into a straight spear, piercing directly into Yingzhou, firmly securing the quivering island. Then chains of laws, each with different forms, yet containing distinct Dao essences, shot out like dragons vying for pearls. They wrapped and intertwined around the mountains and earth veins of Yingzhou Island. "Rise!" someone shouted softly, and everyone exerted their strength together. Dozens to hundreds of chains of laws erupted with brilliant light at the same time. A tremendous power gathered into an irresistible torrent, counteracting the pull of the spatial black hole. Yingzhou Island emitted a dull rumble, and the downward force was completely suppressed. Moreover, under the pulling of the many chains of laws, it began to gradually detach from the engulfing range of the deep black hole. How dare these ants act so boldly? The ancestral dragon, locked in a stalemate with Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, felt an eruption of anger as he witnessed the scene before him, with the island of Yingzhou being seized under his very eyes. As the dignified progenitor of the dragon clan revered across the seas, he had just been played with by that sneaky individual, and losing Peng Lai was already a profound humiliation. Now these insignificant creatures he usually disregarded were openly attempting to snatch away his Yingzhou Island. It was simply akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Within the depths of the ancestral dragon's cold and regal eyes, a terrifying crimson aura was wildly brewing. He was nearly ready to disregard everything, temporarily abandoning his entanglement with Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, turning to crush these ignorant insects first. Friend ancestral dragon, the outcome is yet undecided. Oh, why rush to concern yourself with them? The harmonious voice of Yuan Feng rang out as countless flames of the southern Ming fire surged with her thought, transforming into a myriad of fire phoenixes, overwhelming the ancestral dragon and blocking his path. She would not allow the ancestral dragon to easily escape to deal with those opportunists. The more chaotic the situation, the more favorable it was for her. The complete acquisition of the three immortal islands by the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly not be a good thing for the Phoenix Clan. Shi Qilin had the same thought. The golden clouds beneath his feet suddenly expanded, and the essence of Wutu transformed into numerous illusory mountains, working in tandem with Yuan Feng's assault, fiercely pressing towards the ancestral dragon and firmly locking him within the battlefield. Since you have obtained Peng Lai, do you intend to let these two remnants islands go? Your greed is too much. It may not be a good omen. The two ancestors, in perfect sync, intensified their assault, binding the furious ancestral dragon tightly, leaving him powerless. While Yuan Feng controlled the Ledi Flame Light flag, fiercely clashing against the ancestral dragon's Xian Yuan Water Control flag, she calmly spoke, her voice spreading across the land. Friend ancestral dragon, the three immortal islands each possess their own mysteries. You have already obtained Peng Lai. Why not take this opportunity to withdraw? Let us each take one, avoiding conflict and preserving harmony. Wouldn't that be splendid? Her words seemed to advocate for peace, but in reality they solidified the ancestral dragon's acquisition of Peng Lai, both flattering him and cutting off any thoughts he had of further contesting for Yingzhou and Fengzhang. Moreover, she was speaking for those powerful beings currently tugging at Yingzhou Island. The Dragon Clan already had gains and would not easily let go of what was left. Now that the ancestral dragon is entangled by us and cannot take action, if you take Yingzhou, you should leave quickly, lest it falls into the hands of the Dragon Clan. Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin both wished to seize the three immortal islands, but while entangling the ancestral dragon, they too were hindered. Even if they could not obtain it, they could not allow the Dragon Clan to gain it, as the Dragon Clan's foundation was too strong, holding dominion over the seas, with countless opportunities and treasures falling into their hands. Among the three clans, only the Dragon Clan was the strongest. The ancestral dragon, hearing Yuan Feng's words, felt his dragon whiskers twitching in anger. Peng Lai, what nonsense! He hadn't gained a single hair. But how could he speak such words in public? He could only swallow this indignation, his heart burning with hatred towards the schemers and these raiders before him, almost setting fire to the heavens. As the three giants fiercely battled and exchanged words, the dozens of revealed monks had already united their efforts, completely dragging Yingzhou Island away from the edge of that terrifying whirlpool. The spatial black hole lost its target, its suction slightly reduced, but it remained unstable and distorted. The first to act, a master of the wind path, was a middle-aged man clad in a blue Daoist robe, his aura ethereal, having reached the second level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Now he was undoubtedly the temporary leader of this island-seizing alliance. Upon seeing this, he immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoists, quickly imprint the Dao marks. Let us collectively control the immortal island. You delay, and there will be changes." Everyone upon hearing this acted without hesitation, each forcing out a drop of their own blood containing the essence of their Dao and divine sense, mixed with the unique aura of the Dao, shooting towards Yingzhou Island like a meteor shower. In an instant, Yingzhou Island trembled slightly, radiating light, simultaneously accepting the presence of hundreds of masters. Most of them were Tai golden immortals, with only 3 great Luo Dao lords. A marvelous connection formed in the hearts of all the powerful beings who acted as they collectively became the masters of this immortal island. Any significant decision or utilization of core resources would require a certain level of consensus. Though it was not as unrestricted as monopolizing it under the current circumstances, this was the best way to seize a portion from the Dragon Clan's grasp. The imprint is complete and the opportunity is shared. Activate the Great Formation directly and leave this place quickly. The Master of the Wind Path shouted again, unhesitatingly summoning a treasure resembling a compass surrounded by azure whirlwinds. The other powerful beings also acted, injecting their magic power into the remaining innate formation nodes on Yingzhou Island. With the infusion of many cultivators' powers, the innate great formations on Yingzhou Island, which had ceased due to the previous turmoil, began to operate once more. The entire immortal island's aura once again became hazy and ethereal, preparing for spatial folding, taking all on the island away from this place of strife. The ancestral dragon watched helplessly as Yingzhou Island was about to escape under the control of numerous ants. He frantically urged the Xian Yuan water control flag, attempting to break through the blockade of Yuan Feng and Shiqilan. Even if he could only spare one strike, he would surely turn those audacious individuals and Yingzhou Island into dust. However, Yuan Feng and Shiqilan would not let him have his way. The attacks grew increasingly fierce, firmly holding him down. Roar! The ancestral dragon let out an earth-shattering roar filled with unwillingness and ferocity. In the end, he could only gather part of his strength and strike towards the vanishing Yingzhou Island. However, despite Yuan Feng's deductions, it was still enough to severely injure an ordinary Great Luo, with the aftermath of his chaotic dragon breath, which was blocked by the collective efforts of the immortals on the island. Then the space folded completely, disappearing from the original place, leaving only a gradually calming ripple in the space. Yingzhou was taken away. Now only Feng Zhang remained struggling in the black hole, just before being engulfed. The heavens and earth changed color, one yin and one yang appearing simultaneously within the universe. The flow of yin and yang energy stabilized Feng Zhang in place. As if stones had been thrown into the water's surface, a silent ripple spread outward. It was distinct from the elements of water, fire, and earth of the 3 ancestors, representing the beginning of all things in the way of the 3 primordials. A more profound and unfathomable wave of energy descended upon this sea, accompanied by the sun and moon. A figure appeared in the void between Fengzhang Island and the black hole. The newcomer had a human head and a dragon's body entirely crimson. Although his length did not overshadow the Grand Dragon, it still stretched for thousands of miles. What was most peculiar were his dual pupils. The left eye blazed white like the sun, while the right eye was as deep as the cold moon, flickering with ephemeral images of the sun and moon shifting, time flowing. He was the second supreme of the Dragon Clan, a powerful being mastering the way of time, Zhulong, whose cultivation had now reached the 10th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhulong held the heavenly precepts in his mouth, wielding the supreme power to stabilize time. He did not look towards the Grand Dragon and the others who were in fierce battle. Instead, he slowly raised his dragon claw. Within the heart of his claw, an ancient sundial appeared, its pointer flowing silently. With his gentle utterance, the sundial's phantom instantly radiated brilliant light. A hazy and illusory river of time, composed of countless fragments of time and strands of temporal silk, was briefly extracted from the river of time and manifested. Although this was not the main body of the river of time, merely a tiny tributary, it still contained the supreme temporal power that could decay all things. This tributary of the river of time ignored the violent gravitational pull of the spatial black hole and directly fell upon Fengzhang Island, fixing it in place. In an instant, centered around Fengzhang Island, the surrounding spacetime seemed to have pressed the pause button. The raging vortex of spiritual energy froze, the shattered spatial cracks ceased to expand, and even the black hole's devouring force appeared to slow. Seizing this opportunity, Zhulong's left eye flashed brightly, and a breath containing pure temporal mark and the essence of the Dragon Clan shot forth, transforming into a seal deeply embedded in the core spiritual vein of Fengzhang Island. From then on, this immortal island bore the mark of Zhulong. Unless one's cultivation or mastery of time far surpassed his, it would be difficult to erase. After completing all this, Zhulong turned to the core of the battle and transmitted to the Grand Dragon, elder brother Fengzhang is secured. I have come to assist you. No need. The Grand Dragon's roar was like a million thunders crashing simultaneously, filled with such fury that the entire East Sea trembled. His enormous dragon head turned towards Zhulong, the crimson pupils almost spilling over with murderous intent. Guard Fengzhang well. I will personally crush these 2 opportunists. The series of unexpected events, Peng Lai being ambushed and Lost Yingzhou being openly divided by ants and the relentless pressure of the Yuanfeng and Shikolin had thoroughly ignited the Grand Dragon's rage. At this moment he transferred all the fury of being toyed with, robbed, and provoked onto these two greatest obstacles before him. Since the treasures could not be fully obtained, he would use blood and destruction to cleanse the shame of today and restore the dignity of the Dragon Clan. Amidst the thunderous roar that shook the universe, the Grand Dragon completely abandoned any pretense or hesitation, no longer needing to focus on the three islands. On the vast and boundless body of the Grand Dragon, every dark black dragon scale erupted with dazzling divine light. Behind him, the vast power of the East Sea was crazily extracted, condensing and sublimating infinite water essence. It transformed into a blue river spanning the heavens with no known beginning or end. Within the river there were scenes of myriad waters flowing, the ebb and flow of tides, the breath of life's origins, and the might of destruction and devouring. This was precisely the waterway phenomenon that the Grand Dragon had achieved by cultivating his own water path to perfection and resonating with the essence of the primordial seas. At the same time, a pressure tenfold, or even 100-fold more terrifying than before descended as the Grand Dragon, as the master of the East Sea, summoned the combined weight of the four seas crashing down. Originally thinking that obtaining the three immortal islands would be as easy as reaching into a pocket, he never expected to end up with only one. Truly damned, the red, murderous intent in the Grand Dragon's eyes filled the entire whites of his eyes. The space moaned, cracking under the weight of this absolute power. The seawater below was pressed down, forming bottomless indentations. Even the South Ming Li fire of Yuanfeng and the Wutu cloud of Shikolin, under the combined pressure of the East Sea's power and the waterway, suddenly stagnated, their brilliance dimming. Yuanfeng, Shikolin, today let you understand what it means to be the master of the four seas. The struggle for the three immortal islands shall be settled by your physical forms, showcasing the might of my Dragon Clan. The Grand Dragon spiraled within the waterway, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, only carrying destruction. The waterway that spanned the heavens began to roar and surge with his will, transforming into a cataclysmic torrent. Carrying the terrifying momentum of crushing eternity and annihilating all it swept towards Yuanfeng and Shikolin. With the Grand Dragon merging with the East Sea, every move contained the might of heaven and earth. The Grand Dragon, who had merged with the four seas, instantly broke the delicate balance that had existed before among the three powers. The violent attack, containing the weight of the four seas, surged down like a tempest, a relentless tsunami cascading towards Yuanfeng and Shikolin. Each wash and impact of the Blue River's phantom caused Yuanfeng's flaming South Ming Li fire to flicker, its range being forcibly compressed. Beneath Shikolin's feet, the Wutu cloud that supported the earth shook violently, scattering its auspicious light. Yuanfeng and Shikolin faced an immediate increase in pressure, shifting from a back-and-forth struggle to a continual retreat. The brilliant phoenix feathers appeared slightly disheveled under the immense pressure, and Shikolin's steady steps began to falter. The pure difference in strength after the Grand Dragon called upon the power of heaven and earth at any cost was magnified to a despairing degree. In the clear cry of Yuanfeng there was a hint of urgency. The Li fire around her suddenly contracted inward, transforming into a more refined and blazing fire barrier. At the same time, she transmitted to Shikolin, Qilin, friend, water and fire are opposing forces. I will take the offensive and restrain him while you defend and stabilize our position, resisting the Grand Dragon together. Shikolin responded with a low, muffled growl. The golden clouds beneath his feet ceased to expand, instead rapidly contracting and solidifying into a massive shadow of a shield covered in innate earth patterns standing in front of them. Simultaneously heavy as a mountain, the Wutu essence spread out, stabilizing the surrounding space and turbulent spiritual energy that had been disrupted by the Grand Dragon's power. One offensive and one defensive, one fire and one earth, they began to truly join forces against the rampaging Grand Dragon. Although they had previously managed to hold off the Grand Dragon, they were still fighting their own battles. Now facing the Grand Dragon, who had merged with the primordial water essence, they could only work together. However, the Grand Dragon, having united with the four seas, grew increasingly violent and frequent in his attacks, seemingly tireless. Each strike caused the entire primordial four seas to tremble. East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, North Sea. Endless waves surged, the sea level violently fluctuated, and the seabed trembled. Countless water creatures whose survival was weakly attached to the four seas met their demise in this catastrophic surge of primordial water essence, unable to even emit a cry of despair, turning into pure water spirits and blood foam, staining the four seas red. Damn it! Shikolin sensed the mountains and rivers through the way of earth, vaguely perceiving the endless slaughter and wails brought about by the upheaval in the four seas, and silently cursed. Has that fellow Grand Dragon truly gone mad? To fight for a breath, he disregards his own foundation and people. Even Zhulong, who was suppressing Fangzhong and stabilizing time, had a solemn expression appear on his normally calm dragon face. He attempted to manifest the phantom of his own temporal pathway using the power of time to calm the turbulence of the four seas, to quell the waves, and protect the water creatures. However, the turmoil caused by the Grand Dragon was too vast, invoking the entire primordial water essence, though Zhulong's powers could only maintain a small area. The resentment of the four seas surged. The endless karma and calamity brought by the countless lives lost began to coalesce and spread in the already chaotic skies above this sea. In the distant horizon of the east sea rolling calamity, clouds continued to gather. A vague black divine figure quietly stood atop the calamity clouds. Boundless calamity energy fell upon the Grand Dragon. At this moment, the Ancestor Dragon was completely consumed by rage and murderous intent, oblivious to the strands of ink-black calamity, chi that quietly seeped into its dragon soul through the gaps in its Dao heart, opened by its summoning of the primordial essence of the four seas. Under the influence of the calamity chi, the Ancestor Dragon's gaze was solely fixed on the two opponents before it, with the sole thought of bringing down and suppressing the Yuanfeng and the Shikolin to regain its lost honor. However, Yuanfeng and Shikolin were ultimately beings of the same tier as it in the primordial realm. Despite lacking the power of the four seas and heavens, their combined offense and defense proved formidable and not easily toppled. Yuanfeng's clear cry resonated through the heavens, with the flame banner above her head fluttering fiercely, descending with myriad fiery rays to protect her. With a flourish of her hands, she conjured two long scimitars, crimson as blood and entwined with endless rebirth flames, their blades scorching the air and leaving blackened traces in their wake. Yuanfeng relinquished most of her defenses, channeling the annihilation path of the southern bright fire to its utmost, transforming it into slashing flames that tore through the heavens. Like a tempest, she struck toward the massive form of the Ancestor Dragon and the manifested river of water, prioritizing attack over defense, forcing the Ancestor Dragon to confront the terrifying blaze that consumed all. Meanwhile, Shikolin remained steady as a mountain, its low growl resonating as the Wuji Xinghuang banner radiated brilliance, unleashing boundless Xuanhuang qi that transformed into layers of golden clouds and myriad golden lamps, coordinating with Yuanfeng to firmly shield both themselves in the center. No matter how fiercely the river of water summoned by the Ancestor Dragon crashed and lashed out, the defense formed by the Xuanhuang qi stood resolute, bearing the weight of the primordial world and dissipating the majority of the attacks into nothingness. In an instant, the azure water dragon collided wildly with the crimson blade light and golden clouds, energy surges ripping apart the sky, while the water below was vaporized and then replenished, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Amidst this brutal confrontation, the murderous aura and karmic weight that the Ancestor Dragon naturally accrued from its frenzied slaughter, disregarding the lives of the water race, grew increasingly burdensome. Moreover, a portion of the calamity chi was invisibly guided by a distant black shadow through secret arts to itself, amplified by the black lotus beneath it, then scattered into the four seas. As the Ancestor Dragon repeatedly summoned the power of the four seas, it became increasingly blinded by the calamity chi, neglecting the tragic fate of the surrounding beings. Within the four seas, karma and calamity rampaged alongside the violent water elements as more and more innocent water beings wailed into oblivion, their blood staining the waves, their grievances soaring into the sky. The grievances and calamity in turn were absorbed and refined by Luo Ho, transforming into pure chaotic mental force, silently exacerbating the Ancestor Dragon's brutality. Excellent, excellent. This overwhelming murderous and calamity chi is truly a delicacy, kekekek. A satisfied voice emanated from the black shadow as a vicious cycle of death began to form. Just as the four seas were filled with boundless karma, and the air was thick with death of vital essence, starkly contrasting with the murderous intent bursting with life and nurturing all beings, erupted from the depths of the Western Sea. The rain transformed into a spring breeze, merging into the four seas, manifesting the wonders of the wood Dao. Following closely, boundless emu azure chi surged from the sea, piercing the heavens, revealing a towering, illusory figure of a green dragon above the firmament. The Dao shadow swayed, transforming into countless strands of azure light that cascaded down upon the violently turbulent four seas. Deep beneath the sea, countless dormant spiritual plants, seaweeds, and corals felt nourished by this pure emu chi. With their survival instincts ignited, they began to grow wildly and spread their roots, extending downwards until they deeply anchored themselves into the seabed's veins. As they absorbed more life force, they also stabilized the tumultuous sea's veins. The Green Dragon, one of the three ancestors of the Dragon clan, after being enlightened by Qingyo, roamed the four seas, sensing the newly sprouted spiritual plants. Ultimately, in the distant Western Sea, it successfully broke through to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, obtaining the Dao fruit. The origin of the wood Dao grew stronger and more consolidated with the birth of the new great Luo. Third brother, the Zhu Long, who was smoothing the turmoil of the four seas with the power of time, sensed the familiar aura of one who had become a great Luo, finally revealing a look of surprise. Without hesitation, it manifested its own time Dao fruits river above the western sea as the power of time rained down like spring rain, working in conjunction with the green dragon to accelerate the growth of those spiritual plants and sea woods. The fusion of time and life force birthed countless spiritual plants seemingly out of thin air, growing in the blink of an eye. Zhu Long and Qing Long, both supreme beings of the dragon clan, could naturally mobilize the power of the four seas to a certain extent. As their Dao fruits manifested, one stabilized the life force in the veins of the earth, while the other awakened life, with Imu Qi attempting to jointly stabilize the nearly collapsed order of the four seas. However, they were ultimately not as deeply bound to the primordial essence of the four seas as the ancestor dragon, who was momentarily bestowed with the fortunes of heaven and earth. The power of the four seas they could summon was limited, whereas the ancestor dragon in its fury unleashed the entire primordial water origin without restraint, akin to a mere drop in the bucket. The four seas remained in violent turmoil, and beings continued to fall with karma and calamity proliferating frantically. Watching the familiar azure waves stained with blood, sensing the countless water race citizens perishing amid their wails, the green dragon's vibrant eyes revealed deep anguish. The battlefield of the ancestor dragon had already been drawn elsewhere by Yuanfeng and Shikolin, and only the continuously surging four seas indicated that this struggle had not yet concluded. The casualties were the water race beings, which for the two of them were of no concern and even a welcome sight, as it weakened the power of the dragon clan, increasing their odds for unifying the primordial world. Fighting while retreating, they kept the ancestor dragon continually summoning the four seas. However, as their entanglement with the ancestor dragon persisted, strands of calamity Qi gradually invaded their auras. Sensing something, yet being pulled back to the battlefield by the ancestor dragon's attacks, they thought little of the ongoing delay. After all, it was the dragon race that would suffer losses, not their Feng or Qilin clans. The longer it dragged on, the greater the death toll, and their grand plan would inevitably succeed. This cannot continue any longer. The green dragon passed through layers of space, gazing at the ancestor dragon, who was still locked in a desperate battle with Yuanfeng and Shikolin, appearing as if in madness, and then at the battlefield shrouded in calamity, Qi, and unending slaughter. A resolute look emerged in the green dragon's eyes as the Imu azure Qi surrounding it began to reverse in a destructive manner. It prepared to self-harm its Dao fruit using its newly attained yet unstable great Luo green dragon Dao fruit as a catalyst to completely detonate its connection to the great Dao of wood in the primordial realm. To forcibly neutralize and quell the violent water elements of the four seas with the life force of the wood spirit, even at the cost of its own realm plummeting and shaking its foundation. Third brother, you must not. Seeing the green dragon's actions, Zhu Long immediately intervened. The green dragon paid no heed, ignoring Zhu Long as it began to strike at its Dao fruit. As the heavens shattered, connecting with the great Dao of wood, it found itself without any sensation. Just as the green dragon attempted again, a wave of rich wood Dao power far surpassing that of the green dragon swept over the western sea. In the central region of the four seas, the core area of the primordial sea, the void suddenly rippled violently, and the wood Dao manifested in that place. Deep beneath the sea, an ancient bronze cauldron, three-legged and twared, enveloped in the flow of creation, slowly materialized. Upon the cauldron's body, the celestial patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, grasses, and trees, flowers, birds, insects, and fish circulated endlessly, radiating boundless creative energy, as if it were the mother of all things, the source of life. It was the innate wood Dao treasure, the creation cauldron. With a gentle tremor, endless soft creation light spread like ripples, calming the violent water elements and healing the shattered space. Following closely, a figure in a green robe was seen sitting cross-legged atop the cauldron, slowly revealing itself. It was Qingyu. Beneath Qingyu, within the creation cauldron, a slightly flawed, yet infinitely resonant white jade tablet began to rotate slowly. Upon the tablet, endless symbols of the great Dao faded away, with the marks representing the wood Dao suddenly illuminating, radiating a brilliant light. A long river of pure green, formed entirely by the endless essence of Imu and Jianmu, as well as the myriad spiritual rhythms of grass and trees, suddenly descended from the void spanning across the sky above the four seas. This is not the river of Dao fruit belonging to Qingyu, but rather a fleeting manifestation of the primordial source of all wood in the vast wilderness. With the creation jade tablet as a guide, the authority of the wood ancestor responded. Qingyu acted as a bridge, drawing down the power of the primordial wood Dao upon himself. In this moment, Qingyu became a temporary spokesperson for the heavenly Dao, wielding the authority of the wood Dao alone. A 12-petal pure world white lotus slowly rotated, radiating a pure and flawless light of purification, illuminating the surrounding area. The emanating aura of purification intertwined with the creation light of the creation cauldron. As Qingyu's thoughts subtly moved, the rich essence of Jianmu surged forth from within him. Merging with the purifying power of the pure world white lotus and the transformative qi of the creation cauldron, it manifested as a rain of blue light that poured all over the turbulent four seas. Where the light rain fell, the calamity qi retreated, karma diminished, and the violent sea surface calmed at a visible speed, nourishing the injured water creatures. Even those whose minds had been corroded by malevolent qi were cleansed of their spiritual haze. Behind Qingyu, the form of the tree of creation manifested, directly rooting itself to the seabed. The tumultuous seabed began to stabilize gradually under the dual suppression of Qingyu and the creation cauldron. The endless primordial wood qi descended, merging with the powers of the creation cauldron and the pure world white lotus beneath him. It transformed into an indestructible blue canopy containing boundless life force, encompassing and protecting the entire turbulent four seas. In the distance, the demonic shadow hidden within the depths of the dark calamity clouds sensed the diminishing calamity qi in the four seas, and his crimson eyes narrowed slightly. He clearly perceived that within the four seas the malevolent qi he had subtly transformed and mixed into the turbulent water essence was being rapidly neutralized and purified by an unexpected force of cleansing and creation. Where the intertwining blue and white spiritual light past the calamity qi he had deployed melted away like snow encountering the blazing sun, as if it had met its natural nemesis. The deep and hoarse voice of Luo Ho echoed slowly through the calamity clouds. The power of purification flows. It is the 12-petal pure world white lotus. His gaze fixed intently on the source of the purifying power. How dare you obstruct my Dao fortune and ruin my arrangements, Hongjun? You truly are relentless. In Luo Hao's perception at this moment, the vast wilderness could possess such pure power of purification which would be used to quell calamities and oppose him. Aside from Hongjun, who else could it be? Only that old Daoist would be so meddlesome, thwarting his path of slaughter and maintaining the so-called balance of heaven and earth. A dark red demonic light flashed in Luo Hao's eyes as he transformed into an intangible shadow, silently making his way toward the source of the purifying power. Feeling the cleansing aura radiating from the center of the four seas, he snorted coldly. He was eager to see what new tricks Hongjun had devised this time. However, when he passed through the chaotic energy flow and arrived at the core area enveloped by the green life force of creation, the sight before him caused his demonic thoughts to momentarily falter. Sitting upon the pure world white lotus, commanding the giant cauldron, and drawing upon the river of the wood Dao, was not the expected figure of the old Daoist in white robes, but rather a strange Daoist in green. This person exuded a pure and vast aura with a life force as powerful as the sea, connected seamlessly with the white lotus and the giant cauldron beneath him. Especially the giant three-legged cauldron, which emanated a primordial qi of creation, whose grade and complexity were not inferior to that of the 12-petal pure world white lotus, and even surpassed it in terms of foundational depth. Two pieces of primordial treasures indeed. Luo Hao's crimson gaze swept over Qingyu, instantly igniting a fierce greed and a touch of cruel amusement in his eyes. This truly gives me an unexpected bounty, a big fish indeed. The two treasures were greatly beneficial to Luo Ho at this moment. In Luo Hao's view, though Qingji's cultivation had reached the great Luo, he was no different from an ant in his eyes. Yet bearing such numerous treasures of heaven and earth, and daring to openly manifest them, was akin to a child holding gold in a market. Such an opportunity was a generous gift from the Dao to Luo Ho. At this moment, Luo Ho had temporarily suppressed his initial suspicions of Hongjun, his entire focus captivated by the two treasures on Qingyu. The intent to kill silently locked onto that green figure. After assisting the Dong Wang Gong to escape, Qingyu did not flee far, but instead used the spatial illusion of the mountains and rivers to hide his traces, observing the unfolding events. Then Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin arrived one after another, clashing with the Ancestor Dragon in a shocking battle. Although Qingyu felt surprised, it was also within reason. The valuables of the three immortal islands were not something they would easily abandon. However, what truly alerted him and sent a chill down his spine was the untimely manifestation of the calamity qi. Although the three clans were experiencing rising tensions and competing for fortune, they were still in a period of expansion and prosperity, far from the moment of life and death, where calamities ignite. Even with the three ancestors fighting and the entanglement of karma, there should not arise such chaos that directly targeted the mind and stirred boundless murderous karma. This was certainly not a manifestation of natural evolution of heaven and earth. As the battle intensified, even the Ancestor Dragon, merging with the four seas, caused upheaval, leading to suffering among the beings. The malevolent qi became increasingly thick and strange, even beginning to invisibly erode the consciousness of the combatants, driving the ancestor dragon toward madness. This further convinced Qin Yu that someone was secretly scheming to catalyze calamities. And when the resentment of the four seas boiled over and the calamity qi spread to a critical point, even threatening to taint Qingyo, the 12-petal pure world White Lotus deep within his spiritual platform, autonomously circulated, its cleansing light purifying the surrounding calamity qi. From the offspring of the pure world White Lotus came a wave of fear, sensing an aura of mutual generation and restraint, that of the annihilation Black Lotus. Indeed, it was him. Only one person in the vast wilderness could at such a delicate moment silently invoke, catalyze, and even manipulate the calamity qi to obscure the ancestor dragon. The demonic ancestor Luo Ho. Realizing that the mastermind was this infamous figure known for his great schemes and his intent to use killing calamities to prove his Dao Qingji's first thought was to leave this place swiftly. To entangle with such an existence in karma, even a slight misstep could lead to his utter annihilation, leaving no trace behind. He immediately began to channel his energy, intending to activate the mountains and rivers map to sever the last connection to this place and flee millions of miles away. Just as he was about to completely disperse his form, a gentle and serene voice unexpectedly resonated in his ear, containing an elusive hint within its calm, "Young friend, please hold on." This line was so familiar. Just a moment ago he had said it to the Qinglong, yet now after witnessing a great battle it returned to him, as if a boomerang never comes too late. Hearing these words, Qingji's heart jolted, and the energy around him froze momentarily. He slowly turned his head stiffly. Not far away, a simple old Taoist in white robes stood quietly in the void, having appeared without him noticing. With a kind face and eyebrows seemingly imbued with the profound truths of heaven and earth, his aura was ethereal and merged with the Tao, unfathomable. It was the Hongjun Laozu who had once bestowed treasures beneath the Zhou mountain. Gazing at this celestial visage so benevolent and wise, Qingji's heart rang with alarms, and an ominous premonition surged within him. "Young friend, there is one more matter that requires your assistance." With Luo Ho ahead and Hongjun behind, how troublesome it is. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, countless thoughts flickered through Qin Yu's mind, yet he struggled to maintain a calm demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu revealed a hint of hesitation and politely declined, saying, "Senior, you flatter me too much. As a transcendent being with your profound powers, it is surely something of great significance that you still require my assistance. At present my cultivation is so shallow that I have only just begun to glimpse the path of the great Tao. How could I possibly take on such a responsibility? Moreover, the current situation is likely beyond my ability to intervene." Qin Yu's gaze swept across the battlefield in the distance, where the three colors of water, fire, and earth clashed fiercely, filled with murderous intent that soared to the heavens. As he witnessed this scene, his tone became even more earnest. "I am not foolish, although I possess a defensive treasure. No one wishes to be a mere punching bag. Furthermore, given the current offensive, even if I could endure for a time with my protective treasure, it would ultimately be worn away. The gap in cultivation cannot be bridged by mere spiritual treasures. Senior, the ancestors of the three clans are locked in fierce battle, their power shaking the heavens and earth, creating chaos in the world. If I rashly involve myself, it would not only be futile, but could also complicate matters and jeopardize your important mission. This is indeed a reality of my limited cultivation and capabilities. I hope you can understand, Senior." Qin Yu specifically explained the situation to Hongjun, citing his insufficient cultivation and the dangers of the battle among the three ancestors as both a truth and an excuse. In addition, the presence of Luo, who hidden behind the tribulation clouds and coveting his precious treasure, is what he feared the most. Since Hongjun has come here, he surely understands that Luo, who is also present, stirring the tribulation energy. If at this moment I were to heed Hongjun's command and act rashly, disrupting the schemes of that demon ancestor, I fear that in the next moment, the infamous god-slaying spear would silently be presented before me, piercing me through. This danger cannot be taken lightly. Yet in the face of Hongjun, I cannot outright refuse. After all, we are all esteemed figures, the pioneers of the future path of immortals and demons. With Luo, who lurking in the shadows, exuding a chilling murderous intent, and Hongjun appearing suddenly claiming to offer assistance, Qin, you could only think of two words: it is difficult. Considering this, Qin Yu's resolve became firmer. "Senior Hongjun, I am also willing but powerless. This turmoil is likely beyond what I can handle." Before Hongjun could refuse, Qin Yu slightly bowed and attempted to turn and leave, testing the waters. Logically, with the heavenly map of the mountains and rivers concealing Qin Yu, even Luo, who had not discovered his presence, yet Hongjun did, this was indeed unexpected. This was because Hongjun had arrived at the mountains and rivers map first and naturally understood the mysteries of the treasure. When he bestowed it last time, he was already aware of its principles. Hongjun certainly knew of the true and false heavens, and by analyzing the strength of the tribulation energy in this area, with the jade disk of creation, it was not surprising that he encountered Qingyu. Little friend, please wait. As Qingyu prepared to escape into the mountains and rivers map, Hongjun's voice remained calm, revealing no hint of anger, as if he had long anticipated Qingyu's reaction. He stroked his beard and spoke nonchalantly, saying, I do not wish for you to quell the conflict among the three ancestors. This is a tribulation caused by the movements of heaven and earth with its own causes and effects. To forcefully intervene would be futile and could lead to great disaster. What was originally a normal occurrence was unexpectedly disrupted by Luo Hu's covert actions, stirring the tribulation energy. Now to quell this chaos, it seems I must personally intervene. Then his gaze fell on Qingyu, seemingly with deep meaning resting upon the residual aura of the purifying lotus of the world that had just purified the tribulation energy. I observe that you are free of tribulation energy, yet your primal Tao rhythm remains pure and majestic, and there is a residual purifying power. Did you perhaps borrow the power of the 12-petal purifying lotus? Without waiting for Qingyu to respond, Hongjun continued, his tone taking on a more solemn note. What I seek is indeed related to this lotus. The current turbulence with the rise of tribulation energy is even eroding the minds of living beings, inciting slaughter. Behind this chaos, someone is indeed pulling the strings, the demon ancestor Luo Hu. He uses the 12-petal black lotus to incite chaos in the wilderness, provoking rampant slaughter. Now that the calamity of fierce beasts has only just passed, and the primal energy of the wilderness has yet to recover, it is inappropriate to unleash another catastrophic slaughter that could shake the very foundations of the world. He looked at Qingyu, his gaze clear and grave, and the purifying lotus of the world in your hand is the nemesis of that black lotus of destruction. I wish to request you to take this purifying lotus of the world to the center of the four seas, using the vitality of the wood Dao to activate the lotus' full purifying essence, cleansing the pervasive tribulation energy and severing its source. In doing so, we can prevent the beings of the four seas from suffering further and also stop that shadowy figure from continuing to nurture tribulation, with tribulation causing chaos in the wilderness. What do you think, little friend? What do I think? Naturally, it is utterly impossible, Qingyu thought to himself, to send myself into the heart of the most intense tribulation energy, a place that will surely be under Luo Hu's close watch, and to fully activate the purifying lotus of the world. This is akin to charging into the darkness with a torch, shouting to the lurking murderer, I am here, and revealing my coordinates. At that time, how could Luo Hu possibly spare me? By then, not only would I fail to purify the tribulation energy, but I would most likely become a soul under the god-slaying spear, in an instant, unable to escape even into the river of time. Senior, Qingyu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, his expression appearing extremely sincere, even feigning a hint of fear. Your compassion to save all beings is greatly admired by me. However, it is not that I am shirking my responsibility, or I am simply lacking in power and fear that I may jeopardize your grand plan. Qingyu hesitated slightly, as if having made a monumental decision. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior, as you mentioned, the one stirring the tribulation energy is likely watching from the skies. My cultivation is shallow. If I were to carry the treasure to the core, it would be akin to walking into a trap, not only failing to accomplish anything, but likely allowing this treasure to fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, inadvertently aiding their cause. In the end, your plans would be thwarted, and I would bear the blame for my failure. Qingyu raised his head, meeting Hongjun's gaze directly, each word causing him heartache. If you truly require the power of this lotus to purify the tribulation energy, I'm willing to lend you this 12-petal purifying lotus for your use. Upon uttering these words, Qingyu's heart felt like it was bleeding. The purifying lotus of the world is an exquisite, innate spiritual treasure, one that is even connected to the roots of the creation green lotus. Although its spirit has dissipated and it cannot take form, it can only be used as a spiritual treasure. Yet its applications are boundless. When the lotus blooms, even tribulation energy cannot touch it, illustrating its preciousness. Qingyu has regarded it as his most cherished treasure of protection. However, given the current situation with wolves at the front and tigers at the back, my cultivation is insufficient to protect this treasure between the two giants. If Hongjun were to forcibly demand it, I would have no power to resist. Thus, it is better to proactively lend it out, fulfilling the so-called noble cause of Hongjun, and perhaps even forging a good connection that might allow for its return in the future. It is far better than being targeted by Luo Hu, losing both treasure and life. To lose the treasure but preserve the person, both treasure and life can be preserved. To preserve the treasure but lose the person, both treasure and life are lost. This principle Qingyu understood even before crossing over, and in the perilous wilderness it has been ingrained deep within. A temporary sacrifice is made for a longer-term survival. As long as there is life, there is possibility. Even though Qin Yu was willing to lend the pure world, White Lotus Hongjun slowly shook his head. The voice of Hongjun remained calm. I must personally go to persuade the ancestor dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin to temporarily cease hostilities, at least not to go completely mad under the influence of the robbery Qi from Luohu. This matter involves the karma of 3 clans and the fortunes of heaven and earth. It is necessary for me to go in person. If I were to be distracted and focus on purifying the calamity Qi with the pure world White Lotus, I would surely be obstructed by Luo, who making it difficult to cut off the source. As Hongjun spoke, Gu Bo fixed his gaze on Qin Yu, as if seeing through the pure aura and precious light surrounding him, directly observing the essence of his life. Under that gaze, Qin Yu felt as if he were completely seen through the origin of the Jianmu, the authority of the wood ancestor, and even the profound connection with the primal flora of the wilderness were all laid bare. And you, my young friend, Hongjun said slowly, each word seeming to carry immense weight. As the wood ancestor, you hold the authority of life, which naturally aligns with the nature of this pure world, White Lotus, for purification and growth. Moreover, your spiritual root has transformed, allowing you to naturally take root in the earth's veins, regulate them, and stabilize the foundations of the 4 seas. By using the wood Daos vitality to stimulate the White Lotus, anchoring the earth veins with your true form, and using the source of your wood Dao as a guide, only by merging these 3 can we completely purify and eliminate the calamity Qi that pervades the 4 seas. This is the will of heaven, and it is the only feasible method. Aside from you, even if I were to go with the treasure, it would be hard to achieve this. Hongjun's words struck Qin Yu's heart like a heavy hammer, shattering the last remnants of his hopes. It turned out that he had long been part of the other's plan, and from the very beginning he had already entered the game. Before Qin Yu could find another reason to refuse, Hongjun changed the topic, his expression softening again. Of course, I understand your concerns, my young friend. That Luo, who is vicious and murderous, and the Divine Slayer's spear, is unmatched. With your current cultivation, going alone with the treasure to the core for purification is indeed like a sheep entering a tiger's den fraught with danger. Seeing that Qin Yu was clearly in agreement with his words, Hongjun couldn't help but chuckle, then shifted the conversation. Since you are to bear this heavy responsibility and venture into danger, I naturally cannot sit idly by. You fear that Luo, who will scheme against you, merely feeling that your cultivation is insufficient and that your protective treasure may struggle to withstand the sharpness of the Divine Slayer. In that case, Hongjun's sleeve moved slightly as if to take out something. I will lend you this item for your protection. Is that acceptable? Qin Yu's first reaction was to refuse. What kind of spiritual treasure could be worth trading his life for? Moreover, it was still alone. No matter how strong the treasure, it must eventually be returned, and nothing is more certain than one's own life. This deal seemed to be a losing proposition in every way. However, when the item slowly emerged from Hongjun's palm, exuding a thread of aura that spread out, the words of rejection that Qin Yu had been about to say were instantly swallowed back, his pupils constricting, even holding his breath. It was a small, fragmented white jade disc. The disc was no larger than a palm and bore natural cracks along the edges, clearly not whole. Yet it was naturally inscribed with endless, complex, and profound Dao patterns, each line flowing and evolving, condensing all the Dao and principles since the creation of the world. Just a glance made one feel an overwhelming aura of the Dao rushing towards them, and the clarity in his divine sense brought an unexpected sense of enlightenment to many previously stagnant areas of his cultivation. The creation jade disc. Though incomplete, its profound Dao aura and status far surpassed any spiritual treasure Qin Yu had ever seen, even placing it above the pure world White Lotus and the creation cauldron beneath him. This item is a treasure of chaos. Although it is currently incomplete, it still contains the essence of the 3,000 overarching Daos, serving as a supreme treasure for comprehending the Dao and deducing myriad laws, and it is also key to Hongjun's future unity with the Dao. Hongjun actually wants to lend this item to me, even if only temporarily. In an instant, the scales in Qin Yu's heart tipped over. All his worries, excuses, and fears for his life were scattered by the supreme aura emanating from the jade disc. With this item by his side, the power of the Dao it contains and its ability to deduce will surely provide him with countless opportunities to adapt when facing Luo, who the probability of survival would increase exponentially. Furthermore, it would allow him to personally experience the profound Dao within, which would bring immeasurable benefits to his cultivation. The chance to comprehend the creation jade disc is incredibly rare and should not be missed. Senior. Qin Yu's expression became serious, and all previous hesitations and excuses vanished without a trace, replaced by a solemn resolve to dedicate himself for the Dao. Qin Yu's voice turned resolute. For the beings of the wilderness, for the tranquility of heaven and earth, I am willing to go. I will face fire and water, and I will not hesitate to die. This is my duty as the wood ancestor, to bear the authority of life that heaven and earth bestow upon me. The The speed of this change in his expression and the decisiveness of his attitude even caused a faint smile to flicker across Hong Jun's typically calm face. Such a sincere and pragmatic junior is indeed rare to see. This is certainly better than the 3 disciples he had taken in not long ago who stubbornly clung to their own reasoning. Seeing this, Qing Yu cleared his throat, maintaining a composed demeanor, and continued in a dignified manner. Senior, please see clearly, it is not that I waver. As it is said, to evade the will of heaven is to avoid karma with various shackles trapping the true self. To follow the will of heaven is to accept karma, and only today do I understand that I am myself. My previous hesitance was out of fear of my own weakness, fearing to become a burden and ruin great matters. Now that I know this is the karma of fate concerning the peace of the wilderness, and with the treasure bestowed by you, Senior, I shall step forward and accept this heavy responsibility, performing this merit. To contribute to the wilderness, to clear the foul calamities, is precisely the duty I should uphold on my path to seeking the Tao. It is also an honor. This speech, grand and magnificent, framed all his previous excuses as fears of becoming a burden, elevating his current commitment to the level of fulfilling moral obligations. He subtly hinted to Hong Jun that he was in agreement that conforming to heaven and actively undertaking karma was what should be done. Hong Jun chuckled and shook his head, but did not say more, simply stating, good. It is also due to fate that you have this realization. The fragment of the creation jade disc floated lightly from his palm, transforming into a warm white light that landed in Qing Yu's hand. This creation jade disc is thus lent to you, my young friend. It contains a thread of heavenly Tao aura assisting you in sensing the core of calamity chi, and can also protect your mind in emergencies, concealing some heavenly secrets. Most importantly, my young friend, you can use this to activate the manifestation of the Wood Tao. With the Wood Tao protecting you along with many treasures for safeguarding the Tao, I believe it will not be difficult for you to ensure your safety. How to use it is up to you to comprehend. Once the calamity chi of the 4 seas is settled, and the 3 ancestors cease hostilities, returning it to me will not be late. The jade disc felt warm and slightly cool in his hand, and the overwhelming aura of the Tao instantly resonated with Qing Yu's divine sense, causing countless Tao lights to flash in his mind. He suppressed his excitement and carefully stored it away. Rest assured, Senior. Qing Yu took a deep breath, feeling the subtle resonance between the jade disc in his hand and the pure world, white lotus and creation cauldron beneath him, looking towards the core of the calamity, chi, the most chaotic area of the earth veins. Now that the creation jade disc is in hand, there is no more hesitation in Qing Yu's eyes, only determination. Although this journey is fraught with difficulty, Hong Jun has truly given him something. Even though Hong Jun counted him among them once the creation jade disc was revealed, Qing Yu knew he would not refuse. With the creation jade disc in hand, he felt a 70% chance of survival. That was enough to take the risk. If he were still to hesitate, the Tao would be hard to seek. I shall go. Before the words fell, Qing Yu had already activated his power, the pure world, white lotus beneath him, shining brightly. In an instant, Qing Yu merged with the treasure, transforming into a brilliant green rainbow, soaring straight towards the core of the 4 seas. Qing Yu arrived at the core of the 4 seas, only to see the seawater take on a murky dark red hue, filled with violent water currents and unsettling tribulation energy. Among them, countless corpses of aquatic beings floated, including a few dragon corpses. The resentment of countless fallen beings intertwined with the malevolent tribulation energy deliberately catalyzed by Luo Ho through the world, extinguishing Black Lotus, causing even an ordinary Luo to be instantly blinded and entangled by the tribulation energy. Sighing, Qing Yu declared, this is the place. His gaze became calm, with no hesitation left. With a thought, the 12-petal pure world white lotus carrying the purifying holy light detached from beneath his feet and slowly ascended to his head, its petals unfurling and radiating boundless pure energy. The brilliance spread like a tide, washing over the murky dark red seawater, as if by an invisible hand, gradually restoring its clarity, while the dense tribulation energy akin to spring sunshine, melting snow, emitted hissing sounds of dissipation, swiftly thinning. Yet this was not enough. Qing Yu took a deep breath and seated himself cross-legged in the violent core. In the next moment, azure light surged around him, his figure becoming ethereal, as a towering, majestic, screeching tree shadow roared into existence, its roots resembling dragons. It deeply rooted itself in the chaotic, constantly shifting seabed. The trunk of the tree connected heaven and earth, its branches and leaves spreading out as if to cover the entire 4 seas. The seabed's veins instinctively opened the nodes for Qing Yu to take root, a natural instinct of the heavens and earth seeking stability. At this moment, the forces of heaven and earth united. The momentum of the world was flourishing, and in this rapid era of the primal chaos, neither the beings of heaven and earth wished to trigger another catastrophe due to tribulation energy. With Qing Yu's intervention, the heavens and earth naturally assisted him. Qing Yu directly settled himself using the tree's true form, firmly anchoring this space and the earth's veins. He then took out the warm creation jade plate borrowed from Hongjun, holding it in his palm, his mind diving into it. Although the jade plate was damaged under Qing Yu's activation, the 2,990 Dao rhythms contained within were instantly awakened. Especially the part representing the Dao of Wood resonated strongly with the Wood ancestor mark at Qing Yu's brow and the essence of the tree behind him. With the jade plate as a token, with my body as a guide, the primal Wood Dao heed my command, manifest. Qing Yu whispered, pouring all his understanding of the Wood Dao, the power of the tree's essence, and the authority of the Wood ancestor into the creation jade plate, manifesting the Wood Dao. The jade plate radiated a clear light, transforming into an invisible bridge connecting to the heavenly Dao. The creation jade plate acted like a key, directly unlocking the treasury of the heavenly Daos source. A vibration clearer, more majestic, and countless times more grandiose than before emanated from the depths of the primal chaos source. The river of the Wood Dao began to manifest, flowing with a near-physical azure torrent composed of the primal essence of Yi Wood and Jia Wood. The source of the river connected to the first breath of life during the creation of the primal chaos, ancient and noble. A giant evergreen tree manifested above it. The torrent descended, completely enveloping the manifested body of Qing Yu. At this moment, Qing Yu felt his consciousness infinitely elevated, spreading and connecting directly with all the wood spirits, wood beings, and even the mountains and earth veins harboring the essence of wood within the primal chaos, living in unity with the Dao and coexisting with all things. He saw the newly sprouted buds beneath the surrounding mountains, sensed the rings of ancient pines at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, and heard the faint prayers and joys of countless wood spirits. The wood beings of the primal chaos also sensed the presence of the wood ancestor. Qing Yu was not the Wood Dao itself. The Wood Dao was a collective manifestation of all wood beings. Qing Yu was also a part of this, and rather than mobilizing the Wood Dao of the primal chaos, it was more accurate to say that he was working together with all wood beings to avert the impending catastrophe. Qing Yu was on his own path of the Wood Dao. As his cultivation increased, the primal chaos source of the Wood Dao would also grow, making the cultivation path of wood beings smoother. However, now, with the authorization of the fragments of the creation jade plate, he temporarily became the highest master and manifestation of all wood beings in the primal chaos, leveraging their power to elevate his own cultivation to the 24th layer of the Daluo Golden Immortal. This was the reason why the Azure Dragon had previously wanted to descend into the Dao fruit and invoke the Wood Dao, but to no avail. The authority of the Wood Dao was now temporarily requisitioned by Qing Yu at a higher level, including the Azure Dragon. Merging with the Wood Dao, he wielded the authority of life on behalf of the heavens. Qing Yu's aura began to rise and transform at an astonishing speed. His understanding of the vitality of the Wood Dao deepened at an unprecedented rate. The bottleneck that had originally trapped Qing Yu at the peak of the 5th layer of the Daluo Golden Immortal was easily pierced through like thin paper during this deep integration with the primal chaos source of the Wood Dao. A majestic Dao rhythm erupted from Qing Yu's tree body, seamlessly entering the 6th layer of the Daluo Golden Immortal. Moreover, this upward momentum showed no signs of diminishing. Through the deeper absorption and comprehension of the primal source of the Wood Dao, his cultivation continued to grow, wildly charging towards the barrier of the 7th layer. The tree shadow became increasingly solid, with innate Dao patterns emerging on its branches, radiating the ancient and profound rhythms of the Dao. Such an opportunity was rare in thousands of years. Qing Yu was completely immersed in the mystical realm of merging with the Wood Dao of the primal chaos and the essence of all wood beings, comprehending boundless vitality and mutual assistance, his mind clear and serene, forgetting the self and the world. His perception of the external world diminished to the lowest. Just then, not far in front of Qing Yu, the void seemed to be stained with ink, quietly diffusing into a profound darkness. A black figure wrapped in murky tribulation energy and deep demonic intent slowly stepped out of the darkness. It was Luo Ho. Luo Hao's crimson gaze swept over the towering tree that was breaking through the Dao rhythm flowing, then glanced at the pure world, white lotus radiating clear light at the top of the tree, a cold and mocking arc twisting at the corner of his mouth. Heh! A faint scoff, yet it carried a chilling aura that could freeze the very soul. Ignorant ants possessing treasures, yet unaware of concealing their light, instead disrupting my good fortune. Truly you have chosen the path to death. Luo Hao's divine sense had already swept through the surroundings, especially probing the Hongjun aura that made him wary. However, apart from the distant aura of Hongjun appearing at the edge of the three ancestors' battlefield, there were no other powerful beings hiding here. Hongjun actually only sent such a young fellow of the 6th layer of the Daluo over here, still breaking through in this place. Is it overconfidence, or does he think I dare not kill and seize treasures? Luo Hao's eyes were intermingled with killing intent and greed. 2 pieces of source treasures were within reach, yet the holder was utterly unguarded in his cultivation breakthrough. Such temptation, even for his demonic nature, felt a bit unbelievable. Very well, since the opportunity is presented to me, I shall gladly accept it. As for you, young one, I shall send you on your way. Without further hesitation, Luo Ho stepped forward, his form blending into the space like a specter, and in the next instant he appeared before Qin Yu's tree body, his speed surpassing the common concept of time and space. In his right hand, he held a pitch-black spear entwined with endless destructive energy and malevolent aura suddenly manifesting. It was the legendary innate killing treasure, the god-slaying spear, capable of shattering even the souls of the living. The spear tip gleamed with cold light, gathering terrifying power sufficient to annihilate the world and slay the divine, its killing intent swirling, and with lightning speed it pierced directly at the core of Qin Yu's tree body, which was also the location of his divine soul. With this strike, Luo Ho was fully committed. He never underestimated his opponents regardless of their weakness. Every strike he delivered was with full force, never a probing blow. With his strength dealing with a 6th layer de Luo immersed in cultivation, even if the other party possessed a treasure to protect them, Luo Ho was confident he could extinguish their vitality completely even without significantly damaging the treasure's essence. However, just as the tip of the god-slaying spear was about to touch the tree body, a peculiar ripple in space emanated from the spear's tip. Luo Ho felt that the scene before his eyes suddenly blurred and distorted, as if passing through an invisible membrane of water. The tree, the white lotus, and Qin Yu, which were so close, vanished in an instant. In their place was a vast, boundless realm with clear mountains and rivers, both strange and familiar. Beneath his feet was a continuous celestial mountain, a river flowing with spiritual energy, the sky high and distant, yet devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only the eternally unchanging clear light. Yet that lethal spear strike merely reduced a certain area of this place to powder. Spatial displacement illusion array. No. It's a cave heaven world, a primal chaos, cave heaven. Realizing the primal chaos essence contained within, Luo Ho instantly understood, a hint of surprise and anger flashing in his crimson eyes. No wonder Hong Jun sent someone like him. But how long could this trap hold him? Luo Ho had unknowingly stepped into the mountain and river map that Qin Yu had set up in advance. To his surprise, what he had thought was a vast world turned out to be a smaller version of the primal chaos, containing a trace of primal fortune. The fact that he could enter it without realizing was truly a treasure. Another item, Hong Jun is truly generous. Qin Yu had originally set the mountain and river map as a trap, while comprehending the creation jade plate, directly arranging it around himself. If anyone came rushing towards Qin Yu, they would instead fall directly into the mountain and river map. The moment the mountain and river map was triggered, Qin Yu awakened from his state of comprehension. Looking at Luo Ho, who was wildly destroying within the map, he sighed, infusing the primal source of the wood Dao into the map to continue stabilizing the space. Luo Ho's cultivation was not inferior to Hong Jun's, capable of extinguishing a world with ease. However, facing the mountain and river map containing primal chaos essence, he found it difficult to break free. The mountain and river map was considered a treasure in terms of trapping others, but capturing someone was quite challenging. It contained a world, and its speed was too slow. Any de Luo golden immortal with a bit of cultivation could completely evade it. Using it directly as a tool for combat apart from guiding attacks into the map, it was rather ineffective in a battle. However, as a trap, harmonizing with the primal chaos aura, allowing the enemy to unwittingly step inside, made all the difference. Under the infusion at the same level, even if a sage accidentally entered, they would be trapped for 100 years, showcasing its cunning power. The moment the mountain and river map was triggered and Luo Ho was drawn into the world within the map, Qin Yu, who had been deeply immersed in the comprehension of the creation jade plate, suddenly opened his eyes. Azure light flickered in his eyes. The previous state of forgetting the self and the world had vanished, replaced by absolute clarity and calmness. Luo Ho has indeed come. Qin Yu murmured in his heart, not particularly surprised. With Luo Ho's abilities, it was only a matter of time before he detected the source of purification here and sought him out. His previous unguarded cultivation breakthrough was half genuine comprehension and half a deliberate bait. The mountain and river map had long been quietly expanded in rhythm, with his Dao perfectly assimilating with his aura and the surrounding environment, forming an invisible spatial trap. Any existence attempting to directly attack his true form, if they had not first discerned this trap, would end up stepping into the world of the map, just like Luo Ho. Qin Yu focused his mind, perceiving the situation within the map. He saw that Luo Ho had already reacted, holding the god-slaying spear, exuding overwhelming demonic might, furiously attacking the barriers and mountains of the world within the map. Each strike caused the stable cave heaven world to tremble violently, cracks appearing in the space. The destructive Dao rhythm of the god-slaying spear was constantly eroding the essence of the world. Such a fierce demon ancestor. Qin Yu's expression grew solemn. Though the mountain and river map was exquisite, trapping a being like Luo Ho would consume far more than he imagined. He dared not be negligent, immediately drawing upon the still-present power of the primordial wood Dao, continuously infusing the vast vitality of the wood Dao essence into the mountain and river map. With the support of the primordial wood Dao essence, the world within the map seemed to be infused with infinite vitality. The shattered mountains automatically repaired, and the turbulent space swiftly stabilized. The areas eroded by the god-slaying spear's Dao rhythm were also continually neutralized by the endlessly vibrant wood spirit energy. Luo Ho dashed around the spear, tearing through thousands of miles, yet each time he broke through a layer of space, he was met by the denser wood spirit barriers and the power of the world pushing him back. Despite Luo Hao's boundless magical power and peerless divine abilities, he found it difficult to break free from the map in a short time. Using the wood Dao essence as fuel assist the power of this map. Qing Yu sensed Luo Hao's fury within the map and the relative stability of the world, his heart settling slightly. Taking advantage of the temporary mastery over the wood Dao and the combined might of the 24th layer, he had truly trapped this notoriously fearsome demon ancestor. Unfortunately, this method cannot last long and cannot harm his foundation. Qing Yu sighed inwardly. After all, the mountain and river map was primarily for confinement, lacking offensive capability. All he could do was use the wood Dao essence as energy to desperately maintain the integrity of this map, keeping Luo Ho trapped within. With the realm and wood Dao essence he temporarily borrowed combined with the map's exquisite nature, trapping Luo Ho for 1,000 years might be feasible. 1,000 years to the mighty beings of the primal chaos was but a snap of the fingers. But for him, it was an invaluable time of uninterrupted meditation with the creation jade plate. Casting a glance at the fragment of the creation jade plate, still radiating hazy Dao rhythms in his hand, and sensing the furious, yet temporarily helpless Luo Ho within the map, Qing Yu no longer hesitated. He refocused his mind, sinking most of his consciousness into the comprehension of the creation jade plate, leaving only a wisp of divine thought to maintain the guidance of the wood Dao river and the infusion of the source into the mountain and river map. At the core of the four seas, beneath the towering tree, the pure world, white lotus radiated clear light, washing away the tribulation energy. Above the tree, Qing Yu's Dao rhythm deepened as he entered a profound state of comprehension. Within the map, the demon ancestor roared in fury, the spear shattering mountains and rivers. Outside the map, the wood ancestor was in quiet meditation, his Dao rhythm reaching perfection. A millennium of time slips by in the blink of an eye. Beneath the towering tree of creation at the heart of the four seas, Qing Yu slowly opens his eyes. Within his gaze, countless blue runes flicker, remnants of the Dao rhythm left from 1,000 years of comprehending the creation jade disc and the essence of the wood Dao. The previously ephemeral sensation of forcibly ascending to the 24 heavens through the authority of the wood Dao has now solidified considerably. Although he still relied on external forces, he has gained a more harmonious and effortless control. After a millennium of silent enlightenment, his understanding of the wood Dao has entered an entirely new realm. While his cultivation has not truly broken through to the 7 heavens, the depth of his foundation and the breadth of his vision are no longer comparable. However, at this moment he has no time to contemplate his realm. All his thoughts are focused on the dimly glowing map of the mountains and rivers before him. The world depicted within it is enduring the relentless assault of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, reaching its limit. It is time, Qing Yu murmurs, his gaze calm. With a flicker of thought, he stops channeling energy into the treasure map, and instead begins to consolidate the vast power of the wood Dao that permeates the four seas. A torrent of vibrant life force surges into the body of the creation tree, causing it to radiate a brilliant green light, rumbling and shaking. Utilizing the authority of the creation jade disc, he resonates with the essence of the primordial wood Dao, reaching its peak. An overwhelming pressure infused with a trace of the heavenly Dao bursts forth from his body, representing the realm of the great Luo, golden immortal in the 24 heavens. Although he still relies on external power, it is far more solid than it was 1,000 years ago. He must prepare to confront Luo Ho directly. What is Hongjun doing? It has been a millennium, and he still has not managed to stop the 3 ancestors from advancing. In the distance, Hongjun indicates that the ancestor dragon is currently in a confused state, relentlessly attacking, while the Yuan Feng and the first Qilin seek to weaken the dragon clan. They too are affected by the calamity aura, pulling back continuously. Although Hongjun could directly suppress them with his great power, he chooses not to because it would not be proper. He sees himself as a good person. Should he provoke the 3 ancestors, should they ally with Luo Ho, it would be disastrous. Thus, he only stabilizes the battlefield, ensuring the chaos does not spill over into the primordial realm. He waits patiently for the calamity aura to dissipate. It seems he can only let the young friend suffer a little. With the creation jade disc as Hongjun's vital treasure, there are naturally contingencies within it. The battlefield of the three ancestors is confined by an invisible barrier preventing any residual energy from leaking out. Outside the barrier, Hongjun sits quietly in white robes as if in a trance. Yet Qingyo, sensing the situation, is wholly focused on the map about to shatter before him. A crisp shattering sound reverberates across the sky and sea. At the center of the map of mountains and rivers, a pitch-black spear of destruction entwined with endless malevolent energy pierces through. The demonic figure shrouded in overwhelming malice steps back into reality. Luo Ho has escaped. After a millennium of confinement, his power remains undiminished, and his killing intent has solidified into a tangible force. His crimson eyes, filled with an ancient chill and rage. His gaze sharp as a blade, he locks onto Qingyu in an instant. "Junior, you are quite good," he rasps, devoid of any further pleasantries. The god-slaying spear rises, transforming into a black lightning bolt that transcends time, aimed directly at Qingyi's brow. This thrust contains the vast demonic power of Luo Ho, a great Luo of the 30 heavens, carrying the supreme killing intent of the god-slaying spear, designed to end everything. Qingyi's pupils constrict, sharply feeling the chasm of disparity even within the 24 heavens. But he cannot retreat. With frantic thoughts, the 12-petaled pure world white lotus above his head radiates a brilliant clear light, falling to form a purifying barrier. In his hand, the Qinglian treasure flag unfurls, layers of Qinglian blooming. Beneath him, the creation cauldron rumbles, the air of creation surging to reinforce and repair. 3 defensive treasures, bolstered by his willingness to use his essence and draw on the power of heaven and earth, construct an absolute defensive domain of blue, white, and gold swirling around him. At the innermost layer, the phantom of the wood Dao River spirals, providing the last buffer of life. The god-slaying spear strikes fiercely against the 3 layers of defense. The terrifying shockwave tears apart the surface of the sea. The 3 treasures flicker with brilliant light, dimming momentarily to block this deadly strike. Only a minuscule portion of the spear's intent seeps through, dissipated by the life force of the wood Dao River. Seeing the spirit treasure dim, Qingyu again draws upon the power of heaven and earth. Life force flows, and his aura resumes. Countless layers of curtains fall anew, shielding Qingyu once more. Good, good, good. Luo Ho laughs in anger, his killing intent rising further. "I want to see how long your turtle shell can endure." Without missing a beat, the demonic figure transforms into thousands, countless sharp spear shadows of the god-slaying spear. They surge from all directions toward the tricolored defensive field like a downpour, the aura of destruction engulfing everything. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of dense impacts and energy annihilation are incessant. The tricolored domain flickers violently, trembling cracks appearing frequently and struggling to mend. Qingyu pours forth his magical power like a torrent, his mind strained to its limits, still holding on. With the authority of heaven and earth in hand, he focuses solely on defense, continually blocking the attacks. Just as Qingyu and Luo Ho engage in this back-and-forth struggle, Hongjun finally resolves the 3 ancestors' battlefield and arrives here. With a light sigh, it seems to echo from the depths of eternity, clearly resonating within the hearts of the 2 battling. In the next moment, the purple barrier enveloping the battlefield of the 3 ancestors dissipates slightly, and a simple figure in white robes drifts to the edge of the conflict. Hongjun has finally appeared. His expression is gentle, his gaze warm, as if he is merely passing by. Upon seeing Hongjun finally appear before him, Luo Ho's overwhelming demonic might suddenly hesitates. His crimson eyes lock onto Hongjun, the hatred of a millennium of humiliation and thwarted treasure-seeking, all stemming from Hongjun, igniting a murderous rage against this seemingly righteous old adversary. Hongjun. The words are like a cry from the depths of hell. Luo Ho astonishingly forsakes the turtle shell-like Qingyo, redirecting the god-slaying spear, unleashing a fury built over a millennium, and the demonic might of the 30 heavens, transforming it into a pitch-black spear light that pierces through the ages, aimed to slay gods and saints. With a fierceness and decisiveness greater than when attacking Qingyo, it thrusts directly at the seemingly unguarded face of Hongjun. "Old bastard." Commandant. The calm expression on Hongjun's face reveals the slightest ripple for the first time. This sudden and ruthless ambush catches even Hongjun off guard. Without the time to unleash exquisite techniques, he hastily waves his sleeve, conjuring a purple mist of profound Dao rhythm to hastily form a barrier before him. The god-slaying spear collides violently with the purple mist. The space shatters like glass, with water, fire, and wind surging forth. Hongjun's figure, once as steady as a mountain, is actually pushed back a step by this spear, the clear light around him rippling violently before he finally steadies himself. Though it is only a single step and the clear mist remains unbroken, this scene is enough to shock Qingyo, who is struggling to recover in the distance. The fearsome might of Luo Ho has reached such a level. Fortunately, he possesses a supreme treasure for protection, otherwise, like Dong Wang Gong, he would have nearly been obliterated by the ancestor dragon. After taking Luo House, strike Hongjun finally turns to see Qingyu waving at him through layers of defense, causing his eyes to twitch. No wonder the moment he appeared Luo Ho unleashed such a killing move against him. Anyone facing this turtle shell would be forced to break through. Hongjun, come and die. Luo Ho charges toward Hongjun. Confronting Luo Ho, who was already filled with wicked fire beneath the impenetrable defenses of Qingyu, witnessing the appearance of Hongjun was akin to adding fuel to the flames. With anger, the god-slaying spear pierced forth, enveloped in the intent to tear apart the ancient world and the vast demonic might of the 30 heavens, aiming unceremoniously at Hongjun's face. A faint light flickered in Hongjun's eyes of facing this thunderous strike. He did not flinch or evade. Beneath his feet the void shimmered as a gentle golden light quietly blossomed, rapidly expanding into a 12-petal golden lotus. The lotus petals unfurled layer by layer, flowing with the rich and magnificent aura of profound merit. Illuminated by golden light, the tribulation demons retreated, and evil could not invade. Indeed, it was the 12-petal merit golden lotus. In this location of the East Sea calamity, 3 of the 4 offspring of the chaotic blue lotus had already manifested in succession: pure world destruction world and the merit golden lotus. The destructive shadow of the god-slaying spear firmly struck atop the golden light of the merit golden lotus. The sound of gold and iron clashing reverberated throughout the universe. The aura of profound merit rippled, creating layers of waves, yet it was incredibly resilient, firmly blocking the razor-sharp edge of the god-slaying spear. The power of merit is most effective against evil, naturally counteracting the destructive aura of the god-slaying spear. Unlike Qingyu, who needed to rely on 3 supreme treasures to gradually wear down the attack, Hongjun directly engaged in a collision of strength against strength. 1 attack, 1 defense. 2 forces representing the pinnacle of the primal world fiercely collided. Golden light and demonic energy intertwined and vanished, while the aura of the Dao and the intent to kill violently toward each other. Each collision caused the seabed veins, which had just been barely stabilized by Qingyu using the Jianmu and the creation cauldron, to tremble violently again, disrupting the newly ordered spiritual mechanisms. Seeing this scene, Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly. The seabed veins, having been disturbed by the ancestral dragon, had already become fragile. If the 2 of them at this level of power were to recklessly clash here, it would surely shatter the foundation of the 4 seas, resulting in boundless karma and unfavorable outcomes with the heavens. Realizing this, Hongjun no longer remained on the defensive. He feigned a move and unleashed a strand of chaotic energy to temporarily push back Luo House's endless assault. Then his form transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, no longer holding his ground, but instead retreating towards the edge of the heavens beyond the 33 skies. He sought to draw Luo Ho away to a more stable location. Hongjun, don't run. Luo Ho, having been constrained under Qingyu's turtle shell for many years, was now filled with murderous intent and hated this old adversary, unwilling to let him escape easily. Moreover, with new grievances and old hatreds, how could he let go of the mastermind behind his ruined schemes? He must determine the victor. Luo Ho let out a long howl. The sky, filled with demonic energy swirling around the god-slaying spear, transforming into a destructive black rainbow, closely pursuing Hongjun. 2 astonishing rainbows pierced through the heavens, 1 clear and 1 murky, instantly leaving the battlefield of the 4 seas, entering the endless heights. By Hongjun's deliberate choice, they headed straight for the chaotic edge, better able to withstand the fluctuations of their fierce battle. Watching as they vanished in an instant, leaving behind terrifying aftershocks and a once again turbulent seabed vein, Qingyu let out a soft sigh, suppressing the surging blood and nearly exhausted mana within. He retracted the light of the pure world white lotus above his head, and the Qing lotus jewel banner and the creation cauldron transformed into flowing light, merging back into his body. Qingyu re-manifested Jianmu, its roots once again embedding into the chaotic veins, coordinating with the remaining resonance of the wood path, gradually combing and calming the newly agitated earth energy and the shattered spiritual mechanisms. Only when the seabed veins returned to stability and the sea calmed did Qingyu slowly withdraw his power. Fortunately, this time the turmoil was merely caused by external forces rather than the inner destruction brought forth by the ancestral dragon. Feeling his own cultivation level borrowed from the primordial wood path at the 24th heavenly layer of the great Luo golden immortal, Qingyu understood that his karmic ties with Hongjun had been severed and the opportunity had passed. No longer hesitating, he actively severed the connection to the river of wood path. The immense power temporarily merged with the 24th heaven of the wood path, receded like a tide. Finally, it's over. Qingyu took a moment to rest, his gaze involuntarily falling upon the warm creation jade disc in his sleeve. With Hongjun directly leading Luo Ho away to the outer heavens, it would take a while for him to return. This treasure could temporarily be kept by himself, allowing him more time for comprehension. Thinking of the supreme mysteries contained within the creation jade disc, even Qing Yu's temperament could not help but stir with a hint of anticipation. Just as he was momentarily lost in thought, pondering how to reasonably extend the borrowing period. A low, sinister laugh, imbued with an indescribable eerie quality, suddenly sounded very close to Qing Yu's ear. Who? Qing Yu was nearly terrified into a panic by this silent laughter, fearing that Luo Ho had returned, or that some other hidden powerful being was present like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow finch awaited. The mana that had just calmed surged violently in an instant, and his figure transformed into a wisp of blue smoke retreating thousands of feet. In this moment, he summoned his defensive treasure. The three-eared defensive treasure's Dao rhythm activated immediately, protecting him securely before he cautiously looked back to the original spot. There, the void where he had just stood slowly materialized into a figure. The newcomer wore a black Dao robe, their face indistinguishable from Hongjun, yet their aura was entirely different. Between their brows there was less of the previous warmth and gentleness and more of a deep indifference and an inexplicable sense of darkness. Especially the curve of their mouth, coupled with the previous eerie laughter, made one feel an unsettling chill in their heart. As senior, Qing Yu sensed that the aura of the newcomer originated from the same source as Hongjun, but this demeanor, could it be a manifestation of the three corpses? An evil corpse? Kik. The black-clothed Hongjun looked at Qing Yu's startled expression, chuckling twice, his gaze playfully sweeping over the defensive light surrounding Qing Yu, seemingly finding it quite amusing. Young friend, there is no need to be so tense. I am a split from the main body. The main body sent me to retrieve the creation jade disc. Indeed, he had come for the jade disc. Qing Yu's small hope was instantly dashed. Although he had anticipated it, he still felt a pang of pain at this moment when he had to relinquish it. After all, it did not belong to him. Looking at this rather unfriendly incarnation before him, Qing Yu did not hesitate, directly taking out the creation jade disc from his sleeve. Thank you, senior, for the protection with the treasure. The disc is here. Please take it back, senior. The black-clothed Hongjun gestured with his hand, and the disc floated gently into his palm, vanishing from sight. He glanced at Qing Yu, then cast a sidelong look at the heavens above, where the battle still raged, emanating terrifying energy fluctuations, letting out a strange laugh. Kik. Thus this trip can be considered complete. I am grateful to you, young friend. I shall take my leave now. If you have time, do visit Yujing Mountain. Before his words fell, his figure faded like ink diffusing in clear water, completely disappearing as if he had never appeared. Farewell, senior. Qing Yu bowed to the empty space, his heart a mix of emotions. This trip to the East Sea could truly be described as magnificent and perilous. Though he had gained a supreme treasure, he had also attracted the attention of Luo Ho and Hongjun, becoming embroiled in their karma. Had he known, he would have fled sooner. Reflecting on this, Qing Yu shook his head again. Despite the dangers, there were also significant opportunities, and many matters were difficult to judge. No longer pondering, he transformed into a wisp of blue light, quietly leaving the sea area. The three ancestors, temporarily calmed by Hongjun's affectionate touch, and reasoning, remained in a stagnant atmosphere. The ancestor dragon hovered in the sky, gazing down at the remains of aquatic beings scattered across the four seas and the coral reefs destroyed by the aftermath of the great battle, his expression icy. However, there was little sorrow in the dragon's eyes, only cold anger and the annoyance of being calculated against. Only when his gaze swept over a few incomplete true dragon corpses did his cold vertical pupils slightly contract, revealing a trace of faint fluctuation. Humph! The ancestor dragon withdrew his gaze, looking towards the Yuan Phoenix and the beginning Qilin, who wore various expressions not far away, his voice deep and thunderous. I will remember this cause and effect. Hearing this, the Yuan Phoenix revealed a trace of unhidden mockery on her beautiful face. Ancestor dragon, the turmoil of the four seas and the calamities of the aquatic beings arise from your reckless pursuit of the immortal island, disregarding the consequences and forcefully drawing upon the power of the four seas. What does this have to do with me or with my friend, the beginning Qilin? With that, she brushed her splendid sleeves, too tired to say more this far since here. I am exhausted. With a clear cry, she transformed into a resplendent nine-colored phoenix, spreading her wings and stirring up a sea of flowing red flames as she gracefully flew towards the southern immortal volcano, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The beginning Qilin cast a deep glance at the ancestor dragon, his heavy voice slowly resonating. Ancestor dragon, take care. The universe has its order. The slaughter calamity should not be initiated lightly. After saying this, clouds arose beneath his feet, carrying his towering figure as he stepped on the clouds towards the central lands of the primeval world, his back steady as a mountain. In the blink of an eye, only the dragon clan remained in the field. The candle dragon and the azure dragon hurriedly approached. The candle dragon wore a worried expression. Elder brother, is there any serious trouble? The ancestor dragon waved his massive dragon head, his voice softening somewhat. No harm done. Just some skin and flesh injuries, a slight depletion of vitality, and after some time of rest it will be fine. When his gaze fell upon the azure dragon and sensed the stable aura of a great Luo golden immortal and the pure Dao rhythm of the wood Dao emanating from him, a hint of joy finally appeared in his eyes. Third brother, you have broken through. Good, wonderful. The immortal island has been acquired and now you have ascended to Great Luo, a double celebration. Haha, heaven bless our dragon clan. The azure dragon, seeing the ancestor dragon's joy, initially intended to mention the aftermath and compensation for the casualties among the aquatic beings of the four seas, as well as the lingering resentment and karma. These all required the dragon clan, especially the ancestor dragon, as the master of scales, to intervene. However, before he could speak, he was enthusiastically interrupted by the ancestor dragon. This place is not suitable for a prolonged stay. Second brother, third brother, quickly return to the dragon palace with me. Although there has been a minor setback with the immortal island in hand and third brother achieving the great Luo, it is indeed a time of great celebration. Upon our return, we must celebrate properly and have a good talk, brother. The ancestor dragon laughed heartily, temporarily casting aside the brutal battle and the corpses strewn about, flicking his tail to summon the water essence and returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Seeing the ancestor dragon's indifference, the azure dragon sighed, slightly preparing to follow, when suddenly his primordial spirit trembled slightly. He could once again sense the call of the primordial wood Dao, that vast source of life, clearly resurfacing in his perception. At this moment, if he were to perform the method of sacrificing the Dao fruit, he could indeed draw upon the response of the primordial wood Dao, breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal and embedding the Dao fruit within the wood Dao. As the second great Luo golden immortal, the azure dragon also governed the first layer of the wood Dao fortune and could thus invoke it. The primordial wood Dao is composed of all wood-affiliated beings, and when one being breaks through to the great Luo golden immortal, the wood Dao source will also receive an enhancement, making its foundation even more robust. Wood Dao beings also find it easier to cultivate, gaining more fortune. The azure dragon also felt a familiar and warm aura lingering from the re-established wood Dao connection. Vibrant and life-sustaining, it is the beginning of all things. It was the aura of the senior Qingyo who had previously guided him and helped him understand the Dao path. So that's how it is, the azure dragon suddenly realized. Previously, he could not invoke the wood Dao, not because the heavenly Dao forbade it, but because the authority had been temporarily called upon by the wood ancestor and his priority was not high enough to summon it. Moreover, that senior Qingyu not only imparted wisdom to him, but also just quelled the turmoil of the four seas, purified the calamity aura, and protected countless beings. This was a great favor to the primordial world, to millions of living beings, to him, the azure dragon, and even to the damaged seas of the dragon clan. Understanding this, the azure dragon felt even more reverence and gratitude. He no longer hesitated and stopped his figure in the void. Facing the direction where Qingyu had purified the four seas and the aura of creation had emerged, he straightened his clothes, his expression solemn, then bowed deeply. This bow was in respect of the Dao teachings imparted by the senior, in gratitude for the senior's protection of living beings, and also in honor of the unseen connection that helped him break through the Dao path. The candle dragon observed this, lost in thought, seeing the azure dragon perform a solemn bow. Though he did not understand the specific reasons, he sensed the pure wood spirit vitality and merit aura lingering in that direction. A trace of consideration flashed in the dragon's eyes, but he did not inquire further, simply saying, "Third brother, let's go." The azure dragon finished his bow, straightened up, his eyes clear and firm, responding, "Yes, second brother." The already departed Qingyu was unaware of what had transpired here. He was currently surrounded by the heavy blessings bestowed by the heavenly Dao. Although Qingyu knew that maintaining the earth's veins would yield merit, he had not anticipated there would be so much. Just as Qingyu was assimilating the merit flowing into the golden will behind him, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. "Dao brother, is that you?" This voice was quite familiar. The azure dragon's heart stirred as he withdrew, the golden light of merit flowing around him, the phantom of the golden will behind him slowly fading, and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Not far away on a cloud stood a figure wearing a purple golden crown, dressed in a cosmic robe and with an ancient Taoist face. Who else could it be but Xinyuanzi? At that moment, Xinyuanzi's face was filled with shock and delight as he looked at Qingyu, especially at the magnificent scene of the overwhelming merit that had yet to fully dissipate. "Xinyuanzi, Dao friend." Qingyu was also taken aback, then a genuine smile appeared on his face as he greeted, "What brings you here?" Xinyuanzi approached on a cloud, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Alas, it is shameful to say. I have been cultivating in the Wuzhuang Temple, perceiving the fluctuations of the heavenly mechanism. The emergence of the three immortal islands stirred a desire in me, and the related opportunity manifested faintly. I thought to myself, since there is a connection of fate, how could I let it slip by? Thus, relying on the protection of the Earth Book and a bit of past merit, I left Mount Buzhou and headed eastward. He paused, a look of helplessness deepening on his face. Who would have thought that my Honghuang Temple is located at the remote junction of the western and eastern regions, making the distance to the East Sea truly too far? Despite my utmost efforts to hurry, it took me thousands of years. Upon arriving here, I saw a vast merit golden light suddenly descending from the horizon, accompanied by countless auspicious signs, truly a great favor from the heavenly Dao. I thought whoever receives such merit must be as virtuous and capable as Dao, brother, a perfect opportunity to make acquaintance. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Qingyu, spread his hands with a smile. I never expected that the one who attracted the heavenly Dao to bestow such oceanic merit would be you, Dao, brother. Qingyu, upon hearing this, was taken aback, but couldn't help but smile. It turned out Zhen Yuanzi had also sensed the opportunity of the 3 immortal islands, but unfortunately the distance was simply too great. By the time this ancestor of Earth immortals, who was not adept at flying, moved over, the opportunity would have long passed. No, it was not just the opportunity that had vanished. Even the table would have been overturned and the guests would have already dispersed. I see. Fellow cultivator, your journey to the East Sea was for the opportunity of the 3 immortal islands. Unfortunately, it seems that you cannot go there now. Zhen Yuanzi's expression tightened upon hearing this. What do you mean by that, fellow Daoist? Is it possible that the 3 immortal islands are already? Precisely, Qingyu nodded. Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhong Islands have each found their masters. Penglai's whereabouts are a mystery. Yingzhou is under the control of dozens of fellow Daoists, having hidden away, and Fangzhong has been absorbed by the Dragon Clan. The core spiritual treasures and innate relics on the islands have long been taken by those who arrived first. Now that place of opportunity has little left worth the effort of fellow cultivators who have traveled for thousands of years, aside from the remnants of the battle and the calamity energy. Zhen Yuanzi's disappointment was hard to conceal upon hearing this, and he sighed heavily. Indeed, the heavenly secrets are swift and opportunities are fleeting. It is a matter of my own limited fortune as well as ill fate. Seeing his despondency, Qingyu changed the subject with a hint of curious amusement. However, there is something I am curious about. When we parted years ago, we agreed to each develop a technique for escaping, intending to complement each other's strengths in the future and wander the vast wilderness. However, seeing how you travel today, Qingyu shook his head, a deeper smile forming. It seems that compared to back then, there has been no significant progress. Or perhaps you have not created that escape technique or encountered obstacles. Mentioning this, Zhen Yuanzi's face flashed with a hint of awkwardness, quickly turning into a thick-skinned smile as he explained, fellow Daoist, you see, I indeed have not delved deeply into that escape technique. Oh, Qingyu raised an eyebrow. It is not due to laziness, but rather I have taken a different path. Zhen Yuanzi adjusted his expression, a glint of pride flashing in his eyes. I pondered that your cultivation and insights far exceed mine, especially your profound understanding of the way of space and the principle of life. If you were to create the escape technique, it would undoubtedly be exquisite, far surpassing what I could achieve. In that case, why not let me capitalize on my strengths and avoid my weaknesses? Zhen Yuanzi paused before continuing. I used the Earth Book as a foundation, comprehending the subtlety of how the Earth bears, stores, and transforms, combining it with my understanding of the way of the Qiankuan sleeve, and after thousands of years, I actually developed one. Let's call it the Qiankuan in the sleeve. What technique is that? Qingyu had a vague idea in his heart. Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard, his tone holding a hint of pride. When executed, the sleeve flares out, forming a microcosm of the Qiankuan, capable of storing all things and trapping enemies and people. Although it is not as fierce as top-tier killing techniques, it is quite useful for battles, capturing or gathering spiritual treasures. I thought that if one day I traveled with you and you adeptly used supreme escape techniques to maneuver and seek opportunities in battle, I could use this technique to assist from the side, either to trap enemies, launch surprise attacks, or provide protection. Wouldn't that perfectly complement each other? Qiankuan in the sleeve. Indeed, Qingyu was dumbfounded. This was the renowned divine ability that even the great sage Sun had no way to counter in the later journey to the west. I did not expect that its origin would come from such a complementary and lazy thought. Because I felt that my escape technique was inferior to my friends, I simply started anew, focusing on control and assistance. Now Zhen Yuanzi is surprisingly pragmatic and somewhat endearing. Haha. Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head with a smile. Fellow Daoist, your clever idea is indeed quite unique. The Qiankuan in the sleeve certainly sounds like a profound divine ability. However, if that is the case, doesn't our agreement to jointly study escape techniques become solely my affair? Those capable must work harder, those capable must work harder. Zhen Yuanzi quickly clasped his hands, his smile becoming even more sincere. Moreover, I have absolute faith in your abilities, fellow Daoist. In the realm of escape techniques, with you as a gem, I should refrain from embarrassing myself with my little firefly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu ceased his teasing and thought for a moment before saying, very well. The opportunity of the 3 immortal islands has been lost, and you have made a trip for nothing. The calamity energy here has not dispersed, so it is not a place to linger for long. If you do not mind, why not accompany me to my Daoist temple in the Honghuang region? We can sit together and discuss the Dao, share our experiences and insights on cultivation. At that time, it would be just right for you to evaluate the escape technique I have been honing over the years, and I can also learn about your Qiankuan in the sleeve. How about that? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanzi's eyes lit up and the look of disappointment vanished completely. He immediately clapped his hands and replied, excellent. This is exactly what I wish for. I dare not decline. Just right for me to broaden my horizons and see what kind of astonishing escape technique you have created. Shall we set off? Fellow Daoist, please follow me. Qin Yu no longer spoke further. A faint blue light enveloping his body and a peculiar wave of spatial fluctuation and the resonance of the way of life spread out, enveloping Zhang Yuanzi as well. This was the escape technique he created, combining the origin of the Jianmu insights into space and the way of life, known as the all things coexist escape technique. Zhang Yuanzi felt the surrounding scenery instantly become blurry and elongated, as if he was in a peculiar passage formed by endless life and spatial connections akin to teleportation. In just a few years, the two had already left the East Sea and stepped onto the vast wilderness continent. Qin Yu maintained the escape light, explaining the core principles and operational keys of the all things coexist escape technique to Zhang Yuanzi without reservation as they traveled. Wonderful. Amazing. Zhang Yuanzi, feeling the unprecedented speed and intricacy, couldn't help but exclaim again, connecting the energy of all things through the vitality of wood, transforming resistance into assistance and merging oneself into the rhythm of the heavens and the earth's circulation. Fellow Daoist, your method is nearing the Dao. Alas, it was indeed wise of me to choose not to create an escape technique in the first place. If my crude methods were to be placed alongside your technique, it would surely be a laughingstock. His words were half sincere admiration and half self-deprecation. Qin Yu laughed and said, fellow Daoist, you are being overly modest. Escape techniques vary and are suitable for different situations. Your Qiankuan in the sleeve may one day shine brilliantly. Having received the essence of the escape technique from Qin Yu, Zhang Yuanzi immersed himself in contemplation, combining it with his own earthy insights, and found himself benefiting immensely with a deeper understanding of space and life. The two discussed the Dao along the way, unaware of how time flew. Originally, the long journey that would take Zhang Yuanzi thousands of years to traverse under the all things coexist escape technique took merely a few hundred years before they reached the outskirts of Honghuang. As soon as he entered the Honghuang region, Zhang Yuanzi felt a lightness all over his body as the rich and unyielding innate spiritual energy surged like a gentle tide. The purity and abundance of the Yi-wood essence contained within far exceeded that of his Wanshou Mountain Daoist temple. Looking around, he saw ancient trees soaring into the sky, spiritual herbs covering the ground, rays of light flickering, and auspicious energy everywhere. A scene of vibrant life and natural Daoist law. What a paradise! Zhang Yuanzi exclaimed sincerely, fellow Daoist, this temple of yours with such abundant spiritual energy is rare in the wilderness. While praising, he noticed that in the lush waterside areas on the outskirts of Honghuang, many canine beings were residing. Some had already gained spiritual intelligence and were cultivating spiritual energy in an orderly manner, harmoniously coexisting with the surrounding environment. Oh, what are these canine beings? Zhang Yuanzi asked curiously. They are just some pitiful beings with nowhere to rely on, Qin Yu replied flatly. I found their origins acceptable and their temperaments rather loyal, so I allowed them to seek a place to reside on the outskirts of Honghuang, to cultivate and reproduce on their own. Zhang Yuanzi nodded, knowing that with Qin Yu's status as the wood ancestor, it was only natural to protect some grass and wood spirits and creatures from the mountains and fields. This too was a virtue. As the two continued to delve deeper, the spiritual energy became increasingly pure and overwhelming, even condensing into a faint spiritual mist. The peculiar flowers and rare herbs, as well as innate spiritual roots, became more abundant along the way. Although their quality might not all be extremely high, they were diverse and full of life. Many contained unique Daoist rhythms, which also held considerable reference and refining value for Zhang Yuanzi. He saw several rare soil and wood spiritual essences, which were excellent materials for refining certain pills or consolidating the power of the earth book, and a look of fondness appeared in his eyes. Qin Yu noticed this, smiled faintly, and casually pointed, fellow Daoist, take whatever you fancy. I may not have much here in Honghuang, but these innate spiritual treasures are still quite abundant. Between us, there's no need to be polite. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanzi felt warmth in his heart, laughing heartily, and the regret of missing out on the 3 immortal islands opportunity had long since dissipated. Fellow Daoist, you are so generous. In that case, my trip to the East Sea was not entirely without gain. How could the ethereal opportunity of the three immortal islands compare to the real gifts within your temple, fellow Taoist? It seems that you are the greatest opportunity for my journey this time. Fellow Taoist, you overstate. Qin Yu also smiled. The front is where the Jianmu is located. It is also where I often cultivate in peace. Fellow Taoist, please. At the peak of the Jianmu, accompanied by clouds and mist, the Tao rhythm naturally formed a world of its own. Qin Yu and Xinyuan Zizi sat facing each other, surrounded by the purest, Iwid spiritual energy and boundless vitality. In this discourse on the Tao, inadvertently tens of thousands of years slipped away in an instant. Xinyuan Zizi did not hold back, directly imparting the profound mystique of the sleeve universe divine ability that he had comprehended over countless years to Qin Yu without reservation. With a gentle wave of his sleeve robe, seemingly an ordinary Tao robe with wide sleeves, a tremendous pulling force emerged, turning the inner universe upside down, forming a miniature world of its own with the marvelous abilities of containment, binding, and transformation. What a magnificent sleeve universe! Qin Yu concentrated and comprehended its mysteries, sincerely praising it. What appears to be a gentle sleeve actually contains the profound weight of the earth and the marvels of spatial folding. It is not a method of aggression, but rather a supreme technique for binding enemies, protecting oneself, and acquiring objects. This method of yours, my Tao friend, is indeed unique and will surely have great use in the future. With kingious affirmation, Xinyuan Zizi stroked his beard and smiled, feeling even more delighted. Although he himself was not as proficient, he was not far behind. He created this technique with the intention of complementing Qin Yu. After mastering the divine ability, the two sat cross-legged, discussing the profound mysteries of the Tao. Qin Yu manifested the true meaning of the Tao he comprehended from the transformation jade discs, wood Tao beside Xinyuan Zizi. Although it was the wood Tao, it resonated with Xinyuan Zizi and was a supreme treasure for him. The two of them were both teachers and friends, mutually validating each other. Kinji's comprehension of the solid Earth's universe from the sleeve universe greatly benefited his stabilization of the Jianmu's origin and the regulation of the Earth veins vitality. Xinyuan Zizi, on the other hand, deepened his understanding of the Earth's nurturing of all things and the circulation of Earth energy through Kinji's, with Tao vitality and transformation mysteries, even gaining new insights into his own Earth writings. Tens of thousands of years passed quietly in their discussions on the Tao and insights. On this day, a sudden tremor coursed through Kinji's entire being, and the illusory image of a merit golden will behind his head radiated bright light, resonating strongly with the Jianmu's origin and the endless Iwid spiritual energy surrounding him. With the accumulation and settling from this discussion with Xinyuan Zizi, along with the substantial buildup from his previous union with the wood Tao and purification of tribulation energy, the bottleneck of his cultivation, which had already reached the peak of the six heavens, finally broke through with a resounding crash. His Tao cultivation advanced, stepping into the realm of the seventh heaven of the great Luo golden immortal. At the same time, Xinyuan Zizi, facing him, also let out a long breath, the earthy Tao rhythm flowing around him, his aura significantly denser than it had been tens of thousands of years ago. He wore an uncontrollable joy on his face and clapped his hands in laughter, saying, "Wonderful. This poor Taoist has been stuck in the third heaven of the great Luo for a long time. Thanks to the insights on the true meaning of the Tao from my Tao brother, I unexpectedly broke through to the fourth heaven in one go. Oh, my Tao brother, you truly are the noble person in my destiny. The opportunity one failed to seize in the East Sea has been fulfilled here with you. In the realm of the great Luo, each level is a heavenly barrier, and advancing requires endless years of accumulation and realizations. For ordinary innate divine beings without overwhelming luck or extraordinary opportunities, it may take countless years to catch a glimpse of the path to advance a single level. Just like the East King and the West Queen, despite their exceptional endowments, they now merely linger between the second and third heavens. It is not due to lack of talent or foundation, but rather the uncertain path ahead. Before Hongjun imparted the Tao, every cultivator must explore independently amidst the endless fog. Continuously trying, returning, starting anew, and finding the one correct path among countless wrong ones is immensely difficult. Fate, oh fate, sometimes brings fortune. One must not only have fortune, but also the right timing to succeed. Currently, in the primordial world, most of the world's fortune gathers within the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. As the ancestors of these three clans adapt to the right timing, they thrive, allowing countless creatures of the primordial world to coexist, favored by fortune and aided by heaven, making their cultivation swift. The other innate divine beings, despite their talents, must also adapt to the circumstances. If the timing is not right, they should accumulate strength, seize opportunities, and wait patiently for the right moment. This is the great trend. Yet the Tao of heaven has its 50, and the heavenly cycle has its 49, ultimately leaving a narrow escape route. The Tao of heaven is impartial, and this escape route is inherent within each living being. If one can perceive this, they can find their own path to transcendence amidst the great trend. This is the current state of cultivation in this realm. Qingji's relatively rapid progress is not only due to his own foundation and the opportunities he seized by coming into being early. More importantly, he understands parts of the future's trajectory, clarifying a path most suitable for himself. Although he still needs to refine through trial and error, he has a general direction and need not constantly start over. Furthermore, he bears the authority of the Wood Ancestor, closely connected with the primordial Wood Daos origin. Although he is an innate divine being, he is also one of the deities. With the authority of heaven and earth, he is part of the great trend, at least a leader of the momentum in the Wood Dao. As this discourse on the Dao concluded and his cultivation broke through, Qingyu, however, felt little joy in his heart. Instead, a heavy sense of responsibility quietly arose. Previously, when he united with the primordial Wood Dao and briefly held the authority of its origin, that feeling of being connected to the countless spirits of grass and trees and wooden beings in the primordial world resurfaced. Qingyu clearly felt that apart from a few innate spiritual roots, and those with profound foundations, the vast majority of wooden beings are incredibly weak. They grow in ignorance, struggling to absorb the sparse spiritual energy to awaken their intelligence, fighting for survival at the bottom of the food chain in the primordial world. Their path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles, and their journey is dark. It is precisely this widespread weakness that when he as the Wood Ancestor manifested and called forth with overwhelming vitality and clear Dao rhythm, the primordial Wood Dao's origin responded and accepted him so warmly. It allowed him to integrate with the Dao almost without obstruction. For the Wood Dao itself craved a powerful backbone, a leader capable of guiding all trees and strengthening the origin, an ancestor. To receive its shade, to bear its authority, one must bear its responsibility, Qingyu pondered. As the Wood Ancestor, having enjoyed the blessings of the Wood Dao's fortune and gained recognition from heaven and earth, it is his inescapable duty to strengthen the Wood Dao's foundation and to pave a clearer path for the countless spirits of grass and trees in their cultivation. This is also a long-term strategy for solidifying his own Dao foundation and gathering the Wood Dao's fortune. This thought had already taken shape during his closed-door discourse and reflection, but required a partner to communicate with the earth. With Xinyuan Zizi at his side now, he was indeed the best candidate. As the echoes of their discourse began to fade, Qingyu raised his gaze, landing on Xinyuan Zizi, who was still savoring the joy of his breakthrough, and fell into contemplation. Xinyuan Zizi noticed and retracted his smile, asking with concern, "Dao brother, you seem lost in thought. Is there something troubling you? Do not hesitate to speak. If there is anything I can assist you with, I will certainly not refuse, and will do my utmost." He felt greatly indebted to Qingyu for the insights he had gained from their discourse, and was worried about how to repay him. Seeing his sincere expression, Qingyu no longer hesitated and spoke frankly, "There is indeed one matter that requires your assistance. This concerns the foundation of the primordial Wood Dao and will require you to invest considerable time and effort. Speak freely, Dao brother. Not to mention the investment of time, even if it requires going through fire and water, I will not refuse." Xinyuan Zizi patted his chest, speaking with conviction. "If not for you, Dao brother, I wouldn't know when I would be able to break through this realm. A little effort and time is nothing to worry about. Then I must first thank you, my Dao friend." Qingyu cupped his hands in salute and said seriously, "This matter requires us to revisit the earth vein nodes we once purified and sorted together during our travels in the primordial world. If all goes well, what I left behind should have matured by now." Having established a plan and a goal, Qingyu and Xinyuan Zai no longer hesitated and set off immediately, during which Xinyuan Zai demonstrated the teleportation technique he had just learned. Both were at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, adept at understanding the earth's veins and the spiritual opportunities of heaven and earth. Qingyu guided with the vitality of the Wood Dao, while Xinyuan Zai relied on the earth's texts and paths. With the Dao rhythms they had left behind while purifying the earth's veins earlier, the two were able to accurately locate the areas they had previously refined on the boundless primordial land. In just a few years, Qingyu and Xinyuan Zai had arrived at the site of the nearest earth vein node. The scene before them was vastly different from their memories. Once a desolate land ravaged by ferocious beasts, now it was a vibrant area brimming with life and greenery. The earth veins were stable, with spiritual springs gushing forth, nourishing the land. The flora flourished, and birds and beasts inhabited the area, which had become a place of spiritual beauty. In the center of this region, a towering tree stood out remarkably. Its trunk was a dark azure color, revealing wooden textures, and its crown spread wide with pure ethereal wood essence flowing among its branches and leaves. Around it, the spiritual energy appeared exceptionally clear and orderly, and the earthly energy was extraordinarily stable. Many enlightened spirits and small beasts instinctively gathered around this tree for cultivation and rest. Xinyuan Zai's gaze swept over the tree and surprise instantly appeared in his eyes. He could sense that the roots of this tree had deeply embedded themselves into the core of the earth veins here. Not only could it absorb and release spiritual energy, but it also stabilized the entire region's earth veins. Senior brother, what is this? Zenyuanzai looked at Qingyu. Qingyu took a step forward, gently caressing the dark azure trunk, feeling the aura circulating within. This is a branch of the construction wood I broke off when I purified the residual fierce aura and refined the earth veins years ago. Originally, I intended to use a section of my body, the construction wood, as a guide to suppress the earth veins, allowing these areas to stabilize more quickly. Once the vitality and Dao rhythm contained within the branch were exhausted, it would naturally decay and turn into nourishment for the land. However, I did not expect that as the earth veins gradually stabilized and the spiritual energy grew denser, the branch not only did not disappear due to the suppression of the earth veins, but instead took root and began to grow again, nourished by the spiritual energy of the earth veins. Upon hearing this, Zenyuanzai clicked his tongue in amazement, truly worthy of the wood attribute with an inherently robust vitality. So it is. Senior brother's body is the innate spiritual root construction wood. Even a section of a branch contains the supreme principle of wood. Falling into this place, the spiritual energy nourishes it, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. The wood Dao thrives in the earth and returns to the earth. The tree's internal growth rings are indeed marks that have endured eons. The mottled external trunk bore the marks of time's erosion. Kinji's body, the construction wood, had once manifested on the mountain of opening heaven, directly imprinting the rhythm of the Dao of heaven. And during the battle with the three pure ones, he did not summon the azure lotus banner, allowing the three pure ones to attack his body directly to imprint their Dao rhythms. This shows the natural advantage of the wood attribute in inscribing Dao rhythms. Qingyu looked at the child tree formed from his branch, sensing that there were 3,000 offspring scattered throughout the primordial world. This indeed formed a ready-made network covering a vast area of the primordial world, a hotspot transmitter that could use the Dao rhythm of his origin as the root signal. Wood by its nature will bear marks over time and is the best carrier of Dao rhythms. Qingyu spoke slowly, his gaze clear as he looked at Zenyuanzai. What I intend to do requires this as its foundation. Dear friend, please look. He pointed at the dark azure tree. This tree was born from my origin and has grown here for 10,000 years. Its wooden veins have naturally recorded a trace of my vitality, Dao rhythm, and the flow of the earth veins' spiritual energy in this area. It itself is already a microcosmic carrier of Dao marks and a spiritual node. My plan is to use these scattered offspring trees transformed from my broken branches as the foundation and container. I will personally inscribe my understanding of the wood Dao principle suitable for the cultivation of plant spirits onto the trunks of these offspring trees in a manner that clearly embeds the root Dao marks. In this way, Kinji's eyes shone brighter. These offspring trees will not merely be the spiritual pivots stabilizing the earth veins, but will also become natural comprehension fields of the wood attribute. Any plant spirit or wood creature within their influence will be able to grasp the principles of life in the wood Dao more clearly through the Dao rhythms emanating from these offspring trees, thanks to their natural affinity for the same wood attribute. They will glimpse the path to transformation through cultivation, receiving essential guidance and accelerating the awakening of their spiritual intelligence and the accumulation of their Dao path. It's akin to setting up a series of Dao rhythms connected to my path across the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, Zenyuanzai was filled with excitement, fully understanding Kinji's grand vision and compassionate heart. This was to pave a relatively smooth path for the countless weak wood creatures of the primordial world with his own strength. This is a monumental act that benefits countless generations, a deed of immeasurable merit. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Senior brother's intention is indeed of immense merit and will greatly strengthen the foundation of the wood Dao in the primordial world. Zenyuanzai clapped in admiration, but soon furrowed his brow, thinking of a key point. However, senior brother, inscribing the Dao marks onto the spiritual wood that is already rooted in the earth vein will inevitably stir its source and disturb the spiritual energy of the earth veins at its roots. If not careful, not only will the Dao rhythm be difficult to achieve, but it may also harm its foundation, leading to turmoil in the earth veins and affecting the surrounding beings. Upon hearing this, Zenyuanzai suddenly realized. Indeed, Qingyu nodded solemnly. This is the key to the plan, so I need the help of my dear friend. The earth texts in your possession are the central pivot of the primordial earth veins and are best suited to regulate and stabilize the energy of the earth veins. As I use my divine ability to inscribe Dao marks onto the cores of these offspring trees, I ask you to use your earth text divine ability to stabilize the earth veins involved around their roots. Calm the spiritual waves caused by the imprint of the Dao marks and protect the roots of the offspring trees and the peace of the surrounding beings. This will surely require considerable time. I wonder if you are willing. Why should you ask so much? Zhenyuanzai eagerly responded before Qingyu finished speaking, his face full of seriousness and eagerness. This is a great benevolent act that benefits all beings in the primordial world and solidifies the foundation of heaven and earth. It is indeed fortunate for me to participate in this. Stabilizing the earth veins is precisely my strength. Rest assured, senior brother, you can proceed with your techniques. The stabilization of the surrounding earth veins will be left to me. Even if it takes time, I will accompany you to the end. With Zhenyuanzai, this expert in earth veins, as my protector, the success rate of this endeavor has greatly increased. Then I will trouble you, dear friend. Qingyu solemnly bowed to Zhenyuanzai, then turned to face the azure offspring tree, his gaze focused. Let us begin here. Dear friend, please help me stabilize the earth veins. All right, Zhenyuanzai exclaimed, and the earth text appeared above his head, emitting a faint yellow light as it silently merged into the earth below. In an instant, centered around this tree, the flow of spiritual energy in the earth veins seemed to be gently smoothed by an invisible giant hand, becoming extremely stable. Qingyu took a deep breath, and with his finger like a sword, he gathered a point of azure light rich in endless vitality and the mysteries of the Dao. With one step forward, his form merged with the dark azure offspring tree. In the next moment, the vast and gentle divine sense mixed with the original Dao rhythm of the wood ancestor slowly imprinted itself upon the wooden core of the offspring tree. Qingyu immersed his mind, engraving Dao patterns at the core of the sapling. Zhen Yuanzi sat steadily beside him, harmonizing the earth veins with a map. A century passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Xianqing sapling trembled slightly, revealing faint azure Dao patterns deep within its wooden texture, and a warm, clear, and mysterious aura began to spread, enveloping tens of thousands of miles. As the aura reached its limit, the grass and trees appeared even more verdant, with a few ancient trees conveying joyful sentiments. Zhen Yuanzi retracted the map, a smile appearing on his face. Qingyu also opened his eyes, sensing the Dao rhythm had been established, the surrounding flora benefiting, as he nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations, Dao brother. Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward and said, this tree has become a source of the Dao, benefiting the area. The sapling connected to the earth veins, making anyone who harbored greedy thoughts reconsider whether they could withstand the consequences of disturbing the earth veins. Thus, Qingyu was not worried about it being destroyed. Thank you for your protection, Dao friend. Qingyu returned the gesture. The two no longer lingered and proceeded to the next node. Over countless years, they traversed many places, activating numerous hotspots. Qingyu's techniques became increasingly proficient, reducing the time required from hundreds of years to mere years. Zhen Yuanzi's earth vein control techniques also became increasingly effortless. On this day, as the two approached the vicinity of the 2998th node, they noticed strange phenomena ahead, with large expanses of crimson clouds enveloping the sky, unlike anything ordinary. The earth veins ahead are chaotic, showing signs of conflict, yet there is no overwhelming malevolent aura, Zhen Yuanzi said after sensing with the map. Qingyu also sensed that the sapling's aura remained, but the surrounding spiritual energies were in disarray. Conceal yourselves and take a look. The two suppressed their presence and quietly infiltrated the center of the crimson clouds. Crossing the ridge, they beheld a peculiar sight beneath the Xianqing sapling. Three figures stood beneath the tree: a frog spirit with a blue-scaled head and a rabbit spirit with long ears and red eyes. Both glared at each other furiously, their auras surging, evidently having just fought. Separating them was a young Daoist in a crimson robe, wearing a fishtail crown with a benevolent expression. Crimson clouds flowed from his sleeves. In Qingyu's perception, his cultivation was at the second level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and he was currently persuading the two spirits, gently. Heaven and earth give birth to spiritual beings. Those with fate shall acquire them. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and this spiritual tree is extraordinary, clearly a rare cultivation treasure. However, in the vast wilderness, cultivation is not easy. Why quarrel over this place, harming harmony and even provoking conflict, thus leading to karmic retribution? The frog spirit puffed its cheeks, observing the rabbit spirit's significant apprehension towards the crimson-robed Daoist, and pretended to be weak, saying, Senior Red Cloud, you said it yourself, those with fate shall acquire it. This place was clearly first discovered by my kind, and we have been waiting here for over 100 years for the Goe water spiritual eye near this spiritual tree to fully take shape. Clearly we arrived first, yet this rabbit spirit wants to seize it without a word. Senior, please mediate for me. Shut your croaking mouth. The rabbit spirit immediately retorted sharply, its three-part mouth gaping to reveal its front teeth. The rules of the wilderness. The true rule of the wilderness is that the strong are revered. With just a few of you toads can you guard this treasure. If it weren't for Senior Red Cloud passing by fortuitously with kindness in his heart and intervening, you would have been dealt with long ago. At this point, it seemed to realize it had spoken too directly, glancing subtly at the Daoist claiming to be Red Cloud, swallowing the words, killed by me, and rephrasing it. You would have had to seek elsewhere. Now that Senior is compassionate and willing to uphold justice, how can you still cause trouble here? Red Cloud Daoist, hearing this, quickly waved at the rabbit spirit. Hey, rabbit Dao friend, you can't say that. The discoverer indeed has a share of fate. However, the spiritual opportunities of heaven and earth give birth to all things. They are not private property of any one family. This Frog Dao friend's clan arrived first and made contributions. Rabbit Dao friend, your cultivation is higher, which also proves your affinity with this place. In this case, why not each take a step back? Red Cloud wore his usual, even somewhat idealistic smile, advising, in my humble opinion, this place has abundant spiritual opportunities and a large area. Why not have both Dao friends shake hands and make peace using this spiritual tree as a boundary to divide east and west and jointly enjoy the spiritual energy for cultivation? During leisure time, you can also exchange Dao insights and validate experiences. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Having an additional Dao friend to support each other on the path of cultivation is surely a beautiful thing. Why resort to fighting and killing, which only brings trouble and could even damage this spiritually endowed ancient tree? Is that not a sin? The frog spirit and rabbit spirit exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of absurdity and disbelief. Could this Senior Red Cloud be foolish from his cultivation? In the wilderness, spiritual mountains, caves, and cultivation treasures have always been fiercely contended concerning the foundation of the Dao. Who does not fight to the death for them? Winning means taking all, losing means rolling away, even leading to death and the end of the Dao. Where is the logic in sharing the plump meat that is within reach with the weak? Furthermore, being fellow Daoists and supporting each other. It's simply the height of absurdity. The rabbit spirit's eyes flashed with impatience and disdain. If it were not for fearing the deep and unfathomable cultivation of this Red Cloud Daoist, who seemed to have an extraordinary background, it would have turned hostile long ago. At this moment, it only felt that the Daoist was naive and ridiculous, spouting outdated words, wasting its time. Meanwhile, the frog spirit, seeing Red Cloud in such a state, felt a surge of joy. Originally under the rabbit spirit's offensive, it had to give up and seek elsewhere, yet it never expected to encounter such a miraculous great being. Thus there might be a turn of events, and it could reclaim a portion from the rabbit. With this thought, the frog spirit feigned weakness, crying out to Red Cloud, what you say, Senior, I naturally agree with. Just as you said, having a Dao friend to cultivate together and support one another is indeed wonderful. I am willing to share the spiritual I with Rabbit Dao friend. I wonder if Rabbit Dao friend is willing. The rabbit spirit, hearing the frog spirit's words, became so enraged that it nearly exploded, its already red eyes turning even bloodier. However, Red Cloud's expression brightened upon hearing the frog spirit's words, and he turned to the rabbit spirit, saying, Rabbit Dao friend, the frog Dao friend's idea is excellent. Wouldn't it be wonderful to share together? Moreover, you two becoming Dao friends and supporting each other will not disrupt harmony. The rabbit spirit felt its vision darken upon hearing Red Cloud's words, looking at the increasingly smug frog spirit and inwardly lamenting its own misfortune for encountering such a meddlesome and unconventional great being. Typically, great beings would not concern themselves with us ants. Not only does he interfere, but he also makes such abstract suggestions. Is it possible that in the future, after this Senior has his great fortune, he would still be willing to share and generously give to others? The rabbit spirit felt like crying with no tears, its eyes clouded with darkness. Hidden in the shadows, Qing Yu and Zhen Yuanzi took in the entire scene. Zhen Yuanzi conveyed through divine sense, Dao brother, this red-robed Daoist, judging by his peaceful and non-contentious aura and the strange phenomena his powers produce, is likely not an ordinary loose cultivator. His cultivation is remarkable. Only such behavior. Had he not been of great Luo cultivation, he would have likely fallen in the wilderness long ago. This latter part remained unspoken in Zhen Yuanzi's heart. However, Qing Yu saw the unspoken intent in his expression and could only smile wryly. The frog spirit noticed that the Red Cloud indeed leaned towards harmonious sharing, and with a turn of its eyes, it felt secretly pleased, hastily seizing the moment to say, Senior, your kindness is appreciated. I, the junior, am willing to heed your teachings, sharing this spiritual opportunity with this rabbit friend, supporting each other as fellow practitioners. The frog spirit then puffed out its chest, deliberately adopting a grand and sincere demeanor, declaring in a loud voice, I, the junior, am willing to make a heavenly vow here. I, the frog spirit, vow to share this place's Gue water spiritual, I with my rabbit friend, never to deceive each other. Should I break this vow, may the heavens condemn me. Would my rabbit friend also be willing to vow with me to ease the Senior's mind and establish this bond? These words were beautifully spoken, yet concealed a hidden agenda. By making a heavenly vow to share, it not only temporarily appeased the Red Cloud, but also served as a protective charm for itself after the Red Cloud departed. With the restraint of the heavenly vow, even if the rabbit spirit was reluctant, it could not harm itself or forcibly seize all the spiritual eyes, ensuring at least half for itself. Initially thinking it had to give up, it did not expect the situation to take a turn. Hearing the frog spirit's words, the rabbit spirit was so enraged that its fur stood on end, its three-part lips trembling. With blood-red eyes fixed on the cunning frog spirit, it wished to pounce and devour it whole. Yet a glance caught sight of the red cloud, who wore a comforting smile and was looking at it, forcing it to suppress its anger. There was no doubt that if it dared to turn hostile or refuse on the spot, the overly kind senior would not merely offer counsel, but would truly intervene to uphold justice. With this person's line of thought, it might even directly suppress it as a criminal. Faced with such an unfathomable great Luo golden immortal, it, with mere golden immortal cultivation, had no power to resist. The rabbit spirit felt a heaviness in its chest, and its vision darkened momentarily. It had never encountered such an outrageous situation since the birth of its spiritual intelligence. Ultimately, under the gentle gaze of the red cloud, it almost squeezed out its voice through clenched teeth, pronouncing the vow slowly. I am willing to share this spiritual I with the frog friend, may the heavens witness it. As soon as the vow was made, an invisible binding force descended upon the two spirits. The frog spirit secretly sighed in relief, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in its eyes. The rabbit spirit, on the other hand, felt as if its bones had been pulled out, its ears drooping, its face full of despair. Seeing this, the red cloud clapped and laughed, its face brimming with warmth, feeling it had accomplished a meritorious deed by resolving a conflict and fostering a good relationship. Well done, well done. It is indeed a beautiful thing for both of you to put aside your prejudices and join hands in progress. From now on, you must live in harmony and support each other so as not to waste the bond formed today. Watching the red cloud's heartfelt happiness, the hidden Qingyu and Xinyuanzai exchanged silent glances. Xinyuanzai's lips twitched slightly as he transmitted, this fellow truly is. Enough. Qingyu shook her head, no longer hiding the matter of engraving will soon finish. There is no need to linger here. Let's meet this fellow. The two immediately withdrew their concealment powers, revealing their forms as they strolled out from the forest. Their aura, though not deliberately magnified, naturally exuded a harmony with the world. The red cloud, who was happily engaged, immediately became vigilant upon seeing the sudden appearance of the two, sensing the unfathomable aura from Qingyu and Xinyuanzai, feeling as if facing a great enemy. It was undoubtedly a formidable presence, far beyond itself. The red cloud's heart sank, its smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by unprecedented solemnity and wariness. Reacting swiftly, it waved its sleeve, instantly enveloped in crimson clouds as a torrent of red dust surged forth to protect itself. Additionally, a dreamily ethereal red cloud appeared above its head, spinning continuously, emanating a force that bewildered the mind and distorted the senses, swirling outward. It was its accompanying spiritual treasure, the supreme innate treasure, the scatter soul bag, containing 40 prohibitions. Upon seeing Qingyu and the others, it had directly summoned its treasure. Fellow Daos, may I ask where you have come from, and what brings you here? The red cloud inquired solemnly, its gaze fixed on Qingyu and Xinyuanzai, quickly calculating in its mind. It was clear it was no match. Beside it, the frog spirit and rabbit spirit, who had just made their vows, had already collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure as soon as the two vast auras emerged. They revealed their true forms, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to lift their heads, completely devoid of the slightest trace of the earlier quarrel's bravado. In the face of the red cloud's tense posture and questioning, Qingyu did not react much, merely raising her right hand gently, palm up. In the next moment, the blue lotus treasure flag moved, without wind, slightly unfurling. Immediately, countless blue lotus phantoms bloomed out of thin air, exuding a clear and peaceful aura, as if a spring breeze had brushed past the red clouds. The surging red dust was immediately dissolved and retreated, tightly constricting around the red cloud's vicinity, not allowing it to disperse. Upon seeing that his red dust had been suppressed without the slightest resistance, the red cloud's expression changed drastically. The other party had not even used their full strength. Merely unfurling the flag had shattered his defensive preparations, and red dust, feeling the depth of their cultivation and the power of the flag, made his heart sink further. There is no need for you to be tense, Qingyu said once the red dust had dissipated, her voice warm and calm. I did not come seeking trouble. I only heard earlier that you were mediating the spiritual land's ownership for these two. You may not be aware, but this spiritual tree has always belonged to me. She glanced at the dark blue seed tree and then at the warily poised red cloud, slowly saying, you have come to mediate and divide, yet you did not inquire of the landowner. Why is that? Before her words fell, Qingyu communicated with the dark blue seed tree in her mind. The dark blue seed tree trembled, and the pale blue innate Dao patterns on its trunk suddenly illuminated, emitting a dazzling yet gentle blue light. The sapling, under the influence of Qingji's aura, gently swayed its branches and leaves seemingly greeting its master. The red cloud was stunned, the vigilance and seriousness on its face instantly replaced by shock and embarrassment. It opened its mouth, glancing at the ancient tree that shimmered with light, and resonated with Kinjia's aura, then at Kinjia's indifferent expression. Thinking back to its earlier attempt to mediate, it felt a flush of heat on its face. This. The red cloud awkwardly withdrew its treasure and divine powers, all the red mist and red dust converging back into its body. It bowed to Qin Yu and Xinyuan Zai, its tone somewhat embarrassed. It turns out it was you, fellow Daoist. I am the poor Daoist Hongyun, and I was rude earlier. I hope both fellow Daoists can forgive me. I was wandering and passed through this place. Seeing these two young friends on the verge of conflict, I momentarily softened my heart and wanted to mediate to form a good connection and resolve the conflict. I did not know this place was your Dao field. I deeply regret my intrusion and have no intention of occupying it. Looking at Hongyun's sincere apology and recalling his earlier mediation plan alongside the rabbit spirit's pitiful expression, Qin Yu and Xinyuan Zai exchanged glances, their muscles twitching slightly. Good connection. Was this truly a good connection and not the making of enemies? Upon hearing the explanation from Hongyun, Qin Yu only nodded slightly, saying, "It's nothing, my friend is acting out of good intentions." After that he said no more and turned his gaze toward the side, where the frog spirit and rabbit spirit were almost curled up together. The two spirits were so frightened by the aura and changes from the earlier powerful beings that they were left in a state of shock. Now seeing Qin Yu looking their way, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Qin Yu spoke, addressing the two, but his tone held no reproach. "Since you both swore before Hongyun to share this place's spiritual it cannot be changed. I shall fulfill this bond for you." With that he extended his right hand and made a grasping motion toward the spiritual not far away. The spiritual trembled violently, and a ball of spiritual liquid condensed from years of the essence of the local water veins took form, floating above Qin Yu's palm, radiating a refreshing and invigorating aura. Upon seeing that pure ball of spiritual essence, the frog spirit's eyes widened and its breathing became rapid. Although the rabbit spirit's ears were still drooping, a trace of longing and pain flickered in its blood-red eyes. If it weren't for Hongyun, it would have already driven the frog spirit away to enjoy the essence alone. Then the clear light in Qin Yu's palm flickered slightly, and the ball of spiritual liquid evenly split into two, transforming into two slightly smaller, yet still pure azure light orbs. He flicked his fingers, and the two orbs of spiritual essence flew towards the frog spirit and rabbit spirit, accurately embedding themselves into the two's foreheads. This is the essence of the spiritual now divided into two parts. You both can refine it, which will be enough to solidify your foundation and enhance your cultivation. I hope you will cultivate diligently and not waste this opportunity. The bond of sharing, Qin Yu said calmly. The frog spirit felt a surge of pure and vast gui water spiritual energy enter its body, instantly feeling relaxed and invigorated, its spiritual power boiling and its cultivation bottleneck loosening, causing great joy. It hurriedly bowed down and thank you for your gracious gift, senior. The rabbit spirit also felt the pure gui water essence flowing into its body, relieved some of its inner turmoil, but it felt even more complicated. This should have all belonged to it, but now it could only bow in thanks, only to see Qin Yu lightly wave his sleeve. A stream of azure spiritual energy imbued with vibrant vitality and the mysterious essence of the wood Dao silently chased after the ball of gui water essence that had entered the rabbit spirit's body, merging with it perfectly. For Qin Yu, this stream of spiritual energy was merely a casual gesture, but to the rabbit spirit, it was a supreme treasure far beyond the spiritual eye. This strand of wood Dao spiritual energy quickly integrated into its physical bloodline, beginning to warm and improve its bodily foundations, cleansing the accumulated hidden injuries and impurities from years of cultivation. The originally drooping-eared rabbit suddenly stood upright, its blood-red eyes widening in disbelief and overwhelming joy. As senior, the rabbit spirit trembled with excitement, immediately prostrating itself. "Thank you, senior, for this gift of rebirth. Your great kindness shall never be forgotten." It was merely a casual gesture, now go on. Qin Yu waved his hand. "This place still has its uses for me, and since you both have fulfilled your desires, quickly leave this place and cultivate well." "Understood. We will diligently follow your wishes." The two did not dare delay, hurriedly bowing once more before rising and retreating cautiously, watching the white rabbit hop away, its joyful figure gradually disappearing. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Qin Yu's mouth as a sly thought suddenly crossed his mind. So lively and adorable, the meat must be tender and firm. If made into spicy rabbit heads, it should taste exquisite. Just as the rabbit spirit was hopping joyfully, it suddenly felt a shiver run through its body. An inexplicable sense of dread washed over it, causing its limbs to weaken, nearly falling from the air. It hesitated, looking around. Aside from the distant frog spirit that was scurrying away, there were no other signs of danger. It must be that toad secretly cursing me. The rabbit spirit glared fiercely at the direction the frog spirit had vanished, regaining its composure before resuming its path. Honghuang Daoist watched all of this and saw that Qin Yu handled the situation appropriately without pursuing his earlier rudeness. Instead, he facilitated the oath of the two spirits and even granted them additional fortune, feeling both ashamed and admiring in his heart. He felt that his earlier behavior was indeed somewhat reckless and embarrassing, his face flushing slightly as he once again cupped his hands toward Qin Yu and Jin Yuanzi, saying, "Both of you act fairly and generously. I Honghuang admire that greatly. This time I was presumptuous, and if fate allows, I will seek both of you for forgiveness and guidance another day. I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for Qin Yu and the others to respond, he transformed into a streak of crimson cloud and hurriedly departed, disappearing into the horizon. Jin Yuanzi watched the direction in which Honghuang had vanished, shook his head, and sighed softly. This Honghuang is indeed kind-hearted. His intentions are genuinely good. However, he is perhaps too naive and carefree, unaware of the dangers of the wild and the inherent desires of living beings. His actions, thinking he is establishing good relations and sowing blessings, are often unaware that forcibly reconciling irreconcilable conflicts may lead to imposing his own ideals upon others. While it may seem to calm the immediate turmoil, it could actually sow deeper resentments or allow those with ulterior motives to exploit his goodwill. In the long run, good intentions might turn into calamities and blessings could become misfortunes. If he cannot comprehend this principle and reflect more, he may indeed face great calamities in the future arising from these infinite good karmas and their consequences. Brother Dao, I observe that this person's aura seems to be entangled in a rather complicated web of cause and effect. His attempts to forge connections everywhere might have unknowingly pulled him into many disputes. You and I seek tranquility and freedom in our cultivation of the Dao. It would be wise to avoid such entanglements for now. Engaging too closely with such individuals inevitably drags us into unnecessary karmic tribulations, which is not in line with our pure cultivation. Listening to Jin Yuanzi's prescient remarks, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile inwardly. In the future, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Jin Yuanzi, has now turned into a prophet. In later legends, didn't Honghuang fall during a calamity precisely because he relinquished his sacred position as a sign of goodwill, thus weaving a grand web of karma? And he and Jin Yuanzi were close friends in that tale. When a friend is in trouble, what does it mean for someone like Jin Yuanzi, who values loyalty and righteousness, to speak of avoidance? However, due to his own reasons, he and Jin Yuanzi had the chance to witness the survival strategies of the primordial beings ahead of time. This led to the peculiar circumstances of Jin Yuanzi's first meeting with Honghuang, making Jin Yuanzi cautious about Honghuang's way of doing things. "What you say is not without reason," Qin Yu replied, maintaining a calm demeanor while following Jin Yuanzi's thoughts. "Personal karma is borne by oneself. As we cultivate the Tao, we must discern cause and effect and maintain purity. The path of Honghuang is not ours. It is appropriate to respect and keep our distance, each cultivating our own paths. Now that this matter is settled, we must not delay. There are still a few last nodes that need to be processed, my friend. Let us work together on this." Agreed. Jin Yuanzi nodded, gathering his thoughts and refocusing his attention back on the important task of inscribing the Tao marks. The two no longer spoke much, working together harmoniously to begin the final activation and stabilization of the 299ATH seedling. As time passed, while Qin Yu and Jin Yuanzi focused on building the hotspots, the situation in the outside primordial world was quietly undergoing tremendous changes. Since the turmoil at the three immortal islands in the East Sea following the peace brokered by Honghuang, the three ancestral clans had not truly reigned in, but rather became more aware of the importance of their own strength and cohesion. A force integration and expansion campaign sweeping across the entire primordial world unfolded with far greater speed and intensity than before. The Eastern Ancestor Dragon, accompanied by the abbot of the Immortal Island, ascended to the majesty of the Grand Luo, issuing the decree of the myriad scales. It proclaimed that all creatures with scales, whether aquatic, amphibious, or even some exotic beasts clad in scales, should submit to the dominion of the Dragon Clan, honoring the ancestral dragon in exchange for protection and to share in the fortunes of the four seas. Countless Jiao dragons, Qi dragons, and Shou dragons raced across the lands, either intimidating or enticing, subduing and reorganizing the powerful aquatic and scaled beasts scattered everywhere. The Dragon Clan's influence expanded dramatically, achieving unprecedented control over the four seas. The Southern Phoenix returned after the immortal volcano of immortality, also issuing the edict for the avian creatures, declaring that all winged beings, regardless of feather color, shape, or divine abilities, must revere the Phoenix as their leader and join the Phoenix clan. Powerful bloodlines of the Phoenix clan like the Zhu Ke Qing Wan and Bai Feng all mobilized to sweep away and subdue various avian factions, consolidating the southern Ming volcanic region and the boundless skies into a unified stronghold. The majesty of the Phoenix clan grew as the skies, shaded by their wings, expanded ever further and flourished. In Central Earth, the Qilin trampled on the clouds, traversing the primordial mountains and rivers, and wherever it stepped, the essence of the earth spread along with it. As they traversed the final few nodes in the vast wilderness, Qin Yu and Jin Yuanzi distinctly felt the changes beginning to unfold in the primordial world. The most evident change was the significant increase in the number of living beings and their activity frequency. Whether it was the transformed spirit monsters and cultivators, or the bewildered beasts and spiritual plants yet to awaken, their traces were far more common than they had been thousands of years ago when they initiated the Hotspot project. In the mountains and forests, traces of various living beings could often be seen, and the sound of wings cutting through the air frequently echoed above. Meanwhile, the embryonic form of order began to subtly emerge across the vast expanse of the primordial land, driven by the three clans, transforming the originally chaotic wilderness into something more structured. In the past, except for the vicinity of powerful cultivation sanctuaries, the majority of regions adhered to the most primal law of survival of the fittest, each going about their own business. However, now as one walked through the mountains and rivers, one could often see organized patrols composed of various fierce beasts or spirits. They were interconnected, moving with a certain order, patrolling designated areas to disperse or subdue scattered, unaligned beings. In the sky, flocks of vividly colored birds occasionally flew by, often led by divine birds with phoenix lineage, their sharp eyes scanning the territory. On the ground, the movements of the herds of beasts were also being unified under a coordinated command. The innate spiritual energy of the primordial world became more vibrant and prosperous due to this unprecedented gathering of beings and consolidation of powers. As the fortune of the primordial world shifted, it spurred the spiritual mechanisms to flourish, enhancing the overall concentration of spiritual energy. With the fortune of the primordial world rising vigorously apart from the innate sacred beings that naturally transformed into great Luo golden immortals, an increasing number of Tai golden immortals began to sense the Tao reaping the fruits of enlightenment. Countless paths manifested in the heavens, making the already brilliant firmament even more mysterious. What brought Qin Yu comfort was that under this dramatic upheaval of heaven and earth, the growth rate of wood-based beings had also noticeably accelerated. Perhaps it was due to the hotspots he had set up, continuously radiating and guiding the Tao rhythm. Although not spread throughout the entire primordial world, the effects were still evident, as one transmitted to 2 to 3 and 3 to myriad beings. Or perhaps it was due to the overall enhancement of the spiritual energy environment and the support of fortune. More and more wood spirits successfully broke through their bottlenecks, entering higher levels of spiritual intelligence, with some stepping into the golden immortal realm, stabilizing their Tao bodies and transforming. The number far exceeded any previous period. Each time Qin Yu sensed another wood-based being successfully transforming, he could vaguely perceive that the source of the primordial wood Tao was growing stronger. The feedback in terms of fortune and Tao rhythm also added a layer of intricacy to his understanding of the wood Tao. Most importantly, this validated his approach of nourishing the wood Tao foundation through hotspots. However, beneath this seemingly prosperous surface, undercurrents were surging. At the boundaries where the three clan territories met, friction was increasing, and a murderous atmosphere spread amidst the seemingly orderly patrols. Just as the winds of change were stirring. In the East Sea, at a certain remote and weak point in space, the previously calm surface of the sea suddenly rippled without warning. At the center of the ripples, light and shadow twisted and transformed, revealing the outline of a massive island shrouded in clouds and mist, brimming with celestial energy, slowly emerging from the azure waves. It was the long-hidden Penglai Island. On the edge of the island, Dong Wang Gong stood solemnly in his sunlit Tao robe, hands clasped behind his back. He continuously cast pure yang spells which infused the island beneath his feet. Although Penglai Island was controlled by him through a source mark and had reactivated the concealment formation, using his accompanying spirit treasure, the pure yang sword, as a temporary focal point. The three immortal islands were created by heaven and earth, each adhering to their own inherent laws. Every 10,000 years they needed to briefly manifest in the primordial world to exchange a thread of source energy with the external world to maintain the vitality of their cave heavens, otherwise they would gradually wither and regress back into ordinary blessed lands. At this moment, it was the Onsen Sandier's moment of breathing for Penglai Island. Although this window was short, it would trigger spatial fluctuations. For the Dragon Clan, who were always vigilant and continually searching for the whereabouts of Penglai, this would easily expose them. We must complete the exchange of qi as soon as possible and hide again. Dong Wang Gong was fully focused, spreading his divine sense to its maximum range, remaining alert to the surroundings. With countless occurrences of manifesting and concealing, the patrolling water clans across the four seas were increasing. Dong Wang Gong noticed that with each manifestation, the patrol density and frequency of the dragon and water clans far exceeded the past. Moreover, the disgrace of the ancestral dragon losing 2 islands had further intensified their monitoring efforts, especially in areas prone to spatial abnormalities across the 4 seas. If the dragon scouts were to detect any anomalies here, summoning a large troop of dragon experts, or even the ancestral dragon, the consequences would be unimaginable. He still faintly recalled the feeling of nearly being struck down into the river of time. As he cast his final spell, Penglai Island trembled slightly, completing the exchange of qi with the outside world. Its radiant form began to retract, the spatial fluctuations subsided, preparing to once again slip into the void. Dong Wang Gong let out a slight sigh of relief. After fully activating the formation for the final concealment, he took out a strand of greenish-blue spiritual energy sealed within the pure Yang treasure. This strand of spiritual energy was vibrant and pure in Dao rhythm, a remnant of the aura left on him when that mysterious Daoist saved him from the ancestral dragon's chaotic breath in a moment of crisis. Dong Wang Gong had always carefully preserved it, regarding it as a treasure, both as gratitude for the life-saving grace and for future convenience to repay this debt. "Benefactor, I wonder when we will meet again to repay this kindness," Dong Wang Gong murmured. However, just at the moment when Penglai Island was about to completely vanish and slip into concealment, not far ahead between the sea and sky, the space twisted violently again, revealing another giant mountain of similar scale, brimming with spiritual energy and auspicious aura. It suddenly emerged without warning, appearing almost face-to-face with the vanishing Penglai Island in the same stretch of sea. It was the Yangzhou Island, long hidden under the guardianship of dozens of loose cultivators. The 2 islands originating from the same source, and each possessing vast spatial attributes, engaged in spatial breathing and concealment transformations almost simultaneously in the same sea. The resulting spatial fluctuations interfered and attracted each other, following an inherent attraction of the same origin and unexpectedly colliding together. It was as if 2 originally separate magnets suddenly snapped together under specific conditions. In an instant, the outskirts of the 2 islands began to draw closer, mutually stirring the qi and starting to merge. As the last hot spot was engraved, Qing Yu slowly withdrew his divine sense. At this moment, Qing Yu and Zhen Yuanzi stood quietly under the tree, sensing the stable operation of this final hot spot. After nearly 100,000 years, this grand aspiration was finally achieved. "At last it is complete," Qing Yu murmured, his voice carrying a hint of relief. Zhen Yuanzi also let out a long breath, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Dao brother, from now on the creatures of the primordial wood attribute will have a relatively clear path to enlightenment. For these beings it is indeed a great merit." As if to validate Zhen Yuanzi's words, just as they finished speaking, the originally clear sky above was stained by boundless and profound merit. The golden clouds of merit rolled and gathered in the heavens, then transformed into 2 massive pillars of light, one occupying about 70% and the other about 30%, descending directly upon Qing Yu and Zhen Yuanzi. Seeing the merit descend, Qing Yu did not directly enhance his cultivation, but instead channeled it into the golden wheel of merit behind him. Zhen Yuanzi did the same, accumulating 30% of the merit behind him. The 2 stood amidst the golden light, transformed into 2 small golden figures. The merit continued to pour in until the golden clouds at the horizon dispersed. "This matter entirely relies on the assistance of my friend." Qing Yu looked at Zhen Yuanzi, sincerely expressing his gratitude. If it weren't for Zhen Yuanzi stabilizing the myriad earth veins with the land script and protecting the roots of the tree, it would have been impossible for him alone to complete this task within 100,000 years. Instead, he might have suffered backlash from damaging the earth veins. Zhen Yuanzi quickly waved his hand upon hearing this. "Dao brother, you are mistaken. I have merely contributed a little effort to receive 30% of the merit is already due to your help. I feel unworthy." Zhen Yuanzi paused for a moment, feeling the changes within himself, and sighed. "During these 100,000 years while you inscribed the Dao patterns for me, it has been a long period of secluded cultivation, constantly communicating with the land script and imprinting the spiritual energy of the 3,000 earth veins. Now my cultivation has reached the 5th layer of the great Luo golden immortal, surpassing the speed of independent cultivation." Qing Yu also introspected himself. Each inscription was a refinement and deepening of his understanding of the Dao. Moreover, previously merging with the wood Dao and briefly holding the authority of the 24 layers of heaven had made him thoroughly aware of the path before the 24 layers of the great Luo golden immortal, with a clear way forward and minimal obstacles. He merely needed to accumulate magical power step by step and refine his Dao fruit for success to come naturally. At this moment, Qing Yu's aura was heavy and majestic, with vitality reined in like the sea, having already reached the 8th layer of the great Luo golden immortal. Qing Yu's mind was clear. The difficulty lies beyond the 24 layers. That is the true path to ascending to the heavens. Zhen Yunzi gazed at the vast earth beneath his feet, penetrating the soil layers, and saw those deeply buried stones and Earth's essence yet to awaken. The essence of grass and trees is mostly weak at the source. And among the earth veins, the spirits of many stones and minerals possess heavy and sluggish natures, making it even more challenging to awaken their intelligence. The path of cultivation is no less difficult than that of grass and trees. Though I am not the ancestor of the earth, I hold the land script and connect the earth veins. Witnessing your inscribing of the Dao patterns and receiving your guidance, I have also left the Dao patterns while stabilizing the earth veins. Yet even so, I still do not know where the path ahead lies. Hearing this, Qing Yu looked at Zhun Yuanzi, noticing the worry in his eyes, and felt a stirring in his heart. Your friend can have such thoughts is indeed a great virtue, Qing Yu gently comforted. All things possess spirit, and the paths of the Dao are varied. Grass and trees have their own path, and stones have theirs. As long as you follow your heart, act within your means, and seek nothing but to be true to yourself, then that is merit. There is no need to compare yourself with others, nor to force immediate results. After hearing this, Zhun Yuanzi felt a little relief from the heaviness in his heart, and nodded. What you say is very true. I have indeed been too attached. He quickly adjusted his emotions and invited Qing Yu. Dao brother, now that our merits are complete, after wandering for tens of thousands of years, it is time to take a rest. Why not return to Wuzhuang Temple with me for a while? Qing Yu was just about to nod in agreement when suddenly a violent fluctuation of heaven and earth came from billions of miles away. Qing Yu and Zhun Yuanzi's expressions changed at the same time, and they suddenly looked up, their gazes piercing through the void across layers of space towards the direction from which the fluctuation emanated. There, billions of miles away above, a verdant and dripping green river manifested at the edge of the sky, spanning across the horizon. Dao brother, is this the river of Wood Dao? No, it is not the Wood Dao, Zhun Yuanzi exclaimed, looking at Qing Yu. The river of creation. Qing Yu's gaze remained fixed on the river of creation manifesting at the horizon. It was Nuwa, the Lord of Creation in the Primordial Age. Let's go, Qing Yu decisively instructed Zhun Yuanzi. Friend, let us go see what is happening. All right. Fengqi Mountain, a place of enchanting beauty, is a branch of the Zhou Mountains rich in spiritual energy. Within the mountain, the primordial yin and yang energies converge, nurturing two extraordinary innate deities, Fuxi and Nuwa. Fuxi comprehended the innate 8 trigrams, gaining insight into the changes of heaven and earth, and his cultivation had reached the 3rd layer of the great Luo golden immortal. Nuwa understood the vitality of creation, embodying great compassion, and also possessed the cultivation of the 4th layer of the great Luo golden immortal. Since their transformation, the two had been cultivating in Fengqi Mountain, avoiding conflict and rarely involving themselves in the disputes of the primordial age. However, as the strength of the Qilin clan surged dramatically, viewing the vast regions surrounding the Zhou Mountains as their core territory, Fengqi Mountain, as a spiritual mountain, naturally fell within their scope of integration. A team of fierce cultivators composed entirely of Qilin bloodline descendants and transformed powerful beasts descended upon the outside of Fengqi Mountain, riding on white clouds. The leader was a jade Qilin covered in jade-colored scales with a single horn on its head, named Lin Yun, possessing the cultivation of the 1st layer of the great Luo golden immortal, and was considered a formidable warrior among the Qilin clan. Behind him followed more than a dozen experts, each at least at the peak of the golden immortal realm, a formidable lineup. Fuxi and Nuwa were alerted and appeared at the foot of the mountain. Seeing that the visitors bore ill intent, Fuxi discreetly used the 8 trigrams to deduce the situation and felt something was amiss, but maintained a calm demeanor. Lin Yun scrutinized Fuxi and Nuwa, a flicker of wariness in his eyes, but more so a sense of confidence. Since his kin Lin Di had been killed and unable to find the culprit, their ancestor had bestowed upon them a divine sense for protection whenever their kin ventured out. He stepped forward, his voice cold and hard. Fuxi, Nuwa, on the orders of the ancestral Qilin, Fengqi Mountain is under the jurisdiction of the Qilin clan. Your cultivation is impressive, and the ancestor cherishes talent, hence has specially sent me to invite the two of you to join our Qilin clan and together oversee the earth, enjoying boundless fortune. This is a heavenly opportunity. I hope you do not make a mistake. Submit. Fux's expression darkened. My sister and I have been cultivating here, disengaged from worldly affairs, and have never belonged to any faction. Fengqi Mountain was created by heaven and earth. How can it become the territory of the Qilin clan? Such words of forceful occupation cannot be accepted. Nuwa also said, Friend, please take your leave. My brother and I have no intention of participating in the struggle for power. We only wish to quietly comprehend the great Dao. Lin Yun seemed to have anticipated this and sneered. You are ungrateful. He no longer spoke further, directly summoning a seal inscribed with the image of a Qilin stepping on clouds, emanating the essence of the earth. As soon as the seal appeared, brilliant light erupted, and a vast and terrifying pressure spread forth. From within the seal, a vague, yet imposing phantom projected outward, which was indeed a fragment of the divine consciousness of the ancestral Qilin. Though not the true body, merely a divine, since it could still unleash the terrifying power of the 28th layer of the great Luo golden immortal, far surpassing Fuxi and Yuhua. This is the might of the current ancestors of the three clans. Blessed by the fortune of heaven unifying nearly one-third of the fortune of the primordial age, the speed of cultivation is simply astonishing. Confronted by the vast pressure of the great Luo's 28 heavens emanating from the embodiment of the divine thought of the primordial Qilin, as well as the ultimatum it presented, Fuxi exchanged a glance with Yuhua. Though their expressions were grave, there was no hint of fear, nor a shred of thought of submission. Submit. Death in body and spirit. Yuhua suddenly chuckled lightly, gazing directly at the terrifying and majestic silhouette of the primordial Qilin with a trace of unabashed mockery. What a lord of all beasts, what a talent to cherish. Is cherishing talent merely about suppressing others with power, forcibly occupying a sacred ground, and compelling submission? Though my brother and I are lacking in cultivation, we understand the value of freedom rooted in being unrestrained and true to our hearts. The fortune of the Qilin clan is not something my brother and I wish to bear. She stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with her brother Fuxi, surrounded by the circulating essence of creation subtly connected to the Phoenix Perch Mountain's ley lines. In that case, allow my brother and me to experience your esteemed skills. Let us see whether you will cause us to fall into the river of eternity, or if we shall extinguish your divine thought first. Ants dare to speak. The silhouette of the primordial Qilin showed no sign of disturbance, as if Yuhua's mockery was merely a breeze brushing against the mountains. At his level, his mind was as still as an ancient well, unaffected by mere words. Only absolute power constituted the sole truth. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. The voice of the primordial Qilin remained devoid of emotion, viewing them as mere insects. As soon as the words fell, the radiant symbol's shadow grew even brighter, the vast power of divine thought stirring the primordial essence of earth and the profound laws of the universe. In an instant, the skies above Phoenix Perch Mountain roiled with winds and clouds as endless energies of the profound yellow surged from the void, and the earth coalescing into a towering, magnificent, and overshadowing divine mountain. Countless earthly patterns were inscribed upon it, emanating a terrifying aura that suppressed all things. The moment the divine mountain took shape, it bore down upon Fuxi and Yuhua with an unstoppable force, as if it would shatter the very heavens and earth. Space beneath it froze and collapsed inch by inch, as if the entire world was to be reduced to powder beneath this mountain. Facing this terrifying blow capable of shattering the Dao fruit of a great Luo golden immortal, Fuxi and Yuhua exchanged looks, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Without the need for words, the tacit understanding forged since their birth enabled them to make the most correct choice in this life or death moment. Sister, leave that divine mountain to me. You go and destroy that divine thought. Remember, you only have one chance, the only chance. Brother, concern flashed in Yuhua's eyes. The might of the profound yellow divine mountain is vast, although my brother excels in formations facing such suppressive force hidden. No worries. To prevent my sister from worrying, Fuxi revealed a calm smile, his gaze sweeping over the slowly descending divine mountain, and then reassured her. Though this mountain is heavy, and its might immense, it has lost its agility, and change, appearing more like a lifeless entity. Moreover, compared to that thread of primordial Qilin's divine thought, this lifeless entity is easier to deal with. Go, sister, do not hesitate, and do not look back. Without waiting for Yuhua to respond, he stepped directly toward the very center beneath the profound yellow divine mountain. Sitting cross-legged in midair, a flash of light appeared in his embrace, revealing an ancient zither shimmering with a mysterious aura, its strings subtly echoing with the shadows of the sun, moon, and stars. This was his innate treasure, the Fuxi zither. This zither contained 46 innate restrictions, ranking among the top innate spiritual treasures, possessing the profundity to communicate with the melodies of heaven and earth, to regulate yin and yang, and to pluck the strings of fate. Fuxi gently brushed over the zither strings. The first notes sounded not the clash of weapons or the sounds of slaughter, but a clear and distant tone, like the gentle spring breeze caressing the face, nurturing all without a sound. As this note was struck, 8 complex innate bagua symbols lit up in the 8 directions, centered around Fuxi Qian Kuinjin Sun Kinli Jin Dui. These symbols were not static. They flowed along with the zither melody, arranging, combining, and evolving through unfathomable trajectories. The melody quickened like pearls dropping on a jade plate, or like a mighty river rushing forth. The speed of the 8 innate bagua symbols also increased. From them, the derived symbols filled the space around Fuxi, ultimately transforming into an ever-rotating innate bagua formation, covering a radius of 100 zhang. The formation slowly ascended, not directly confronting the profound yellow divine mountain, but generating a remarkably strange suction. In an instant, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth surrounding Phoenix Perch Mountain spiraled wildly, as if drawn by an invisible funnel surging toward the center of the formation where Fuxi stood. Simultaneously, the suppressive force emanating from the profound yellow divine mountain, specifically aimed at Nuwa and Fuxi, was also attracted by this strange bagua formation. Like rivers returning to the sea, it deviated from its original trajectory aimed at Nuwa, and instead surged toward the center of the formation toward Fuxi, who played the zither. What Fuxi did was indeed to use himself as bait, employing the Fuxi zither and the innate bagua formation as mediums to actively absorb all the suppressive power of the profound yellow divine mountain, thus allowing Nuwa to better escape the area unrestrained by suppression. Even if Nuwa failed to extinguish the primordial Qilin's divine thought, there would still be a chance for her to flee under Fux's efforts. At the moment the overwhelming suppressive force bore down upon him, Fux's body trembled violently, his complexion suddenly pale as paper. A mouthful of faint golden blood, imbued with Dao essence, uncontrollably trickled from the corner of his mouth. His flawless Dao body emitted groans of unbearable burden, as if it would be crushed into powder by this boundless force at any moment. The gap between the Great Luo's 3 heavens and the Great Luo's 28 heavens, even if only a thread of divine thought invokes the power of heaven and earth, is truly immense. Under the cover of the innate bagua, symbols the Bagua River belonging to Fuxi manifested behind him, his Dao fruit materializing continually, allowing Fuxi to return after his body had crumbled. However, even after disintegrating multiple times, Fux's hand remained steady on the zither, his gaze as clear as ever, even subtly shaking his head at the worried Nuwa, indicating that he was unharmed. He quietly used spiritual energy to erase the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, continuing to tightly integrate his Dao essence with the Bagua formation perpetually living on, relentlessly guiding all that terrifying suppressive force to fall upon himself, ensuring it could not touch Nuwa in the slightest. Seeing her brother painfully endure his injuries, feigning ease, Nuwa's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Countless Yuan gatherings accompanied them. As siblings, they shared the same source. When Fuxi first disintegrated, though he tried hard to conceal it, how could she not know? Yet this moment was neither for hesitation nor sorrow. Her brother was risking his life to create the only possible chance to turn the tide of battle. Determination surged to its peak in Nuwa's eyes, transforming all her worries and pain into the most fervent battle intent and speed. With a clear cry, the essence of creation surged all around her, disregarding her own defenses, directly accelerating to the utmost, transforming into a stream of emerald light of creation, charging toward the distant divine thought of the primordial Qilin. Finance shaking a tree, overestimating oneself. The primordial Qilin's silhouette looked indifferently at the charging Nuwa, too lazy to move, merely shifting its thoughts slightly, unleashing a condensed profound yellow divine light akin to a cannonball, fiercely blasting toward Nuwa. Though this thread of profound yellow divine light was not as grand as the profound yellow divine mountain, it nonetheless contained the might to obliterate all methods. However, faced with this potentially fatal attack, Nuwa did not dodge or evade. Instead, she forcefully crashed into it with her body. The profound yellow divine light struck solidly against Nuwa, causing her body to tremble violently. Nuwa let out a muffled groan of pain, a faint golden blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, and her breath visibly weakened. Yet her momentum did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, her speed increased by threefold as she fiercely charged toward the ethereal shadow of the primordial Qilin. At this moment, Nuwa was already disheveled, her robe stained with blood and her body covered in wounds, but her eyes still shone with an astonishing brightness, filled with an indomitable spirit and resolve. She must extinguish this divine thought, only then would her brother have a chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, Nuwa had reached the front of the primordial Qilin's ethereal shadow, mere inches apart. The primordial Qilin's shadow finally flashed with a hint of surprise, seemingly not expecting that Nuwa would be so fearless, enduring a blow just to get closer. Yet he remained calm, knowing that the struggles of an ant in its death throes could not change the outcome. Courageous, but alas futile, the primordial Qilin's shadow slowly spoke, the condensed divine thought slightly wavering. A surge of divine thought piercing directly towards the core of her true spirit, disregarding everything, aimed fiercely at Nuwa's brow, ready to strike. This was a direct annihilation of true spirit and divine thought at the peak level of Deluo. If struck, even if Nuwa's physical body remained intact, her true spirit would instantly dissipate, her Dao fruit collapsing, leading to her complete downfall. Faced with this unavoidable and unblockable lethal strike, Nuwa's face showed not a trace of fear. The energy of creation surged throughout her body, and a smooth, jade-like spiritual treasure, which had always hung close to her chest, suddenly erupted with unimaginable brilliance. The jade's radiance surged, instantly engulfing Nuwa's figure. In the next moment, her form abruptly vanished from the spot, as if she had never existed. In her place, a vast green river of creation falling from the mysterious 9 heavens above, boundless, and composed of the purest essence of creation appeared. Within the river, countless life forms floated, depicting the scenes of myriad beings being born, the achievements of primordial beings. The world trembled as endless creation energy emanated from it, falling into the primordial realm. Nuwa was able to directly summon the river of creation to manifest. The lethal divine thought of the primordial Qilin was swallowed by this river, like a cow sinking into the sea, not even stirring a ripple. It was then ground to nothingness and dissipated by the infinite creation energy within the river. The Nuwa stone, a companion born with Nuwa, was nameless and formless, neither belonging to the innate nor the acquired. Nameless and incomplete, it was not a spiritual treasure. This name came from Nuwa's inability to grasp the true name of this treasure. Unaware of its origin, feeling its Tao rhythm forming independently, she regarded it as a treasure for insight, naming it after Fux's instrument as Nuwa stone. If Qingyu were here, he would surely recognize the origin of this nameless treasure. It was one of the fragments belonging to the creation jade plate, precisely the part that Hongjun had previously borrowed, which was missing from his own creation jade plate. Back then, over the eastern sea, Qingyu used the creation jade plate's wooden path to summon the river of the primordial wooden path, and now Nuwa used the Nuwa stone to summon the river of creation. Only the creation jade plate had such authority, connecting heaven and earth. At the moment, Nuwa summoned the river of creation, causing the world to tremble and the Tao to manifest. At the endless distant edge of the chaos outside the heavens, Hongjuan, who was still entangled with the demon ancestor Luhu, with the energies of Tao and demon corroding and annihilating each other, suddenly felt a slight stir within his usually calm heart. Creation energy. The manifestation of the Tao river. A fragment of the creation jade plate. Hongjun's eyes opened and closed as if he had pierced through endless time and space, seeing the falling green river above Phoenix Nest Mountain. Such a commotion may attract covetousness. The heavenly machine has manifested and a calamity is hidden. He was currently locked in a crucial battle with Luhu, where both sides' energies were mutually restrained and neither could easily escape. Hongjun sighed inwardly. Since Nuwa possessed a fragment of the creation jade plate, it seemed she had some fateful connection with him. Well then, after all, it's the jade plate fragment that has drawn attention. I suppose there's some fate with this old Taoist. I will cover for you a bit, whether you can grasp this thin thread of life depends on your own creation. With his thoughts settled, Hongjuan, amid the earth-shattering clash of the Tao and demon, unobtrusively split off a trace of imperceptible purple clouds, Tao rhythm mingling it with the residual energy of his divine power, following the unseen connection with the creation jade plate, quietly slipping into the trajectory of the primordial heavenly Daos operation. In the next moment, in the Phoenix Nest Mountain area, the heavenly machinations and fortunes that had violently fluctuated due to the manifestation of the river of creation suddenly became blurred, as if brushed by an invisible hand. All critical information was shrouded and concealed by a layer of chaotic heavenly machinations. The breath leaked out only for an instant, and Hongjun's concealment had already fallen. Aside from Qingyu and Jun Yuanzi, who first sensed the hotspot near Zhou Mountain, and a few other powerful beings of profound cultivation on par with Hongjuan, they were all blocked from probing by the confused heavenly machinations. The ancient powerhouses sensed the eruption of that anomaly, which was quickly obscured by heavenly machinations. After a bit of calculation, they recognized the familiar purple clouds Tao rhythm within that concealment technique. Is it the handiwork of the old Taoist Hongjun? Since he has taken action to cover it up, this item or this person must be related to him. Well then, since that old Taoist is watching over it, if we go now, we may not gain any fortune, but only trouble. Moreover, entangled with that demon, can we afford to divert our attention? This old Taoist cultivation has grown increasingly unfathomable. Better to avoid unnecessary troubles, let's not wade into this pool of water. Numerous thoughts flashed through the minds of those ancient beings, weighing the pros and cons. Most extinguished the immediate desire to investigate. Besides, by the time they arrived, the opportunity would have long passed. This chance would undoubtedly fall into Hongjun's hands early on. What a futile trip it would be. The manifestation of the Tao River. This is impossible. The primordial Qilin's shadow, who had always looked down coldly upon everything, finally changed color at this moment. How could a mere being of the fourth layer of Deluo summon the complete projection of the primordial Tao River? However, before he could ponder further, the manifested river of creation did not dissipate after obliterating the divine thought attack. Guided by Nuwas, the river suddenly changed direction, no longer merely showing an anomaly, but carrying the primordial Tao of creation, transforming into a green torrent that obliterated all laws, reshaping everything, rushing toward the primordial Qilin's divine thought shadow. Impudent. The primordial Qilin's divine thought watched the river of creation containing the essence of the primordial rushing toward him, frantically urging the remaining source of the Wu soil, within his divine thought and talismans. He set up layers of heavy and solid profound yellow Dao pattern barriers in front of him, each layer capable of resisting the full force of a mid-level Deluo cultivator. At the same time, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Losing this divine thought was indeed regrettable, but the Jade Stone and the secret to summoning the River of Creation must be a treasure. He must inform his true body immediately. If the divine thought were destroyed, Lin Yun and the others would undoubtedly be killed by Nuwa. Since both sides faced death, why not? In a moment, a thought appeared in the Primordial Chilan's mind. It was time for Lin Yun to contribute to the clan. He must relay this news back. In no time at all, the Primordial Chilan's divine thought quickly placed everyone in front of him. The river surged down toward Lin Yun and the others in an instant. The torrent of the long river swept by, and the dozens of elite members of the Chilan clan pushed forward without hesitation by the divine thought of the Primordial Chilan did not even have time to let out a cry of despair. They were directly transformed into the purest spiritual energy and Dao rhythm, completely erased by the rushing river, as if they had never existed in this world. As the first Jade Chilan, Lin Yun, with the cultivation of the first level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, reacted the quickest, sensing the impending danger at the moment the divine thought of the Primordial Chilan moved. An unbelievable despair filled Lin Yun's heart. The ancestor actually used me as a shield. But time would not show him much mercy. After the torrent surged past the others, it rushed directly towards him, determined to obliterate both Lin Yun and that divine thought. Without time to think further, he let out an angry roar, holding nothing back. A river of Dao fruit flowing with the rhythm of the earth element manifested above his head, while the body of the Jade Chilan appeared, its scales shining brightly as it gathered all its lifelong cultivation in front of itself, attempting to block the oncoming deluge. However, that river of Dao, which had just broken through and only contained a shallow understanding of the Great Luo Dao, was insignificant in the face of the river of creation that represented the fundamental principles of the primordial chaos. It was as tiny as a stream compared to the vast sea, a drop in the ocean. The water of the long river swept over, and his river of Dao could not withstand even a moment before being shattered by the endless impact of the Dao rhythm of creation. A Great Luo Golden Immortal was thus completely annihilated, his Dao fruit falling into the river of time, awaiting the chance to return after billions of years. Though Lin Yun was ground down in mere moments by the river of creation, this brief moment was enough for that trace of divine thought of the Primordial Chilan hidden behind to escape. Transforming into an imperceptible stream of mysterious yellow light, it quickly fled at the cost of burning its divine thought. Seeing this, Nuwa steeled herself, intending to control the river of creation to continue the pursuit. However, the backlash from forcibly summoning and controlling the river of the Dao surged like a tide. Maintaining control was already difficult, let alone driving the river at high speed to chase after it. Blood continuously seeped from the corners of Nuwa's mouth, and her vision blurred. She could only watch helplessly as the yellow stream of light was about to disappear into the horizon. Was she really going to fail, letting this primordial Chilan divine thought escape, setting a greater calamity for her brother and herself? Just as that trace of divine thought was about to completely vanish into the void beyond Nuwa's perception, a clear phoenix cry came from below Fengqi Mountain, followed by a point of crimson golden light burning, with the southern bright leaf fire precisely piercing through the mysterious yellow divine thought that was about to escape. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the sound of feathers slicing through the air. The pierced divine thought swelled like ignited grease, instantly burned clean under the scorching of the purest southern bright leaf fire, returning to the heavens and the earth. That phoenix feather also fulfilled its mission, retracting its brilliance, lightly swirling in the air, not falling, but flying back to its origin. Nuwa held on to her last breath and looked up. She saw the clouds disperse, revealing a golden phoenix with a wingspan of about 10 feet, its feathers shimmering with brilliant golden red hues, its long, elegant tail feathers trailing behind, exuding an aura of the Tai realm. The golden phoenix landed, transforming into a girl of about 13 or 14 years, clad in a golden red feathered garment, with bright eyes and white teeth. She reached out to catch the returning crimson golden phoenix feather, carefully placing it into her sleeve, her movements gentle, as if handling a treasure. As the primordial Chilan divine thought was completely purified by the phoenix feather, the source of power for the mysterious yellow divine mountain was shaken violently and then shattered. The immense burden pressing down on Fushi suddenly vanished. Fushi could no longer hold on, and the taut string snapped in an instant. He glanced one last time towards Nuwa, who seemed to be safe. The composure he had forced himself to maintain completely crumbled, turning into a dead pale silence. The Bagua array collapsed, and the chin of Fushi let out a mournful cry as it automatically returned to his body. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his figure fell straight from the air like a kite with a severed string. Having endured the suppression of the mysterious yellow divine mountain and repeatedly experienced the disintegration and reformation of his Dao body, he had already exhausted all his energy and essence. He could only hold on to this moment relying on the belief of protecting his sister. Now that the formidable foe had temporarily retreated, the release of that belief caused his injuries and backlash to erupt like a volcano, instantly engulfing him. Elder brother. Nuwa watched helplessly as Fushi fell, her heart breaking into pieces, and she cried out in panic, wanting to fly to catch him, but she too was drained and exhausted. Just as she moved, she felt the world spinning, her vision darkening, nearly plummeting from the sky. However, just as Fushi was about to crash to the ground, a steady and heavy yellow figure appeared beneath him, as if teleporting. A gentle earth elemental essence surged forth, stabilizing Fux's descent and carefully supporting him with magical power. The one who acted was none other than Zhen Yuanzi, who had arrived with Qingyu. Sensing the aftermath of the battle and the aura of creation, and seeing Fushi heavily injured and falling, Zhen Yuanzi acted without a second thought to save him. Falling into a warm and heavy embrace, Fushi thought it was Nuwa who had caught him. Though his divine thought was hazy, the remaining consciousness and bodily instincts still worried about Nuwa's condition. At the same time, his arm unconsciously lifted, seemingly wanting to pat his sister's shoulder, as usual, softly comforting her. "It's okay, sister, I'm fine." He exerted himself, struggling to lift his heavy eyelids, and his blurred vision gradually focused. What came into view was not his sister's familiar and concerned face, but that of a strange middle-aged Daoist with a stout appearance and a long beard. Fushi. Fushi blinked in confusion, thinking he was hallucinating due to his injuries. Then he slightly turned his stiff neck, shifting his gaze. Not far away, his true sister Nuwa was being supported by the golden-clad girl who had suddenly appeared and used the phoenix feather bestowed by the phoenix ancestor to extinguish the primordial Qilin divine thought. Both were staring blankly at Fushi, who was reaching out to a stranger while calling out to his sister. Especially Nuwa, whose tears had yet to dry. Looking at her brother, who was being held by a stranger and still saying he was fine, her expression became complex and hard to express, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Behind the middle-aged Daoist, a figure in a green robe stood quietly, exuding boundless vitality, also gazing calmly at his actions. What is going on here? Who are these people? What should I do if I suddenly feel dizzy? A series of questions accompanied by excruciating pain and weakness surged over Fux's heart, like a tide impacting his already chaotic consciousness. The complete outbreak of his injuries caused the last trace of clarity to dissipate. Elder brother. Nuwa saw this, and her heart tightened again, disregarding the origins of the three sudden arrivals, struggling to move forward. Do not panic, fellow Daoist. Qingyu spoke, and a pure and peaceful wood elemental essence slowly flowed into Fux's body, directly stabilizing his disintegrating vitality. Although your elder brother is severely injured and his essence is damaged, his Dao fruit is intact, and his life is temporarily safe. He still needs to calm his mind, and cannot use any magical power or spirit. Nuwa suppressed the surging blood and dizziness, straining to lead Qingyu and her companions back to the cave dwelling, where she and Fushi had been meditating deep within Fengqi Mountain. After placing the still unconscious and weak Fushi on the jade bed in the cave, Nuwa finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Turning to face her three saviors, she bowed deeply, her voice weak, yet filled with sincerity. Nuwa is deeply grateful to you three friends for your timely assistance, a kindness I will never forget. Without the three of you, my brother and I would surely have perished today. The girl in golden attire, the most lively among them, waved her hands and spoke in a clear voice like pearls falling on a plate. Sister Nuwa, please don't be so formal. I was originally tasked by the clan leader to patrol the heavens and happened to pass by here. Upon hearing the name Fengqi Mountain, I thought it a perfect resting place for phoenixes, and with the soothing sound of the qin, I fell asleep for tens of thousands of years. I was just awakened by the sounds of fighting, saw a villain trying to escape, and used the feathers given by the clan leader to strike him down. She patted her sleeves, her face brimming with pride. Listening to the innocent and somewhat coincidental narration from the golden phoenix, Nuwa fell silent for a moment. It turned out that the name of this Fengqi Mountain, along with her brother's usual qin playing, had unwittingly forged this connection. And at the most critical moment, they had acted, eliminating future troubles. If that primordial Qilin's divine consciousness had managed to escape, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I am Zhen Yuanzi, pleased to meet you, Nuwa. Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward, clasping his hands and greeting his sturdy face adorned with a kind smile. I and my fellow Daoist Qingyu were walking nearby when we noticed the manifestation of great transformation in the heavens, the Dao resonating, sensing something unusual, and thus came to investigate. Unexpectedly, we happened upon the plight of your brother and sister, a mere effort on our part, nothing to speak of. I am Qingyu, pleased to meet you, fellow Daoist. Qingyu also nodded in return. As he spoke, he pointed with his fingers, and two streams of vibrant life force from the wood element surged forth from his fingertips, splitting into two. One stream, thicker, gradually flowed into Fux's body, stabilizing his dissipating life force and nurturing his damaged essence. The other, slightly finer, drifted towards Nuwa, helping her calm the backlash and restore her vitality. I share a connection with the Tao of creation, sensing the unusual manifestation of the Tao, which is why I came to witness. Qingyu briefly explained, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Fuxi, his brow slightly furrowed. Nuwa felt the vital wood qi surging into her body, rich, gentle, and brimming with life. When it encountered her own creation energy rather than rejecting it, it was absorbed and transformed swiftly, mending her battered Tao body and primordial spirit. The wood Tao and creation are indeed mutually complementary. The wood Tao symbolizes the growth of all things, manifesting and circulating life within the world, embodying the process of life and nurturing all beings, serving as one of the foundations of the world's operation. Creation, on the other hand, emphasizes the creation of something from nothing, the enlightenment and granting of lives, origins, shaping spirit and form. Creation and enlightenment are the authorities of creation. So it is you, Qingyu and Zenyuanzai. Nuwa thanks you once more. Nuwa bowed solemnly again, her pale face regaining a hint of color from the nourishment of the wood qi. It was but a small effort, you need not thank us repeatedly. Zenyuanzai chuckled, stroking his beard. No need for such formalities, Sister Nuwa, do not keep thanking us. The golden phoenix bounced to Nuwa's side, grabbing her arm, and said cheerfully, although Fuxi Gija's Qin playing isn't as melodious as our clan leader's voice, it is really quite comfortable for sleeping. No wonder this place is called Fengqi Mountain. It truly is a good spot. With the innocent and straightforward words of the golden phoenix, the atmosphere in the cave lightened considerably. Nuwa looked at this lively and adorable phoenix girl, feeling a hint of affection arise in her heart, and her tense nerves finally relaxed a bit, revealing a gentle smile. Qingyu withdrew his gaze from Fuxi, pondering for a moment, then spoke seriously to Nuwa. Nuwa Daoist, your brother Fux's injuries, although his life is no longer in danger, the situation is quite complicated. In order to resist the Xianhuang Divine Mountain, he has repeatedly forced his Tao body to collapse, and has borrowed the power of the Tao Fruit River to reunite time and again. While this method has temporarily preserved his life and prevented his Tao fruit from shattering, it has greatly damaged the fundamental source of his Tao, akin to repeatedly dismantling and rebuilding a house. The foundation is already unstable. If this continues, even if his injuries heal, his path will be obstructed. Nuwa's heart tightened again at his words, the worry returning to her face. What you say is very true. I too know that my brother's Tao foundation is severely damaged, and I have been struggling to find a good solution. I wonder if you two Taoists have any advice for me. Nuwa looked earnestly at Qingyu and Zenyuanzai, hoping they might indeed have a way. Zenyuanzai also showed a thoughtful expression and slowly said, injuries to the Tao foundation are the hardest to heal. Ordinary spiritual medicines and treasures can only replenish spiritual power and repair the Tao body, but their effect on such fundamental damages to cultivation is minimal. Qingyu nodded, glancing at Nuwa and then at Zenyuanzai. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Indeed, ordinary methods are difficult to employ. However, since the three of us have gathered here today, it may just be an opportunity. The damage to Fux's Tao foundation might be remedied through earth and wood construction. Earth and wood construction. Nuwa perked up, eagerly asking, may I ask, fellow Daoist, what is earth and wood construction? Is it feasible? It is worth a try. Qingyu spoke with a calm tone, carrying a convincing strength. He explained in detail, I can draw upon the vital source of wood to provide the most fundamental and powerful life force and source of growth for the repair. This is one method with wood as the root. Zenyuanzai Daoist, you govern the earth's Wu soil Tao, which is heavy and stable, capable of bearing all things, to can serve as the cornerstone and framework for this repair, stabilizing the shaken foundation and supporting new life. This is the second method with soil as the base. And you Nuwa Daoist bear the divine ability of creation, which can shape the Tao foundation after the life energy is abundant and the foundation is stable, reconstructing its form. This is the third method, creation as form. Qingji's gaze was bright as he looked at Nuwa, with wood as the root, Wu soil as the base, and creation as form. It is thus called the great method of earth and wood construction. With the combined efforts of these three, progressing step by step, it may aid Fuxi Daoist in mending the damage to his Tao foundation. I wonder how Nuwa Daoist feels about this. Nuwa's heart surged with excitement, the fire of hope rekindled in her eyes. Qingji's words were clear and logical, directly addressing the fundamentals, perfectly integrating the strengths of the three, and indeed feasible. What you say, Tao brother, is full of wisdom, deeply in accord with the great Tao. Nuwa's voice trembled with excitement as she bowed deeply again. If the two Tao brothers do not mind, I wish to request your assistance in saving my brother. Nuwa will be endlessly grateful, and in the future, should you have any tasks, I would not hesitate to give my life. You are too kind. Zenyuanzai nodded in agreement. Tao brothers' method is indeed wonderful. Using the earth as a base, wood as a root, and creation as form, it subtly aligns with the principles of heaven and earth generating all things. I am willing to assist with all my strength. Very well. Qingyu nodded. There is no time to lose. Delaying may lead to unforeseen changes. Fushi Daoist injuries cannot be delayed. Let us prepare to begin. I understand. Nuwan nodded firmly, her eyes filled with determination. I will protect you. I will also jump in and guarantee, even though I do not know how to heal injuries, I will guard the cave entrance and not let anyone or any villain disturb you. Thank you for your efforts. Qingyu slightly nodded to the Golden Phoenix. The three said no more, immediately sitting cross-legged around Fushi in a triangular formation. Qingyu faced the east, Xinyuanzi seated in the south, and Nuwa in the west. Begin. Suddenly the three colors of Dao rhythm, blue, yellow, and white, intertwined and flowed, evolving endless Dao symbols enveloping Fushi. His pale complexion gradually regained color, his breath stabilizing as the damaged Dao foundation began to slowly but surely repair and reshape under the three forces. Outside the cave, the Golden Phoenix quietly guarded. 3,000 years passed in silence. After 3,000 years, the three hues of Dao rhythm within the cave gradually converged and settled. The last wisp of primal energy surrounding Fushi quietly entered his body. Qingyu, Xinyuanzi, and Nuwa almost simultaneously opened their eyes and gradually withdrew their powers. Fushi slowly opened his eyes, initially clouded with a moment of chaos, but quickly regained his usual clarity. He subconsciously examined himself, his divine sense sweeping through the foundation of the Dao, causing his body to tremble as the foundation was quietly restored. He propped himself up and looked around, his gaze finally resting on the concerned Nuwa. Sister, I am fine now. His voice was hoarse, yet powerful, and then he stood up and solemnly bowed to Qingyu and Xinyuanzi. Fushi expresses gratitude to the three fellow Daoists for their immense kindness. I shall never forget this grace. Elder brother. Nuwa stepped forward to support him, overwhelmed with joy and tears. There is no need for such formalities, fellow Daoist, Qingyu replied lightly. The foundation has been solidified and the misfortune has brought fortune. This is indeed a blessing. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, Xinyuanzi said with a smile, stroking his beard. Fushi looked at the people before him, feeling a warm current in his heart. Having survived the tribulation, he cherished this bond all the more. He bowed again, his tone sincere. The noble intentions of all fellow Daoists have deeply touched Fushi. After this tribulation, I understand the principle of living after death, and also realize that despite the vastness of the wilderness, true feelings still exist. Seeing that Fushi was indeed unharmed, his breath stable, and his Dao rhythm contained, Xinyuanzi stroked his beard and said with a smile, this encounter is indeed a fated connection. We are all seekers of the Dao. Why not take this opportunity to sit down and discuss the Dao, mutually validating our insights? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Agreed. Qingyu nodded in agreement. Discussing the Dao would greatly benefit their cultivation, especially since none of those present were mediocre. Although their paths were different, they subtly resonated, making it an excellent opportunity for mutual inspiration. That is indeed what I wish for, but I dare not ask for it. Fushi and Nuwa exchanged smiles and replied in unison. To be able to discuss the Dao with such profound and straightforward fellow Daoists was a fortunate opportunity. Great. I want to listen too. Jinfeng clapped her hands with excitement. Xinyuanzi chuckled and gently waved his wide sleeves. Instantly 5 fruits resembling infants radiating immense vitality of the wood element appeared on the jade table among them. Fellow Daoists need not be polite, please sample a few. Xinyuanzi's smile was sincere. Qingyu saw that Xinyuanzi still had his generous and benevolent demeanor. Even after emerging early and understanding the dangers of the wilderness, he remained ever generous and reliable towards his fellow Daoists. Seeing this, Qingyu smiled too, not holding back. 5 fruits shaped like pearl cores displaying a chaotic hue and intricate Dao patterns also materialized out of thin air, floating beside the ginseng fruit, exuding pure spiritual energy. Nuwa, Fushi, and Jinfeng gazed at the 10 exceptional innate spiritual fruits that had suddenly appeared on the jade table. Despite their extraordinary backgrounds and numerous opportunities, having seen many spiritual items, they couldn't help but catch their breath, their eyes revealing astonishment. The 2 fellow Daoists before them casually produced 2 top-quality, innate spiritual roots. In the vast wilderness, there were only about 10 such roots, and 2 appeared directly in front of them. Such demeanor and depth were truly astonishing. How can this be? Fushi hurriedly waved his hand, his expression solemn. I have already received the great grace of both fellow Daoists in shaping the Dao. Oh, how could I accept such precious spiritual fruits again? Fushi, fellow Daoist, there is no need for such formalities. Before Fushi could finish, Qingyu gently interrupted him. Spiritual items are born from heaven and earth, and those who have fate will obtain them. They can be used wisely. Today we gather to discuss the great Dao, and that alone is fate. A few external items, why should we be concerned? If we discuss the cause and effect, this mutual validation of the Tao is the best reward for us. Indeed, indeed. Zenyuanzi also said with a smile, picking up a ginseng fruit and directly stuffing it into the somewhat dazed Jin Feng's hands. You are quite amusing little finger. Your protection has merits, so this is for you. Fellow Daoist Fushi and fellow Daoist Nuwa, please sample a few of this poor Daoist ginseng fruit. Seeing Qingyu and the others act this way, Fushi and Nuwa exchanged a glance, feeling even more moved. Knowing that insisting on refusal would appear pretentious, they both bowed. In that case, my sister and I will shamelessly accept it. Thank you, fellow Daoists, for your generous gift. The others took their fruits. Indeed, these are exceptional innate spiritual roots, having such miraculous effects on our cultivation. Nuwa carefully savored the changes brought by the spiritual fruit, sincerely exclaiming, "The spiritual fruit has been tasted, and the Tao rhythm is excellent." Qingyu glanced over the others and said, "Why not start discussing the Tao from here?" Agreed. Everyone responded in unison. Qingyu was the first to close his eyes, focusing his mind. In the next moment, a towering tree, its branches extending into the endless void and roots reaching into the 9 abysses, slowly manifested behind him. Following closely, Zenyuanzi also lowered his voice, and the shadow of the earth manuscript appeared above his head, a faint yellow light cascading down. Fushi and Nuwa exchanged glances and also no longer held back. One by one, the flowing innate 8 trigram symbols, Xian Kuan Jin Sun, Kan Li Jin Dui, endlessly circulated, evolving the heavenly mechanisms and trajectories of all things. Nuwa activated the Nuwa stone on her chest, and the warm light of creation spread subtly, resonating with the growth of wood, the support of earth, and the changes of the trigrams. Inside the cave, the colorful Tao rhythms intertwined and flowed, colliding, merging, and validating each other. The 4 were immersed in this profound discussion of the Tao, using their own great Tao as a guide to observe others' paths, identifying flaws and drawing insights. At first, Jin Feng widened her eyes and tried hard to listen, but soon found the Tao rhythms too profound and esoteric, making her dizzy. She was very self-aware, knowing that she could hardly understand such high-level discussions at the moment, so she quietly retreated to the cave entrance, continuing to fulfill her duty as a protector. Time in the cave was timeless. After eons, the shimmering light faded. The first to awaken was Qingyu. He slowly opened his eyes, the blue light in his gaze flashing and then deepening. He glanced at Zenyuanzi, Fushi, and Nuwa, who were still immersed in their closed-eye meditation, their Tao rhythms continuously flowing, and quietly got up, leaving the cave without disturbing them. At the cave entrance, Jin Feng, who was bored and counting clouds, noticed the movement and quickly turned her head. Seeing Qingyu come out, she jumped up and approached him. "Elder Qingyu, why did you come out first? Is the discussion over?" "Not yet." Qingyu slightly shook his head, looking toward the distant scene of Fengqi Mountain amidst the rolling sea of clouds, his voice calm. "They are still comprehending and reaping benefits. I just came out for a walk." "Oh," Jin Feng nodded in seeming understanding, then revealed an admiring expression. "Elder, you are truly amazing, the first to wake up. Surely your realm is the highest." Upon hearing this, Qingyu chuckled and shook his head, not explaining that the order of awakening was not absolutely related to one's realm, but rather due to personal insights and differences in their paths. However, Jin Feng seemed to have opened a floodgate, tilting her head and gazing at Qingji's silhouette, standing quietly by the cliff, suddenly asking with great curiosity, "Elder Qingyu, what is your Tao?" "My Tao?" Qingji's faint smile paused slightly. Jin Feng's casual question was like a stone thrown into the deep stillness of his heart, sending ripples through it. Since that wisp of spiritual light, not belonging to this world, awakened amidst the chaos and fell into the wilderness, becoming the Jianmu, the wood ancestor, countless epochs have passed. In this long span of time, he cultivated, comprehended the Tao, fought for opportunities, single-handedly battled the 3 pure ones, protected living beings, established sharing, and spread the teachings of the wood. In discussions with others about the Tao, he experienced life and death, even confronting Luo Ho. He accomplished many things, and his cultivation ascended from the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet despite having seemingly clear goals and resolute steps, he had never really paused. But what is my Tao? This fundamental question seemed to have never been seriously asked of himself. He only focused on comprehending the wood Tao and relentlessly climbing up the realms. The memories and emotions from his past life had long faded like a wisp of mist over distant mountains, and 20 years in the countless epochs felt like merely a ripple. He was already Qingyu, the wood ancestor of the wilderness, the towering Jianmu. Is my Tao the wood Tao? Yes, but it seems to be more than that. The wood Tao is fundamental authority and a source of power. With strength, one can live freely in this perilous wilderness. Jin Feng's unintentional question was like a sudden light illuminating a corner of his heart that had long been busy yet unorganized. What is my Tao? Qingyu stood quietly at the edge of the cliff, his clothes gently swaying in the wind, sitting cross-legged, the blue lotus flag manifesting to guard his Tao, falling into deep thought. Is it the way of survival? In this perilous wilderness, being cautious and seeking longevity and freedom. Is it the way of protection? To protect the weak, would spirits establish hotspots for teaching and bear the responsibilities of the wood ancestor? Is it the way of transcendence? Like Hongjun or Luo Ho, pursuing the supreme primordial unity or even higher realms? Which of these is my Dao? Qingji's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. No, all of these are what I pursue. Qingyu suppressed his thoughts, affirming to himself that all three are my Dao. I with myself have long been entangled, not recognizing my true self. Upon realizing this, Qingyu forcefully calmed his emotions and slowly awakened. As he opened his eyes, he saw Xinyuanzi and the others watching him with concern. Fellow Daoist, do you feel all right? Nuwa stepped forward and asked. After they finished their closed-door meditation, seeing that Qingyu was not there, they went out to search and found him outside, comprehending the Dao, his aura murky, vaguely showing signs of instability in his Dao heart. The three were worried but did not dare to act rashly. One's own Dao ultimately relies on oneself. They could only remain vigilant, ready to act together if Qingji's situation worsened. Though it might lead to a backlash against him, it was still much better than a shattered Dao heart. Now that they saw Qingyu awakening, his aura flowing seemingly normal, they felt relieved. Qingyu looked at his three concerned fellow Daoists, feeling somewhat moved. Suppressing the damage to his divine sense, he said, I am fine, just thinking about my Dao. Then seemingly casually he asked the three, what is your Dao? Are you perhaps the ancestors of that Dao, the heads of all spirits, or perhaps rulers of heaven and earth? Upon hearing Qingji's thoughts about their Dao, the three couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Nuwa even joked, I didn't expect that in fellow Daoists' eyes we three are such capable individuals. This is probably referring to fellow Daoist yourself. Such great kindness and power, I have not seen anyone like you aside from you, Xinyuanzi also said, unable to hold back a smile. Fellow Daoist, you truly think too highly of us. Fushi wiped non-existent cold sweat and said slowly. This was Qingji's inner thought at that moment. Is that not correct? Is it not? Qingyu looked at the future ancestors of the earth, immortals, the mother of all spirits, and the heavenly ruler. He then slowly asked, then what is your Dao? Protecting my sister. Protecting my brother. Protecting fellow Daoist. This was Xinyuanzi. Then the three simultaneously said, being oneself. Although the three seemed to be joking, it struck Qingyu like a bolt from the blue, instantly awakening him. Indeed, being oneself, previously trying to suppress emotions, directly defining my path as the way of survival, protecting living beings, and transcending all those thoughts scattered. It is better to be myself, I am me. These were merely my wishes and thoughts, but they had bound me, truly a leaf obscuring my view. Seeking freedom is my wish, spreading the teachings of the wood and bearing responsibilities is my choice, and seeking transcendence is my pursuit. But I should not bind myself. I can observe the changes of all things from Jianmu, act freely without being constrained by responsibility, and I can also choose not to transcend like Xinyuanzi, coexisting with the world. Ultimately, everything is about oneself. Even in seeking the Dao, I fear not falling, let alone this. Qingyu sighed inwardly. How could I have been blinded by myself? First comes I, other identities are but additions. Upon realizing this, Qingji's mind cleared, and the shackles he imposed on himself shattered. Qingyu laughed heartily, his aura unrestrained, the aura of the great Luo's ninth heaven soaring into the clouds. He proclaimed loudly, avoiding emotions, evading the true self, all kinds of shackles bind the true me. One day of awakening, the Dao reveals the true self. Today, I know I am me. Upon seeing Qingyu suddenly break through, the luminous aura of the spiritual platform intensified around him. Zhen Yuanzi, Nuwa, and Fushi finally relaxed their worried hearts, revealing expressions of joy as they stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Dao brother, on your significant progress in cultivation. Qingyu also retracted the overwhelming aura surrounding him and solemnly returned the greeting to the three, his expression sincere. This time, being able to break through the confusions and realize my true self all relies on the guidance and reminders from you three Dao friends. Qingyu, thank you all once again. Ultimately, the involved party is often confused, blinded by a single leaf. In the quest for the true self, one can become ensnared by the numerous obstacles they have set for themselves, entangling themselves in their own webs. Nuwa and Fushi were both surprised to see that Qingyu was not only unharmed, but had also advanced in cultivation. Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled as she softly remarked, Dao brother seems to have shattered a layer of mental obstruction, and thus the realm naturally elevates. Is the threshold of this great Luo realm truly so mysterious? Both she and Fushi were at the early stages of Great Luo, fully aware of the difficulty of each step forward, requiring constant exploration and even starting anew if necessary. This scene of Qingyu achieving enlightenment and breaking through was the first time they as homebuddies had witnessed such a phenomenon. Fushi echoed, with a clear heart, the Dao realm naturally rises. This reminds me of a saying, cultivating the Tao is to cultivate the heart. Previously, I thought it was merely about solidifying the Tao heart, but now observing the actions of Tao brother, I realize the true meaning within. Once the heart's barrier is broken, the path naturally widens. I must also thank the 3 Tao friends and the young friend Jin Feng, otherwise I fear I would still be suppressing my emotions. If this continued for long, it could lead to disaster. Qing Yu replied again, the Tao heart is fundamental. Now that I have glimpsed my true self, I am no longer constrained, and my Tao rhythm is even more profound. As for the 3 Tao friends, they have long been self-sufficient and unrestrained. Why need to repeatedly question their hearts? Qing Yu's gaze swept over everyone, as seeing that Nuwa Fushi and even the recently arrived Jin Feng showed signs of attentive listening, he continued to speak slowly. We, the innate divine beings, are born from the fortune of the primordial chaos, inheriting the essence of the great Tao, endowed with the form of great Luo, favored by heaven and earth, blessed with deep fortune, and protected by innate spiritual treasures. This is the favor of destiny. However, the essence of this great Luo realm ultimately lies in grasping the fruits of the Tao, collecting the infinite timelines of one's past and future into a single point, manifesting a unique river of Tao fruits belonging solely to oneself. From now on, my fate is my own, transcending certain bindings of heaven and earth. The primordial world was opened by the great Pangu, and the Tao fruits of the 3,000 chaotic demons were shattered by Pangu at the time of creation. Excluding the dissipated parts, the remaining ones intertwined to form the foundational roots of this world. One can say that the primordial world is the beginning of all realms and the source of all Daos. As for us innate divine beings born in accordance with the number of 3,000, we are naturally close to a certain source of the Tao, thus can be said to be the natural Tao masters of our respective paths. However, Qing Yu's tone shifted, becoming slightly solemn. Though fate may be predetermined, divine beings have their own thoughts. Not every innate divine being will continue along the path that seems most suited to them and appears to be the most straightforward. At this point, Qing Yu paused, and before he could continue, Zhen Yuanzi took over the conversation. He pointed to himself and said, take me for example. I am born from the earth book, inheriting the heavy energy of the earth, and logically, I should walk the path of the primordial earth. With the ability of the earth book, I can communicate and regulate the vast earth veins of the primordial world, synchronizing with the earth. If this path succeeds, I could master the earth's energies and transcend. However, although this path is clear, merely connecting with the earth veins is nearly a dead end. Why? Jin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Because to become the master of the primordial earth, one must establish a profound connection with the source of all earth veins, even integrating and unifying the original earth Tao sources scattered throughout the primordial world that form the foundation of the earth. What does this imply? Zhen Yuanzi's gaze swept across everyone. It means one must fundamentally conflict and compete with all innate divine beings who also govern their own Tao fields or cultivate the path of the earth. The Tao field of the 3 pure ones at Kunlun is a top-tier ancestral vein. The Zhou Mountain is the pillar of heaven, the core of the earth veins, and to the west lies Shumi, the domain of the demon ancestor. Many blessed lands have innate divine beings stationed there, and their Tao fields are connected to their own paths and fortunes. How could they easily allow others to communicate with and control their earth veins? If I insist on taking this path, it would mean using my own strength to oppose nearly all innate divine beings with Tao fields in the primordial world. The difficulty is akin to ascending to the heavens. I believe I am not inferior to others, but I cannot deny that others are certainly not mediocre. He shook his head. This path, though it leads directly to transcendence and the threshold of chaos, is too arduous and nearly hopeless. Thus I have chosen to seek an alternative, opting for the more concrete path of the earth. Nuwa and Fushi listened intently, having transformed from their shapes. The two of them were indeed great Luo beings, but they did not have a path as seemingly clear, yet ultimately hopeless, as Zhen Yuanzi's. Although the early stages of cultivation were smooth, and they might directly achieve above the 24 layers of Great Luo with ease, there was no back road, and they would never have a chance to transcend. Even with a clear path, they could only abandon it and turn to cultivate other paths. Like the two siblings, they had to continuously comprehend the Tao, attempting to carve their own path, constantly making mistakes, and even having to sever their cultivation to start anew when taking the wrong road. Only by stepping out and forging their own path could they find a chance for transcendence. However, while Nuwa had the guidance of the creation jade plate, Fushi had to rely solely on his own exploration. Thus, even though their essences were aligned with Yin and Yang, Nuwa's realm was a notch higher than Fux's. Once Zhen Yuanzi finished speaking, Qing Yu continued, and for the vast majority of innate divine beings, from the moment they take form, they are the masters of their own Tao. This mastership is not predetermined by heaven, but comes from self-guided paths, opening their own branches. The remnants of the 3,000 chaotic demons' paths constitute the solid foundation of the 3,000 sources of the primordial world. This is the fundamental law governing the operation of the primordial heaven and earth hidden deep within its core, not easily shaken, nor can it be lightly occupied. If one wishes to manifest their power, they need to leverage the authority of heaven and earth to stir it, capable of drawing upon, at most, 24 layers of heavenly source. One can imagine the 3,000 Daos within the primordial source as the main currents nourishing all beings and threading through heaven and earth. All beings cultivate by drawing from these currents, transforming them for their own use, while the continuous cultivation, comprehension, and even the return of the Tao rhythm after the fall of beings serve to enhance the main currents. And we, the innate divine beings, due to our inherent great Luo nature, can often carve out the most robust currents on this main river, achieving the highest realms, thus leading the Tao, and can be called Tao Masters. However, this position of Tao Master is not eternal. If an innate divine being falls midway, their Tao rhythm returns to heaven and earth, or if they are suppressed by calamities, their Tao fruits fall silent, or if their comprehension halts, and they cannot progress, allowing later arrivals to surpass them on the same path, then this position of Tao Master will change hands. Upon hearing this, Fuxi inquired, so although all are in the great Luo realm, the strength can vary significantly. It lies in the width of each person's river of Tao fruits, which reflects their depth of understanding of the Tao. Indeed, Qingyu nodded in approval. In this era where everyone seeks their own paths and laws are not lightly transmitted, there is actually no clear and unified demarcation of realms. The so-called first layer of heaven, second layer of heaven, all the way to the 28th layer are merely vague measures of the depth of cultivation and the level of mastery over one's own Tao. What is more crucial is the degree of expansion of one's river of Tao fruits, as everyone is exploring and progressing. Qingyu illustrated this with an example, summoning the map of mountains and rivers from his sleeve. To shield everyone from heavenly secrets and avoid triggering the perception of the primordial Qilin before anyone could express their surprise, they were drawn in by Qingyu's next words. Take that primordial Qilin, who like Dao Friend Jin Yuanzi cultivates the path of earth. Due to its ability to unify the myriad beasts and its overwhelming luck, its cultivation has reached the 28th layer of heaven. Its understanding and control over the path of earth have already surpassed the established mainstream of the primordial source, and the tributary it represents has exceeded the mainstream. Thus, the originally residual earth path of the chaotic demons has been firmly established in the primordial world, making it impossible to stir. Therefore, the current earth path in the primordial world manifests the primordial Qilin as the new mainstream. Although Dao Friend Jin Yuanzi cultivates the earth and has reached the 5th layer of Great Luo Golden Immortal, his river of Dao fruits is but a tributary on the earth river, far inferior to the grandeur of the primordial Qilin. However, although the paths are the same, the routes and branches are different. If one day I were to surpass the primordial Qilin in cultivation, then I could replace it and become the new source of the earth path in the primordial world, becoming the new master of the earth, and thus receiving the fortune. I see. Nuwa exclaimed, a spark of realization flickering in her eyes. This is the Tao contention. It is not about personal grudges, but rather an inevitability on the path of the Tao. With that in mind, the river of creation I previously stirred was indeed from the primordial source. I initially thought it was the power of the Nuwa stone, but unexpectedly. Exactly this logic, Qingyu nodded. He too comprehended this thoroughly due to the authority of the wood ancestor of heaven and earth and the enlightenment from the creation jade plate. Jin Yuanzi also had insights during his cultivation when he sensed the aura of the path of earth change. Without special authority, or if a new Tao master with cultivation of 24 layers were to replace the original mainstream, one would not be able to perceive it otherwise. Since I am originally the leader of this path as the Tao master, vast and boundless, the primordial source maintains the needs of living beings dispersed among all things, making it difficult to sense readily. As for the Yuan Feng and the ancestral dragon, they are each the sources of myriad flames and waters. Their paths are profound, having already become the mainstream of the source, akin to the primordial Qilin. Their kin, like the children of the Phoenix and Dragon clans, are close to the bloodline and Tao lineage. When cultivating the paths of fire and water, they can more easily perceive the Tao. They can even directly integrate into the vast mainstream represented by the Tao Master, as predecessors have already paved the way, leading to a smooth path ahead, making it relatively easier for them to break through to Great Luo. This is the benefit of inheriting the Tao Master's residual fortunes. Qingyu's tone paused slightly, then he added with a hint of depth, however, such cultivation, while swift, also has its limitations. Being too closely aligned with the Tao Master's path and overly influenced by its rhythms makes it difficult for one's own path to escape its confines and easily become a vassal of the Master's Tao. It would be impossible to form new tributaries, only merging into the Tao Master's mainstream river, thus feeding back to the Master, This is the fate of those who mimic others. To completely imitate the Tao Master's path may allow one to reach a certain height, making breaking through to Great Luo easier. However, to truly surpass the Master to open a new path is exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, one must forge their own path. This explanation, like clearing the clouds to reveal the sun, vividly illustrated the essence of cultivation in the primordial world, particularly the significance of the Tao Master position and the reasons behind Tao contention. Niuhua and Fuxi also gained much insight, achieving a more macro understanding of their own pathways. Indeed, they could not remain reclusive, only knowing to cultivate and comprehend the Tao without understanding the reasons behind it. Although Jin Feng understood only partially, she felt she had grasped why the clan leader was so formidable. Her cultivation of fire magic indeed seemed to be quite smooth. The innate divine beings are favored by fortune from birth. To completely extinguish a great Luo, innate divine being would immediately entangle one in karmic retribution. Just as when the ancestral dragon struck down the Eastern King, it could naturally manifest the river of Tao fruits, directly turning the Eastern King and his Tao fruits into ashes. However, such actions undoubtedly lead to the formation of karmic retribution, and the energy will suffer a loss. But because the Eastern King is connected to Penglai Island, direct suppression is impossible, otherwise Penglai would also collapse. Thus, the ancestral dragon could only repeatedly destroy the Eastern King, forcing him to return until his source was depleted and his Tao fruits fell silent. After all, as long as the Tao fruits and true spirit do not perish, the Eastern King merely remains silent with no set date for his return, while the river of Tao fruits continues to exist. As long as the cultivation does not progress and the person does not die naturally, there will be no karmic retribution. When a new person cultivates the same path and surpasses the Eastern King's current realm, the fortune dissipates, marking the time for him to completely return to heaven and earth. However, the ancestral dragon did not expect that just as he was about to deliver the final blow to render the Eastern King silent, someone would intervene to assist. The great Luo golden immortal Lin Yun, who was directly turned to ashes by Niuhua using the river of creation, only sought to break through by following the path of the ancestors. Though his background was extraordinary, he posed no threat in the eyes of the crowd. For Niuhua, it was merely the karmic retribution brought about by killing, not needing to worry too much, as there was fundamentally no way to counteract the karmic retribution brought by innate divine beings. At the moment when Qin Yu and Niuhua discussed the Tao, the primordial Qilin, who had just returned to the ancestral land, sensed that several strands of divine thoughts from its split consciousness had been extinguished with not even a trace of information coming through. A cold smile appeared on the primordial Qilin's face, though indeed there were hidden talents on the vast earth. It had deliberately split a part of itself and sent it to Kunlun Mountain, inviting the descendants of Pangu, the three pure ones, to share the fortune of the earth. Yet unexpectedly they showed such ingratitude, extinguishing its split form. When it personally arrived at Kunlun Mountain, it found that the three pure ones had already set up a grand formation, stirring the earth veins, sealing the mountain, and entering seclusion, no longer coming out. Truly remarkable, the primordial Qilin's voice echoed slowly within the ancestral hall. Many famous blessed lands had given birth to innate divine beings, who wanting to subjugate them was indeed an arduous task. Being a place of transformation for innate divine beings tightly related to them, directly stirring the earth veins and closing the door would be impossible even for the primordial Qilin. After listening to Qinji's analysis of the essence of the Tao, Niuhua and Fuxi felt as if a veil had been lifted before their eyes. Many inadequacies in their cultivation now had clear connections. The vastness of the world and the profundity of the Tao are far more profound and magnificent than they had imagined during their quiet cultivation on Phoenix Nest Mountain. Hearing your words is worth more than countless years of cultivation. Thank you, Brother Qinyu and Brother Jinyuan, for enlightening my brother and me and broadening our horizons. Fuxi and Niuhua exchanged glances and once again bowed in gratitude to Qinyu and Jinyuan. Qinyu slightly nodded, accepting the gesture of gratitude, then changed the subject and asked, "What are your plans next, my friends?" Although the Qilin team has been resolved and the primordial Qilin's divine thoughts extinguished, given the primordial Qilin's style of dominating beasts and looking down upon the wilderness, this matter will not easily come to rest. Phoenix Nest Mountain has likely become a thorn in its side. As soon as these words were spoken, the joy on Niuhua and Fuxi's faces born from enlightenment suddenly froze. Alas! Fuxi sighed heavily, his brow furrowed with worry. "What you say, brother, is indeed the greatest concern on our minds." Niuhua's expression darkened as she interjected, "For now it seems we can only seal the mountain and remain hidden, relying on the protective great formation while waiting for the right opportunity." But she gazed at the beautiful scenery outside the cave, seemingly seeing the wonders of the wilderness, her eyes filled with reluctance and unwillingness. It is a time of rising fortune in the wilderness where spiritual energy surges and all beings compete. As you said, brother, we should go out and seek opportunities verifying the Dao, which is the time for courageous progress. Now, however, due to this unforeseen disaster, we are trapped in the mountain like prisoners, making it hard to find peace in our hearts. Moreover, this place is where my brother and I were born. To abandon it is truly difficult. Seeing the two of them with furrowed brows, Jinyan stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before speaking. You two need not worry excessively. Confronting the primordial Qilin directly is not a wise move. Defending your Dao venue and not competing in a moment of anger while relying on the terrain is the way to wait for the right time. Although the primordial Qilin is strong, it is not without considerations. Forcing an attack on a venue closely connected to the Earth's veins and guarded by a great formation comes at a price and can trigger causal karma, which even it must weigh carefully. Zenyuan's gaze swept over the mountains and earth outside the cave, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. I have a little understanding in the areas of earth vein arrangement and formation stabilization. Looking at your Phoenix Nest Mountain, it is a place of exceptional spirit and talent, with hidden innate yin-yang spiritual caves and excellent earth vein trajectories. However, the existing protective great formation is somewhat crude and has not fully harnessed the power of the earth veins. If you two do not mind, I am willing to lend a hand to improve this protective great formation, making it more deeply connected to the earth veins and stabilizing its foundation. Though I can't claim it will completely withstand the primordial Qilin's true form, I believe it can make it more cautious and grant you two more opportunities to react. In that case, we will trouble you, brother Zenyuan. It is but my duty, my friend. Zenyuan waved his hand. Saying it, he set to work. Zenyuan, under Fux's guidance, immediately began to carefully inspect the various earth vein nodes, spiritual energy circulation pivots, and the layout of the original formation on Phoenix Nest Mountain. At times, he focused on sensing the earth energy using the shadow of the earth book, and at other times, he discussed the subtleties of the 8 trigrams positions and their combination with the earth veins with Fuxi. He also gained significant insights. Zenyuan stepped on the combat formation, using hand signs. Streams of pure and heavy Wu earth energy were infused into key areas of the mountain. The originally somewhat loose protective great formation, which mainly relied on the innate yin-yang energy to operate on its own, began to connect with several major spiritual veins around Phoenix Nest Mountain under Zenyuan's adjustment. The newly activated protective great formation. The formation's connection to the earth veins is much deeper and broader than before, with a heavy and profound aura merging with the mountains and rivers, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Nuwa and Fuxi sensed the formation and were awestruck. Fuxi praised, "This formation draws power from the earth, using strength to pressure the enemy. If the primordial Qilin attacks fiercely, it will surely suffer from the backlash of the earth veins entangled in causal karma. Brother, your use of the earth veins has reached a transformative realm." Zenyuan smiled as he concluded his work. With this formation in place, as long as the primordial Qilin does not gamble, everything Phoenix Nest Mountain will be safe. With the formation completed, Qinyu and Zenyuan bid farewell to Nuwa, Fuxi, and the Golden Phoenix. "Are you leaving so soon, brother? You two have helped us greatly, yet we have nothing to repay you with. My sister has some." Before Nuwa could finish, Qinyu interrupted, "No need. Our gathering is already a bond, and besides, I have gained much from this journey too. If not for this trip where Nuwa and others inadvertently pointed out my Dao heart, I might still be lost in self-delusion. Exactly, the application of Brother Fux's 8 trigrams in the earth veins is even more powerful." Zenyuan, who was nearby, also echoed. Seeing Qinyu and Zenyuan both decline, Nuwa's face turned slightly red, feeling that she couldn't repay this great kindness. "It truly is because my brother and I have not traveled far from Phoenix Nest Mountain, and we possess little with some spiritual roots that are far inferior to what Qinyu and Zenyuan have." At this moment, the somewhat awkward Nuwa made a secret resolution. Once the primordial Qilin matter is settled, she must go out to travel and seek opportunities. If fate does not bring them, then she will create her own. When that time comes, I will surely let the two brothers choose freely. Nuwa and Fuxi escorted them to the mountain gate, sincerely saying, "This kindness will be remembered in our hearts. In the future, if you two need anything, we will surely lend our full support. In this discussion of the Dao, I have gained much as well. Farewell, brother Nuwa, brother Fuxi, and young friend Jin Feng, until we meet again. Brother, take care. Farewell, senior." After parting, Qinyu and Zenyuan traveled together for a while. At a junction in the clouds, Zenyuan smiled and said, "This journey has brought many insights, but I also need to return to Wuzhuang Temple to meditate and organize my thoughts. When we meet next time, I will surely make you look at me in a new light. Then I shall look forward to that. Take care, my friend." "Take care, brother." The two clasped hands in farewell on the clouds, transforming into streams of blue and yellow light, each returning to their respective Dao venues. Qinyu passed through the hidden barrier outside and returned to the vast plains of Dugong. compared to when he left. The spiritual energy in Dugong seemed even more vibrant and active, clearly nourished by the rising spiritual energy of the wilderness. Deeper within, the spiritual energy became increasingly pure and magnificent, and the variety of extraordinary flowers, herbs, rare birds, and beasts grew more abundant. Many plant spirits had already been born with intelligence. Sensing the return of the wood ancestor, they all emitted waves of joyful thoughts, their branches and leaves moving as if welcoming him. He returned to the towering Jianmu tree. Below, in the spirit pool protected by layers of restrictions, the source of the creation green lotus began to regrow, accompanied by the radiant light of the pure world white lotus seedling. A sprout began to emerge, exuding rich, chaotic vitality and the essence of creation. The pure world white lotus seedling sensed the aura of the creation green lotus and did not transform, but instead coexisted with it, continuing to accumulate. The merging of the two spirit roots auras subtly made the laws in this small area more vibrant. By the spirit pool, the silver puppy, he once enlightened and named Tun Yu, was curled up in a clump of spirit herbs, radiating moonlight, lying on its back and sleeping soundly. Looking at this serene and harmonious scene, Kinji's previously tense heartstrings completely relaxed, and a genuine smile involuntarily rose at the corner of his mouth. The conflicts of the wilderness and the arduous path of the Dao seemed to be isolated beyond this tranquil world. With a slight movement of his thoughts, the protective formation enveloping the core area of Jianmu quietly dissipated. As usual, Qingyu walked to the top of Jianmu, brushed off the non-existent dust, and sat cross-legged. Looking up, he saw the sea of clouds surging beneath his feet, the distant mountains undulating like dark green, the sky beside him, and the sun, moon, and stars seemingly within reach. At this moment, there was no imminent crisis, no opportunities that must be seized. Only the gentle breeze, the flowing clouds, the Jianmu tree sitting with him, the spirit lotus quietly growing in the pool, and the carefree, sweetly sleeping little beast. Boundless wooden energy descended from the 9 heavens, spreading outwards, manifesting its Dao essence to the surrounding plants of Dugong, allowing them to comprehend. Can I allow myself to relax a little? The smile at the corner of Kinji's mouth became increasingly carefree and unrestrained, completely free of the urgency felt before. Sitting high atop Jianmu, he quietly observed the events of the wilderness. With the sun high in the sky, who sleeps alone, unconstrained and boundless like an immortal. The years flow silently, timeless and serene. In the blink of an eye, 15 yuan hui have quietly passed amidst the changing winds and fortunes of the primordial world. Atop the towering Jianmu, Qingyu remains seated in meditation, her form merging with the divine tree beneath her, as ancient as ever. From her high perch, she gazes down at the vast and boundless primordial land, feeling the increasingly majestic aura of heaven and earth. These 15 yuan hui mark an era where the primordial landscape has solidified and the fortunes of the 3 clans shine brightly. The vast aura of heaven and earth has coalesced, with 7 or 8 parts now gathered within the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. Under the overwhelming fortune, talents emerge from the 3 clans, with several extraordinary individuals forging their own paths. Moreover, hundreds of other gifted individuals following the great paths established by their clan leaders successfully attain the Dao fruit and step into the realm of De Luo Jinxian. Although they tread upon the paths opened by the ancestral dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin, the birth of these hundreds of new De Luo undoubtedly causes the strength of the 3 clans to surge dramatically, their fortunes illuminating the heavens. With their power expanding and their actions growing increasingly domineering, the 3 clans have long ceased to regard the other primordial beings, viewing this vast world as their own rightful possession. The Dragon clan dominates the seas and numerous water veins, the Phoenix clan masters the heavens and the Nanming volcanic region, while the Qilin clan rules over the central land and endless mountains, their territories interwoven. Under such oppression, many innate sanctities, unwillingly drawn into the conflicts or lacking the strength to resist, have chosen to retreat. They either completely seal off their own paradises, choosing to remain hidden, or they use great powers to shift their sanctuaries, concealing themselves in the void, no longer daring to step lightly into the primordial world. For a time, the vast primordial realm seemed to have become a stage for the 3 clans to dance alone. Before the 5th Yuan Hui, the celestial phenomena had undergone a change. The moon star, which had dimmed ever since the fall of the ancient moon goddess, changed, suddenly radiated a brilliant light one night, without any warning. Endless moonlight poured down like a suspended celestial river from the 9 heavens, the long-lost lunar nectar that had vanished for eons once again scattered across the primordial land, awakening the spiritual intelligence of all beings. Thereafter, the flow of yin and yang in the primordial realm became more orderly. In this grand backdrop, the Azure Dragon, who had once encountered Qingyu, experienced a rapid advancement in cultivation. When he first appeared on the island of 3 immortals in the East Sea, he had just entered De Luo, his foundation still shallow. However, leaning on the towering dragon clan blessed by the immense fortune of the seas, in just 15 Yuanhui, his Dao fruit has already grown into a formidable tributary that cannot be overlooked, his cultivation having reached the 15th layer of Deluo Jinxian. Such progress is enough to leave most innate sanctities who toil endlessly in solitary pursuit of the Dao astounded. Not just the Azure Dragon, but other clans like the Zhuqiue Qinghuan and Shui Qilin have also broken through to the 12th layer of Deluo, propelled by their clan's fortunes. However, in Qingjia's perception, although the Azure Dragon's mastery of the Wood Dao is magnificent, there is an underlying sense of superficiality. More critically, the primordial Wood Dao's essence offers him little favor or authority. The authority of the Wood Dao remains firmly in the hands of Qingyu, the Wood Ancestor, without a hint of wavering. The root of this lies in the fact that the Azure Dragon's path was not forged step by step through overcoming obstacles and unraveling mysteries. Instead, it was built upon the boundless fortune of the Dragon Clan as a powerful thrust riding on the residual resonance of the water paths opened by the ancestral dragon, combined with his own emu roots forcibly piled together. Not just the Azure Dragon, but many newly born Deluo among the three clans exhibit this flaw to varying degrees. Rather than saying they cultivate their respective great paths, it is more accurate to say they have inadvertently stepped onto the path of fortune reliant on their clans and their fortunes. This path, born from borrowed strength, is incredibly rapid, yet also constrained by its momentum, its foundation inextricably bound to the clan's fortunes. The ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix and Primordial Qilin having integrated their territories and expanded their power to a certain limit. Their cultivation has climbed to the terrifying height of the 30th layer of Deluo, yet they have all simultaneously fallen into a prolonged stagnation, no longer ascending rapidly. Correspondingly, the burgeoning aura of the entire primordial realm seems to have also reached a critical point. While external winds and clouds roil and conflicts arise within the Duguang plains under the governance and protection of Qingyu, a different scene unfolds. During the 15 Yuanhui, as Qingyu actively dispelled the encompassing aura of the Wood Ancestor that shrouded the entire Duguang area, this land, already brimming with vitality, became an irreplaceable sacred ground and ancestral land in the eyes of countless woodland spirits. The woodland spirits born in Duguang, benefiting from the unique environment and the nurturing of Qingjia's aura, accumulate rapidly. During these 15 Yuanhui, dozens of woodland spirits with rich origins and exceptional comprehension successfully broke through their bottlenecks, entering the realm of Jinxian, solidifying their Dao bodies and achieving transformation. Each wood spirit upon transformation experiences a sense of resonance heading beneath Jianmu to pay homage to the Wood Ancestor who bestowed upon them endless creation and guidance. Qingyu treats every woodland being that comes to pay respects equally, descending a breath of pure ancestral wood essence to help them solidify their newly formed foundations and cleanse any lingering impurities from their transformation. Afterward, they are free to explore the vast Duguang plains, seeking out their preferred locations to open their caves and cultivate in peace. As long as they do not violate the fundamental order of peace in Duguang, nor engage in the evil ways of harming others for personal gain, they may reside here in safety under its protection. Across the primordial lands, some woodland spirits who have comprehended the Dao through the resonance of Jianmu's offspring, or by chance encountered the lunar nectar, or those with exceptionally rich origins who have endured hardships and finally awakened their spiritual intelligence and transformed. In the dimness, they can sense a kind of guidance stemming from the essence of life. Those with great resolve, unwilling to be embroiled in the conflicts of the three clans, follow this subtle guidance to bid farewell to their homeland. Crossing trillions of miles of primordial land and enduring hardships, they ultimately arrive at the legendary ancestral land of myriad woods, the Duguang Plains. Among them, 12 flower clans particularly catch Qingjia's attention, each gathering woodland beings of the same path, willing to journey together with those spirits yet to transform to Duguang. As they set out, Qingyu perceives a vast gathering of Wood Dao fortunes from across the primordial realm coalescing, surging towards Duguang from 12 focal points. Sensing this shift in fortune, Qingyu slowly closes her eyes, the authority of the Wood Ancestor manifesting, revealing heavenly secrets, and she understands the 12 flower clans. Yet how can those of the highest cultivation who are merely at the peak of Jinxian traverse the primordial realm among the Qilin? Thus Qingyu looks down the Wood Ancestor, bestowing favor, boundless fortunes pouring forth from her, falling into the 12 clans. From then on, the 12 flower clans are graced by fortune, turning misfortune into blessing. Their leader, the 12 flower clans in the dimness, feels the favor of the Wood Ancestor, their Dao heart, strengthening further as they continue to lead their group to Duguang to pay homage to the Wood Ancestor. For these wood cultivators who journey from afar, Qingyu also manifests her Dao body, bestowing them wisdom, connecting the 12 flower clans to the 12 positions of Duguang. After the 15 Yuanhui centered around Jianmu, a settlement of wood beings led by the 12 flower clans gradually forms in the Duguang Plains. They may dwell in serene tree houses, simple thatched cottages, or even in natural caves symbiotic with ancient trees. On ordinary days, they cultivate separately, occasionally exchanging insights, trading low-tier spiritual items unique to Duguang in an atmosphere of harmony and tranquility. The Dao rhythm emanating from Jianmu is like invisible sunlight, and Du continuously nurturing them and guiding them toward a clearer path of cultivation. Duguang is small, a tranquil corner compared to the vast, tumultuous, and conflict-ridden primordial mainland. Yet Duguang is also vast, supported by Jianmu with the wood ancestor presiding over it, and the Dao rhythm ever-present. It can accommodate countless wood beings here to rest and thrive, peacefully seek the Dao. For those woodland spirits who dislike conflict, yearn for peace, or struggle to survive elsewhere in the primordial realm, it provides a rare and stable haven. Qingyu sits above the 9 heavens, her gaze sweeping over the dwellings of cultivators, emanating gentle wood spirit radiance below. She also looks further to those woodland spirits still innocently growing, striving to cultivate, and yearning to transform, her heart filled with tranquility. Qingyu does not deliberately manage any power, allowing it to develop freely with no intention of claiming respect as an ancestor, simply providing a protective harbor for these myriad spirits. Qingyu never commands any wood spirit to serve her. She lets them roam the universe, seeking their own paths. When they look back, they see that there remains a place for them within the ancestral land of myriad woods. At this moment, where the East Sea meets the land, a blue Dao aura blooms upon the mysterious yellow earth. The southern red clouds descend into the primordial realm. Ancestor, the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan are invading. Upon hearing the sound, the towering figure within the Qilin Grand Hall slowly opened his eyes. On the shores of the East Sea, the mysterious water formation spread and eroded, while the Dragon Clan's naval forces displayed their might, threatening to swallow our coastal domains that spanned thousands of miles. From the southern direction, a sea of flames transformed into a burning crimson haze, scorching mountains and boiling seas as the Phoenix Clan's battle formations reached our southern border, pressing forward with great force. The urgent reports echoed throughout the hall. "Understood, you may withdraw," came a voice from deep within the hall, ancient and profound. The reporting elder of the Qilin clan dared not say more and quickly bowed out. Silence returned to the hall. The gaze of the first Qilin pierced through the mountains and rivers, looking towards the distant east and south. He felt little surprise, even a vague sense of inevitability. Since he unified the myriad beast tribes and expanded the Qilin clan's influence across the land, his own cultivation had soared to the pinnacle of the great Luo's 30 heavens. However, it was precisely after reaching this realm that no matter how he inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy, comprehended the way of the earth, or mobilized the vast fortunes of the Qilin clan for support, his cultivation seemed to hit an invisible barrier of heaven and earth, completely stagnating, unable to make even the slightest progress. It seemed that the ancestral dragon and primordial phoenix were facing the same predicament now. The first Qilin naturally understood the crux of the matter. His own path had nearly become bound to the dominion of the vast earth. If he were to advance further, he would either need to achieve a qualitative leap in his understanding of the way of the earth, which was exceedingly difficult, or continue to expand his clan's power, dominate the wilderness, and seize more fortunes and authority to break through the barriers ahead. In his original plan, he should have made more preparations, waiting for the Qilin's cultivation to advance further and for more of his new generation to reach the Great Luo before taking the initiative. First, he intended to attack the relatively isolated Phoenix clan in the sky, then conquer the deeply rooted Dragon clan, controlling the 4 seas, thereby seizing more fortunes of the wilderness to break his own shackles. However, he did not expect the enemy to be more impatient and seize the initiative first. Yet the emergence of this situation was something the first Qilin had anticipated. The Phoenix clan dwells in the heavens overlooking the earth. The Dragon clan inhabits the seas encircling the land. Only the Qilin clan occupies the central earth, boundless and vast, possessing the richest opportunities and countless blessed lands. If the Qilin clan were truly allowed to digest in peace and thoroughly transform the resources of the land into strength, given time, even the alliance of the dragons and phoenixes would struggle to stop them, making it essential to strike first. Thinking of this, a hint of sarcasm arose in the heart of the first Qilin. The Dragon and Phoenix clans likely believed that the Qilin clan had already plundered the resources of the land to the brink, and that their strength had reached its limit. Thus, they were eager to attack immediately after consolidating their territories. If they knew the truth, they would likely be disappointed. Despite the numerous opportunities in the wilderness, there are indeed many top-tier blessed lands. However, most of these treasures already have owners. Those innate beings born of primordial energy are unwilling to touch even the slightest bit of causation. Faced with the Qilin clan's invitation to share the fortunes of the land, without exception, they all chose to refuse. They sealed their mountain gates, combining their own paths with the earth's veins guarding their domains as firm as a fortress. Could the first Qilin forcibly break through some of these domains? Yes, but was it worth it? Not at all. It is not worth the immense karmic burden and loss of fortune for a treasure that would damage the earth's veins. Unless that domain possessed a treasure, he absolutely desired one that pertained to his path. Clearly there was none. Thus, the seemingly boundless dominion of the earth that the Qilin clan could fully control and draw resources from was far less than what the Dragon and Phoenix clans had imagined. Many territories that appeared to be incorporated into the domain were merely raised the Qilin flag, yet internally remained independent kingdoms. So be it. Since you have taken the initiative to claim my territory and disrupt my fortunes, let there be war. This great battle will also serve to temper my clan's young warriors and justifiably clear out some disobedient neighbors. With this thought settled, the first Qilin no longer hesitated. With a slight movement of his divine sense, 5 figures of different colors radiating distinct primordial auras and fierce battle intent awakened from their secluded places throughout the grand hall. They appeared in the hall in an instant, all bowing. We pay our respects to the ancestor. These were his capable generals, the 5 elements, Qilin born of the primordial energy of the 5 elements. The golden Qilin was sharp and brilliant, the wood Qilin concealed vitality, the water Qilin was thick and moist, the fire Qilin was fierce and spirited, and the earth Qilin was as steady as a mountain. Among them, the earth Qilin had the highest cultivation, having reached the great Luo's 9th heaven, while the other 4 Qilins also possessed formidable strength at the 6th heaven of the great Luo. The Dragon and Phoenix clans have violated our borders. The first Qilin's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Golden Qilin would Qilin lead our elite forces and mobilize the vassal tribes along the East Sea and South Sea borders. Proceed to the eastern front to defend against the Dragon clan, ensuring they are held at the coast, and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Water Qilin, Fire Qilin, lead your forces and the southern vassals to the southern front to engage the Phoenix clan. Though the southern bright fire is fierce, our earth is not easily ignited. Using the earth veins as a base, we will form formations to counter them and exhaust their momentum. Earth Qilin, you will stay behind to oversee the central army, coordinate resources, suppress internal instability, and support the 2 fronts at any time. Understood, Ancestor. The 5 elements Qilin thunderously acknowledged, their eyes ablaze with battle intent. They too had experienced stagnation for many years and longed for a great battle to hone themselves, seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. Moreover, the first Qilin's gaze turned cold. A supreme authority that dominated all beasts radiated forth. In the name of the Master of all beasts, I hereby issue the Edict of the Beasts. All beast tribes on the vast earth outside of scales and armor, including insects, are under the jurisdiction and protection of the Qilin clan. All must draw forth their elites and dispatch experts to the eastern and western fronts to fight against external enemies. Anyone who disobeys, delays, or avoids battle will be treated as a rebel and will face consequences after the war, with their name erased from the clan. The first Qilin aimed to bind all forces on the land to the war chariot. In terms of top-tier combat power, he was confident that he was not inferior to any of the ancestral dragon or primordial phoenix. In terms of mid-tier experts, the Qilin clan had a solid foundation. Regarding the number of low-tier soldiers, how numerous are the races on the land? The types of terrestrial beasts far exceed those of birds and aquatic creatures. With the tacit understanding that the top combatants of both sides would not easily enter the fray, the competition would be between the mid and lower tiers of power and consumption. In this regard, the Qilin clan is confident they can take on 2 foes. As the Edict of the First Qilin and the Edict of the Beasts spread, the massive war machine began to rumble into motion. The 5 elements Qilin led their elite Qilin forces and vassal armies to the borders. Countless beast tribes that received the edict, whether willing or not, were compelled under the supervision and pressure of the Qilin clan's envoys. They formed teams, either large or elite, like streams converging into rivers rushing towards the 2 battlefields. Meanwhile, the Dragon and Phoenix clans clearly had prepared as well. Seeing the Qilin clan's army gathering, they showed no signs of weakness. The tense standoff and sporadic skirmishes of the 3 Yuan assembly led to a peak of pent-up resentment and intent to kill. The first full-scale war between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, which had spanned countless ages, officially commenced. In the east, the mysterious waters and golden radiance clashed with the wood element. Massive waves crashed against the cliffs as the Dragon and Qilin fought amidst the raging tides and earthquakes, their divine powers tearing through the heavens, blood staining the sea. In the south, the fire of Li clashed with the weight of heavy water, fire rain, and flowing stars intertwined with the abundant water elements as the Phoenix and Qilin tore at each other amid flames and dust storms, feathers and scales scattering with fragments of their paths. The battlefield rapidly expanded, spreading from the borders to the vast territories controlled by both sides. Countless magical powers clashed, the light of spiritual treasures extinguished, and reignited roars and wails echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Golden immortal cultivators, once considered powerful figures, were often crushed by the residual waves of stronger divine powers or by combined formations. In such large-scale battles, their bodies shattered and their souls unable to escape. Tai golden immortals also needed to form formations for self-preservation. With the slightest misstep, they could fall prey to the focused attacks of enemy powers or be caught in battle formations, leading to instant death akin to meat thrown into a meat grinder, disappearing in an instant. Moreover, many low-tier beings who had just gained consciousness or had not even transformed and were merely struggling to survive were caught in the periphery of the battlefield. They had no power to fight back, directly turned to powder by the residual waves of battle. Corpses lay scattered, resentment soaring to the heavens, and the ominous atmosphere began to spread from the two battlefields to the wilderness. At the peak of the Jianmu tree, the serene and watchful Qingyu, who had been sitting in meditation and communing with the heavens and earth, slowly furrowed his brow at the onset of war. In this moment, he clearly sensed that the primordial spiritual energy, which had been slowly but steadily increasing, was now completely stagnant. Not only stagnant, but the front end of that spiritual energy even began to show signs of decline. It has begun, Qingyu sighed inwardly. Qingji's current cultivation, after the quietude and accumulation of the 18 Yuan assembly, had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortals, 11th heaven. With just one opportunity, he could break through the 12th heaven's barrier. Whether by waiting for time to comprehend the heavens, or allowing the accumulated power to overflow, it was indeed increasingly difficult at this time, with fortunes nearly all divided among the three clans, a great calamity about to arise. Moreover, the current state of the primordial realm was surprisingly similar to the bottleneck Qingyu was facing in his cultivation. The primordial spiritual energy itself had also fallen into a bottleneck. Originally, if all went well, the heavens would self-adjust, perhaps going through a long accumulation period, continuously amassing strength. Ultimately, through quantitative change, it would provoke qualitative change, raising the entire primordial realm to a new level. However, now the heavens were consuming boundless spiritual energy in the midst of slaughter. Mountains and earth veins shattered under the clash of the three clans' divine powers. Countless beings perished in an instant, their gathered spiritual energy and Dao rhythms unable to naturally return to the heavens due to the dual effects of resentment and karma. The elevation of primordial spiritual energy was abruptly halted with the onset of the war. The beginning of the great calamity, karma, arises. The three clans vie for supremacy, and the heavens are equally harmed. Looking down from the Jianmu tree, Qingyu saw the east and south drenched in crimson. It is said that fleeting winds do not last a morning, and sudden rains do not last a day. Rather than dividing the cake, it is better to make the cake bigger. This is a truth understood by all, including the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and first Qilin. Yet dividing the cake is always easier than baking it. Knowing contentment brings no disgrace, knowing limits avoids danger. However, the most crucial point is that the three ancestors only trust themselves, and entrusting their chances of transcending to others is impossible. Cooperation among the three is bound to have its ups and downs, making it impossible for the three to endure someone above them, thus difficult to last long. Not far from the 12 flower trees, a thought quietly sprouted in Qingyu's heart after returning to the Jianmu. To establish the temporal sequence to regulate the heavens and the earth. Qingyu silently pondered. If a clearer and more complete temporal sequence could be established, perhaps it could elevate the spiritual energy of the primordial chaos. If this were to succeed, it would be an immeasurable merit for all beings in the primordial world, stimulating great ingenuity, making cultivation much easier, and the accumulation of Dao achievements more accessible. For those who drive the establishment of the temporal sequence, it would also be an unparalleled opportunity to gain vast fortune and merit. However, this matter is too grand, involving too many origins, and cannot be accomplished by one person's strength. Qingyu raised his head, his gaze penetrating the sea of clouds and the endless void, landing on the Taiyin star, which had regained its brilliance before the 8 Yuan assembly. The sun and Taiyin are the pivot of the myriad stars of the primordial world, the source of day and night, and an indispensable core pillar for establishing the temporal sequence. The current situation of the sun star is unclear, and its aura is domineering and fierce. In contrast, the newly born Taiyin star has a gentle aura, and its innate divine beings possess great compassion, scattering the moonlight and benefiting all spirits. A new innate divine being has been born, holding the authority of the Taiyin. Perhaps it is worth a try. With this thought, Qingyu no longer hesitated, and his figure quietly vanished from the peak of the Jianmu. In the next moment, Qingyu had crossed through layers of heavenly barriers, traversing the endless seas of stars, arriving near the Taiyin star, which was surrounded by the cold moonlight and pure Taiyin energy. The rich Taiyin energy formed a natural barrier, firmly guarding the Taiyin star, isolating it from the outside world without a hint of leakage. Qing Yu paused in the void outside the star, channeling his magical power, his voice clearly penetrating layers of Taiyin energy, reaching inside the Taiyin star. I am Qing Yu, sensing the chaos of the temporal sequence and the hardships of living beings. I have come to visit my friend of the Taiyin star. Let us discuss the methods of sorting out yin and yang and establishing the temporal sequence in hopes of bringing order to the primordial world and peace to all things. I invite my friend to reveal themselves. His voice echoed in the chilling starry air, penetrating into the Taiyin star. Inside the Taiyin star in the Guanghan fairyland, under the laurel tree, two divine maidens clad in pure white garments with stunning beauty, yet bearing a hint of youthfulness, were working together to sort out the magnificent moonlight that surged from the star's core. These two maidens are the newly reborn moon goddesses from the essence of the Taiyin star, Shi He and Chang Shi. Qing Yu's voice suddenly reached them. Though weakened by the Taiyin energy, it was still clear to their ears. Upon hearing this familiar voice, both maidens trembled simultaneously, halting their movements. Sister. The younger, more vivacious Chang Shi turned pale at Qing Yu's words, grabbing her sister Shi's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. It's here. It has really come. Just like what Senior Wang Shu warned, an outsider seeks us. Shihi's delicate face also turned pale, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance and fear. They had only been born for a short time, their cultivation merely at the initial stage of the Great Luo, and their hearts were pure. Their understanding of the outside world came almost entirely from the fragmented memories and earnest warnings left by the former moon goddess Wang Shu before her dissolution as she returned to the star's core. In those warnings, Wang Shu mentioned the source of her tribulation one day, while she was in quiet cultivation on the Taiyin star, avoiding worldly affairs. A Daoist, who claimed to practice the yin-yang path, came to discuss the Dao. Seeing that he was also of the yin-yang category, she felt a sense of kinship and allowed him to enter the Taiyin star. The two found great resonance in their discussions, and the Daoist spoke of ferocious beasts rampaging and suffering among living beings, which stirred Wang Shu's compassion and concern. The Daoist then invited her to join in eliminating the scourge for the primordial world. Wang Shu, without suspicion, gladly agreed. But unexpectedly, during the decisive battle against the ferocious beast King Shun Ni, the yin-yang Daoist suddenly withdrew his strength at a crucial moment, allowing the strongest strike from Shun Ni to be faced by the unguarded Wang Shu. Wang Shu's essence was instantly heavily injured and nearly shattering. The yin-yang Daoist did not save her, instead taking the opportunity to forcibly seize nearly half of Wang Shu's dissipating essence. If not for the Taiyin star sensing the moon goddess in danger and forcibly drawing her back, Wang Shu would have been unable to escape even the last trace of true spirit, and all her essence would have been taken for refining. Even so, after Wang Shu returned, she quickly dissipated, leaving behind this bloodstained lesson. Future generations must remember that the human heart is more treacherous than chaos. My tribulation was all due to trusting others too easily, rashly opening the door to guests. You who are newly born with weak strength and holding the authority of the Taiyin bear the sin of possessing a gem. From now on, you must tightly guard the portal, never allowing any outsiders to step even half a foot into the Taiyin star. Any words, any reasons cannot be trusted. Keep the portal closed quietly, cultivate the Dao. That is the way to ensure safety. Wang Shu's thoughts, filled with regret and fear, were deeply imprinted in the naive hearts of Shi He and Chang Shi. Since their transformation, the two sisters have adhered to this teaching, never stepping out of the Taiyin star and absolutely not communicating with any external beings, guarding the Taiyin star as if it were an iron barrel. At this moment, hearing Qing Yu's calm voice, which contained vast energy, especially his words about discussing and sorting out yin and yang and establishing the temporal sequence. Although the specific content differed from Wang Shu's experiences, the proactive approach, seeking cooperation and involving Dao opportunities, was remarkably similar. The two sisters instantly felt as if they had plunged into an ice cave enveloped by boundless fear and despair. It's over, sister, we are being targeted. He must be a villain like that yin-yang Daoist, trying to trick us into opening the door and then harming us. Chang Zai's voice trembled, shrinking behind Shihi, her delicate body shivering. Shihi was equally panicked and terrified to the extreme, but as the elder sister, she forced herself to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, the cold Taiyin energy could not suppress the agitation in her heart. She gently patted her sister's hand and whispered, "Sister, don't be afraid, I am here. We will do as Senior Wang Shu instructed. We absolutely cannot open the door nor trust any of his words. I will send him away." She comforted Chang Shi, but her own palm was also icy. Steeling her nerves, Shihi approached the outer edge of the Taiyin star, separated by the thick, ever-flowing Taiyin energy barrier. Summoning her courage, she infused her magical power into the star core, making her voice sound as cold and calm as possible, transmitting to the outside of the star, "Friend, please depart. Our tying star is tranquil and self-guarded, untainted by worldly affairs, and does not welcome any outsiders. Regarding the matters mentioned by you, my sister and I are of shallow cultivation. We dare not participate, nor are we interested. I kindly ask you to leave quickly and not disturb the tranquility of this place." Though her words seemed composed, deep within her voice was filled with trembling. She desperately urged and intensified the surrounding tying energy to become even denser. Feeling Qing Yu's cultivation far surpassing her own, she felt a sense of desolation. "Senior Wang Shu, I am powerless, ultimately unable to completely conceal attracting those with covetous intentions. Today my sister and I will likely follow in your footsteps. How regrettable." Qing Yu observed the tying star fortified by an endless flow of tying energy and understood the moon god's wariness. After all, the fall of Wang Shu on the desolate land served as a stark warning. With this thought, Qing Yu ceased to speak further and revealed her good-hearted identity card, causing the golden wheel of virtue behind her to suddenly illuminate. In an instant, the originally cold and lonely chaotic starry sky was dyed with an incredibly brilliant and pure golden light. The golden wheel slowly rotated, seemingly revealing the ethereal shadows of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, and the myriad forms of life. Countless golden lotuses blossomed out of thin air with jeweled decorations and colorful lights swaying, resonating with a grand sound of Dao. Qing Yu sat cross-legged in the void, supported by the pure white lotus beneath her, which highlighted her dignified aura, evoking a sense of familiarity. "Sister, look. This is the manifestation of virtue. And such a vast and magnificent golden light of virtue." Changxi, who had been anxiously monitoring the outside world, couldn't help but exclaim, although she had never left the tying star. Even so, she could sense the grand righteousness contained within that golden light, which was the embodiment of the world's utmost fairness and the benefaction of all living beings, something that evil entities could not disguise. To possess such virtue, one must surely be a person of great compassion and deep virtue, right? She bit her lip, her beautiful eyes still filled with vigilance, and her suspicions intensified by the sudden influx of magnificent virtue. She grabbed her sister's arm, her voice low and filled with severity. "Sister, have you forgotten how Senior Wang Shu cautioned us? Human hearts are full of wickedness and are the hardest to fathom. How do we know this isn't a more sophisticated disguise? In the wilderness, there are plenty of great powers that kill and seize treasures, refining the essence to enhance their virtue. If he possesses such virtue, should he truly harbor ill intentions toward us and act against us with our mere cultivation level of newly entering the great Luo, then this virtue might become a tool for him to offset part of his karma." Her words caused Chang Zai's face to turn pale. She took a deep breath and directed her gaze toward the figure seated atop the golden lotus, shrouded in endless virtuous light. Once again, she transmitted her voice, her tone slightly sharp due to extreme tension, yet still maintaining a cold demeanor that repelled others. "Leave quickly. No matter how much virtue you possess or how eloquently you speak, our tying star will never engage with outsiders. Whatever you are plotting, whether true or false, my sister and I will not participate. If you linger any longer, do not blame me for triggering the star core and bringing mutual destruction." Before her words fell, the brilliance of the tying star suddenly collapsed inward for a moment, followed by an ominous wave of destructive energy. Shihi's gaze was resolute. She had made up her mind that should the other party show even the slightest intent to attack, she would immediately detonate part of the star core's essence. Even if it meant severe injury or death, she would never allow the authority and essence of tying to fall into others' hands. Outside the star, Qing Yu sensed the unmasked intent to fight and the increasingly unstable self-destructive energy within the tying star. She couldn't help but shake her head internally, a hint of helplessness rising within her. This new moon god has such a defensive mindset. What happened to the gentle and compassionate moon god who cares for all beings? How could she be more extreme and resolute than the domineering sun god of legend? Unaware of the cautious thoughts of the two sisters, Qing Yu silently criticized the stereotype, realizing that cooperation was absolutely impossible. The tying star was transformed from the right eye of Pangu, serving alongside the sun star as the source of yin and yang in the wilderness, bearing the supreme merit to maintain the balance of the wilderness. If because of him the tying star were to suffer damage or even explode, the backlash from heaven and earth and the karmic consequences would be beyond what his current body could withstand. This path is blocked, pursuing it is futile. Qing Yu decisively extinguished the thought of using the tying power to establish a timeline. "Very well. Since the moon god is unwilling, I shall not force it. I apologize for the disturbance today. Farewell." Qing Yu said no more, slightly cupping her hands toward the highly guarded tying star, and then turned to leave. As the golden wheel of virtue and the white lotus beneath her transformed into spots of flowing light entering her body, she stepped forward and returned to the Duguang fields. Upon sensing Qing Yu's complete disappearance, the starry sky revealed no further unusual aura. Inside the tiny star Shi He and Chang, she collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons, their backs soaked in cold sweat. After a long time, Shi He murmured, "The outside world is still too dangerous. We must have means to protect ourselves without leaving the tiny star." As for leaving the tiny star, that thought was immediately extinguished. Absolutely not. Shi He will never step beyond the tiny star in this lifetime. Qing Yu returned to the peak of the Jianmu tree. A decree from the wood ancestor accompanied by the pure Dao rhythm of the Jiamu instantly spread across the Duguang fields, falling into the hearts of the 12 flower leaders positioned around the Jianmu. Come quickly to the Jianmu. A moment after the decree was issued, 12 rays of various colors rose from all corners of Duguang and swiftly flew toward the peak of the Jianmu. These were the incarnations of the 12 flower species. Moments later, the 12 individuals, each with distinct appearances, some elegant and noble, others solemn and ancient, some vibrant and beautiful, and others graceful and pure, stood solemnly beneath the Jianmu. Sensing the vast and intimate aura of the Jianmu and the wood ancestor, their hearts surged with excitement. Upon seeing Qing Yu, they were about to bow down in unison. "We pay our respects to the wood ancestor." A gentle force held them up, and Qing Yu's warm and serene voice echoed, "No need for excessive formalities. I have called you here for a purpose. I need to borrow your true forms during the flowering period to observe, which may benefit the wilderness and be an opportunity for you as well." The leader among them, a woman dressed in a crimson gown with a strikingly beautiful appearance, was none other than Xiao Yao, one of the leaders of the 12 flower species. Upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, and she excitedly replied, "It is a great honor for Xiao Yao and my fellow siblings to serve the wood ancestor and seek the Dao. Please instruct us, wood ancestor. We would not hesitate to face death." The other 11, including Mei Hua Xing, Hua Tao Hua Shi Lu Hua, He Hua Shu Kue Gui, Hua Ju Hua, Fu Rong Shan Cha, and Shui Xian, also bowed deeply. "Please instruct us, wood ancestor. It is not a perilous matter." Qing Yu smiled slightly. "All you need to do is manifest your true forms, and during this period reside around the Jiamu's spiritual land, growing as usual, allowing flowers to bloom and wither without forcing the flowering period. There is no need to hasten it. You just present the natural perception of the timing of the flowers clearly to me." Upon hearing this, the 12 flower species, though not fully understanding Qing Yu's profound intentions, knew that the wood ancestor must have deep plans, so they did not hesitate and replied in unison, "We will strictly follow the decree." In the next moment, they saw the spiritual light blossoming beneath the Jianmu, and the 12 figures gradually faded away, leaving behind 12 innate spiritual flowers that surrounded the Jianmu. Qing Yu sat cross-legged on top of the Jianmu, slowly closing her eyes. Her mind completely calmed, connecting with the essence of the Jianmu and merging with the Duguang heavens. She enveloped all her senses over the 12 spiritual flowers below that began to naturally unfold their life cycles. Each flower had its own unique time to bloom, closely linked to specific moments in heaven and earth. Eons passed in the blink of an eye. Beneath the Jianmu, the 12 innate spiritual flowers had unknowingly undergone countless cycles of natural decay and rejuvenation. Qing Yu's mind gradually sketched out a mysterious scene through this tranquil observation and insight over the ages. A timeline interwoven with the life peaks of 12 representative plants, deeply resonating with the spiritual rhythms of the wilderness. The time had come. Qing Yu suddenly opened her eyes, a surge of green divine light erupting within them as the phantom of the Jianmu behind her reached to the heavens and the earth. She stood tall at the peak of the Jianmu, gazing at the vast sky, her voice resonating like a mighty bell. With the supreme Dao rhythm and her understanding of the timeline, her voice thundered throughout the entire wilderness. Heaven and earth bear witness. Today I, Qing Yu, perceive the chaotic growth of all living beings in the wilderness, with seasons, unclear days and nights, in confusion, cultivation without foundation, and survival fraught with difficulties. I especially observe the essence of the growth and decay of heaven and earth's flora, studying the laws of all beings, gathering and collection, gaining insight into the subtleties of the timeline. Today, along with the 12 flower species, I bear witness, using the growth and decay of flora over a year as a measure, and the rise and fall of the earth's spiritual rhythms over a week as a cycle, establishing 365 days as a year. Furthermore, using the sequence of the 12 flowering periods, I shall divide the year into 12 months to correspond with the 12 changes of yin and yang and the flow of spiritual rhythms of heaven and earth. From this day forth, the wilderness will have years, months, and days. With the timeline established, all things have their constants. I look to the myriad spirits of heaven and earth, knowing the right time to act, resting in accordance with the timeline, cultivating according to its laws, and growing in line with its rhythms. Heaven and earth's great Tao bears witness. The moment Qing Yu finished speaking, a tremendous tremor shook the entire wilderness. A resonance and response of rules akin to shackles being broken and ailments being healed. Above the nine heavens, the Sun Star and Tian Star, which had always followed their vague trajectories since their birth, suddenly radiated unprecedented brilliance. The light and radiance of the sun and moon became extraordinarily bright and harmonious, drawn by the highest rules. They began to move along a clearer and more aligned trajectory, with the spiritual rhythms of the wilderness gradually adjusting their orbits. The alternation of the sun and moon became regular and distinct, and the rhythm of their light and heat falling upon the earth synchronized with the years, months, and days defined by Qingyu. The endless starry sea slightly adjusted its trajectory, and the light of the stars flowed, as if responding to this newly born timeline law. As the sun and moon intertwine, the laws of heaven and earth begin to operate in an orderly manner, guided by an innate instinct toward perfection. The moon sets and the sun rises, the sun sets and the moon rises, completing a cycle that constitutes a day. The sun and moon traverse their newly established paths for 365 days, coinciding with the cycle of the heavens, thus forming a year. This cycle is profoundly mysterious. With each complete turn, the primordial vitality thickens, and the growth of all things becomes increasingly orderly. Since Qingyu established the timeline and marked the months and years, 129,600 years have passed, exactly the number of a yuan meeting. During this long span, the sun and moon have continuously followed the newly defined timeline with not a trace of error. With every moment that passes, the primordial spiritual essence flourishes even more. The grass and trees know when to sprout, when to thrive, and when to wither. The birds and beasts understand when to be active and when to be dormant. The cultivators perceive the tides of spiritual energy, gaining a clear rhythm to follow. All things grow in an orderly fashion. Finally, on the day when the timeline completes a full yuan meeting, in the vast primordial world, the overwhelming spiritual essence that had stagnated or even slightly regressed due to the great war among the three clans suddenly broke through its shackles and ascended to a higher level under the guidance and refinement of the orderly timeline. Endless, pure, innate spiritual energy surged toward every corner of the primordial land, with the orderly cycles of the sun and moon washing away the malevolent and ominous energy that had previously spread throughout the world due to the war. Under the torrent of this vigorous life force and the power of order brought by the new timeline, the malevolent energy was forcibly suppressed and diluted. Although it was not eradicated, the world was nonetheless cleansed. Within the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas in the south, and in the ancestral lands of the Qilin, is this the ascendance of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy is returning. The prime Qilin, the ancestral dragon, and the primordial phoenix were almost simultaneously awakened from their deep meditation. They felt with utmost clarity that the cultivation bottleneck that had troubled them for many years had actually loosened. Send the order. All divisions cease hostilities, secure our current territories, and no one is allowed to act without command. Recall the frontline warriors for rest and recuperation. The Great War is temporarily halted, all return to their camps. Almost in unison, the ancestors of the three clans issued similar commands. At this moment, the priority was to seize the opportunity of the spiritual energy returning and the loosening of their bottleneck to close themselves off completely and seek a breakthrough in their own paths. As for fortune, it could be considered later once their cultivation had advanced. As the decrees of the three ancestors spread, the brutal war that had lasted for a long time came to an abrupt end due to this sudden change in the world. Countless bloodthirsty battle formations halted in confusion and retreated. The two massive wounds in the east and west of the primordial realm ceased to bleed. The immortal herbs, nourished by the even richer spiritual energy, flourished vigorously across the primordial land, brimming with spiritual essence. The three clans retreated to their respective territories, digesting the fruits of war and licking their wounds, while also beginning to harvest the treasures of heaven and earth that had become abundant once more due to the ascendance of heaven and earth, replenishing their losses from the war and accumulating resources for future cultivation. At this moment, the greatest contributor, Qingyu, was quietly basking in the ocean of golden merits. The merits of the timeline, benefiting countless beings for all eternity, were vast beyond comparison. Golden light of merit, like a tangible liquid, enveloped, washed, and infused him. The already resplendent wheel of merit behind his head expanded and solidified once more under this endless influx of merit. As it slowly rotated, the illusory images of the river of time flowed upon it, with the sun and moon circling around it. The profundity of the Daos rhythm could not be described in words. The 12 flower stalks surrounding the Jianmu tree, serving as a measure for the establishment of the timeline, likewise shared in this boundless merit. The golden light of merit also enveloped them, nurturing their essence and enhancing their Dao progress. Furthermore, a strand of fortune representing the timeline was bestowed upon them from the void. From then on, they became the bearers of fortune in this newly born timeline, serving as concrete symbols of the laws governing growth in plants and flowering periods sheltered by heaven and earth. At the moment when the influx of merit reached its peak above the 9 heavens, the sun and moon stars, in orderly operation, suddenly intertwined in brilliance. A wisp of solar energy and a wisp of lunar energy, accompanied by the vast power of the timeline, were drawn forth from the origins of the sun and moon and converged in the firmament. Ultimately, these two strands of yin and yang timeline power interwove and condensed into a scroll neither silk nor jade, neither gold nor stone, entirely flowing with the luminescence of the sun and moon and the rhythm of time. It drifted down from the horizon, flying directly towards the peak of the Jianmu tree, landing in Qinji's hands. On the scroll, 3 great Dao inscriptions containing the ultimate principles of the timeline naturally emerged: the Primordial Chronicle. This book was neither born of the innate nor forged of the acquired, for its principles are not the laws of the innate, nor is it a product of aftertheft refinement, as it is a treasure of the timeline established through the resonance of heaven and earth. It contains the mechanisms for the growth and collection of all things, the cycles of flourishing and withering of plants. As Qinyu grasped the Primordial Chronicle, the moment his mind connected with it, he comprehended its profound mysteries. With this treasure in hand, not only could he clearly perceive and record the flow of the primordial timeline, but it also possessed an unexpected authority. Since the timeline was established by him, and the sun and moon altered their paths accordingly within this Primordial Chronicle, there naturally contained 2 layers of authority over the lunar and solar stars. Though he could not wield the might of the sun and moon as effortlessly as the sun and moon deities, invoking their powers at will, in critical moments through this treasure and his own mastery of the timeline, he could to a certain degree invoke the powers of the lunar and solar stars, directly interfering with their operation, reversing yin and yang, and creating chaos in the timeline. Reversing the sun and moon, creating chaos in the heavenly secrets. Qinji's heart shook. Although this authority could not be easily used due to the immense karmic repercussions of the sun and moon in certain extreme situations, it was an unparalleled means of disrupting the heavenly secrets. In the primordial realm, no situation could confuse the heavenly secrets or disrupt fate more than the sun and moon behaving erratically or the timeline being thrown into disarray. Qinyu had originally thought that without the assistance of the sun and moon deities and relying solely on the flowering periods of plants to establish the timeline, though he could guide the heavens and the earth, it would be difficult to truly alter the origin paths of the sun and moon. Unexpectedly, once the timeline was established and the rules set under the innate drive of heaven and earth toward perfection, the sun and moon spontaneously adjusted their operational trajectories to align with the new timeline. This also allowed him, as the master of the timeline, to naturally acquire this dual authority over the sun and moon. As a result of this event, the lunar star and solar star gained a profound fortune from the operation of the timeline. However, this fortune did not directly return to the current moon goddess Shiha or the unseen sun god. Instead, it merged into the primordial cores of the 2 supreme stars, continuously accumulating and settling, strengthening the essence of the stars. This meant that even if the current Shiha or the future sun god encountered unforeseen events, as long as the laws of the timeline remained, the origins of the lunar and solar stars, nourished by this fortune, would eventually be able to give birth to new lunar and solar deities that align with the timeline after a long passage of time. On the lunar star, while Shiha did not have to perform her duties as the sun and moon operated on their own, she contemplated new divine abilities using lunar soil as a platform, the supreme innate spiritual root of the laurel branch as a medium, and the osmanthus flower as the body. She placed a wisp of yin and yang energy which had returned along with the original wangshu into the body forged from the osmanthus flower, using her own lunar goddess fortune as a sacrifice. Sister Changshi said, resting her chin in her hand as she sat nearby, feeling the lunar star operating along its trajectory, a hint of regret in her voice. I knew it. That person looked like a good person. If we had agreed to him back then and established the timeline together, perhaps we could share a lot of merits by now. With merit to protect us, we wouldn't have to be so anxious every day. Calm down, sister. Relying on external forces and depending on others is never a lasting solution. With a heart as pure as ice, even if the sky were to fall, we would remain unfazed. We guard the lunar star. If our origins are here, our authority is here. Why would we need to covet the merits of others? Once this timeline is completely stabilized, we merely need to fulfill our duties as the lunar goddess, maintain the normal operation of the lunar star, and accompany the sun and moon in their cycles. Over time, the merits of the heavenly Tao will gradually descend. There is no need to take risks. Although Shiha was moved by Qinji's great compassion and the law of established order, she still felt that the primordial realm was fraught with danger and remained resolute in not leaving the lunar star. As for the influence on the lunar star, or even losing a layer of authority, she was not particularly concerned. In her view, safeguarding the lunar star and herself ensuring that they were not harmed by outsiders was the greatest stability and gain. As for the turmoil of the outside world and the glory of others, what does it have to do with her? As the three clans retreated one after another, the once ominous aura of Mount Buzhou gradually faded, losing its continuous supply of malevolent energy. Deep within Mount Buzhou, the demon ancestor Luo Ho sat cross-legged atop the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Before him, four divine swords exuding a terrifying murderous intent and entwined with viscous malevolence hovered in the air. These were the supreme slaughter divine weapons, the four swords of extermination, refined using the endless tribulation energy by Luo Ho. However, with the pause in battle, the supply of malevolence sharply decreased, and the refinement speed of the four swords noticeably slowed. Just as Luo Ho continued refining, suddenly the four divine swords trembled slightly and emitted a sword cry, their tips turning. The four swords simultaneously locked onto a seemingly empty space within the Dao field. The sharp sword intent of the extermination swords fully sealed that space. Luo Ho did not even raise his eyelids. His cold voice echoed in the Dao field laced with killing intent. Who dares to invade my Dao field, hiding and showing themselves? Since you have arrived, why not come out? Do you wish for me to personally invite you? As soon as the words fell, the god-slaying spear transformed into a streak of dark light and shot towards the location locked by the four swords. The spear shot forth without return, annihilating the space along its path. Just as the god-slaying spear was about to hit its target, that space suddenly unfolded into a magnificent scroll of black and white intertwining yin and yang. Within the scroll, a golden bridge appeared, bathed in myriad rays of light, with auspicious energy flowing, the yin and yang energies swirling together to withstand the god-slaying spear's strike. It was the Taiji diagram, one of the three treasures of creation. Immediately after, a figure shrouded in the mist of yin and yang energies stepped out from the void protected by the Taiji diagram. Facing Luo Ho's undisguised hostility and the recent strike, the newcomer casually said, "Dao friend Luo Ho, why must you be so angry? I have come today to visit, truly wishing to lend you a hand and collaborate on great matters." Yin and yang. Luo Ho finally lifted his eyelids, his crimson, demonic eyes glancing at the figure shrouded in yin and yang, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. "Instead of groveling behind that old Daoist Hongjun to deal with me, you dare to come to my Mount Buzhou alone. Are you seeking death, or do you think my god-slaying spear cannot pierce your turtle shell?" The newcomer was none other than the yin-yang Daoist who had previously ambushed the moon goddess Change during the beast calamity, seizing most of her essence. Hearing Luo Ho's words, he showed no signs of panic, but instead chuckled lightly, saying, "Your words are mistaken, Dao friend. The past was merely a contest of great paths, each relying on their own means. At that time, Hongjun was powerful and aligned with the heavenly Dao, and I acted in accordance with the circumstances, seeking survival in the Dao. Yet this moment is different from the past." He paused, his tone carrying an inexplicable depth. "Now the opportunity for my enlightenment lies in your hands, Dao friend. Thus I have come to assist each of us taking what we need." It turned out that after seizing most of Change's lunar essence, the yin-yang Daoist power had greatly improved, and his understanding of the yin-yang path had become profound, reaching a depth that reached the 32 heavens. However, his ambitions did not stop there. The path of transcendence he envisioned was to completely swallow and fuse the complete essence of the sun and moon using his own yin-yang path, thereby impacting the supreme chaos and even higher realms. However, to achieve this, it would inevitably damage or even destroy the essence of the sun and moon stars, causing chaos in the prehistoric timeline, disrupting the balance of yin and yang, and inflicting heavy damage upon the world. Such actions would not be tolerated by Hongjun, who governs the creation jade disk and seeks to weave order into the chaos of the prehistoric world and guide all beings. Therefore, he needed a sufficiently large and chaotic tribulation to cover his schemes. To divert Hongjun's and heaven's attention, creating an opportunity for him to seize the essence of the sun and moon. And Luo Ho's desire to annihilate the world using killing to prove the Dao and to reforge the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind was the ideal partner and shield for him. Once Luo Ho unleashed an endless slaughter, bringing the prehistoric world to the brink of collapse with the sun and moon dimming and order breaking down, it would be the best time for him to seize the essence of the sun and moon. At that time, Luo Ho would attract the vast majority of firepower and karma, allowing him to act in the shadows and benefit as a fisherman. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. For the sake of transcendence, cooperating with demons and scheming with tigers, the yin-yang Daoist showed no concern. Luo Ho's crimson demonic eyes flickered slightly. He was not just any character, and instantly saw through the calculations behind the yin-yang Daoist's words. However, he did not expose him. Instead, he revealed a hint of amusement, saying, "Oh, assisting me. just based on your ability to hide and scheme from the shadows. I never associate with the useless or the cowardly. What value do you possess? The Yin-Yang Taoist took no offense at Luo Hao's mockery, remaining calm and composed. Whether I have value or not, Dao friend will know at a glance. Currently, your Dao field is no longer filled with the overwhelming tribulation energy as before. The malevolence is the resource for your divine weapons and the nourishment for the Dao. Now that the 3 clans have ceased fighting, the source of malevolence has dried up, and the refining of your 4 divine weapons will surely be greatly affected. Right. Let me demonstrate my abilities, then you can see if I am qualified to collaborate with you. As his words fell, the yin and yang energies that had been flowing and harmonizing around the Yin-Yang Taoists suddenly began to churn violently, reorganizing. Yin transformed into yang, and yang gave birth to yin. Amidst the flow of the 2 energies, the nascent forms of earth, water, fire, and wind, even the birth and demise of all things faintly emerged. The Tao generates 1, 1 generates 2, 2 generates 3, and 3 generates all things. The path of yin and yang is indeed one of the foundations for the evolution of all things. In just a moment, the aura of Dao on the Yin-Yang Taoist underwent a tremendous transformation. That profound and lofty yin and yang aura quickly withdrew and transformed, replaced by a heavy foundational essence of earth that carries all things. This aura was grand and dignified, exuding a majestic presence strikingly similar to the primordial Qilin within the central ancestral palace. If not for Luo Hao's cultivation level and close proximity, it would have been nearly impossible to distinguish its authenticity. The first grand technique of the yin and yang path, simulation. Using the principle of yin and yang to give birth to all things, simulating the aura of other great paths and the characteristics of life is not difficult for the Yin-Yang Dao master who has reached the 32 heavens. Though he could not truly possess the cultivation and divine abilities of the primordial Qilin, imitating its unique aura and life fluctuations was enough to deceive most great beings. Dao friend Luo Ho, how does this little skill of mine which deceives the heavens and crosses the sea appear to you? The primordial Qilin spoke, its voice carrying a hint of the richness and majesty of the earth path, unmistakably transformed from the Yin-Yang Taoist. Luo Ho looked at the Yin-Yang Taoist, whose aura was indistinguishable from that of the primordial Qilin, and his crimson demonic eyes flashed with understanding and calculation. Seeing this divine skill, he understood what the Yin-Yang Taoist intended to do: infiltrate the 3 clans, stir up conflicts, and intensify disputes, reigniting the recently quelled flames of war among the 3 clans in a more ferocious manner. Until the entire prehistoric world was dragged into the boundless slaughter calamity he desired, filled with malevolence. Interesting, a cold smile of acknowledgement appeared on Luo Hao's face. Very well, I shall watch closely to see how far you can disrupt this prehistoric world. He gazed deeply at the Yin-Yang Taoist, as if observing a useful tool, slowly saying, if you can truly help me gather enough tribulation energy to reforge the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, allowing me to take that final step. When I transcend, you may take the remnants of this prehistoric world, the sun and moon stars. As long as I transcend, the rest can be discarded. Good. The Yin-Yang Taoist, transformed into the primordial Qilin, displayed a satisfied smile, once again returning to the form shrouded in yin and yang energies. Dao friend, let us settle this matter quickly. Thus our agreement shall be firm. When the prehistoric world collapses and returns to chaos, it will be our opportunity for transcendence together. I shall head to the territory of the 3 clans, and I will not disappoint your expectations, adding a few more blazing flames to this prehistoric slaughter. Farewell. Having said this, the Yin-Yang Taoist slightly cupped his hands towards Luo Ho, his figure once again enveloped by the misty light emitted by the Taiji diagram, gradually merging into the void, disappearing without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Luo Ho slowly closed his demonic eyes, yet the cold smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. If you want to use me as a knife, borrowing my tribulation for your gain. Yin-Yang, do you think you are worthy? When I succeed, the first to be sacrificed will be you and your Yin-Yang essence to refine the extermination. But for now, let you, this foolish creature, gather some tribulation energy for me. After reaching an unspoken agreement with Luo Ho at Mount Buzhou, the Yin-Yang Taoist did not rush to take action. Instead, he quietly left the west, concealing his tracks, and set up a grand Yin-Yang array over the seas to obscure the heavenly secrets lying in wait. For many powerful beings who have reached the 32 layers of the Deluo realm and touched the limits of the laws of this world, time had long lost its significance for accumulating magical power and comprehending the laws. The path of cultivation could no longer be significantly enhanced simply through arduous training and the passage of time. What the Yin-Yang Taoist needed was a great opportunity and tribulation that could break the current shackles, obtain the supreme source, and propel a fundamental transformation of the Tao. Countless years flowed quietly away in the waiting of the hunter and the confusion of the prey. Finally, the Yingyang Daoist awaited the target he envisioned. In the deep sea where the East Sea meets the South Sea, an elite dragon navy was routinely patrolling the realm of the seas. Leading them was the Candle Dragon, a brother of the Ancestor Dragon, who oversees the inspections and punishments of the dragon clan across the seas, with cultivation reaching the 15th layer of the Daluo Golden Immortal. Behind him followed elite members of the dragon clan, or powerful beings among the allied water tribes, all of whom were Daluo and Tai practitioners extravagant in their might. The time has come. The Yingyang Daoist, lying in wait at the depths of the sea, slowly opened his eyes. The Ancestor Dragon is in seclusion, and the Yuan Feng and the beginning Qilin are also seeking breakthroughs. At this moment, killing the Dragon Clan and framing the Qilin would be enough to drive the Ancestor Dragon mad, leading to an irreversible conflict between the Dragon and Qilin clans. With a thought, he vanished from the sea. In the next moment, above the sea where the Candle Dragon and his elite guards were, an ominous Tai Chi diagram suddenly unfolded without warning, and the Yingyang energies surged forth like a flood. In an instant, it submerged the sea for thousands of miles, isolating the inside from the outside, reversing yin and yang, and obscuring the heavenly secrets. Enemy attack. Form the array. The Candle Dragon reacted swiftly. The moment the Tai Chi diagram appeared, he sensed something was amiss. With a sharp shout, he manifested his Dao fruit river above him, the power of time, flowing violently. His elite guards, well-trained, quickly formed a battle array, dragon roars echoing as their Dao light surged toward the heavens. However, under the full suppression of the innate treasure Tai Chi diagram and the ambush of the 32-layer Daluo powerhouse, the Yingyang Daoist, they had no power to resist. Yingyang Great Mill, all things returned to the void. The voice of the Yingyang Daoist echoed within the Yingyang energies. At the center of the Tai Chi diagram, the yin and yang energies transformed into a mill that enveloped the heavens and the earth. The mill turned silently, directly grinding his squad into ashes. When it was the Candle Dragon's turn, the Yingyang Great Mill paused slightly. The Yingyang Daoist was not merciful. Rather, it was a matter of weighing the consequences. Directly erasing the Candle Dragon would indeed be decisive, but his clan's fortune was at its peak, which could bring misfortune upon himself. In a flash, the Yingyang Daoist changed his mind. The mill that was prepared to erase the Candle Dragon suddenly transformed into countless seals swirling with Yingyang power. Like a net of heaven and earth, it sealed and suppressed the Candle Dragon, hiding it in the void. Having completed this, the Yingyang Daoist moved with extraordinary swiftness. With a wave of his hand, he completely erased all traces of the Yingyang Daos aura from the battlefield. Subsequently, he activated the first soul technique simulation, leaving behind a barely perceptible trace of the beginning Qilin's aura. Having done all this, he did not linger, transforming into a stream of Yingyang light heading south. Just moments after the Yingyang Daoist departed, a voice re-emerged. Yingyang, oh Yingyang, you are still too timid, hesitating, and shrinking ceiling. Why go through such trouble? I will lend you a hand. Luo Ho muttered to himself. Stepping out, he appeared before the Candle Dragon, who was wrapped in layers of Yingyang seals. He did not even glance at the intricate Yingyang seals, only slowly raising his right hand. In the next moment, the god-slaying spear was suddenly in his hand. Luo Hao's eyes were cold as he pushed his arm forward. With a faint sound, the seals before the god-slaying spear were pierced effortlessly like tofu. The spear tip penetrated the layers of seals without obstruction, directly stabbing into the Candle Dragon's sealed primordial aperture. The god-slaying spear, forged from the chaotic blue lotus stem, fused with boundless murderous aura, is an innate treasure of slaughter, unmatched in killing, untouched by karma. The Candle Dragon fell. Luo Ho emotionlessly withdrew the god-slaying spear, its surface clean and unblemished, not stained by a single drop of blood or karma. Not even glancing at the massive dragon corpse sinking toward the sea floor, he gradually faded away, merging into the void as if he had never appeared. The four seas returned to tranquility, only a gradually cooling dragon corpse slowly sinking in the deep sea along with a trace of the beginning Qilin's Wutu aura. As the Yingyang Daoist transformed into a stream of light heading toward the territory of the Phoenix clan, his figure suddenly paused. He abruptly turned his head, looking toward the direction of the four seas. His face, shrouded in Yingyang energies, revealed a look of shock and anger. The seal has been broken. Luo Ho. He instantly sensed that the Yingyang seal he laid down had been forcefully torn apart. This madman. He actually killed the Candle Dragon directly. The Yingyang Daoist was both shocked and furious. His original plan was to suppress, frame, and escalate the conflict, while leaving some room to control the situation within certain limits. Luo Hao's actions had pushed the matter to an irretrievable extreme. The fall of a core figure of the Dragon Clan, the Ancestor Dragon's brother, would create a grudge that could not be washed away even with all the waters of the four seas. If the Ancestor Dragon discovers that he was behind this, it would be troublesome. The Daluo 32 layers, the Ancestor Dragon, who possessed 1/3 of the world's fortune, he could not defeat. Luo Ho. The yin-yang Daoist nearly ground his teeth in rage, but he quickly calmed down. With things having come to this point, anger was futile. Although Luo Hao's actions disrupted his rhythm somewhat, they completely eliminated the possibility of the candle dragon being saved and the truth being revealed. Moreover, Luo Ho personally acted with the god-slaying spear to conclude the matter, completely erasing all traces pointing to the yin-yang Dao. What remained at the scene was only the unmistakable aura of the beginning Qilin. However, now both he and Luo Ho were utterly bound together by this rope, soaked in dragon blood, making it nearly impossible to jump ship. Well then, since you want this tribulation to come more violently, I will completely assist you. A cold light flashed in the yin-yang Daoist's eyes, and he hesitated no more. He directly transformed into the Ancestor Dragon and Yuan Feng, heading respectively to the south and the Qilin ancestral land. The vermilion bird has fallen. The lion ancestor has fallen. The Ancestor Dragon, who was deeply in seclusion, trying to break through the 30 layers of heaven with the opportunity of the world's leap, suddenly felt a heart-wrenching sense of foreboding. A certain critically important connection in life had been forcibly severed. The Ancestor Dragon suddenly opened his eyes, his crimson golden dragon pupils filled with boundless shock and fury. He clearly felt that the bloodline connection and fortune linkage between him and his brother the Candle Dragon had been cut off. Second brother. A heart-wrenching dragon roar instantly echoed throughout the East Sea Dragon Palace, even spreading across the four seas. The vast dragon might mixed with endless sorrow and killing intent surged into the sky. The Ancestor Dragon's figure vanished from the seclusion chamber. In the next moment, following the last trace of faint perception, the Ancestor Dragon crossed endless seas, appearing above the place where the Candle Dragon had fallen. What came into view was the massive dragon corpse floating in the dark sea, its dragon might dissipated, devoid of life, slowly sinking. That was his brother the Candle Dragon, who once fought alongside him in the primordial chaos and ruled the four seas. And amidst the sea surrounding that dragon corpse, scattered Qilin auras were sensed by the Ancestor Dragon. Beginning. Qilin. The Ancestor Dragon's eyes instantly turned blood-red, his fury erupting and burning like a volcano in his chest. The murderous aura and calamity energy that had once been secretly tainted by Luo Hao's demonic thoughts during the contest for the 3 immortal islands hidden deep within his heart were reignited. The clarity of his spiritual platform was overshadowed by boundless blood and hatred, and the dam of reason was on the verge of collapsing under the overwhelming rage and murderous intent. Although there were still many doubts under Luo Hao's influence, the Ancestor Dragon was unwilling, did not want to, and could not continue thinking. Second brother. Elder brother vows here to avenge you. I will have the beginning Qilin and the entire Qilin clan accompany you in death. To the death. Not good. The heavenly secrets have just cleared. How can they start to become chaotic again? Hong Jun and Qin Yu, closest to the heavens, sensed something amiss the moment the heavenly secrets became chaotic again. Qin Yu looked down at the earth from the 12th layer of the Tree of Life, seeing the once stabilized energies beginning to become chaotic once more. Yuan Feng, using the Phoenix clan's fortune as a guide, placed the vermilion bird's corpse into the sacred non-death volcano where the fire's source condensed and a figure slowly began to coalesce. Although the yin-yang Daoist was powerful, he did not expect that the Phoenix clan could be reborn from the ashes simply by relying on their bodies when their life force was extinguished. However, there was no other way. If he directly turned the vermilion bird into ashes, there would be no trace, making it impossible to frame the Ancestor Dragon. Was it the Ancestor Dragon who acted? Yuan Feng also sensed the Ancestor Dragon's aura at the place of the vermilion bird's fall, but remained doubtful, hence the question. After the vermilion bird was reborn from the flames, although its origin was somewhat damaged, it at least did not have to return to the river of time. Upon awakening, the vermilion bird heard Yuan Feng's inquiry and began to recall the last scene it saw before losing consciousness. I did not see the figure of the Ancestor Dragon, only felt a thick surge of water elemental power, and then I lost consciousness immediately. Thus it means I did not see the Ancestor Dragon. Yuan Feng frowned upon hearing the words of the vermilion bird. This matter is too strange. After the fall of the Candle Dragon, both the vermilion bird and the great elder of the Qilin tribe lion ancestor fell simultaneously, yet the only trace left at the scene was the aura of the Ancestor Dragon. Anyone with a bit of common sense can see through this. Only that stubborn Ancestor Dragon, the supposed progenitor of the Dragon clan, was so blatantly schemed against. How foolish. I can't believe I didn't realize how stupid the Ancestor Dragon was until now. Just thinking of the Ancestor Dragon's recent madness made Yuan Feng curse inwardly. The Qilin also felt the same. It was the first time they noticed how unwise the Ancestor Dragon truly was. Above the East Sea, countless aquatic beings displayed their might. Beneath the blood-red pupils of the Ancestor Dragon, there was an expression of cold calm. Upon seeing the body of the Candle Dragon, he was momentarily blinded by the impact of his younger brother Dao's demise, allowing Luo Ho to take advantage of the moment. However, he quickly regained his composure, for the candle dragon was not a being of this world, but had risen through the river of time. He had sent a portion of his origin back to ancient times, emerging during the fall of the divine being under the cover of the Ancestor Dragon. Feeling the boost from Luo House Calamity energy, the Ancestor Dragon's cultivation reached the realm of the 33 heavens, and he became increasingly composed. Now, if he could just extinguish Yuan Feng and the Qilin, he could unify the wilderness and achieve transcendence. Everything was destined to happen. This journey would surely succeed. If he failed, Yuan Feng and the Qilin would transcend and suppress the river of time, and would not let the candle dragon rise against the current. Elder brother, the Azure Dragon looked at the Ancestor Dragon, his eyes filled with determination. After this battle, our dragon clan will be the rulers of the wilderness. The Ancestor Dragon gazed at the countless aquatic beings before him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Let's set off. Qing Yu sat cross-legged on the 12 branches, his merit golden, will slowly rotating behind him, subtly resonating with the celestial sun and moon. By obtaining the timing sequence and the power of the sun and moon, he understood the order of living beings, and now his cultivation had reached the 12 heavens of Deluo. The 11th heaven of Deluo Jin Xian is a barrier. Now, relying on this momentum, he broke through directly into the 12th heaven, and the tree of creation beneath him had also grown to a height of 12 levels. In Qing Yu's hands was the scroll of the wilderness calendar, its time sequence and Dao rhythm flowing, allowing him to perceive the clear energy of heaven and earth more clearly than most living beings as it rapidly began to turn chaotic. Sigh. He sighed lightly and put away the wilderness calendar. What was to come could not be avoided. Is my young friend present? I am Hongjun here to visit the wood ancestor. A peaceful and melodious voice echoed through the layers of space beside Qing Yu. Qing Yu was not surprised since that time on Sanxian Island when he used fragments of Hongjun's creation jade plate to comprehend the wood Dao, assisting Dong Wang Gong in escaping, and thus connected with Luo Ho. He had known that he could not escape his ties with this future Dao ancestor and the ensuing battle that swept across the wilderness. For several Yuan meetings, he had kept to himself, using the map of mountains and rivers to cover the heavenly secrets and hide within Du Guang, trying to avoid the center of the vortex. But what was to come would inevitably arrive. I am humbled by the presence of the senior. Qing Yu rose and bowed to a certain place in the void, speaking calmly. Please enter for a conversation, senior. Good. In front of him the space rippled like water, and a simple old Taoist holding a bamboo staff and with a time-worn face appeared. It was Hongjun. Hongjun's gaze swept over the lush and serene wilderness below. He lingered especially on the towering tree of creation and the 12 floral parts, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes before sighing. My young friend is truly fortunate to possess such a pure and exquisite land, untouched by the mundane and untainted by causality. It is indeed presumptuous of me to come here. I fear I may disturb your tranquility and draw you into tribulations. Hongjun's tone carried a hint of apology. Qing Yu shook his head, his expression serene. Senior speaks too highly. The cause on Sanxian Island is the effect of today. Since I have entered this situation, I have gained insights with your Jade Plate's assistance. Moreover, I have faced Luo Ho. Such causality cannot be avoided in a moment, nor can it be avoided in a lifetime. What is to come must be faced. Unexpectedly, Qing Yu was so perceptive and open-minded, directly addressing the essence, leaving Hongjun's prepared words without any place to be used. My young friend has a clear Dao heart and an open mind. I admire you. Hongjun stroked his beard, nodding, and directly stated his purpose. Since it is so, I will speak frankly. Currently, the turmoil among the three clans appears to be a struggle for fortune, but it is actually being manipulated in the shadows by Luo Ho, with a great power assisting him from the side. They sow discord, causing calamity energy to surge and malevolent energy to fill the fields. If this continues, the wilderness may face the danger of collapse and countless beings will suffer. The old Taoist cannot bear to see the world return to chaos and all things perish, hence wishes to take action to prevent it. However, the demonic might of Luo Ho is overwhelming and assistance from like-minded individuals is needed. The old Taoist has contacted several like-minded friends. This visit is to request my young friend to lend a helping hand. There is no need for my young friend to confront Luo Ho directly, just at critical moments, with the Wood Ancestor's vitality path and temporal authority providing support from the side to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Qing Yu listened quietly and without hesitation clasped his hands and said, "If so, I am willing to assist the senior." Hongjun was slightly taken aback. He had thought he would need to use more words or tempt Qing Yu with the creation jade plate, but he did not expect Qing Yu to agree so readily and decisively. My young friend truly wishes to go. Hongjun confirmed. Senior, since it is known that avoidance is not possible, why not respond to it calmly? Qing Yu smiled slightly, his gaze clear and resolute. The tribulation of Luo Ho concerns the survival of the wilderness. Since I hold this position and enjoy this fortune, I must fulfill my duty. Moreover, I have some unfinished business with Luo Ho. Good? Excellent. Hong Jun clapped his hands and praised his expression filled with admiration. Although my young friend is young, your character and responsibility far exceed many aged monsters. It is indeed a fortunate thing for the wilderness to have you. He paused, taking out an item from his sleeve, which was the very creation jade plate that he had borrowed to assist Qin Yu in his enlightenment. This journey is perilous. Both Luo Ho and those who conspire with him are not easy opponents. This item will be temporarily lent to my young friend to be used as a protective tool. Once this matter is resolved, it will be returned to the old Daoist without delay. Qin Yu looked at the creation jade plate that radiated supreme Dao rhythm without decline. He took it with both hands and said, "Thank you, Senior. I will do my utmost. In that case, the old Daoist will take the lead, as I still need to contact other Dao friends. Once the timing is right, I will send a message to my young friend." Hong Jun nodded to Qin Yu, his form gradually fading, ultimately transforming into dots of clear light that dispersed. After Hong Jun departed, Qin Yu gazed at the creation jade disc lying quietly in his palm, letting out a gentle sigh as he carefully put it away. The 12 heavens of Deluo. Qin Yu sensed his newly achieved cultivation, but felt little joy. Such cultivation seemed so frail before the impending Great War. Those he must face were already standing at the pinnacle of Deluo and could be called Honghuang Golden Immortals. In Hong Jun's eyes, the opponents were never the three clans that dominated the wilderness. Since the Grand Dragon, the Primordial Phoenix, and the First Qilin initiated the First Great War to vie for fortune and break their shackles, countless beings were swept into the turmoil, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to stagnate and calamities to arise. In a sense, they had already lost their path, or rather their path had fundamentally conflicted with the overall interests and long-term development of the wilderness. Heaven and earth favored the three ancestors, bestowing fortune upon them, because they unified myriad beings, strengthened their clans, and promoted the prosperity of the wilderness and the growth of its origins. However, favor does not equate to submission. What heaven and earth needed was a leader, not a sovereign who sought to possess everything, treating the world as a battlefield and myriad beings as fuel. Hong Jun's Dao lay in organizing the wilderness, teaching sentient beings, perfecting the rules of heaven and earth, and pursuing the overall advancement and order of the wilderness, returning the Dao to the masses entrusted to the wilderness. And Qingyo, as a natural wood spirit, the progenitor of all trees, was born from the vitality of the wilderness and nourished by heaven and earth. His path and existence were equally intertwined with the essence of the wilderness, inseparable. If Luo, who succeeded the wilderness, would collapse, returning to chaos, possibly transforming into a realm of slaughter and destruction. Qingyu and other Deluo golden immortals might cling to life at the edge of chaos, relying on their cultivation, but their roots would be lost and their true essence incomplete. Like a tree without roots or water without a source, the path would be severed, making further progress impossible, let alone glimpsing Hunyuan and attaining a flawless Dao. To transcend from the wilderness, one must first exit the wilderness. This is the path to completeness and the foundation of an unblemished Dao heart. Deviating from this foundation would tarnish the heart, severing the path ahead. If there's no way to avoid it, then face it heed. Even if it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, one must do their utmost. Kinji's gaze was calm. The creation jade disc given by Hong Jun served as a protective talisman. However, even with this treasure facing Luo Ha's sword array and god-slaying spear, Qingyu still felt insufficient. It is time to visit Wuzhuangguan and catch up with my old friend Jin Yuanzi. Qingyu no longer hesitated and vanished from the peak of the Tree of Life. Before leaving, he connected his thoughts with the tree. He also transmitted a decree to the 12 flower clans and all living beings below, instructing them to guard the gates, activate the Great Formation, and not allow anyone to exit. In the next moment, Qingyu used teleportation to arrive at Wuzhuangguan. The wilderness was vast. Even for Deluo golden immortals, crossing the boundless realms required time. Along the way, Qingyu deliberately avoided the core battlefields where the three clans clashed most fiercely. Yet he could still sense the brutality and chaos of the Great War from the scenes he witnessed along the way. Mountains and rivers were shattered, and places with severed spiritual veins were all too common. Scorched earth stretched for miles, staining the land with blood. The calamity aura spread like a plague, corroding the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, turning many originally beautiful places into desolate shadows. Only a few places with Deluo golden immortals stationed were relatively safe, attracting countless beings fleeing in panic seeking refuge. Among them, Kunlun Mountain stood out the most. The Sanqing Daoist temple, the true lineage of Pangu, held the highest prestige. Countless beings affected by the war, whether sentient or confused spirits, surged toward the land of Kunlun. The outskirts of Kunlun Mountain had already formed large temporary refugee settlements, bustling and chaotic. For a time, the blessed land of Kunlun was mixed with spiritual birds and beasts alongside many malevolent beings intertwining spiritual essence with the aura of calamity. Tong Tian felt pity and opened the Great Formation, allowing them to enter Kunlun. Yuanshi stood before the Yusu Palace looking down at the scene of thick smoke and chaotic spiritual essence below. His brows furrowed, his expression as cold as water. He preferred tranquility and valued the roots and connections, yet now with calamity everywhere, he felt it sullied Kunlun's purity and disrupted the spiritual flow. However, considering his younger brother Tongshan's dignity and temperament, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction. Out of sight, out of mind, he simply closed the palace doors, focusing on refining qi, no longer concerning himself with external matters. Laozi remained indifferent, refining pills and contemplating the Dao in the temple, as if the external turmoil had nothing to do with him, letting everything unfold naturally. Qingyu glanced hastily and sighed inwardly. If the three Qing were like this, other innate sacred places were probably similar. Under the great calamity, no one could remain unscathed, only the depths and methods of involvement differed. He quickened his pace, and soon the majestic shadow of Wanshou Mountain was in sight. Qingyu suppressed his escaping light, revealing his form. The entrance opened, and Zhen Yuanzi's hearty and smiling voice came through. "Is that Qingyu Dao brother visiting? Come in quickly. I just harvested a batch of ginseng fruits, and I was worried about no one to share them with." Stepping into the temple, he saw that the ginseng fruit tree in the courtyard was lush, its branches laden with dozens of fruit resembling infants, exuding a fragrant aroma. "Brother Zhen Yuanzi, it has been a while." Qingyu clasped his hands and smiled. The two settled on stone benches under the tree, and Zhen Yuanzi personally served 4 ginseng fruits as hospitality. After exchanging pleasantries, they discussed their experiences since parting and the current situation of the wilderness, both feeling a sense of lament. "Brother Dao, your visit is probably not just for tasting this ginseng fruit, right?" Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and smiled, his gaze gentle yet penetrating. Qingyu reined in his smile and replied earnestly, "To be honest, I came for 2 reasons: to catch up and to ask for a favor." He recounted Hongzhen's visit, Luo Hu's conspiracy, his own involvement in the previous causes, and how the current war among the 3 clans was pushed by others, foretelling a great calamity in the wilderness. He concluded, "Senior Hongjun has contacted his fellow Daoists to thwart Luo Hu. I am entrusted by him and shall do my utmost. However, Luo Hu's menace along with hidden dangers remains. My cultivation is still shallow. Although I possess the creation jade disc for protection bestowed by the senior, I still feel inadequate. After much contemplation, I wish to borrow an item from you to enhance my self-preservation and add a measure of certainty to the larger situation. What you need, Brother Dao, I shall assist with." Upon leaving Wuzhuang, Qingyu had already acquired an item in his sleeve, which was the Earth Book. Thus, Qingyu finally felt at ease. In addition, he entrusted the control of his offspring to Zhen Yuanzi, facilitating Zhen Yuanzi's actions. To have the entire earth vein of the wilderness supporting him brought an immense sense of security. As Qingyu traveled back and forth, the war among the 3 clans fully erupted, with boundless calamity aura flooding the wilderness, far surpassing the previous beast calamity. The Grand Dragon led billions of sea creatures, commanding endless tsunamis as they landed from the East Sea, destroying cities and capturing fortresses, charging straight into the heartland of the Qilin clan. Although the Primordial Phoenix remained skeptical of the Grand Dragon's foolish scapegoating, the attack on the Zhuke was real, and with the Dragon clan launching a massive assault on the Qilin, she could not sit idly by. The ancestors of the 3 clans, propelled by the calamity aura and the fighting spirit of their tribes, broke through to the 32nd heaven and even higher. They no longer held back and unleashed their full power. The Grand Dragon turned the rivers and seized the Primordial Phoenix, burned the heavens and boiled the seas, and the first Qilin moved mountains and filled seas. The collision of powers above the 30 heavens of Deluo was sufficient to tear apart mountains and rivers for millions of miles, evaporate lakes, and flatten ranges. In the center of the battle, space shattered in fragments while earth, water, fire, and wind rampaged, recreating scenes reminiscent of chaos. The beings caught in the turmoil, whether from the 3 clans or their affiliated groups, whether willingly or forcibly, had reached a terrifying number, far exceeding the previous beast calamity. Endless calamity aura, death aura, resentment aura, and calamity aura mixed with shattered spiritual essence and Dao rhythms, forming a heavy, murky blood cloud that enveloped the entire wilderness. The sun and moon lost their light, and the stars dimmed. Time itself was disturbed, becoming chaotic. The intensity of the calamity aura even began to materialize, transforming into crimson blood rain and foul winds, corroding everything and tainting souls. Many beings with insufficient cultivation were directly eroded by the calamity aura, turning into frenzied demons that knew only slaughter, or their physical forms collapsed and their primordial spirits were obliterated. At the bottom of the abyss of demonic energy, Luo, who sat atop the black lotus of destruction, his crimson demon eyes fixated on the four fully formed swords before him, their blades inscribed with the killing patterns of extermination, slaughter, entrapment, and despair. The long swords hovered in the air, slowly rotating, and with each turn the boundless calamity aura of the abyss surged into the sword body, like rivers returning to the sea. The aura emanating from the four swords grew increasingly fierce, pure, and capable of exterminating all. The four extermination swords were on the verge of completion. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Luo Hu's mouth. Kill, fight, and resent. Convert the last glimmer of life and fortune of this wilderness into the nourishment for my four extermination swords, turning it into the foundation for my reconstruction of earth, water, fire, and wind, and the collapse of the wilderness. Honghuang and those pesky insects, once my divine sword is perfected, it will be your time to meet your end. In the realm where the four seas meet the earth and the sky, the forces of the three origins are entangled, shaking the heavens and the earth. Where the azure dragon passes, withered trees bloom anew, and all trees thrive, fiercely suppressing the land's laws relied upon by the Qilan clan. The vermilion bird unleashes a sky full of nirvana flames. Heavenly fire descends, signaling the burning of herds of beasts as the aquatic race is turned to ashes. The five-element Qilan forms a massive array inside which not a blade of grass can survive. The white tiger lets out a long howl towards the heavens as clashing swords erupt. The black tortoise emerges from the waters invulnerable. All three clans and their subordinate races have entered the battlefield where life and death intertwine. Only the survivors emerge as victors. The defeated perish, their paths extinguished, their clans annihilated. The ancestral dragon, relying on his advanced cultivation, presses down on the two with overwhelming power. The primordial phoenix and the beginning Qilan turn to ally, balancing water and fire. Within the three clans, hundreds of great Luo golden immortals engage in a fierce battle. The golden phoenix, who once listened to the Dao under the guidance of the Qing Yu Nuwa, has now reached the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal, manifesting her true form while traversing through the Qilan to slay her foes. Suddenly darkness clouded her heart and calamity energy seeped into her being. She turned and saw a wave of residual attack from the beginning Qilan rushing toward her. Just when the golden phoenix thought she was doomed, a green light enveloped her, shielding her from the terrifying strike. The horrific attack crashed violently against the clear light of the lotus lamp, the raging energy of the earth element being transformed by the clear light. In the blink of an eye, the deadly blow capable of instantly annihilating a Tai golden immortal was reduced to a gentle breeze. The golden phoenix stood dazed after surviving the calamity. In the midst of battle, if the mind wavers and spiritual perception dulls, it leads to the path of death. A gentle yet stern female voice came from beside her. The golden phoenix turned sharply, only to see Nuwa and Fushi standing side by side not far away, having quietly arrived without her noticing. Nuwa held her right hand palm up, and above her palm floated an ancient lotus lamp entirely made of jade-like material with flames of emerald color, exuding a rich aura of innate Dao. This treasure was obtained by her during her secret travels in the wilderness, while the beginning Qilan was in seclusion, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure known as the treasure lotus lamp. Fushi stood beside her, cradling the Fushi Qin, his demeanor still gentle as he looked at the golden phoenix and nodded slightly. Sister Nuwa, brother Fushi. The golden phoenix was both surprised and delighted to see Nuwa and Fushi again, almost rushing over only to remember she was on the battlefield, and quickly steadied herself. Her face was filled with joy from their reunion and a hint of fear. Sister, how did you come here? Earlier, thank you for saving my life. Nuwa reached out, gently stroking the golden phoenix's slightly disheveled hair. Her eyes flashed with compassion, but her tone carried a warning. As long as you know the danger, you must be even more cautious in the future. As for why we have come. Nuwa raised her gaze to the distant battlefield filled with malevolence, scanning over the cultivators of various races entangled in thick karma. A hint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. We have come to settle the karma. In the past, the beginning Qilan sent people to threaten us, wanting to forcibly seize my Fengqi mountain. Their divine thoughts acted recklessly, nearly severing the path of my brother and me. This is the cause. Now a great calamity has arisen. The heavenly secrets obscure, and yin and yang are out of balance. It is time to resolve grievances and operate the heavenly laws. This is the effect. Within the Qilan clan and all those burdened with immense karma, who take pleasure in slaughter and plunder today, my brother and I shall act on behalf of heaven to impose penalties and settle karma. As her voice fell, the treasure lotus lamp in Nuwa's hand burst forth with brilliant light, the emerald flames dancing. Endless transformative pure energy rippled outwards from her, washing over the Qilan clan and their subordinate races. No, my power. What is this light? Anyone caught in this transformative light and wrapped in thick karma and malevolence, regardless of their cultivation level, let out piercing screams. Those burdened with heavy karma and entwined in malevolence directly disintegrated in this pure light, turning into wisps of blue smoke returning to the heavens and the earth. Nuwa did not exterminate ordinary cultivators or those from the three clans who bore no visible karma. The light primarily targeted those with fierce auras and deep karma, the most wicked among them. At the same time, Fushi acted as well, sitting cross-legged in the void with the Fushi Qin resting on his knees, his fingers plucking the strings. The sound of the zither was formless but disrupted the Qilin clan's experts, especially the five-element Qilin. This caused the previously smooth-running five-element array to exhibit unexpected sluggishness, which the surrounding dragon and phoenix races seized as an opportunity to launch a fierce assault, increasing the pressure. Nuwa, Fushi, how dare you? The Earth Qilin roared from within the five-element array, attempting to mobilize the entire array's power to crush them. But the Azure Dragon took the chance to strike the array's core with a bolt of wood element divine thunder, interrupting the spell and preventing any progress. The appearance and actions of Nuwa and Fushi acted as a signal, igniting the long-suppressed anger against the domineering actions of the three clans throughout the wilderness. Well said. Settling karma is indeed timely. Qilin clan, return my spiritual veins from the cave. Dragon clan, you killed my disciples. This grudge will be repaid today. Phoenix clan, return my treasured possessions quickly. Throughout the battlefield, even in the distant mountains and rivers of the wilderness, figures of varying strengths radiating innate Dao energy tore through the void and manifested. They were all innate deities, either acting alone or in groups of 3 or 5. In the past, they either remained hidden or closed their mountain gates, unwilling to be embroiled in the disputes of the three clans or avoiding the spotlight due to insufficient strength. Now, with the heavenly calamity arising and the heavenly secrets in utter chaos, it is a perfect opportunity to resolve past grievances, sever karma, seize fortunes, or even raid amidst the chaos. Moreover, in the midst of this great calamity, the karma generated from slaughter would be concealed by the calamity energy, thus acting now incurs the least cost, not to mention those burdened with karma, who gain merit. These innate deities had clear objectives, specifically targeting those from the three clans burdened with heavy karma and diminished fortunes, or those important figures and core vassal clans they had past grievances with. Some sought revenge, others aimed to seize spiritual treasures and fortunes from their opponents, or purely to enact divine justice, sever karmic obstacles, and accumulate merit. In an instant, the battlefield became even more chaotic. The previously distinct battle formations of the three clans were thrown into disarray by these suddenly emerging innate deities. Especially the Qilin clan, which had long dominated the land and had accumulated the most karma due to conflicts with countless innate deities, faced the most severe reckoning at this moment. Numerous great Luo elders from the Qilin clan were besieged and fell with cries of despair, while vassal clans were massacred and looted en masse. In the midst of the seas, 2 immortal islands faintly appeared, led by the Eastern King. The group of immortal islands emerged, rushing straight towards the Dragon clan's treasury. The 3 immortal islands, Penglai and Yingzhou. In the high skies, the ancestral dragon entangled with the primordial phoenix, and beginning Qilin caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, his anger flaring even more, yet he was stretched thin. The entire wilderness had descended into a frenzied slaughterfest. The main forces of the three clans clashed heated, while countless other innate deities engaged in wild ambushes and plundering. Under the wear and tear of the three clans and the relentless onslaught of numerous innate deities, the population of the three clans rapidly diminished, leaving only 20 to 30% of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The Qilin clan suffered the worst. All the Qilin and the formidable Deluo Golden Immortals were not even enough to make up 1/10 of the original population, with the weak new generation of Qilin almost completely exterminated. Many of the subordinate races that were forced to join the Qilin clan turned their backs during the clan's vulnerable moment, with Deluo members attacking the Qilin directly. The fortunes of the three clans significantly decreased with the reduction in their numbers and the defection of their subordinate races. The leaders of the three clans engaged in battle in the skies were met with a backlash from their diminishing fortunes, causing their realms to plummet. The backlash was most severe for the initial Qilin, whose cultivation dropped from the 32nd layer of Deluo to the 24th. The ancestral dragon fell from the 33rd layer to the 26th, while the ancestral phoenix experienced the least backlash, descending from the 32nd to the 26th layer. Seeing the initial Qilin's realm drastically fall, the ancestral dragon and the ancestral phoenix exchanged a glance, realizing the need to unite against a common foe. With the essence of the dragon and phoenix, the harmonious balance of water and fire surged towards the initial Qilin. The initial Qilin was struck directly by the sudden combined assault of the dragon and phoenix, plummeting from the sky. Having lost the first round, and with no hope of recovery, the initial Qilin's fortunes were lost. After knocking the initial Qilin down, the Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Phoenix immediately engaged in combat with each other. Even as their fortunes crumbled, they still retained some remnants of fortune. As long as they could defeat the other, they would obtain all the fortunes and opportunities, allowing them to transcend once more. The fallen initial Qilin gazed at its clan, nearly decimated, realizing it was devoid of fortune and protection. Endless malevolent energy surged towards this source of calamity. The once deep golden pupils were entirely replaced by blood red. My clan is lost, Biff, so then you shall accompany me in death. The initial Qilin's aura grew increasingly fierce. It directly detonated its authority as the master of all beasts, forcefully attempting to ignite the earth veins with its identity as the dominator of the primal land. However, only a slight tremor occurred with no explosion. Just as the initial Qilin was confused and about to detonate again, it was swallowed by the malevolent energy. The karmic retribution from attempting to detonate the earth veins instantly fell upon it. Although the detonation failed, the act itself generated karma that would not diminish simply because of failure. At this moment, Qin Yu suffered a great loss. After receiving the Earth Book from Zhen Yuanzi, he arrived at the battlefield of the three clans. Utilizing the powers of the Earth Book to hide within the earth veins along with the fabricated land structure of the river and mountain national map, he perfectly concealed himself. Even when Luo Ho took advantage of the battle to hide the four swords of extermination beneath the earth to absorb the last remnants of malevolent energy, he did not discover Qin Yu. However, just when Qin Yu thought he could remain hidden until the end, as the last survivor, the initial Qilin crashed down and without a word immediately detonated the earth veins. This put Qin Yu in a terrible predicament. Above him was the boundless malevolent energy and killing intent of the four swords of extermination, which required him to keep concealing himself, while below him was the earth veins about to be detonated by the initial Qilin. Qin Yu found himself trapped between the two, causing him to sweat profusely. Fortunately, this area of earth veins was unclaimed for refinement. The initial Qilin was merely forcefully activating its authority, while Qin Yu held the Earth Book along with the Earth Authority from the Creation Jade Plate, allowing him to take precedence over the initial Qilin. This forced a halt to the impending disaster, and with the roots of the Jianmu stabilizing the earth veins were secured. After completing all this, Qin Yu wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, murmuring, "How come everyone uses the earth veins so smoothly? One moment for self-preservation, the next for mutual destruction." In the battlefield, the remnants of the Qilin clan that were still struggling suffered from the actions of their ancestor, the initial Qilin. The karma directly fell upon them, causing their Dao paths to dissipate, their 5 energies to dim, and their 3 flowers to wither. With no strength left to fight under the command of the 5 elements Qilin, they scattered and fled, hoping to preserve the flicker of life within their clan. The Dragon and Phoenix clans, seeing this, had no power to pursue. In the sky, the Ancestral Dragon and the Ancestral Phoenix, fully engaged in battle, were struck down by a ray of yin-yang Dao light that turned and came towards them. The yin-yang Daoist appeared from the void with a face full of compassion. "Dear friends, the calamity arises because of you. Behold the beings of the primal chaos, all caught in the tribulation. You too could bear such consequences. Why not hand over the primal water and fire origins to me, and when I attain the Dao, I shall help your clans untangle the karmic ties." As the yin-yang Daoist spoke, the previously feigned compassion was replaced by a hint of greed. The Taiji diagram enveloped the two, aiming to obliterate them and return them to their source. The Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Phoenix gazed upon the countless remains of their kin strewn across the earth. A glimmer of clarity flickered in their eyes, but it was ultimately too late. As they watched the Taiji diagram transform into a massive grinding stone over them, the Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Phoenix exchanged a knowing glance. "It seems we must unite once more. Then let us fight." Flames of the departing fire burned the heavens while the profound waters piled upon the 8 desolations. The 2 already weakened auras erupted into flames. They did not burn their magical power, but rather consumed their remaining life source and the fortunes of heaven and earth. The Ancestral Phoenix transformed into a purifying flame, the purest form of Nanmingli fire. The Ancestral Dragon became a dark true water that carried countless transgressions. This time, water and fire no longer opposed each other, but rather continuously intertwined. The Nanmingli fire and the dark true water wove together into a supreme Dao diagram of water and fire, violently shaking the chaotic, grinding stone's illusion. The yin-yang Daoist's expression shifted slightly, not expecting that under such dire circumstances the 2 ancestors could unleash such power. Seizing the moment, the Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Phoenix broke free from their constraints, yet did not continue their assault on the yin-yang Daoist. Instead, they exchanged a glance, their eyes devoid of fury and greed, replaced only by endless fatigue and a hint of clarity. The Ancestral Phoenix let out a long cry towards the heavens, making an oath. Let heaven and earth witness for the calamities of the primal chaos. All sins and boundless karma shall rest upon me. I vow to guard the southern immortal volcano to be burned by the karmic fire, never to emerge again. From then on, the Phoenix clan guarded the southern regions, managing the earthly fires, and would not emerge unless the heavens underwent great changes or calamities arose to atone for the sins of our clan. Let the way witness it. The ancestral dragon manifested its immense, true form coiling above the shattered east sea, its roar resounding across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. In the great calamity, boundless malevolent energy and infinite karmic retribution shall rest upon me. I vow to forever stabilize the 4 seas, and their sea eyes manage the waters and resolve the malevolent energy. From then on, the dragon clan guarded the 4 seas, controlling the clouds and rain, balancing yin and yang, and would not emerge unless the heavens turned upside down to atone for the sins of our clan. Let the great Dao witness it. These 2 oaths, fueled by the last remnants of the ancestors' life sources and the surviving fortunes of their clans, communicated with the hidden Dao and the primal source, establishing a thunderous vow. The bodies of the 2 ancestors were washed in the intertwining of merit and karma. The ancestral phoenix let out a long cry, transforming into a streak of light that carried the raging karmic fire and the remaining essence of Nanming Li fire, heading towards the depths of the southern immortal volcano, which never extinguished. At the moment of return, due to the combined effort with the ancestral dragon, the water and fire evolved into the yin-yang 5 elements, resonating with the heavenly mechanisms, resulting in the birth of 2 eggs containing the yin-yang 5 elements from within the ancestral phoenix. Simultaneously, it consumed the last trace of the ancestral phoenix's chance for rebirth. The ancestral dragon let out a long roar, its immense dragon body coiling, carrying the waters of the 4 seas and boundless karmic malevolence, slowly sinking into the deepest part of the East Seas, return ruins resonating with the sea eyes of the other 3 seas. As the 2 ancestors took their oaths and suppressed the heavens and earth, the originally tumultuous karmic malevolence on the battlefield suddenly came to a halt. The last remaining thin thread of fortune of the dragon and phoenix clans, which was about to completely dissipate with the fall of the Qilin clan and the final clash of the dragon and phoenix clans, was forcibly sustained by the overwhelming vows and the response of the Dao, connecting with the immortal volcano and the sea eyes of the 4 seas, maintaining the last existence and mission of the 2 clans. This great calamity swept through the primal chaos, drawing all innate deities and beings of the primal chaos into its fold, far surpassing the calamity of the ferocious beasts. Thus the Honghuang Era came to an end, and amidst this verses were passed down through the ages, warning future generations and recounting the glorious Honghuang Era. The soaring dragon ascended through the 9 heavens, while the profound waters rose up to govern the 8 desolations. A phoenix arrived with auspiciousness for 30,000 miles. The leaf fire burned with resentment towards the heavens of antiquity. The Qilin gathered the 100 beasts of the Big Dipper, while the 4 spirits contended who would dare to take on the mantle. Unaware of the heavenly origins and fortunes, how could one ever gaze upon the myriad beings? Elder brother. The Azure Dragon raised his head, watching as the true form of the Ancestor Dragon, having absorbed most of the karma, slowly sank into the eastern sea, merging completely with the 4 seas, unable to stop it. The Ancestor Dragon sacrificed himself, earning the Dragon Clan a fleeting chance to survive. He could not grieve, he had to seize this moment. The Azure Dragon suppressed his sorrow and ordered the Water Clan. Transmit the order: all members of the Water Clan immediately retreat from the battlefield and head towards the 4 seas. From now on, our Dragon Clan shall control the clouds and rain, channeling the water essence. No member shall leave without command. The Azure Dragon's voice hoarse echoed across every inch of the battlefield, reaching the ears of every Water Clan creature. The surviving Dragon Clan and their vassal Water Clan found their backbone in this moment, beginning the arduous task of gathering and retreating. In the southern sky, the vermilion bird flapped its wings, suppressing the surging sorrow within her heart. She swiftly flew towards the last place where the Yuan Feng had dissipated, collecting the remnants of Yuan Feng. These were 2 children, the hope of the Phoenix Clan, and also the relics of Yuan Feng. Phoenix Clan, heed the command, immediately withdraw from the vast wilderness and return to the eternal fire mountain in the south. Retreat swiftly. The remaining members of the Phoenix Clan and their avian subordinates all mournfully responded. The 5 elements Qilin did not flee like the scattered remnants of the Qilin. They gathered together, looking at the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, commanding the clan to retreat. Then they looked towards the distant Qilin kin, entangled in karma, their eyes filled with endless sorrow. Their ancestor, the first Qilin, was completely consumed by the malevolent karma, perishing, and even cursed by heaven and earth, transforming into a Qilin cliff, unable to achieve even the last desperate attempt. The Qilin clan lost their leader, lost their fortune, and also bore the immeasurable karma that intended to ignite the earth vein and destroy the wilderness. This karma, like maggots on bone, continuously eroded every member of the Qilin clan through their bloodline and causal connections. Without a turn of fortune, the Qilin clan may face complete extinction today, with not even a trace of true spiritual imprint left in the world. I bear 3 sins: failing to stop the ancestor, protect the clan, and safeguard our territory, thus betraying the clan's high hopes. My sins are deep. The Earth Qilin's voice was hoarse as he glanced at the remaining 4 siblings. The gold Qilin's eyes lost their sharpness, leaving only a gray pallor. The ancestor dragons and phoenixes were still able to earn a sliver of hope for their clans. Our Qilin clan is not weaker than humans. How can we face annihilation in this world? We are willing to emulate the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng. The water Qilin, fire Qilin, and wood Qilin roared in unison, their eyes igniting with the last glimmer of brilliance. They exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, and simultaneously soared into the air, manifesting the true forms of the 5 elements Qilin, with their remaining magic, forming a formation, heavens way above and solid earth below. Today, the 5 elements Qilin of the Qilin clan are willing to sacrifice their own Dao fruit divine souls and everything they possess to bear the immeasurable karma, causality, and calamities of the Qilin clan. May heaven's way show mercy, forgiving the ordinary descendants of the Qilin clan, granting them a sliver of hope to continue their bloodline. We willingly endure the flames of karma, our true spirits, eternally silent, lost to the ages. From now on, the Qilin clan shall traverse the land, channeling the earth veins to atone for their sins. The way of heaven responded, and boundless karma shifted towards the 5 elements Qilin, who had no time to convey their final words to the Qilin clan. Their Qilin true forms, under the torrent of immeasurable karma, had their indomitable scales reduced to ashes, their immense magical power evaporated in an instant, and their eternal Dao fruit dissipated. Even though 5 individuals bore the burden simultaneously, they lacked strength and fortune facing the karma, which directly reduced them to dust. They could only leave behind a flicker of hope for their clan in the most thorough and tragic manner. The bloodline inheritance of the Qilin clan, after paying the price of the complete annihilation of the 5 elements Qilin, narrowly avoided being severed. The surviving dozens of Qilin fled to various possible hidden places in the wilderness, hoping to preserve this hard-won spark. Their vassal beasts were in a much better situation than the Qilin clan, preparing to retreat under the guidance of their ancestor. The Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird commanded their clansmen to retreat while vigilantly watching their surroundings. They only wanted to leave this sorrowful place of death as quickly as possible, returning to the 4 seas and southern lands to fulfill their vows and lick their wounds. Just as the 3 clans were preparing to leave with the inherent divine beings who came to settle the karma. For terrifying sword intents that annihilate all vitality erupted from the depths of the battlefields, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, with no warning. The east was dark as the netherworld, the south was like a sea of blood, the west was as white as morning banners, and the north was as black as eternal night. The 4 colors of sword light intertwined, instantly forming a destruction sword formation that enveloped the entire battlefield, covering countless miles. Within the sword formation space, completely solidified, time nearly halted, all evasion techniques became ineffective, and even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was repelled by that supreme killing intent. Clang, 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 clang. For sounds echoed throughout the universe, seemingly able to sever the roots of the great Dao. Around the battlefield, the earth cracked open into deep, bottomless chasms, with 4 unparalleled vicious swords of execution, slaughter, trapping, and annihilation slowly rising from the depths of the earth veins, hovering in the sky, their sword tips pointing towards the center of the battlefield. The 4 gates of the execution of immortals' evil formation were arranged with yellow fog, raging winds, thunder, and fire accompanying. Those encountering calamity with yellow crowns would suffer misfortune, and fallen celestial beings would be buried deep. Sword light could merely swallow divine bones, while talismans would futilely exhale dark mists. Even with supreme heavenly laws, encountering a holy master would lead to many anomalies. The execution of immortals' sword formation revealed itself to the world. Ha ha ha! A long laugh filled with destruction and the delight of controlling everything echoed from the heavens above, where the supreme sword was located in the west. The void shattered, and Luoho stepped forward. His crimson demonic eyes looked down at the ants below, trapped within the sword formation like caged beasts. Leave. I have expended great effort to orchestrate this grandest battlefield since the opening of the wilderness. Gathering the boundless malevolent energy and the blood of living beings, I have refined these 4 swords of execution to perfection. Now the great battle has only just begun. Why do you all think about leaving? Luoho's voice was not loud, yet it distinctly reached the ears of every being within the sword formation. I, the ancestor, Luoho deliberately elongated his tone, his crimson demonic eyes sweeping over the faces of the innate divine beings below, slowly saying, "Have I allowed you to leave?" As his words fell, the execution of Immortal's sword formation rumbled to life. In the east, the execution of Immortal's sword gate unleashed endless green destructive sword energy, like a torrential downpour aimed specifically at severing the vitality of physical bodies, turning all in its path to dust. In the south, the slaughter of Immortal's sword gate unleashed red, killing sword light, targeting the divine souls. Those swept by this sword light immediately collapsed without a sound, their divine souls extinguished. In the west, the trapping of Immortal's sword gate spread white, trapping sword radiance capable of ensnaring all things in an endless illusion. Many beings with weak minds immediately fell into madness, slaughtering each other. In the north, the annihilation of Immortal's sword gate transformed black, annihilating sword energy into countless variations, extinguishing all spells, treasures, and Dao laws. Several attempts to resist or escape were met with this sword energy, causing their spiritual essence to dissipate and shatter. Form the formation. Defend. Quickly gather around the ancestor. Luoho, you demon. All those trapped were on the verge of madness, roaring in desperation, urging their remaining magical power to protect as many clansmen as possible from the slaughter of the execution of Immortal's sword formation. But the execution of Immortal's sword formation is the first killing formation beneath the way of heaven. In their current state, how could they withstand it? They could only watch helplessly as their clansmen fell one by one, becoming the nourishment for the sword formation, unable to even emit a cry. Those innate divine beings who could not escape were even more terrified, each employing their methods, either summoning protective spiritual treasures or casting life-saving evasion techniques. Yet under the blockade and slaughter of the execution of Immortal's sword formation, they were like birds in a cage or fish in a net, struggling in vain. Luoho intended to use all living beings remaining in this battlefield as the final offerings to complete the execution of Immortal's sword formation, even to push him to the last step. Luoho, you dare to do this? The Azure Dragon's eyes were bloodshot as his furious roar echoed through the sword formation. Luoho stood beside the Annihilation sword, seemingly enjoying a beautiful drama, merely sneering at the remark. Why wouldn't I dare? The weak are prey to the strong, such is the struggle of the great Dao. If you must blame someone, blame yourselves for being too weak. Blame this wilderness and heaven and earth for being destined to offer the last gift to my path. He raised his hand, pressing towards the core of the execution of Immortal's sword formation. A beam of sword light rushed straight towards the Azure Dragon with nowhere to hide. The aura of death had already manifested. A figure appeared above the Azure Dragon, shimmering with clear light, blocking this sword energy. Long time no see, demon ancestor. Qing Yu sat atop the pure world white lotus, an aura of perfection radiating, subtly confronting the high-altitude Luo Ho as many innate divine beings cast their gazes legendary throughout the wilderness. Who is this person so terrifying with such strength to face the demon ancestor directly? Mu ancestor. The Qinglong had closed his eyes, waiting for death, never expecting that someone could suddenly appear and so effortlessly block the lethal strike from the extermination sword formation. Seeing the familiar azure figure seated atop the pure world white lotus, surrounded by flowing light, it was indeed Mu ancestor who had imparted the Dao to him. He hurriedly bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Mu ancestor, for saving my life." Meanwhile, Qing Yu maintained her standoff against Luo Ho, her expression unchanged, quietly communicating to Qinglong, "You should go find them, and then wait patiently for the right moment. Do you understand?" Qinglong understands, and will not disappoint Mu ancestor's trust. I shall go now. Qinglong's eyes brightened at Qingji's words, making a promise before leaving directly. High above, Luo Ho looked at the suddenly appearing Qingyo, recalling the turtle shell from the Three Immortals Island, his expression darkening. What courage! I hadn't even sought trouble with you, yet you come knocking on my door. Let me see if your turtle shell is tougher or if my extermination four swords are more formidable. With that, he unleashed 4 strands of chaotic sword energy directly towards Qingyo's face. Qingyo, watching this, did not dodge, but began to take out her spiritual treasures one by one. Above her head, the creation jade plate materialized, descending chaotic light, connecting with the source of the wood Dao, harmonizing the energies around her. In front of her, the phantom of the creation cauldron floated, its mouth exhaling the mists of creation, suppressing her own fortune, rendering her untouchable by all laws. Seated, the 12-petal pure world white lotus glowed, its petals unfurling, the purifying power spreading out quietly, dissipating the incoming extermination malevolence. Behind her, the azure treasure lotus banner unfurled, with endless azure lotus flower phantoms blooming on its surface, layer upon layer, providing her with firm protection. With the cultivation of Great Luo's 26th layer of the primitive wood Dao, she withstood this strike. Another turtle shell? I must see how long you can withstand this. Luo Ho's crimson eyes fixed intently on Qingyo, waving his hands as tens of thousands of chaotic sword energies surged directly at her. Watching the sword shadows about to envelop her, Qingjia's heart raced. Where is Hongjun? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Luo Ho is your opponent. He had just sent a message saying he had arrived, and she felt his aura through the creation jade plate. Why hasn't he shown up? That old Daoist so unreliable. Looking at the swarm of sword shadows, Qingyu muttered to herself, grateful that she had prepared beforehand, just as she was about to take out the earth book. Young friend, do not blame me for being late. A voice transmitted beside Qingyu. The next moment, the space distorted and 3,000 strands of sword energy fell into the void, followed by an ancient cauldron crashing down from the sky, annihilating the 3,000 sword energies. Golden light fell from the horizon, blocking the last 4,000 strands of sword energy. Lying high above the 9 clouds, the mat is the true Dao. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall take the lead. Pengu gives birth to the Taiji. The 2 forms and 4 images circulate. With the voice slowly resonating, 3 figures materialized. The newcomers were indeed Hongjuan, along with Yangmei and Qingquan Daoist. Qingyu looked at the trio of Hongjuan who had arrived just in time, with spectacular effects and Dao sounds resonating throughout the universe. She glanced at her own earlier appearance, silently comparing the difference in grandeur, realizing that the older generation truly knew how to make an entrance. She should also prepare for such things. Then she stowed away her array of spiritual treasures and walked alongside Hongjun and the others. Luo Ho, seeing Hongjun and the others suddenly appear, especially the leading Hongjuan, had murderous intent coalescing in his crimson eyes. Hongjun, you again come to ruin my plans. Time and time again, do you think I fear to battle you thoroughly? Hongjuan's expression remained calm, holding his bamboo staff. He slowly said, it is not that I seek to be enemies with my Dao friends. It is merely that my Dao friends wish to carry out an act of world annihilation, shattering the primordial chaos and reforging earth, water, fire, and wind. Such actions go against the heavenly principles and harm countless beings. Since I am tasked with the heavenly mandate to order the primordial chaos, I must stop you. Stop me. What can you do? Luo Ho sneered, pointing at Hongjuan, Yangmei, Qianquan, and finally landing on Qingyo, mocking, you think this young one, who only hides in a turtle shell, can help? Hongjuan, have you become senile, thinking that more people can break my extermination sword formation? The extermination 4 swords require 4 individuals of the same realm to each guard a gate to be taken. Now we are exactly 4. Luo Ho's gaze swept over the 4 lingering longest on Qingyo, who had only reached the great Luo's 26th layer 4. Ha, Hongjuan, do you expect this mere 26th layer junior to guard a gate and withstand my extermination sword intent? He's fortunate to survive in this formation. Very well, since you insist on sending him to his death, I shall grant your wish. The extermination sword formation laid down by Luo Ho at the 33rd layer of the heavens could not be broken without 4 individuals of the same realm working together. Luo Ho suddenly pressed down with both hands. The light of the extermination sword formation surged violently, enveloping Hongjuan, Yangmei, Qianquan, and Qingyo, separating the 4 and drawing each into a sword gate. Enter the formation and act according to the plan. Hongjun quickly transmitted a message to Qingyo, then, without hesitation, holding his bamboo staff, he took a step forward, his figure vanishing into the eastern extermination sword gate, which was shrouded in a green haze and filled with destructive sword energy. Yangmei the immortal flickered, merging into the space and stepping into the southern blood-red extermination sword gate. Qianquan Ancestor, with the Qianquan cauldron above his head emanating Qianquan's aura, strode towards the western extermination sword gate, which was a hazy white full of illusions. In the blink of an eye, all 3 had entered the formation, each confronting a menacing sword gate. The pressure instantly fell upon the still inactive Qingyu. Before her stood the northern extermination sword gate, which was pitch black as eternal night, ever-changing and capable of extinguishing all laws. Behind the sword gate, Luo Ho's crimson and mocking gaze was firmly locked onto her through the layers of sword shadows. However, just as Qingyu took a deep breath, preparing to muster the courage to step into the extermination sword gate, relying on her spiritual treasures and the earth book to hold out for aid, the formation unexpectedly shifted again. The extermination sword gate that should have enveloped her suddenly vanished, pushing her outside the suppression range of the 4 gates. Luo Ho's figure gradually solidified beside the extermination sword, gazing intently at Qingyo, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Hongjun wants you, this turtle shell, to guard a gate and delay for time. I will not grant him his wish. Your turtle shell is indeed bothersome. Ordinary sword energy cannot break it. However, he paused, coldly addressing a certain point in the void outside the formation. Yin Yang. This young one I will leave to you. With your Yin Yang Dao, the Yin Yang mill, it will perfectly counteract his ever-resilient turtle shell. Grind him well, turning his turtle shell and primordial spirit into dust piece by piece. The void rippled, the yin-yang energies flowed, and a figure shrouded in the mist of yin-yang emerged not far from Luo Ho, revealing the returning yin-yang Daoist. He held a slowly rotating Taiji diagram, having just taken the opportunity to collect some remnants of the water and fire source after the disintegration of the ancestral dragon and Yuan Phoenix. With a detached demeanor akin to observing meat on a chopping board, the yin-yang Daoist gazed at Qingyu and slowly spoke. To be so highly regarded by Daoist Luo Ho personally, named, it seems you possess some ability and have found a path to death. Today let this poor Daoist yin-yang mill test just how thick your Mu ancestor's shell truly is. Qingyu's heart sank instantly. In the face of Luo Ho, she could still rely on her defensive treasures to maneuver. But against this yin-yang Daoist who wielded the Taiji diagram and excelled at erasing all with yin and yang, relying on her treasure for protection was likely inadequate. Just as Qingyu considered whether to fight or retreat, 3 faint lights ignited behind her, revealing 3 small banners of profound yellow, red, and blue behind her. It turned out that after Hongjun arrived on the battlefield, he did not immediately reveal himself, but instead took the opportunity to bring the 3 ancestors' treasures. He then placed them on Qingyu for protection. The might of the extermination sword was indeed a challenge for Qingyu, yet, with the innate 4 directions banner forming a great formation together, she could still hold her ground. Qingyu sensed the aura from these 3 treasures, feeling both a bitter smile and the warmth of Hongjuan's caring intentions. Senior, you didn't consider that I can't enter the sword formation. However, there was no other choice. She could only rely on this to stall for time. Just as Qingyu prepared to engage in a tug-of war with the yin-yang Daoist, a cool voice rang in her ears. Would you be willing to lend me a hand, Dao brother? Senior Hongjun is also prepared. Not long ago, he helped me complete a technique. As long as you can support the yin-yang Daoist's protective treasure, it will suffice. The voice came from the moon goddess, Shi-He within the Tying Star. Sure. Although Qingyu didn't know what Shi-He had in mind, she was willing to give it a try. It was certainly better than passively taking hits. After receiving Qingyu's consent on the Tying Star, Shi directly bowed at the altar, placing a humanoid spiritual treasure made from laurel with yin-yang energies on the altar. With the aid of the Tying, boundless moonlight erupted, drawing upon the fortune. Qingyu received a transmission from Shi-He. Though doubt lingered in his heart, the current situation was dire, leaving no room for hesitation. He activated his defenses to the utmost and took out his 4 protective treasures, surrounded by countless merits. In an instant, a brilliant light surged from Qingyu with the rhythm of the Tao permeating the air. This protective strategy was displayed to its fullest extent. The yin-yang Daoist stood still in the void with the dual energies of yin and yang circulating endlessly around him as the Taiji diagram in his hand slowly rotated, evolving into chaos. He watched as Qingyu took out and activated one top-tier defensive treasure after another, a flicker of intense greed flashing in the depths of his crimson eyes. Any one of these treasures would be enough to drive powerful beings mad, yet they were all gathered on a single person whose cultivation was merely at the 26th layer of the Great Luo. Even he only possessed 2, proving his worth to associate with Hongjun. Truly, as Lord Luo Ho mentioned, it is indeed a turtle shell, the yin-yang Daoist said in a flat tone, revealing no trace of emotion. The essence of Wu soil forms the bones, the vitality of Jia wood constitutes the flesh, and with so many innate spiritual treasures and merits forged into it, what a splendid turtle shell it is. Unfortunately, even with a mountain of treasures lacking in cultivation only invites disaster. No matter how many protective treasures you possess, they are ultimately external objects. Under my yin-yang great mill, how long can they withstand? I am not like Lord Luo Ho. I possess the patience and means to completely annihilate you. He cast a glance at the spiritual light surrounding Qingyu. However, if you proactively hand over these treasures, I might spare you, considering your hard-earned cultivation, allowing your true spirit to be reborn, permitting you to serve as my furnace attendant. Understanding the yin-yang Dao, wouldn't that be 1,000 times better than your current state of fear and uncertainty? Qingyu, upon hearing this, did not grow angry, but instead smiled, his voice cutting through the layers of treasure light. Senior yin-yang, you jest. How could I, with my meager cultivation, dare to covet the position of your attendant? As for these spiritual treasures, they are treasures of heaven and earth. If you truly have the ability, then come and take them yourself. Let's see whether your yin-yang great mill is sharper, or if my turtle shell is sturdier. Before his words could fade, Qingyu's figure suddenly blurred, and in the next moment he appeared unexpectedly 3 feet behind the yin-yang Daoist, utilizing the wood Daos divine ability to manifest all things. At the same time as he revealed himself, Qingyu's right hand, which had been hidden in his sleeve, shot out suddenly, the profound wooden staff exuding rich Jia wood Dao rhythm already leaving his hand. Transforming into a blue lightning bolt that tore through the void, it shot towards the vital point of the yin-yang Daoist's back. A flicker of surprise crossed the yin-yang Daoist's eyes. Although his divine sense enveloped the surroundings, he did not expect Qing Yu to possess such a mobility technique able to appear almost instantaneously within the range of his vital energy. I underestimated you, what a marvelous skill. The Yin-Yang Taoist remained unflustered, not even turning around. His left hand still supported the Taiji diagram, while his right sleeve rolled, releasing a circular spiritual treasure that radiated with the rich, innate five-element Tao rhythm. This was the ultimate innate spiritual treasure the Five Elements ring obtained after he had secretly plotted against the Five Elements Taoist and refined its essence. As the Five Elements ring emerged, the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth surged endlessly, surrounding it with a brilliant light, forming a stable five-element rotation barrier to meet the swiftly approaching wooden staff. A loud clash echoed. The blow from the wooden staff, which contained Qing Yu's full power, struck fiercely against the barrier of the Five Elements ring. In the five-element rotation, which embodies mutual generation and restraint, the overwhelming qi of Jia, what contained in the wooden staff, was immediately countered by the energies of metal and fire within the Five Elements ring, and then redirected by water and earth energies, ultimately absorbed by the wood energy. The corner of the Yin-Yang Taoist's mouth curled up, ready to activate the Five Elements ring to completely ensnare the wooden staff, forcibly seizing it through the principle of five-element mutual restraint, thus gaining another treasure. Just at that moment, the wooden staff, which had been temporarily held by the Five Elements ring, suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light. Countless fine, resilient root-like phantoms sprang forth from the tail of the staff, instantly plunging into the earth below. Empowered by the vast strength of the earth's veins, the wooden staffs might surge dramatically. The greenish-blue wood spirit Tao patterns intertwined with the dark yellow energy of Wu soil. The Yin-Yang Taoist's expression shifted slightly as he continuously urged the Five Elements ring, but felt as if it was being pressed down by a towering giant tree entangled by countless roots from the earth, making it difficult to move. The wooden staff forcefully pinned the Five Elements ring in place. What a wood ancestor! To be able to leverage the power of the earth's veins to counter my spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang Taoist's eyes flashed with a cold light, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. However, with his wealth of experience in dueling, he remained calm despite the surprise, immediately abandoning the attempt to forcibly retrieve the Five Elements ring and instead directing more of his mind and power into the Taiji diagram in his left hand. Meanwhile, Qing Yu, after throwing the wooden staff and forcing the Yin-Yang spiritual treasure, the Five Elements ring, to retreat, had once again flickered and distanced himself. Without pausing, he suddenly formed seals with both hands and spat out a stream of blue primordial energy containing his life essence towards the floating image of the cauldron of creation. Cauldron stabilized the universe crash. The previously motionless image of the cauldron of creation suddenly expanded to 100 feet in size, with images of earth, water, fire, and wind swirling wildly upon its surface. Like a falling ancient star, it crashed towards the void where the Yin-Yang Taoist was located. This collision appeared direct, yet it effectively sealed off most of the Yin-Yang Taoist's evasion space, forcing him to take it heed-in. A mere trick dare to show off before me. The Yin-Yang Taoist snorted coldly, remaining composed in the face of this terrifying collision. His left hand slightly shook the Taiji diagram, and a shadow of the Yin-Yang Tao map suddenly unfolded, encompassing half the sky. Within the map, the energies of Yin and Yang flowed, the pure rising to heaven, and the turbid sinking to earth, with the Yin-Yang fish eye rotating in the center, evolving into the supreme rhythm of the Tao, separating light from darkness as chaos began. This painting seemed to form its own world containing endless mysteries. Yet Qing Yu was unfazed. The cauldron of creation, carrying unmatched might, crashed into the Yin-Yang Tao map. In an instant, the cauldron and the map were locked in a stalemate in midair, terrifying energy ripples spreading continuously, starting to erode the spiritual light beside Qing Yu, ultimately revealing the disparity in strength. Feeling his spiritual light being continuously worn down, Qing Yu no longer cared, but instead confirmed whether the Yin-Yang Taoist still had any treasures to suppress the luck. A brilliant light shone in Qing Yu's eyes, disregarding the rapid consumption of his power and spirit due to simultaneously activating multiple treasures and employing divine abilities. Niuhua and Fushi, please act quickly. Zheng. A clear and ethereal sound of a zither rang out from somewhere in the void after Qing Yu's call. The sound was formless, yet transformed into visible pale golden sound wave ripples that swiftly swept across the battlefield. Following the zither sound, a point of emerald green light illuminated from another side. The ones who acted were none other than Niuhua and Fushi, who had long been lying in wait to assist Qing Yu. Though their cultivation was merely at the 8th layer of the Great Luo, vastly inferior to the Yin-Yang Taoist, even if they managed to strike, they would not cause any damage. However, their goal was never that. Instead, it was to disturb the luck. While the Yin-Yang Taoist had no treasure to suppress, even the slightest disturbance would suffice. 2 ants dare to meddle. The yin-yang Taoist's divine sense was incredibly sharp. He sensed the zither sound, and the lights approached the moment it arrived. A trace of impatience flashed through his mind. He was already annoyed with Qing Yu's turtle shell, and now there were even ignorant ants trying to interfere. He did not even turn around, but instead sent out a wisp of divine thought. The left hand's Taiji diagram tilted slightly, and a condensed yin and yang energy separated from the edge of the diagram. It transformed into two small black and white dragon snakes that swayed their heads and tails respectively, devouring the incoming sound waves from the zither and the pure light from the lotus lamp. As the recoil force struck back, Nuwa and Fushi simultaneously let out a muffled groan, uncontrollably flying backward. Their faces turned pale, clearly suffering significant backlash. The disparity in cultivation was simply too vast. The power of ants is not worth a strike. The yin-yang Taoist sneered, even too lazy to glance at the two flying backward. Having dealt with the ants, his mind returned to extinguishing Qing Yu. However, at the moment the two strands of yin and yang energy shattered, Nuwa and Fux's attacks, the yin-yang Taoist's own river of luck gently rippled. Something's not right. The yin-yang Taoist suddenly sensed a great alarm. At his level of cultivation, even the slightest fluctuation in fortune was far from ordinary. However, it was already too late to summon the Taiji diagram to suppress his own fortune. The Kinji's transformation cauldron tightly bound the Taiji diagram, surrounding it with the innate banners preventing it from returning to its rightful place. Above the nine heavens, the high-hanging, cold, and bright Taiyin star shone brilliantly as the yin-yang Taoist's fortune fluctuated. Endless moonlight fell upon the primordial chaos, condensing nearly all the essence of the Taiyin star at this moment, mixed with the boundless fortune of the newly appointed moon god Shihi. The moonlight flowed like a heavenly river akin to eternal frost, transforming into a pure ivory beam of moonlight that descended from the endless starry sky, directly locking onto yin-yang. A great terror. Is this the Taiyin fortune lock? Causal retracing? No, it's something else entirely. The yin-yang Taoist's expression finally changed, revealing a mix of shock and anger for the first time. On the Taiyin star, Shihi, borrowing a trace of the yin-yang Taoist's aura, directly locked onto yin-yang with moonlight during the fluctuation of his fortune. Dressed in a simple white dress, Shihi stood before the altar, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, her expression cold, yet filled with determination. "Senior Wang Shu," she murmured, speaking to the altar, as if addressing the possible lingering will of Wang Shu. "In the past, you were treacherously plotted against, your essence seized, and you met your end with resentment, entrusting us sisters to tightly close the gates and not trust outsiders. This grudge, this hatred, this causal karma, my sisters dare not forget, even for a day. Today the heavenly secrets are in turmoil, calamities abound, and it is indeed the time for retribution. The thief's fortune has already stirred, and the causal ties have manifested. Allow me as a junior to offer my fortune as a sacrifice to avenge you and resolve the karma with our Taiyin star." With her words falling, Shihi no longer hesitated. She formed a blade-like gesture with her fingers and made a sweeping motion across her chest. A drop of crystal-clear pure blood, imbued with the essence of moonlight and rich golden fortune, forced its way out from her heart, floating before her. Fortune as firewood, the light ignites the Taiyin. She stepped upon the traces of the stars, her flowing sleeves fluttering. She bowed deeply. In her bow, she proclaimed, "Diminish your fortune, sever your blessings, let karma cling to you, and calamity arise." On the battlefield, the yin-yang Taoist, who was being locked by the moonlight, felt his fortune river brutally, severed by an invisible blade. An indescribable weakness emanated from the source of his fortune, causing it to begin to dissipate. The once radiant fortune light, akin to a blazing sun, dimmed at a visible speed. Who is it? Who is plotting against this poor Taoist? The yin-yang Taoist frantically channeled his magical power, trying to stabilize his fortune, but achieved little. With the Taiji diagram obstructed and no other powerful treasures to suppress his fortune, he found himself somewhat at a loss. Shihi disregarded her own fortune consumption and bowed twice. In her second bow, she declared, "Wither your 3 flowers, scatter your 5 qi, and let your Tao attain diminish." The yin-yang Taoist felt as if struck by lightning, violently spitting out a mouthful of his vital Tao blood. He saw that the 3 flowers, symbolizing his Tao fruit, which were impervious to destruction, began to wither rapidly. The 5 qi, representing his Tao foundation, nurtured over countless years, also started to become chaotic. "No, be still." The yin-yang Taoist's eyes bulged forcibly, recalling part of his consciousness and magical power, attempting to use it to suppress the 3 flowers and 5 qi. However, this cursed power was like a parasite, continuously eroding through the connections of fortune and causation, not easily dispelled. Furthermore, with his fortune dissipating, karma weighing upon him, and misfortune surrounding him, the causal ties were everywhere. The essence of Wang Shu that he had refined was firmly connected to the Taiyin. She bowed 3 times. "Annihilate your essence, sever your Tao fruit, curse your death, shatter your soul, and disperse your Tao." At the same time, the fortune of the Taiyin star surged forth, directly infusing 5 layers of fortune into it, aiding Shihi in her endeavor to understand the causation. The branch of laurel that was embedded in the doll's chest suddenly emitted a cold light, directly piercing the doll's heart. Immediately, a sound reminiscent of the breaking of the great Dao exploded deep within the Yin-Yang Taoist's primordial spirit. Ugh! The Yin-Yang Taoist let out a wailing cry. His Dao fruit connected to the Yin-Yang great Dao trembled violently, countless cracks appearing on its surface. The indestructible body began to be permeated by karma, beginning to rot. His primordial spirit flickered like a candle in the wind, swaying on the verge of extinction. No, this Taoist is unwilling. Taiji diagram return. Suppress. The Yin-Yang Taoist screamed madly, making a final struggle, desperately summoning the Taiji diagram. However, with his essence collapsing and his Dao fruit about to shatter, the connection he had with the Taiji diagram had weakened to the extreme, rendering his summons futile. The Dao fruit crumbled. The river of fortune lost, filled with decay. A river of vibrant Yin-Yang fortune materialized, the serpent bird swallowing the dragon, directly engulfing the Yin-Yang Taoist river of fortune, merging it into itself. It stripped away the last shred of the Yin-Yang Taoist's fortune. No. Finally, amidst the infinite resentment and unwillingness of the Yin-Yang Taoist, he completely turned to ashes, dissipating between heaven and earth. The shadow of the Dao fruit, covered in cracks and devoid of radiance, barely flickered once before shattering with a bang, transforming into countless specks of light gathered by the new Yin-Yang Dao master. A once great power, the Yin-Yang Taoist of the 33 heavens was defeated by the moon god, Shihi, on the Taiyin star. By burning half of his own life along with half of the Taiyin star's fortune and invoking the Taiyin essence and ancient causation, he executed the 7 arrows of nail-head, cursing and killing him in a life-or-death struggle. With his body and Dao extinguished, his true spirit shattered. Almost at the same moment, the Yin-Yang Taoist was completely obliterated. Shihi, standing before the altar on the Taiyin star, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with primordial essence, her form swaying precariously. Her aura weakened to an extreme, her complexion pale and haggard, as if she had lost more than half of her vitality. The backlash from the cursing technique began to wildly rebound upon her body and primordial spirit, compounded by the impact of the dissipating fortune after the Yin-Yang Taoists fall crashing down upon her through the cursed connection. This was the final counterattack from the Yin-Yang Taoist. Half-step into the primordial chaos was, after all, not easily killed. Sister, the ever-anxious Chang, she cried out, rushing forward to support her. The backlash surged forth, attempting to drag Shihi into the collapse of her Dao foundation, returning to her original state. However, just at this moment, the entire Taiyin star trembled once more, surging forth a stream of pure, gentle, and life-filled moonlight that enveloped Shihi. Within this river contained part of the temporal fortune and heavenly merits accumulated by the Taiyin star, along with a trace of blessing and protection from the former moon god Wang Shu. The moonlight river washed over and helped Shihi to offset and share the terrifying backlash. Ultimately, the backlash was reduced by 90%, though Shihi was severely injured and on the brink of death, her Dao foundation seriously damaged, and the moon god's fortune diminished by nearly half. She managed to preserve her life. After this, the causation was dissolved. The Taiyin was once again untainted by karma, and endless moonlight surged into Shihi. Thus, the Taiyin star completely returned to her control. With the complete obliteration of the Yin-Yang Taoist, the Taiji diagram, which had been stalemated with the transformation cauldron, suddenly lost its master's control. The light retracted, transforming into an ancient scroll floating in the air, trembling slightly, as if emitting a mournful cry of a masterless being. The 5 elements ring, pierced by the Xuanmu staff, also dimmed, letting out a cry of sorrow as it fell towards the earth. Qingyu felt a sudden decrease in pressure, disregarding her immense consumption and dimming aura, and immediately retracted the 4 banners while straining to maintain the transformation cauldron. Cautiously glancing at the floating Taiji diagram, she retrieved it, then looked towards the dissipating Yin-Yang Taoist, feeling the Taiyin, dimming her eyes, filled with shock and disbelief. Did they actually succeed in cursing him to death? The flung-away Nuwa and Fushi also wore expressions of shock. Meanwhile, high above beside the absolute immortal sword sect, the distracted Luo Ho, who had been keeping an eye on this situation, finally changed his expression to one of extreme displeasure. At the moment, the Yin-Yang Taoist's aura completely dissipated. Useless. Although the Yin-Yang Taoist was a pawn he utilized, he was after all a powerful ally of the 33 heavens, further aided by the Taiji diagram. To be so easily cursed to death, even the Taiji diagram had become a masterless object. Truly useless. A waste who could turn himself into a spiritual treasure. Today is the fruit of yesterday's cause. When one decides to do something, it is the beginning. The result is simply either success or failure. When one's thoughts change, the definitions of success and failure will also transform. When the original success does not necessarily equate to success, but rather the scenery along the journey is also regarded as a form of success. A shift in mindset will lead to different outcomes. She not only sought to understand causality for her predecessor, the moon goddess Wang Shu, but also for herself in advance. The higher one's cultivation, the more the timeline converges upon oneself, making the path clearer and the cause and effect more evident. The more one affirms their own path, the clearer they can see which causes and effects are obstacles on the road to Tao, which must be severed. The sage transcends and is not entangled in causality, for there is no one ahead, allowing them to act freely. However, sometimes the feedback of causality is due to the fact that the sage's actions can influence the changes in the paths of their disciples, sparking new conflicts. Those of low cultivation encounter myriad causes and effects. Their thoughts are chaotic, one thought for good, another for evil. The trajectory of the future may thus diverge greatly, and the outcomes are unpredictable. Yet precisely because of their multitude and volatility, it becomes difficult to form a clear, fatal, and insurmountable deadlock of the Tao. Who are the obstructors of the Tao? For those who have attained clarity and steadfastness in their Tao path, it is enough for a thought to arise reflecting the Tao heart to intuitively perceive the truth. In the competition of the great Tao is either life or death, with no room for negotiation. At this moment, causality is no longer an ethereal concept, but a tangible reality directly related to the survival of the Tao. For the mighty, the fruits of their Tao are certain, and causality follows naturally rather than being stirred by actions. The discussion of causality is difficult, mysterious, complex, beyond measure, hard to articulate. One thought, one action can instantly yield countless results. Like the flutter of a butterfly's wings, it can stir up a whirlwind. In the past, the yin-yang Daoist invited Wang Shu to quell the calamity of fierce beasts, yet secretly plotted against her. This had already set a causality, not fated by heaven, but determined by one's own choices. Using the 5 elements as the bones, the Tai-yin and Tai-yang as the form, and immense power as the backing, one can attain the primordial unity. This is the path determined by the yin-yang Daoist. When he embarked on this path and reached the 30 heavens, it was destined that he would become an enemy of the 5 elements Daoist and the twin gods of the sun and moon. Winning means transcendence. The 5 elements and the sun and moon would perish, achieving great freedom. Losing means death and the dissolution of the Tao, while the sun and moon survive. This is the Tao of the yin-yang Daoist. Whether it be Wang Shu, she, he, or the sun god, there is no avoiding it. The causality is evident, pointing directly to the conflict. Unless the yin-yang Daoist abandons their own path, they are inevitably enemies of life and death. However, at such a level of cultivation, how could the Tao heart be easily shaken? The grand trend is the struggle of the great Tao. Those who obstruct the path shall perish. It is either death or life, with no other choice. The minor trends move freely, changing in myriad ways, existing among all living beings. Qingyu looked at the Taiji diagram in her hands, infusing her own qi into it, beginning to refine, cultivating the Tao for countless years. One morning, the eastern flow begins. Thus is the struggle of the Tao, chaotic yet clear. Such a powerful Tao master can also fall in an instant. Nuwa stepped forward and sighed. This is also a wake-up call for us. In the future, we must have at least one spiritual treasure capable of suppressing qi luck, never letting it leave our side. Such bizarre and unpredictable divine abilities exist in the primordial chaos, making it difficult to guard against. The divine ability of qi luck can only be wielded by those whose qi luck is profound. Currently, the Tai-yin is dim, and the curse against yin-yang has directly depleted the 5 layers of qi luck accumulated since the creation of heaven and earth. Moreover, 3 layers of qi luck were further consumed to protect the moon goddess. Indeed, the talents of the world are astonishing and cannot be underestimated. The moon goddess has comprehended a perfect divine ability that aligns with herself. Qingyu looked up at the dim and fading Tai-yin star and added, Tao brother, this place is dangerous. We should leave quickly. Fushi said. Qingyu, upon hearing this, gently shook her head, her gaze turning towards the 4 vague and ominous sword shadows high in the sky. She swept her gaze over the battlefield below, where countless souls cried out in anguish, struggling, eroded by malevolence and calamity. She, unable to find release, and sighed. What Tao friend Fu, she said, is indeed very true. This place is indeed perilous. But how could Luo Ho allow us to leave easily? He has expended great effort to set this trap, gathering boundless malevolent qi to refine the extermination sword, and has sacrificed the yin-yang peace. Now he is burning with anger, his killing intent blazing. Now that I have entered the formation and attracted Luo Hao's attention, wishing to leave may not be so easy. Qingyu paused and looked at Nuwa and Fu Shi shortly. I will do my utmost to cover for both Tao friends and create an opportunity for escape. I ask both Tao friends to take the chance to leave this deadlock swiftly. Tao brother. Nuwa and Fu Shi spoke in unison, wanting to say something. Qingyu raised her hand to stop their words, taking out the scroll of the earth book from her sleeve. She handed it to Nu Hua, entrusting her in addition, "There is one more thing that requires the assistance of both Dao friends. Please take this treasure to Wanshou Mountain to be delivered into the hands of Dao brother Zhen Yuanzi, and inform him that the plan has changed. This item can proceed as previously stated. Now that he has acquired the Taiji diagram, this diagram is a treasure of the creation of heaven, both offensive and defensive, and can further suppress Qi Lux, stabilizing earth, water, fire, and wind. The Earth Book is the fetal membrane of the earth, regulating the earth veins and communicating the unparalleled power of the primordial mountains and rivers. Keeping it in his hands for defense is not as good as entrusting it to Zhen Yuanzi for a more critical role. The original plan also needs to be adjusted due to the unexpected acquisition of the Taiji diagram." Nu Hua and Fu Shi exchanged glances, solemnly receiving the Earth Book, and said respectfully, "Dao brother, do not worry. We siblings will ensure that this treasure is delivered intact into the hands of Dao brother Zhen Yuanzi. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not disgrace the mission." Fu Shi also cupped his hands and said, "Dao brother's trust we absolutely dare not betray." "Good." Qing Yu nodded, trusting Nu Hua and Fu Zai's integrity and capability. Then she said no more, turning to gaze upon the battlefield below, where mountains of corpses and seas of blood with resentment filling the air. In this battle of the three races and the slaughter of Luo House extermination sword formation, how many beings have perished here, not to mention the millions among them certainly are those who are wicked and burdened by karma. But more of them are those who were coerced by the grand trend, forced to participate in the battle, dying for the protection of their clans and loved ones, the helpless. After their death, they are tightly bound by boundless malevolent Qi and calamity, Qi unable to return to the heavens and earth, enduring torment more painful than death, crying out endlessly. Alas! A glimmer of compassion flashed in Qing Yu's eyes. Although she knew that under the calamity all beings suffer, witnessing such a tragic scene and feeling the endless pain and despair inevitably stirred her heart. In but a moment her thoughts became clear, and she no longer hesitated. The vast merits accumulated over many years of nurturing vitality, establishing order, and untangling the virtues of heaven and earth began to manifest, radiating brilliantly. Countless golden rays of merit, like the rising sun, like a warm embrace, centered around Qing Yu, spreading out across the entire battlefield below. Where the golden light passed, the phantom of the pure world white lotus emerged within the golden light, and the fragrance of the lotus filled the air. The pure and sacred purifying energy merged with the golden light of merit, becoming even more pristine. The merit first illuminated those whose karmic burdens were relatively light, whose resentments were not actively malevolent, but rather stemmed from helplessness and being swept along. They are the ordinary warriors who were summoned, the birds and beasts guarding their nests, the myriad spiritual beings of the primordial chaos who were caught unawares. The golden light of merit mixed with the pure energy of the pure world white lotus caressed them like a gentle touch, softly gliding over their souls, which were tortured and twisted by malevolent Qi. "Thank you." Countless sighs of relief and whispers of gratitude continuously arose under the illumination of the merit. Those souls enveloped in golden light began to rapidly shed their malevolent Qi. The entangled resentments and pains were smoothed by the golden light. The souls once tormented by malevolent Qi regained their peace. They were no longer tormented by malevolent Qi, no longer submerged in boundless suffering. Before dissipating, countless points of light, filled with gratitude and blessings, flew out from those souls about to return. Like fireflies on a summer night or shards of starlight, they fluttered and gathered towards Qing Yu. Countless ethereal soul shadows, before completely dissipating, struggled to bow deeply towards Qing Yu, offering their respect. This bow signifies the supreme grace that grants liberation and bestows peace. They deeply etched this blue figure and this act of compassion into the depths of their true spirits, passing it down to future generations and proclaiming it to the heavens and the earth. Nu Hua and Fu Shi stood behind Qing Yu, witnessing this act of merit that purified the world. The grand and compassionate scene of 10,000 souls expressing their gratitude shook their hearts profoundly. They were not devoid of compassion, but in a dire situation like Kingius, surrounded by formidable enemies and trapped in the sword formation. They were still willing to expend the immeasurable merit they had painstakingly accumulated solely to purify the souls on the battlefield and grant them liberation. Such magnanimity, such responsibility, such boundless compassion and shared suffering truly filled them with immense respect. The heart of their fellow Daoists surpassed that of both of them. The two exchanged a glance requiring no words and simultaneously bowed deeply towards Kingius' silhouette in solemn reverence. This bow was not for the grace of saving lives nor for the bond of kindred spirits, but for the immense compassion and responsibility that Qing Yu displayed at this moment. The other trapped primordial beings, whether in shock or excitement, also performed a bow. After this gesture, Nu Hua and Fu Shi transformed into two beams of light concealed by the golden light of merit. Silently, they passed through this area using the earth bookplate for guidance, heading straight towards Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. Meanwhile, inside the Zhuxian Sword Gate, Hongjun stood under the celebratory clouds of the heavens, wielding the Panga banner, as chaotic sword chi clashed and extinguished against the Zhuxian sword chi. Within this deadly sword formation, he forcibly carved out a vacuum area. Through the overlapping sword lights and murderous aura, Hongjun's gaze seemed to penetrate space, landing on Qingyu. On his expressionless face, there was a slight change. Holding the Panga banner, he performed a distant salute towards Qingji's direction. Fellow Daoist, truly a great compassion. This bow, this praise came from the heart. Even Hongjuan, who had witnessed the winds and clouds of the primordial chaos and endured countless tribulations, was filled with admiration for Qingji's actions at this moment. The universe is vast, and all beings suffer. In the capacity that one can manage helping other beings is also what one desires and contemplates. Moreover, no matter how much merit one has given the current situation, Luo Hua would not spare oneself for being a person of great merit, but would instead become even more excited. Great merit, on the contrary, leads to great karmic retribution. As Qingji's merit radiated, the malevolent aura on the battlefield diminished by 20%. With the body akin to the void of clouds, and the heart as one with the wood, may this body of merit protect and sustain the life of the universe. Qingyu gazed at the Zhuxian sword formation overhead, observing the gate of absolute immortality left for him. The 5 elements had already fallen, the Yin-Yang curse had been cast. Now he was the 4th person destined to face tribulation on behalf of the 2. The destined person can be changed. As soon as Qingyu came into the world, changes began, as one person can influence others, leading to different outcomes. Good causes do not necessarily yield good fruits, and evil deeds do not necessarily yield evil fruits. The cause and effect are hard to clarify. However, the grand contention of the Tao remains unchanged. The 3 clans unify the primordial chaos to attain enlightenment. Thus, there must be a battlefield among the 3 clans. This is the grand contention of the 3 ancestors spreading throughout the primordial chaos. Hongjun and Luo Hua currently in conflict. One aims to preserve the primordial chaos to attain the path, and the other seeks to prove transcendence through the collapse of the primordial chaos. They cannot avoid this. The destined person can be swapped, but those who contend for the Tao cannot be replaced, for the Great Tribulation arises from the master of the Tao contention. The rise and fall of the Great Tribulation is merely a matter of time. When the master of the Tao achieves perfection and seeks transcendence, or when striving for survival, their own Great Tribulation will have already begun. One must face the path of seeking the Tao and endure their own great momentum, as there is no way to evade. However, the higher one's cultivation, the broader the impact, even influencing the entirety of the primordial chaos. This is the great trend of the primordial chaos and the extension of one's own great trend. The strand of divine thought that Hongjun left in the 3 primordial treasure flags dissipated the last trace of hesitation in Qingji's heart. Hongjun clarified in the message that he had long since devised the method of achieving the Tao through the 3 corpses capable of severing the good, evil, and self. 3 corpses. Each of these corpses, though not as strong as the original body, were not far off and could act independently with treasures. If he wished, he could summon the 3 corpses right now along with himself to make up a total of 4 saints and attempt to forcibly break the Zhuxian sword formation. However, he could not do so. The Yangmei Daxian, whose original body is a remnant of the chaotic demon god, possesses profound knowledge of spatial Tao. His path, fundamentally, lies beyond chaos. Currently appearing to cultivate in the primordial chaos, he is actually using unparalleled spatial divine abilities to absorb the spiritual energy and Tao rhythm of the primordial chaos to mend his own chaotic demon god source. The Qiankuan Laozu, with an equally mysterious origin, connects their cultivation with the primordial treasure, the Qiankuan cauldron, seizing the creation of heaven and earth to solidify their own body. These 2, especially Yang Mei, are almost detached from the cause and effect of the primordial chaos, having no fundamental ties of life and death with it. Their willingness to assist Hongjun against Luo Hua at this moment is not due to deep camaraderie or agreement with Hongjun's path, but based on a calculation of interests. First, if Luo Hua destroys the world and the primordial chaos collapses, they too will lose this rare sanctuary for healing, potentially being caught in the chaos of world destruction, a loss outweighing the gain. Second, it currently appears that Hongjun's side seems to be at a disadvantage. Their joining would be timely aid, reflecting their value and allowing them to share in more benefits. However, should Hongjun suddenly reveal strength far beyond expectations, the situation would reverse instantly, and Yang Mei and Qiankuan's mindset would shift immediately. They would question whether Hongjun had long-term schemes, whether he was using them, and even worry that once he dealt with Luo Hua, he might turn against these 2 unstable factors. With their tendency to scatter when interests are exhausted and their self-preserving style, it is highly likely they would rebel on the spot or jump ship or even assist Luo Hua. Thus it is necessary to proceed step by step to first enter the formation in a normal manner to extract the 4 swords to break the formation. Once the Zhuxian sword formation is breached, even if Yang Mei and Qianquan have ulterior motives, they would find it difficult to stir up any storm. So that's how it is such profound calculations, such steady temperament Qin Yu understood in his heart. And he himself was the 4th person destined to enter the formation. This is a strategy as well as trust, and also a responsibility. If so, then let me embark on this journey. Qingyou's eyes shone with azure light, showing no signs of fear. With a thought, the azure treasure lotus banner flew out from behind his head, fluttering in front of him, lowering countless azure lotuses to protect his body. With his left hand held out, the Tai Chi diagram he had just begun to refine slowly unfolded, the yin and yang energies flowing, evolving chaos, stabilizing the earth, water, fire, and wind around him, isolating him from the encroaching malevolent aura of the Zhuxian. He no longer looked at the gradually calming battlefield below, nor did he focus on the distance. With a step forward, his form transformed into a blue mist entwined with the energies of yin and yang, heading towards the gate of absolute immortality left for him. I, Qingyou, have come to respond to the formation. Qinji's clear voice pierced through layers of sword howls and murderous roars resonating within the Zhuxian sword formation. The gate of absolute immortality swung open with a thunderous roar resembling the enormous maw of a primordial beast, instantly engulfing Qinyu. Within the formation among the Zhuxian Luxian and Xianxian gates, Hongzhu and Yang Mei and Qianquan felt a simultaneous sense, and the moment to break the situation had arrived. A flash of brilliance shone in Hongzhun's eyes as he waved the Panga banner with increasing speed. Yang Mei's figure flickered in the illusion of the Luxian gate, countless blades unable to reach him, murmuring to himself, an interesting junior. Qianquan Laozu, with the Qianquan cauldron buzzing atop his head, his aura surging, also gazed towards the direction of the absolute immortal gate. Within the gate, the brilliance of treasures, the transformation of formations, and the illusions of inner demons had no fixed pattern specifically designed to break all laws and annihilate divine powers. In the darkness, the azure light took root. A roll of the Tai Chi diagram with yin and yang coalescing. The malevolent aura revealed vitality, and the wood Dao thrived evergreen. Hongzhu, Yang Mei, and Qianquan, upon Qinyu's entrance into the absolute immortal gate, no longer held back, transitioning from a defensive stance to a full-on assault. Their target was clear: the 4 swords of Zhu Luxian and Zhu. Within the Eastern Zhuxian sect, the sword aura was countless. The obliteration cut through mountains and rivers, staining even the body of a sage with blood. The myriad auspicious clouds of the heavens were filled with profound mysteries, and the brilliance of the rainbow could not withstand the slaughter of the Zhuxian. A fine Zhuxian weapon, Hongzhun's expression was calm, neither joyful nor sorrowful. He held the Panga banner in his left hand and gently shook it. A chaotic sword aura that opened heaven and earth, redefining the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, surged forth from the banner. Wherever the sword aura passed, space was utterly shattered, unleashing the 4 innate elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, rampaging and surging. Hongzhun's right hand waved the dust, and 3,000 silver dust threads stood upright, radiating boundless clarity, each dust thread pulling at a thread of the Daos laws. The light of 3,000 laws intertwined, forcibly stabilizing the chaotic and violent elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. In the blink of an eye, a nascent and stable vast world imbued with infinite potential for creation and destruction materialized before Hongzhun. Use the world as a seal. Hongzhun's voice of Dao was profound, pointing with his dust. The newly born vast world bore the unparalleled might of creating heaven and earth. It crashed toward the core of the Zhuxian sword deep within the gate, intending to seal this supreme weapon of the heavenly Dao with the weight of a world. In the southern Luxian gate, once one entered this formation, one would see the 3 souls and 7 spirits reduced to ashes as the yellow springs ferry the true spirit to silence. Even with the utmost miraculous methods, the Daoyuo primordial spirit crumbled like sand. Such a trivial skill, Yang Mei smiled. The sound of the swords weeping for the souls echoed beside him, falling upon the willow's form with no refuge. Yang Mei's figure flickered amidst the endless scarlet sword light, as if merging with the void, yet also as if existing everywhere. The Dao rhythm flowed around him, and whenever the Luxian sword intent aimed at the primordial spirit brushed against the 3 feet surrounding him, it was as if piercing into empty space, unable to harm him. Such trivial skills that confuse the mind and disturb the spirit dare to show off before this poor Taoist. Your sword slaughters the primordial souls of the wilderness, severing the spirits of this realm. Yet my roots lie beyond chaos, my Dao exists amidst the void. Your Luxian intent falls upon me, Yang Lu, yet does not know where to slay. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to the increasingly violent Luxian sword aura around him. His figure swayed like a willow, taking a step forward, disregarding the spatial distance, directly appearing beside the core of the Lu Xian sword. In the Western Xian sword, the red light enveloped the five elements with yin and yang absent, transforming into inner demons. Scarlet haze engulfed the celestial gods with chaos, obscuring the foundation of the Dao. Xian chaos in the Dao. The Qian Kuan ancestor, stood amidst boundless white mist with the Qian Kuan Ding floating above him, emanating profound yellow energy that protected him completely. The light of the Xian sword clashed against the profound yellow energy like waves crashing against an ancient divine mountain, remaining unmoved. His face was square, exuding an imposing aura, without anger, stroking his beard and laughing, his voice resonating like a great bell. No matter how many changes and deceptions you have wishing to disturb my Dao and confuse my heart, under my Qian Kuan Ding, heaven and earth are fixed, and the Qian Kuan has order. Yin Yang and the five elements each return to their place. Inner demons and external paths cannot approach me. Fellow Daoist Luo Ho, your skills are exhausted. As his voice fell, a sharp light burst from his eyes, and he shouted, Ding seals the Qian Kuan, a single force breaks all laws. The Qian Kuan Ding above him suddenly trembled, and on its body the 8 trigrams of heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and marsh lit up simultaneously, evolving heaven and earth. The upper trigram of heaven stabilized the chaotic celestial phenomena. The lower trigram of earth subdued the turbid, calming the tumultuous depths. An unparalleled force stabilizing the Qian Kuan erupted from the Qian Kuan Ding, charging towards the 4 directions of the scarlet haze. No matter how the Xian sword changes, I shall forcibly suppress it. In the northern Zhu Xian sword, the evolution of cause and effect, a sword flowing through the starry river. 1,000 evasion techniques lock the lifeline, while the heavenly Dao is unpredictable and hard to find. Still, the familiar routine Hongjun entrusted the one most suitable for himself to himself. Let your changes be countless, I remain steadfast and unmoving, merely observing. The innate spiritual flags fell in all directions. The taiji of yin and yang stabilized the wind and fire. The mist cleansed the world, untouched by dust. The Jianmu remained evergreen, bringing eternal spring. Qin Yu was unhurried, slowly, sitting in a meditative posture regardless of the myriad changes of the absolute immortal, simply waiting for Hongjun to arrive. Zhu Xian severs fate, Lu Xian extinguishes souls, Xian confuses the Dao, and Zhu Xian locks destiny. The 4 directions of absolute slaughter, unparalleled might, enough to make any great power of the wilderness lament. However, it is difficult to counter the schemes of others, even more so when hearts are united and the Dao is high. Hongjun forcefully suppressed the Zhu Xian with the power of the world. Yang Mei lightly plucked the Lu Xian with spatial transcendence, and Qian Kuan robustly confronted the Xian with the order of the Qian Kuan. Within the 3 sword gates, though Luo Ho frantically urged the sword array, the 4 Zhu Xian swords were also fearsome, yet under the full efforts of 3 top powers who were well prepared and possessed profound cultivation along with heavy treasures, defeat was already apparent. First was the Western Xian sword gate, where the Qian Kuan ancestor forcefully broke through the core of the Xian sword light and illusion with the unparalleled might of the Qian Kuan Ding. With a great hand reaching out, he firmly grasped the dimming and wailing Xian sword in his hand, declaring, Xian sword seized. Almost simultaneously in the southern Lu Xian sword gate, Yang Mai's hand, seemingly belonging to another realm, lightly grasped the hilt of the Lu Xian sword. The Lu Xian sword trembled violently, unleashing the last remnants of its soul-slaying sword intent, yet it was as ineffective against Yang Mei as a drop in the ocean. He smiled slightly, twisting his wrist, and the Lu Xian sword changed hands. Lu Xian sword seized. In the eastern Zhu Xian sword gate, Hongjun's vast world shadow, cleaved by the Panga banner, finally suppressed and sealed the infinite sword light and Dao severing rhythm of the Zhu Xian sword. Hongjun waved the dust again, and 3,000 Dao principles transformed into invisible chains wrapping around the sword body. The Zhu Xian sword struggled for a moment, but ultimately dimmed and fell into Hongjun's palm. Zhu Xian sword ceased. With all 3 swords taken, the foundation of the Zhu Xian sword array was lost by more than half, its might drastically reduced. The 4-colored sword aura enveloping heaven and earth fluctuated violently, flickering uncertainly, as if about to collapse at any moment. Young friend, the moment has arrived. Hongjun's voice penetrated the chaotic sword array space, reaching the absolute immortal sword gate. Qin Yu's previously half-closed eyes suddenly opened with azure lights swirling within. Good. In the next instant, 3 figures, Hongjun, Yang Mei, and Qian Kuan, simultaneously tore through the space, appearing within the absolute immortal sword gate, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Yu. The energies of the 4 instantly connected, their techniques varied, their Dao rhythms different, yet they subtly converged as one. The final absolute immortal sword erupted with unprecedented brilliance, making one last stand. On the sword body, the evolution of cause and effect, fate, divine abilities, formations, evasion techniques, and luck crazily transformed. A futile effort, Hong Jun shook his head. With 4 people combining their strength, this array shall break. Yang Mei stroked his beard. The final sword must be like this. Qian Kuan Ancestor laughed heartily. The 4 said no more and acted simultaneously. Hong Jun's Panga banner swayed, the chaotic sword aura that opened heaven and earth directly slashed at the core of the absolute immortal transformation. Yang Mei's spatial Dao manifested, solidifying and stripping away all changes that depended on the void surrounding the absolute immortal sword. Qian Kun's Qian Kuan Ding pressed down, forcibly regulating and stabilizing the myriad profound transformations. And Qing Yu, seizing the moment when the absolute immortal sword displayed a brief moment of extreme stillness under the suppression of the 3 divine abilities, pointed with both hands, revealing a hidden dark color only to see. A golden bridge spanned the illusionary prison, sweeping away the starlight as the immortal sword fell into the mortal realm. Qing Yu reached out, firmly grasping the hilt of the absolute immortal sword. Upon grasping it, countless chaotic thoughts attempted to invade his consciousness, but were easily dissolved by the purifying white lotus. Absolute immortal sword seized. With the final absolute immortal sword taken, the Zhu Xian sword array, which had enveloped countless miles and turned the battlefield of the 3 clans into a desolate land, trembled violently. The 4-colored sword light shattered like a sky curtain, losing support, fracturing inch by inch as the gathering of malevolent energy receded like a tide. The Zhu Xian sword array was broken. The moment the Zhu Xian sword array shattered was precisely when one's mind was most relaxed. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, and Luoho had long been prepared for the collapse of the Zhu Xian sword array. The god-slaying spear pierced through the air beside Yang Mei, without any warning, striking with precision. Yang Mei had no time to react, and a segment of green willow branch snapped from his left shoulder. The bone-corroding malevolence frantically eroded his primordial spirit's source through the wound. Yang Mei let out a muffled groan as he staggered back, his face pale, and his primordial spirit decaying. Almost simultaneously, another malicious curse descended upon the ancestor Qian Kuan. At the core of the formation, Luoho appeared, holding the 6 Souls banner. The tail of the banner bore the true name of Qian Kuan inscribed upon it. Luoho bowed deeply without a change in his expression. The ancestor Qian Kuan staggered, as if struck hard, spitting out black blood, his aura rapidly waning. The Qian Kuan Ding above him wailed mournfully, the aura of Qian Huang dimming. The curse's power pierced directly through his primordial spirit's Dao fruit, causing him to deteriorate instantly. Luohao's calculations were ruthless and clear. He knew that Hong Jun must have precautions in place, making a sneak attack difficult. Qinji's cultivation was still shallow, a mere ant unworthy of deploying his own precious 6 Souls banner. In Hong Jun's defeat, he was but an ant. Thus Luoho set his sights on Yang Mei and Qian Kuan, the 2 external aides, intending to clip their wings and force Hong Jun to reveal his trump card. You understand this seat, and this seat understands you as well? Luohao's crimson demonic eyes swept over the injured pair, finally landing on the calm Hong Jun, sneering. You know this seat would hide a killing move during the formation's collapse, yet would never inform Yang Mei or Qian Kuan. You wish to rely on their power to break the formation, while also needing this seat to eliminate the hidden dangers for you rather than dealing with them in advance. Truly hypocritical. Hong Jun had long secretly warned Qing Yu. Thus, when the sword of absolute immortality was drawn, Qing Yu had already moved to shield Hong Jun. Meanwhile, after Yang Mei and Qian Kuan broke the formation, they were filled with confidence, thinking the Daos ultimate killing array was nothing but trivial. This gave Luoho an opportunity. Hong Jun, are you not going to take action? Yang Mei gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted at Hong Jun. Yet Hong Jun remained calm and unperturbed. Seeing Hong Jun's attitude, Yang Mei suddenly understood his rage, turning to laughter. Good, good, good. A fine Hong Jun, this time I was indeed careless. I will remember this cause and affect Hong Jun. He hesitated, no longer willing to burn his spatial source to forcibly shake off the invasion of malevolence, his form becoming ethereal. From the depths of chaos, his true self responded. Yang Mei cast a cold glance at Hong Jun, completely merging into the void, meeting with the remnants of his body, hidden in chaos, slipping into the depths of chaos, disappearing without a trace, decisively abandoning the ship. The ancestor Qian Kuan watched as Yang Mei left Luoho, closing in step by step, and Hong Jun remaining calm, his heart turned cold. Hong Jun, you truly are hypocritical. Hypocritical. Luoho pointed his spear at Qian Kuan, mocking. His path is to organize the primordial chaos, guided by the celestial Dao. The primordial chaos is his responsibility. Luohao's gaze swept across the Qian Kuan Ding. Yang Mei absorbs the primordial spiritual energy to mend himself like a parasitic maggot. You refine how many innate holy embryos using the Qian Kuan Ding to compensate for your own Dao foundation. Constantly gnawing away at the primordial chaos, how could Hongjun possibly let you go? Such actions have long since forged an irreconcilable cause and effect. How could Hongjun tolerate you? Does he take you for a fool? The ancestor Qian Kun's face turned ashen. Luohao's words were not false. Their interests with Hongjun were fundamentally irreconcilable. Helping to break the formation was merely mutual use. Hongjun has never regarded them as his own, always waiting for the opportunity to clean up the mess and conclude the cause and effect. Hongjun, are you not going to act? Without me, can you still suppress Luoho? Qian Kun shouted hoarsely, carrying the last shred of hope and threat. Finally, Hongjun lifted his gaze, his eyes calm and unperturbed. The time has come. With his words, 3 strands of Dao rhythm originating from Hongjun simultaneously emerged from the void behind him. 3 figures stepped forth, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hongjun. To the left, a compassionate face held a bamboo staff, exuding an aura of teaching the good corpse. To the right, a stern face with murderous intent wielding a sword of slaughter the evil corpse. In the center, resembling Hongjun, yet possessing a more detached and transcendent aura, holding an ancient Dao treasure, the self corpse. As the 3 corpses emerged, their Dao rhythms intertwined with the true self's aura. Luohao's pupils contracted sharply, revealing a rare seriousness and suspicion. You unexpectedly still have such a hidden hand. Luoho fixed his gaze on the 3 corpses. He had not anticipated that Hongjun's method of attaining the Dao was so profound, achieving completeness and flawlessness, seeking no external force, only self-reliance. The Dao of the 3 ancestors unifying the primordial chaos. No, it was the source of the celestial Dao. The celestial Dao truly was willing to offer so much source energy to aid Hongjun. Hiding until this moment, Luohao's voice carried a chill. I suspect you have long been wary of Yang Mei and Qian Kun turning against you or interfering at critical moments. Very good. Hongjun, you hide yourself deeply. Even this seat has been deceived. Hongjun, the celestial Dao, very well. Luoho laughed maniacally, pointing at the despairing Qian Kun, almost mocking the fleeing Yang Mei. Laughable Yang Mei and Qian Kun, you two are being played in the palm of his hand without realizing it. Helping him break the formation, exhausting my strength, in the end one escapes, and one is injured making clothes for him. Though I have been deceived, I have also witnessed a good show of dogs biting dogs. Hongjun, your schemes I admire. Now I fear it only waits for this seat to fall, and you will reclaim the fortune, aiding the heavens to break through the energy mechanism again. To return the cause and effect of the 3 corpses to heaven and earth, the merging of the 3 corpses to break through the chaos. Truly a good scheme. How could such 3 corpses close to the power of the true self be forged with personal source energy? Only the celestial Dao would be willing to sacrifice its source, intermingling the 3,000 great Dao to possess such power. The celestial Dao truly treats you this way, not fearing your far retreat into chaos. The ancestor Qian Kun's face turned ashen. It turned out he had been merely a disposable piece on Hongjun's chessboard all along. Now as the game neared its end, the pieces needed to be cleared. Hongjun paid no heed to the mockery, and despair, his gaze calmly fixed on Luoho. The Zhuxian sword array has been broken. Our conflict should conclude. As for the Dao friend Qian Kun, he glanced at the waning Qian Kun, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy. Your cause and effect heaven and earth bear witness. Today let it be concluded together. Hongjun, you truly think you are the only one with a hidden hand. You wish to rely on the aftermath of the Great Tribulation to reorganize the fortune, to return the cause and effect of heaven and earth. This seat will not let you have your way. The Western Earth veins have been under Luohao's control since he tempered the 4 Zhuxian swords, and most of the Western innate holy beings have been killed by Luoho, destined to return to the demonic path. Originally, Luoho intended to use the karma of the 3 clans to manipulate the earth veins, shatter the primordial chaos, and forcefully suppress the celestial Dao, using the demonic path to replace the celestial as a backup plan, at worst to certify the primordial chaos. Yet now it is difficult to achieve full success. The earth veins are his foundation, and the demonic path is his hidden hand. With Hongjun's current strength, there is no need to fight anymore, wasting time for nothing. Hongjun, though I cannot compete against your 3 corpses united, your desire for transcendence is but a pipe dream. This seat awaits the day you and heaven and earth coexist. Turning, he vanished into the western earth, the earth veins surging boundless malevolence. Stirred by Luoho, the land howled in despair, countless beings fled in panic. The great Dao is above, I Luoho merge my demonic path's source into the primordial chaos. As the demonic rises, the Dao fades, coexisting and progressing with heaven and earth. The great Dao bears witness. After speaking, an endless river of demonic path encircled the heavens, merging into the world. Luohao's figure began to dissipate. Ha Hongjun, no matter how you calculate, you cannot escape me. Half of the primordial chaos earth vein karma. I see how you will escape heaven and earth, repay the karma, and assist heaven and earth in ascending. When you have repaid the karma, it will be the day I rely on heaven and earth to ascend, gaining the opportunity for transcendence. Luoho directly began to merge his source into the primordial chaos growing alongside it. When Hongjun achieves success, it will also be the day Luoho certifies his Dao. After speaking, half of his primordial spirit stirred the earth veins, while the other half merged into the primordial chaos. Seeing Luoho's actions, Hongjun could only sigh, feeling powerless to stop him. The Dao is high by a foot, the demonic is high by a mile. It seems like victory now, yet still being played by Luoho. The urgent matter now is to stabilize the earth veins, protecting as much as possible. Just as Hongjun prepared to leave, he heard Qingyo, who had been behind him, speak up. Senior Luoho wanting to have both fish and bear's paw is not easy. Qingyu stepped past Hongjun, taking a step forward, the history of the primordial chaos appearing in hand. Exercising authority, the sun and moon reversed, the timeline became chaotic, and heaven and earth fell into disorder. The heavenly mechanism became chaotic, the celestial Dao trembled, and the demonic path originally merged with heaven and earth was unexpectedly to be expelled. In the Western Earth, the 3,000 offspring radiated brilliance, the Zhen Yuan Zis Earth Book of Xian Huang continuously dispelling Luohouse, control Nuwa, and Fushi assisted from the side. Senior, choose one or the other. Pursuing the Dao cannot be too greedy. Qingyu said to Luoho, who was gradually beginning to feel overwhelmed under the dual pressure of heaven and earth. Disrupting the sequence of heaven and earth, stabilizing the ley lines, truly a remarkable technique. Luoho's crimson, demonic eyes fixed on Qingyu. No wonder you are a junior favored by Hongjun. I underestimated you earlier. Luoho's tone shifted abruptly, becoming frenzied. But what if I want both? Can you stop me? Before the words fell, Luoho disregarded Qingyu and Hongjun, letting out a roar filled with destruction. The overwhelming demonic energy around him surged and compressed wildly, causing his body to expand dramatically, transforming into an immense demonic form looming tall. On the demonic body, vicious bone spikes protruded, entwined with thick, blood-colored malevolence, while the god-slaying spear in his hand also grew, its tip exuding a black light that threatened to obliterate space. Open for me. Luoho gripped the expanding god-slaying spear, tightly aiming at the chaotic sky caused by Qingyu's manipulation of time, and with all his might he struck down. With a loud boom, the heavens were torn apart, and the sky was slashed by the spear's light, creating a passage connecting to the demonic realm. Hee, children, it's time to offer yourselves to the demon path. Give it to me. Explode. Following Luoho's frenzied command from the gash that had been opened, countless grotesque, violently breathing demonic shadows descended like a black flood, continuously pouring into the primeval wilderness. These demons did not come to fight. Upon entering the primeval wilderness, they did not hesitate to, in a near-reverent frenzy, directly self-destruct their own demonic bodies and souls. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous sounds of self-detonation echoed throughout the western lands, spreading wildly outward. Each demon's self-detonation was equivalent to at least a golden immortal or Tai, mixed with the full force of great Luo demon generals. They did not self-detonate randomly, but precisely struck at the critical nodes of the western ley lines. The earth shook and the mountains swayed, the spiritual veins lamented. The western ley lines, which had just been barely suppressed by Zhan Yuanzi with the Earth Book, began to crack again under the self-explosive onslaught of the demons. Countless mountains collapsed, rivers altered their courses, and the earth cracked open into bottomless chasms, spewing forth scorching magma and foul malevolence. Zhen Yuanzi held the Earth Book, desperately working with Nuwa and Fushi in the west to stabilize the ley lines again. The Earth Book radiated chaotic yellow light, flickering uncertainly under horrifying pressure. The mountain whip in Zhen Yuanzi's hand waved like the wind, constantly guiding the Earth's energy, redirecting the ley lines to avoid detonation. Nuwa's precious lotus lantern shed clear light that purified the demonic energy and filth produced by the self-explosions. Fux's zither music continued disrupting the demons' self-detonation rhythm. However, the sheer number of demons and the density of self-detonations were overwhelming. Even with the three of them exerting their full strength, it was but a drop in the bucket on this western land. While Zhen Yuanzi and the others stabilized the western land, the remaining powers in the west also began to exert their influence, casting their divine abilities. Among them two were the most powerful, one bearing a bitter expression, and the other a compassionate one, continually redeeming the western beings in an attempt to leave more seeds for the west. Luoho laughed maniacally, his towering demonic form suddenly trembled, and a solid black, primordial spirit entwined with endless slaughter and the essence of destruction emerged from the center of his forehead. I want both. Luoho's primordial spirit controlled the massive demonic form that had detached, crashing towards the core area of the west. He intended to use this body condensed with countless malevolent energies to utterly destroy the western ley lines. His primordial spirit transformed into a vague, ethereal thought of destruction. Following the gap created by the demon's self-explosions and the spread of karmic energy, it flew towards the source of the heavenly Tao. So how can you stop me? Luo Hao's harsh laughter echoed through heaven and earth. However, his cackling laughter had not fully subsided, for beams of colored light shot up from the east, southwest, and north of the primeval wilderness. The light pierced the skies, connecting the endless starry heavens above and the 9 hells of the ley lines below. Immediately after, 4 heavenly oaths resonating with the heavenly Tao rang out through the primeval wilderness. In the east, a blue light, sort of dragon's roar shaking the heavens. The heavenly Tao is above. I, the azure dragon, perceive the chaos in the primeval wilderness, the instability of the earth, and the suffering of all beings. Today I wish to use this body to forever stabilize the heavenly extremes, to organize the wood energy, to establish order in the east, to bring peace to the primeval wilderness, and to benefit all spirits. May the heavenly Tao witness this. A dragon body coiled in the air, then transformed into a blue column, supporting heaven and earth, descending upon the eastern pole, suppressing the eastern extreme. In the south, crimson clouds filled the sky, and the phoenix sang clearly, the heavenly Tao is above. I, the vermilion bird, perceive the tremors in the primeval wilderness, the instability of the southern departure. I wish to use my body to forever stabilize the heavenly extremes, to regulate the fire energy, to establish order in the south, to atone for past sins, and to protect all beings. May the heavenly Tao witness this. The vermilion bird, surrounded by blazingly fire, sang long, carrying endless fire, transforming into a crimson column that fell upon the southern pole. In the west, sharp, white light, the tiger roared in the mountains. The heavenly Tao is above. I, the white tiger, wish to guard the western extreme, to organize the metal energy. I will protect the primeval wilderness. A completely snow-white tiger radiating a sharp aura manifested and transformed into a white column that fell upon the western pole, suppressing the western extreme. The white tiger's oath was relatively brief, showing greater autonomy, yet the duty of guarding was established. In the north, the black water was dense, and the tortoise and snake long sang, the heavenly Tao is above. I, the Xuanwu, wish to guard the northern extreme, to organize the water energy. I will establish order in the north. The Xuanwu, bearing a dark shell and with a snake tail entwined, emerged, transforming into a black column that fell upon the northern pole, suppressing the northern extreme, leaving room in its oath. The 4 sacred beasts simultaneously swore an oath to forever stabilize the 4 extremes of heaven and earth. The azure dragon and vermilion bird vowed to atone for the sins of their kin, seeking merits and luck for the continuation of their lineage, their oaths resolute, binding them forever to the 4 extremes. The white tiger and Xuanwu, due to their relatively lighter past causes, left more freedom in their vows. With the 4 extremes established, the rules of the primeval wilderness became more stable. The heavenly Tao and Hongjun responded almost immediately. The essence of the heavenly Tao, mixed with boundless merits, descended from the 9 heavens, splitting into 4 parts, pouring into the 4 newly established columns, helping them stabilize more rapidly. The western ley lines, which had been turbulent due to Luo Hao's demon's self-explosions, began to stabilize again under the support of the 4 extremes and the power of the heavenly Tao. It seems Senior Luo Hao. Qing Yu stood beside Hongjun, looking at the Luo Hao's primordial spirit, which was fluctuating violently due to the failure of his plans, and slowly spoke. In the end, you can't have both fish and bear's paw. Senior, do you still wish to continue self-destructing your body for this futile struggle? Luo Hao's primordial spirit let out a reluctant cold snort, his demonic thoughts sweeping over the towering 4 extreme pillars, feeling the rapid stabilization of the primeval wilderness. Knowing that it was no longer possible to completely detonate the ley lines. Good, what a 4 extreme stabilization. Indeed, you and Hongjun are birds of a feather. This situation, I fear, has been calculated since you appeared here, or even earlier, right? With the game already decided, why bother to invest more? Seeing the situation was untenable, Luo Hao immediately withdrew all his scattered power back to himself. As the demonic body returned, Luo Hao no longer insisted on detonating the ley lines. Originally, he wanted Hongjun to owe a great karmic debt, merging himself with the primeval wilderness, unable to escape from it. Now it seemed this scheme could not come to fruition. He could only merge the essence of the demon path into the heavenly Tao, waiting for the day when the essence of the demon path would fill the primeval wilderness, as heaven and earth would not refuse. Previously, it was merely Qing Yu disrupting the yin and yang, leaving him with no time to attend to other matters. But now, actively merging with all his strength, he naturally had no choice. Hongjun, you will not always win. As the Tao declines, the demon rises, and as the demon rises, the Tao declines. Such is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. When the beings of the primeval wilderness give rise to demonic thoughts and the world is engulfed in slaughter once again, that will be the day I return from the heavenly Tao and the demons descend upon the world. I and the future river of the demon path will wait for you. At the same time, a wisp of demonic energy drifted towards the overlooked Qiankuan Daoist. Hongjun gazed at the place where Luo Ho had last vanished, remaining silent for a long time, and finally let out a complex sigh. The Dao is an inch tall, while the demon is a foot tall. This time it seems I have won, but it also leaves endless hidden dangers. The struggle between the Dao and the demon has not ceased. The Daoist of the universe Qian Kuan watched helplessly as Luo Ho transformed into a demonic seed, merging with the primordial heavenly Dao, shattering the last glimmer of hope in his heart. He knew that he would be the next. He was different from Yang Mei. Yang Mei's true form was the remnant body of a chaotic demon god rooted in chaos, capable of decisively abandoning the ship and fleeing if defeated. He was also different from Luo Ho. Luo Ho was actively merging with the heavenly Dao, albeit restrained, but could still wait for the right moment to rise. As for him, the Daoist of the universe, the primordial source of the vast wilderness, had been nearly extracted and refined by Luo Ho using the Qian Contending, reversing the innate abilities, leaving him with a flaw in his chaotic demon god foundation. This immense cause and effect, along with karma, would not be forgotten by the primordial world, and Hongjun would not allow him to end up like Luo Ho. What awaited him was likely only to be refined back to the source, returning to the heavens and earth to complete the path of the Qian Kuan Dao that had been hollowed out by him. Death of the body and disappearance of the Dao, with the true spirit no longer existing, everything would turn to nothing, becoming nourishment for the repair of the primordial world. In his ears, the mocking whisper of Luo Ho, filled with sarcasm, echoed, "Just before his disappearance, you truly have given me a splendid show of dogs biting dogs. However, I can still remain dormant, awaiting the future opportunity of chaos. And you, Qian Kuan, are likely destined to be reforged to complete the heavenly Dao, a dead end. Being schemed against by Hongjun to this extent, reduced to a discarded piece, can you really accept this?" Accept it? Of course not. Even if transcendence is hopeless and the path has been severed, even ants struggle to survive. Moreover, he is the reincarnation of the majestic, chaotic demon god, the esteemed ancestor of Qian Kuan, wielding the innate treasure Qian Kuan Ding. Could he just surrender and wait for Hongjun to refine him to mend the heavens? Absolutely impossible. Hongjun had tightly bound him with the power of the three corpses and the heavenly Dao, preventing him from self-exploding and harming the primordial world. But didn't he, the Daoist of the universe, have any other means? A final flash of madness and determination crossed his eyes. He no longer looked at Hongjun or Qingyu. His gaze fell upon the Qian Kuan Ding, the vessel that had accompanied him through countless years, aiding him in refining countless innate sources. The Ding's body was ancient and unadorned, imbued with the essence of yellow and black, with 8 trigrams slowly rotating, emanating an unparalleled Dao rhythm that suppressed the heavens and reversed innate principles. This Ding was almost equivalent to half of his life, and was his greatest reliance and final trump card. "Old partner, I am sorry. I am truly sorry." The Daoist of the universe murmured softly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by deeper resolve. In the next moment, he ceased to struggle against his confinement. Instead, he took the initiative and charged into the Qian Kuan Ding hovering above his head. No, it wasn't a collision, it was the merging of body with Ding's spirit with vessel. He compressed his remaining chaotic demon god essence, and the vast primordial source plundered from the wilderness into the Qian Kuan Ding without reservation. Qian Kuan in reverse. Using my chaotic demon god remnant body and primordial source of the vast wilderness as the foundation, I will burn my Dao fruit and refine my true spirit. Qian Kuan will disperse, and Qian will turn into Kuan-yin. The Daoist of the universe directly poured everything he had into the Ding for refining. He would use himself as a sacrifice and the Qian Kuan Ding, this innate treasure, as the furnace, forcibly refining the source, turning all Qian Kuan energy into Kuan-yin's source. As the Daoist of the universe entered the Ding, the Qian Kuan Ding erupted with unprecedented brilliance, shaking violently. The 14 innate divine prohibitions contained within the innate treasure began to be continuously obliterated under this forced reversal and refining. In just a moment, 5 of the most formidable innate divine prohibitions were forcibly ground away during the transformation. The remaining prohibitions also dimmed, losing much of their spirit, and the Ding's body even showed fine cracks. An innate treasure with its Dao collapsing, its grade falling. The result of this transformation was an immense Kuan-yin source gushing out from the Qian Kuan Ding, flowing into the primordial earth's deepest and darkest places. Following the recently stabilized, yet still fissured veins of the earth, it filled the yet obefully formed 9 nether realm. Not good. Hongjun's expression changed slightly. This madman was not going to self-explode, nor was he going to counterattack. Instead, he intended to forcibly hasten the birth of the underground Dao, which should have fully emerged in a much later future when conditions were more mature, at the cost of his complete return to the source and the reforging of the Qian Kuan Ding. A sharp and unmatched chaos energy slashed from the Panga banner, aiming to sever the long river of Kuan-Yin source flowing toward the Nine Nether, attempting to block it. However, this Kuan-Yin source was essentially the nourishment for the underground Dao, possessing a natural affinity and attraction to the Nine Nether. Moreover, it carried the last of the primordial source extracted by the Daoist of the universe, re-given to the heavens and earth to repay the cause and effect. The emerging underground Dao could not distinguish, only actively sensing the integration of this heavenly source. Although Hongjun's banner energy could obliterate some, it could not completely block its grand momentum. In the end, the Daoist of the universe's aura, along with his last trace of true spirit mark, completely dissipated within the Qian-Kuan-Ding. Leaving no trace behind, it ended here, and the vast amount of Kuan-Yin source immediately sank into the depths of the Nine Nether. Boom! The entire primordial earth trembled slightly, without warning. Following that, breaths carrying all things began to slowly rise from the depths of the Nine Nether, the deepest part of the primordial earth. However, the will was still weak and the rules incomplete, far inferior to the heavenly Dao. The underground Dao, due to the Daoist of the universe sacrificing himself and the Kuan-Ding to obtain the vast Kuan-Yin source, was unexpectedly forced into an early birth, manifesting in the world. In an instant, the originally smooth flow of the rules, dominated solely by the heavenly Dao, came to an abrupt halt. The heavens had their order, the sun, moon, and stars, the winds, clouds, thunder, and lightning, the sequences of fate, all governed by the heavenly Dao, supreme and unparalleled. The earth had its geography, mountains, rivers, and the cycle of the Nine Nether, the birth and death nurtured, all ruled by the underground Dao, bearing great virtue. Now, with the heavenly Dao hanging high and the underground Dao newly born, the powers, rules, and Dao rhythms of the two had yet to harmonize. Due to the premature emergence, various inconsistencies arose. When these two equally supreme, yet differently focused world wills first contacted, a violent collision ensued. In the sky, the trajectories of the sun, moon, and stars showed imperceptible, yet real stagnation and deviation. The changes in winds and clouds began to carry an unwarranted heaviness and delay. The calculations of heavenly secrets became increasingly obscure and muddled due to the mingling of underground Dao characteristics. On the ground, the flow of the earth's energy no longer fully followed the heavenly Dao rule of clear rising and turbid descending, sometimes blocking, sometimes reversing. The spiritual attributes of certain regions began to spontaneously deviate. Sigh. Just as one wave calms, another rises. A long sigh echoed from Qin Yu's lips. Sensing the collision of the rules of heaven and earth, he shook his head with a complex expression. In the end, I underestimated the heroes of this world. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a chaotic demon god who has reached the end of the great path. The cause and effect of this primordial world are truly difficult to handle, difficult to repay, O Senior Hongjun. However, this way it has caused trouble for you, Senior. He paused, turning his gaze towards Hongjun, who appeared somewhat helpless, forcing a smile, and saying, in front, there is the calamity of the divine reverse fierce beasts, and behind there is Luo Ho hiding within the heavenly Dao, waiting for an opportunity within the chaos. Although the earth's veins are not shattered now and the core remains intact, the mess of forcibly hastening the birth of the underground Dao has truly made it impossible for Senior Hongjun to repay the cause and effect. Indeed, even if I cannot defeat Hongjun, I am undoubtedly a master at causing him trouble in this regard. The primordial chaos has just experienced the most brutal battle since the creation of the heavens, with the three clans nearly exhausted, countless factions participating, and many innate deities entangled within. The primordial world has suffered significant damage, particularly the western earth veins, while the four seas, southern skies, and central lands are riddled with scars. This was originally a crucial time for the end of the great calamity, allowing the world to rest and rejuvenate, and to re-establish a new cycle, yet it was shattered by the premature emergence of the Earth Dao. The Earth Dao was forcibly birthed by the Qian-Kuan Daoist, approaching the source of chaos, yet its rules remain incomplete, its origin unsettled, and its authority ambiguous, much like a premature infant. Although it possesses rules that can operate in a rudimentary manner, it is unable to effectively fulfill the responsibilities of the Earth Dao. Moreover, it cannot form a stable cosmic cycle with the already operational heavenly Dao order. With the sudden emergence of the Earth Dao, the principles of the Earth and the regulations of the heavens collided abruptly, without the prolonged natural adaptation and mutual adjustment. The incomplete laws and ambiguous authority of the Earth Dao triggered a series of disturbances under the rules of the heavenly Dao. The most direct manifestation of this was the countless souls that were supposed to return to the source of the universe. Now, due to the conflict between the two, these souls are unable to return to the source through the heavenly Dao, nor can they be incorporated into the Nine Nether by the newly born Earth Dao. The souls wander aimlessly across the primordial land like lost lambs, gradually dissipating while exacerbating the burden on the world. Hongjun stood quietly in the void with 3 corpses standing behind him, his aura subtly aligning with the heavenly Dao. His brow furrowed as he sensed the ongoing conflicts in the world and the resulting continuous internal exhaustion of the primordial source. Hongjun slowly spoke, addressing the nearby Qingyu, who was also perceiving the changes in the world. Young friend, observing these changes in the world, what do you discern? Qingyu withdrew his divine sense from probing the earth, his expression grave, and replied, the earth Dao is incomplete, its rules are not perfected. Its forced emergence has produced many discrepancies with the heavenly Daos rules. The two cannot complement each other. Instead, their inefficient operation interferes with one another. If this continues, it will not only fail to assist the primordial world in stabilizing its ascent, but rather the ongoing internal exhaustion will deplete the primordial source, delaying the recovery of the primordial realm and hindering future opportunities for ascension. Indeed, this is the truth. Hongjun nodded, a glint of approval flashing in his eyes, followed by deep concern. The balance of heaven and earth is the foundation of the primordial perfection. Yet the time is not right. Forcibly birthing it has become a calamity. The urgent task now is not to immediately delineate the authority of heaven and earth, as that is no small feat and could easily provoke greater turmoil. Instead, we need to take advantage of the earth Daos' recent awakening, finding a way to let it temporarily quieten and return to a state of gestation, allowing it enough time to develop itself. Once its origin is solidified and it achieves initial harmony with the heavenly Dao, only then should it be manifested. That is the correct approach. If we allow the current conflict to persist, the primordial realm may fall into disarray, and not only will ascension be impossible, but even restoring the old order would require countless efforts and costs. What the elder says is indeed correct. Qingyu wholeheartedly agreed, then inquired, however, how can we make the earth Dao return to a dormant state? That is no easy task. The elder have any good strategies? Hongjun gently shook his head. Good strategies are hard to come by. This matter involves the very foundation of heaven and earth, and there is no shortcut. Only through forceful suppression coupled with guidance. Then he paused, turning his gaze to Qingyu. Young friend, you should have comprehended quite a bit from the creation jade plate I borrowed from you last time, right? Please return it to me, and I will demonstrate to you some methods for regulating the world. I will require your assistance in the future. Upon hearing this, Qingyu did not hesitate, and with a thought the creation jade plate nurtured deep within his primordial spirit flew out from his brow and floated towards Hongjun. The item returns to its owner. Thank you, elder, for your previous kindness in aiding my path. Qingyu bowed his hands. Good. Hongjun extended his hand to receive the creation jade plate, his divine sense sinking into it. On the jade plate, the symbols of the 3,000 great Dao flickered and vanished, while the threads of the heavenly Dao became clearly visible. Qiankuanding. Hongjun waved his hand, and the Qiankuanding, which had fallen to the earth, reappeared. At this moment, the Qiankuanding had undergone a significant transformation. Its originally balanced black and yellow body and the flowing imagery of the 8 trigrams had completely disappeared. In its place was a kind of murky energy of the Kuan Yin Dao. It had completely transformed from a treasure embodying the balance of heaven and earth into the first treasure of the earth Dao, embodying the essence of Kuan and Qian. Using this ding as a guide is most appropriate, Hongjun said, looking at the Qiankuanding. This ding contains countless Kuan Yin energies transformed from the origin of Qiankuan Daoist, which were refined and then nourished the earth Dao. It is most deeply connected with the newly born earth Dao and was further tainted and transformed by the power of the earth Dao during its nourishment. Now, using it as a catalyst, we shall guide the earth Dao back deep into the earth. Hongjun held the creation jade plate, and the 3,000 great Daos light surged forth from the jade plate, transforming into strands of the original laws. The Dao serves as a guide, directing the return to the source. Hongjun shouted, and that power of the 3,000 great Dao through the transformation of the Qiankuanding continuously poured into the source of the earth Dao. This is not the time for your emergence. Now is the time to return to the earth and perfect yourself. When the time is right and the beings call for you, you shall emerge, perfectly aligning with the heavens and forging an eternal primordial realm. As the source of the heavenly Dao entered the earth, Dao absorbed massive power, entering a state of dormancy, beginning to digest the power from the heavenly Dao, returning it to itself. The aura of the earth Dao, which had been clashing with the rules of the heavenly Dao, began to recede like a tide. The chaotic energies of the mountains and rivers gradually calmed. The stagnation caused by the direct collision of rules in the world began to disappear. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky restored their smooth trajectories. The winds, clouds, and thunder returned to the order of the heavenly Dao. As the earth Dao settled, the world returned to tranquility, and the heavenly Dao once again took control of the realm. After completing this task, Hongjun let out a gentle breath, his face slightly pale. Now that the Earth Tao has emerged, even Hongjun cannot easily suppress it. The earth and heavens are equal. Hongjun can only infuse it with the source of the heavenly Tao, allowing it to settle and digest without clashing with the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Daos merits descend, and all matters are resolved. Caught in calamity, one remains unaware of the passage of time. A grand upheaval, the Dragon Han initial calamity, and the conflict between Tao and demon unfolded from the discord of the three clans to the retreat of Luo Ho as the earth temporarily sank. Amidst the tumultuous waves with blood rain and a stench of slaughter, powerful beings fell like shooting stars, and countless lives were reduced to ashes. Looking back, a whole decade of the Yuanhui has quietly slipped away. The projection of the wooden Tao River slowly faded from the heavens, and the earth returning to deep tranquility. A calamity is both destruction and opportunity. Those who perished within it, regardless of whether they were sovereigns of the 8 realms or extraordinarily gifted saints, were all turned to dust, returning to the cosmos. Those who managed to survive, however, were like pure gold refined in fierce flames, shedding dross to keep the essence, and from then on the heavens were high and the seas vast, with the path ahead clear. Qing Yu personally entered the calamity, navigating among numerous terrifying half-step mixed primordial existences, even facing them heathen. Utilizing the profundity of the Taiji diagram, relying on various treasured protections, and adhering to the timing of the Tao to hinder Luo Ho, not only did he survive, but he also honed his skills during the Great Calamity, directly stepping into the 20th layer of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Looking at the present post-calamity wilderness, he soared through chaos, the Qiankuan Tao transformed to mend the earth, while Luo Ho concealed himself within the heavenly Tao, and the Yin-Yang curses caused death. The ancestors of the 3 clans have either settled the world with their bodies or faded away quietly. Aside from that increasingly unfathomable presence of Hongjun, who is nearly indistinguishable from the heavenly Tao, Qing Yu's cultivation at this moment could be considered the most powerful in the open wilderness. An era has completely come to an end. The chapter of the primordial wilderness belonging to the reincarnation of the chaotic demon god and the struggle of the 3 clans has already been turned. With the calamity past, the age of Hongjun and the chaotic demons has concluded. Once flourishing and connected by fate, the 3 clans of Dragon Phoenix and Qilin are now dwindling, scattered in the corners of the wilderness, licking their wounds and barely surviving. Their vast luck, which once occupied 80 to 90% of the wilderness, has completely shattered, returning to the cosmos, awaiting new masters. The great world has restarted, and luck is being reshuffled and redistributed. Qing Yu, as one of the core participants in this demon calamity, is also one of the only 2 survivors. He broke the extermination sword array with Hongjun, fought against the Yin-Yang Daoist, calculated the division of Luo House forces, spread merits to help countless beings attain liberation, and the accomplishments of establishing the time sequence have long been spread throughout the wilderness. At this moment, the vast luck of the heavens and the earth surged towards him like rivers converging into the sea. He uniquely obtained the total luck of the 2 layers of the cosmos. It should be noted that during the Dragon Han period, 80 to 90% of the luck of the heavens and earth belonged to the 3 ancestors. Even Hongjun, as the strongest, possessed only half a layer of luck. At that time, although Qing Yu was the wood ancestor and managed the time sequence, he occupied only a mere 1% of it. This was already considered one of the most favored among the innate saints of the primordial wilderness in terms of luck. Meanwhile, Hongjun monopolized 6 out of the remaining 80% of the newly formed luck. On the path of the Tao contention, Hongjun's victory and his momentum toward enlightenment were unstoppable. The last 20% was scattered among the countless beings of the primordial wilderness and various innate saints to maintain the cycle of life in the cosmos. With the luck of the innate saints upon him, the flow of luck surged, ascending to his own stage. With luck upon him, all of heaven and earth worked in concert. Qing Yu instantly felt an unprecedented resonance. It was as if the entire world had opened its embrace to him. Moreover, intriguingly, he could faintly sense that in the hidden corners of the primordial wilderness, several extraordinary, innate spiritual treasures were subtly resonating with him. The arrival of luck directly summoned the spiritual treasures. This sensation he had once sensed with Hongjun, but now he was also personally experiencing it. "Young friend." Hongjun's voice sounded nearby, carrying a hint of mirth, and he unusually winked at Qing Yu, lowering his voice to say, "Now that the great calamity has passed, the bindings of the heavenly Tao have greatly diminished, and the entanglements of cause and effect have also been significantly reduced due to the merits. It is precisely the time for opportunities to arise, and all things compete for life. Young friend, your foundation is now established, and your luck is flourishing. If you have any plans or schemes, or wish to seek the opportunities of the great Tao and collect suitable spiritual treasures, you should take advantage of this moment and not miss this good chance." Qing Yu understood instantly upon hearing this. Hongjun was hinting at him to seize the opportunity while the heavenly Dao was restoring and the cause and effect were not apparent to quickly lay out plans for the future. Thank you for the guidance, Senior. Qing Yu understands, Qing Yu replied with a respectful gesture of gratitude. This was invaluable experience from someone who had truly been there. That is good, Hongjun stroked his beard and smiled. Then his tone took on a deeper meaning as he reminded, however, young friend, should remember the thicker the luck, the more difficult it is to attain the Dao. The deeper the luck, the harder it is to achieve the Dao. Remember this well. Qing Yu solemnly acknowledged having already experienced this. Especially from his experiences with Hongjun, the more luck one had, the harder it was to escape, but at the same time, only with abundant luck could one have the opportunity to escape. Furthermore, there is one last matter I need to discuss with you. The 4 extermination swords are exceedingly malevolent, divided among the 4 directions, and may cause future troubles. The old Taoist wishes to refine them again to eliminate their malice. Young friend, would you be willing to temporarily lend the extermination sword in your possession to the old Taoist, so that he can gather the 4 swords and carry out this meritorious deed? Seeing Hongjun only mention the extermination sword, while showing no concern for the innate 3 banners he had previously placed upon himself, Qing Yu realized that Hongjun was offering 3 pieces of top-grade, innate spiritual treasures in exchange for the extermination sword. Of course, this is entirely acceptable, 3 exchanged for 1, no matter what, he would still be profiting greatly. Moreover, while the extermination sword is sharp, its malice is deep, primarily focused on extermination, even clashing with his own Wood Dao and the Dao of Time sequence, not to mention that he was only responsible for taking it down with Hongjun and the others doing the heavy lifting. Besides, a single sword's power is limited, it would be better to go with the flow and he would not be at a loss. Furthermore, after a great battle his realm had risen, and he had gained a top innate treasure along with 4 pieces of top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, he had already achieved a great deal, and keeping this sword would be overly greedy. What you need, I shall comply. The extermination sword is here, please take it, Senior. Qing Yu did not hesitate, summoning the extermination sword from his primordial spirit and presenting it. Letting friends benefit naturally leads to greater assistance on the path. Moreover, Hongjun had helped him significantly as well. Excellent. Hongjun smiled as he accepted the extermination sword. Young friend is straightforward. In this demon calamity, you contributed greatly and harbored compassion, spreading merits to save countless beings, thus achieving great merit in the cosmos. Although there is merit from the heavens and earth as a reward, the old Taoist has a great cause and effect with the heavenly Dao and cannot be without a gesture. After saying this, Hongjun raised his hand and gently beckoned to the void. The 6 parts of the cosmic luck which had originally shrouded him slightly fluctuated, and then 1/3 of it separated, directly augmenting Qing Yu's luck pillar. Qing Yu felt his luck surge again. The original 2 parts plus this additional 2 parts meant that he now possessed a staggering 4 parts of the total cosmic luck. With this, he was already equal to the 4 parts that Hongjun possessed. Although Hongjun was unfathomable and closely linked to the heavenly Dao, the actual influence he could exert was far beyond mere luck, but from the perspective of luck share, Qing Yu had already reached a terrifying height unprecedented before. Even though Qing Yu was typically composed, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of astonishment. Can luck really be transferred directly like this? Hongjun is indeed generous. Haha, young friend, need not be surprised. This is an extraordinary time, and one must perform extraordinary deeds. Hongjun seemed to see through Qing Yu's astonishment, smiling lightly, as he explained the profundity of this involves the operation of the heavenly Daos authority, and it is complex to explain. The remaining 4 parts of luck are still needed by the old Taoist to support future matters, so I shall not leave any for you. He gazed into the endless wilderness, hinting profoundly a new era has begun. Young friend, take care. Your path is just the beginning of mixed primordial at the 22nd layer of Great Luo. Hongjun departed, and Qing Yu also rose to leave. With the great calamity now at an end, it was time to head to Wuzhuangwen for a meeting. Qingji's form transformed into an inconspicuous streak of green light, leisurely fleeing towards the direction of Wuzhuangwen on Mount Wanshou. Along the way, the battle-scarred wilderness lay in ruins, still unhealed, with charred earth stretching for miles, mountains and rivers shattered, and the spiritual aura dimmed. Occasionally, creatures that had survived by sheer luck struggled to exist among the ruins, their eyes still filled with panic. Qing Yu sighed lightly in his heart, not deliberately exercising grand powers to hasten his journey, but instead allowing the pure and vast vitality of his Wood Dao to naturally flow with the escaping light, scattering strands of energy onto the land and mountains below. If one has the strength to act, they should help while it is convenient, but do not neglect small acts of kindness nor commit minor evils, for it should be done in accordance with one's heart. Wherever Qingji's escaping light passed, tender green sprouts broke through the charred soil ravaged by war. Beside the dead stumps of giant trees, new branches quietly sprouted. By the dry riverbeds, moist vapors began to gather anew. The bewildered beings seemed to sense something, and silently bowed towards the distant streak of green light. Soon the majestic shadow of Mount Buzhou was already in sight. Wuzhuangwen remained tranquil and untouched by the calamity's turbulence, still shrouded in the spiritual light of the earth's essence. As Qingyu arrived at the mountain gate, the gate opened from within. 3 figures were already waiting outside: Xinyuansi, Nuwa, and Fushi. Dao brother. Xinyuansi stepped forward first, his hearty face filled with joy and a sense of relief. He hurriedly approached, carefully scrutinizing Qingyu. Seeing that his aura was steady, his divine light contained though somewhat travel-worn, he finally relaxed and sighed, saying, "This calamity of demons was fraught with peril enough to frighten anyone upon hearing of it. Fortunately, Dao brother has the favor of heaven and returned safely. Quickly please enter the temple, we must spend some time together now. We brothers have not had a moment of quiet reflection for dozens of yuan meetings. We should discuss the Dao properly." Fushi also smiled and clasped his hand, saying, "Indeed it is as you say. When we parted hastily, each of us faced our own tribulations. Now that the clouds have cleared from the calamity, it is the perfect time for the 4 of us to reunite and discuss the Dao and reminisce. Dao brother, please." Nuwa's bright eyes gazed at Qingyu, her expression revealing unhidden admiration. "You faced Luo Ho and the Yinyang Daoists maneuvering through the Excalibur array in such dire circumstances. It truly made one's heart race. Whenever I heard about the battles while with my brother in the West, I felt my heart tremble. Now seeing you return safely and having made great progress in your Dao, I feel a heavy stone has finally been lifted. Dao brother, please come in and talk." Feeling the genuine concern and joy of reunion from the 3, Qingju's heart swelled with warmth. Friends like these are rare, and 3 was already enough. Qingyu clasped his hands in return and smiled, saying, "I am grateful for the concern from the 3 of you. My safe return is also thanks to the strong support of my fellow Daoists. Today's reunion is a perfect occasion for us to indulge in wine and discuss the great Dao. Come in. Xinyuansi said with a broad smile, quickly stepping aside to lead the 3 into the temple. As they walked into the courtyard, the ginseng fruit tree still stood lush and green, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The 2 boys, Qingfeng and Mingyue, had already set up the stone table and benches serving fragrant tea. Once everyone was seated and exchanged pleasantries, the conversation naturally turned to the astonishing battle that had recently occurred and their respective experiences. Nuwa recalled something, pursed her lips, and chuckled teasingly, saying, "Speaking of which, when my brother and I were tasked with delivering the Earth Book to Dao brother Xinyuansi, you were quite anxious, weren't you? I heard that you fought fiercely in the West and couldn't wait to grab the Earth Book and the Mountain Whip, rushing straight to the battlefield to find you. Had it not been for us pulling you back and explaining your plans along with the Taiji diagram for protection, Dao brother Xinyuansi might have truly become the one charging into the Excalibur array with the Earth veins." Xinyuansi, upon hearing this, felt a hint of embarrassment appear on his sturdy face, repeatedly waving his hands. "Nuwa Daoist, please do not tease me, do not tease me." The situation was urgent, and concern led to confusion. I too was in a moment of desperation. Now that the calamity has passed, it is indeed a good time to discuss the Dao and celebrate our safety, so let us not mention old matters, not mention them. Hearing that Xinyuansi was so anxious for him, even willing to risk himself, Qingyu felt deeply moved. This bond of friendship is far beyond that of ordinary Daoists. He spoke earnestly. "The heart of a Daoist, I, Qingyu, am truly fortunate to have such devoted friends. During that chaotic situation, your ability to stabilize the earth veins in the West was the greatest assistance to me. Had it not been for you and Nuwa Fushi stabilizing the foundation of the earth veins in the West, many of our plans would have likely failed. Speaking of which, I must thank the 3 of you again." Xinyuansi, upon hearing this, felt even more moved, shaking his head repeatedly and sincerely saying, "Your words are too much praise for me. Had it not been for your trust in allowing me to take control of the 3,000 seedlings, even with my heart to protect the earth, I would not have been able to achieve such efficiency. This time, being able to contribute a little to safeguarding part of the Western earth veins and earning some heavenly Dao merits is already a stroke of luck. What makes me even more ashamed is that the surviving beings in the West, in gratitude for the work done in stabilizing the earth veins, have actually referred to me as the Earth Ancestor. How can I possibly deserve such a title? Stabilizing the earth and protecting the earth veins, such great merits should belong to Daoists like you who care for all beings and have virtue that permeates all things. I merely relied on the Earth Book and did what I was supposed to do." Qingyu, upon hearing this, quickly countered, "Dao brother, your words are mistaken. The title of Earth Ancestor is the highest respect and heartfelt gratitude from the billions of beings in the West for your selfless dedication and sacrifice in protecting the earth. It is by no means an empty honor. The countless earth veins were all stabilized and restored by you through the Earth Book's divine powers and the Mountain Whip's marvelous techniques. Although I did not witness the hardships and labors involved, I can imagine them. Such great virtue merits such a title, you should not refuse it. As for me, having provided no assistance with our destinies being different, how can we be compared? Hearing such praise from Qingyu, Xinyuanxi's last trace of feeling unworthy faded away, replaced by the joy of being recognized by a friend. He stroked his beard and laughed, saying, "If that is the case, then I humbly accept it. However, Dao brother, having emerged from the tribulation, judging by your aura, your cultivation has greatly advanced. I cannot see through your cultivation, and you must have gained quite a lot, right? You can't hide it from us. You must share it generously, so that we can also open our eyes and benefit from it." Fushi and Nuwa also looked at him with smiles, their eyes filled with anticipation. Qingyu smiled, and without keeping them in suspense with a thought, the ancient and profound Taiji diagram, with the dual energies of yin and yang flowing ceaselessly, slowly unfolded before him. Though not fully activated, the supreme Dao rhythm that stabilizes the earth, water, fire, and wind and encompasses all things was already spreading out. The spiritual energy in the courtyard became exceptionally docile, and the branches and leaves of the ginseng fruit tree moved without wind. "I was fortunate to acquire this." Qingyu pointed at the Taiji diagram, his tone calm, yet tinged with emotion. "This is the Taiji diagram, a treasure from the beginning of heaven. It contains the supreme Dao of yin and yang, subtly aligning with the cycles of creation and destruction of all things, and even retains a trace of Panga's Dao rhythm. In comprehending the turning of time and the principles of the creation of all things, it provides immeasurable assistance in understanding the heavenly calculations. Today, as the four of us reunite, it is the perfect time to jointly comprehend it, and we will surely each gain something." Upon seeing the Taiji diagram, Xinyuanxi, Nuwa, and Fushi all exhibited bright eyes, marveling in awe. The treasure from the beginning of heaven is the pinnacle of treasures in the wilderness, transformed from the heaven-splitting axe, and after the creation of heaven, it stabilized the earth, fire, wind, and water of the wilderness. Ordinary great powers would find it difficult to even see it once in their lifetime, let alone comprehend it from close range. A great blessing. Xinyuanxi clapped his hands in admiration. To be able to witness the treasure of the beginning of heaven and comprehend the principles of yin and yang is truly an unparalleled opportunity. Qingfeng, Mingwe, the disciples are here. The two boys rushed forward. "Quickly go to the back garden and fetch 8 of the best quality ginseng fruits. Today we will use these fruits to assist in the Dao, jointly comprehending the supreme, marvelous methods." Xinyuanxi instructed, his face brimming with enthusiasm and generosity. Qingfeng and Mingwe complied and went. Xinyuanxi then said to Qingyu, "Speaking of which, I must also thank you for your guidance back then. Since following your advice, the fruits produced by the ginseng fruit tree have not been the same as before. Each now contains profound Dao rhythm rather than being ordinary fruits. It now undergoes flowering and fruiting in accordance with its instincts, reducing the loss of Dao rhythm, and currently the ginseng fruit tree is continuously accumulating its origin." As for Xinyuanxi's approach, Qingyu naturally approved. The same goes for the Huangzhong Liu. I also had it accumulate its origin and not bear fruits of the Dao rhythm. It seems that apart from the accumulation from before, this innate fruit is becoming increasingly scarce, and Dao brother has brought out 8. Haha, Dao brother is joking. Even if it no longer bears fruit, it will never lack your share. Xinyuanxi replied with a smile. Not long after, Qingfeng and Mingwe returned, carefully carrying 8 ginseng fruits that resembled infants, exuding a fragrant aroma, and gently placed them on the stone table, filling the air with a delightful scent. "Come, dear Dao friends, please." Xinyuanxi personally divided the fruits among them. The 4 each took 1 ginseng fruit and smiled at one another. Having experienced the calamity of life and death, they witnessed the changes of an era. At this moment, being able to sit here peacefully sharing spiritual fruits with dear friends and comprehending treasures, this tranquility and joy of walking the Dao together felt so precious. Together we comprehend the Dao of yin and yang, and steal half a day of leisure from fleeting life. Please. The 4 of them simultaneously bit into the ginseng fruit, the sweet nectar melting in their mouths. At the same time, Qingyu slowly activated the Taoist rhythm of the Tai Chi diagram, and the yin-yang fish began to turn gently. It evolved into a vast Taoist scene depicting the chaos of the primordial universe. The separation of the two forms the emergence of the 4 symbols, the rotation of the 5 elements, and the birth of all things. Within the courtyard, there was a moment of silence, only the sound of the great Dao flowing like water and the rhythm of yin and yang permeating like mist. The 4 were immersed in it, some closing their eyes in concentration, others gazing at the Dao diagram, their minds rising and falling with a mysterious trajectory. They forgot the passage of time, forgot the outside world, lost in the tireless exploration of the great Dao. Understanding the Dao knows no years, who awakens first from the great dream. Within the courtyard, the grand scene of the Tai Chi diagram and the Dao rhythm intertwined with the discussions of the 4, enveloping the entire Wuzhuang temple, causing this realm to fall into a state of profundity. 2 young Taoist boys, Qingfeng and Mingyue, stood not far away. Although they did not delve as deeply as the four great beings, they too bathed in the rich Dao rhythm, breathing and circulating their techniques. Having followed Xinyuanzi for a long time, their foundation was solid. At this moment, seizing this supreme opportunity, their cultivation unexpectedly broke through to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, their auras becoming harmonious, clearly benefiting greatly. The discussion continued,